On a hot summer day, I was sentenced to death. The judge on the dais declared loudly, Lariat Isabel Belua, eldest daughter of Count Belua, for the crime of arrogance in failing to uphold the ideals of a noble, along with the crimes the Count turned a blind eye to, committing tax embezzlement, colluding with others, and concealing his actions despite being aware of them, and countless other shameful acts of extravagance that cannot be enumerated. You have been sentenced to death. Having said this, he raised his gavel and struck the dais several times. There was nothing wrong with the things mentioned, but what crime? And then extravagance. Lariat raised her head and thought, is he so incompetent that he doesn't know how to use that word properly? Extravagance is a word used to describe him buying a ridiculous dress for his daughter. The judge avoided her gaze, clearing his throat to hide his unease. Seeing this, Lariat lowered her head and sneered. Of course, how could I understand such things? In truth, the members of the Belua Count's family were always raised simply. If you were a noble, perhaps you would understand such things. She silently repeated her father's words. Save, save, save. Do you know how the people of this territory have contributed taxes with their own sweat and blood, and yet you would spend money so carelessly? I grew up with my father's strict words. Whether they were lavishly decorated dresses or silks imported from the East, I never cared for them. Every time I attended a ball, I would hear, that young lady, she looks so provincial, amidst the whispers of the crowd. Even so, I always put the citizens of the territory first. But that was no luxury for me, not even the first words uttered of that endlessly long death sentence. They were all false, because everything at that time was worthless lies. The judge suddenly cleared his throat. We will give you one last chance to present your rebuttal. Lariat was silent for a few seconds. Then she asked, a rebuttal? Deep down, she knew she needed to do something to protect herself. But even if she survived, her father, mother, younger brother, and other relatives, who had suffered collateral damage for not being direct members of the family, had all been guillotined. Even if she lived, nothing would change. At that moment, she cried nonstop, living a life that felt like no life at all. If only her lungs were functioning, what was the point of continuing to live? Suddenly hearing the wind blow, Lariat turned her head to look back. However, despite her impending death due to his baseless anger, he still didn't look satisfied at all when he saw her like that.
The Emperor, Rupert Edgar Rasvi Velrium. Lariat bit her lip. After looking at Rupert's face for a long time, she suddenly burst out laughing. Then she cursed, "You are a damn bastard." As drops of dark red blood flowed down, Lariat thought to herself, that's right, I said those words, but I never expected to see him again. When I opened my eyes once more, Lariat thought in surprise, huh? Am I dead? On a hot summer day, I had to listen to bitter insults from the people and the mocking laughter of that ice-faced emperor. As she was lost in thought, the Viscount rudely pushed the door open. My lady? Seeing her, Lariat stammered, nurse? The Viscount smiled and said, oh, you're awake already. My nurse from when I was little, Viscount Cohen. Last autumn, she and her husband died in a carriage accident. What's going on? Am I in heaven? Lariat said blankly. I'm in heaven? She silently repeated, heaven. Then she called out, nurse? The Viscount immediately stepped forward and asked, yes, yes, why are you up so early today? Are you excited because today is your birthday? Lariat said in astonishment, huh? Birthday? She wondered, do they celebrate birthdays in heaven too? But my birthday is in winter. While she was thinking, the Viscount spoke up. You should get ready, my lady. Oh dear, was it very cold last night? I've already asked for plenty of firewood, because you're very sensitive to the cold.
Lariat still thought she was in heaven. She asked in surprise, is the butler here too? The Viscount replied, of course, my lady. It's been quite a while since your honeymoon. Lariat asked confused, honeymoon? She narrowed her eyes thinking, I thought those words were only for newlyweds, but the Viscount has been married for a long time, hasn't he? Don't tell me he even went to heaven to get married. No, how could that be? As she shook her head, refuting herself, the Viscount suddenly said, anyway, what the Count said is quite true, young lady. You've delayed your studies for quite a while, and you're even sleeping in such a shabby old room on your birthday. Lariat froze. Then she rushed forward and hugged the Viscount, saying, Nanny, I've missed you so much.
She turned back, sighed, and said, why are you getting more childish by the day? Lariat replied, perhaps it's because I'm growing up. The Viscount asked, did you have a bad dream? Lariat shook her head. The Viscount then asked, or was it a nightmare? Are you all right? Don't worry, the young master sometimes has nightmares like this too. Hearing this, Lariat was curious. The young master? Who is that? The Viscount quickly patted her head. Why would you ask such a thing? The young master is your younger brother. Lariat asked blankly. Luhan is here too? She wondered to herself. Luhan? Has he also gone to heaven? The child still thought she was in heaven. The Viscount paused for a moment after hearing her question. Then she asked, why have you been saying such strange things all this time? If the young master isn't at the Earl's mansion, then where else could he be? Lariat hesitated, looking incredulous. So, where are we? The Viscount pushed her forehead with her hand, then replied, We are in the Belknapny Empire, and this is the Duke of Belua's mansion. This is the attic floor of the mansion, and your private room, young lady. Are you still half asleep? Lariat asked, stunned. What? She thought to herself. Is this really my home?
Lariat's thoughts surfaced. The fire that occurred at the Count's estate had left behind charred ruins. She still clearly remembered witnessing that scene with her own eyes. Now that she thought about it, this room was where her father often disciplined her and Luhan, also known as the Room of Repentance, a place separated from the main mansion. And that was also why she hated solitude and disliked darkness. She absolutely loathed them. However, by the time she turned 12, those things had stopped happening. The Viscount hesitated. My lady, Lariat suddenly asked loudly. No, right now. How old am I today? The Viscount looked puzzled, but still replied. Yes, well, today your ladyship has turned 12. Lariat was startled. 12 years old? She raised a hand to pinch her cheek, thinking, could it be that I've been reincarnated 6 years into the past? 12 years old, but I died when I was 18. An idea flashed in her mind, and she hurriedly ran out. Seeing this, the Viscount was startled and asked, My lady, where are you going? Lariat left the room, secretly thinking, if this is truly the Count's mansion, and that is the Room of Repentance.
So my little brother must be sound asleep behind this door, right? I hope he's here. Please be here. With her heart pounding, Lariat called out loudly, Luhan! Luhan! She thought to herself, please, I beg you, I really want to see you. Then she continued to knock on the door, calling out, It's me, Lariat! Open the door quickly, are you in there? Her hands began to tremble with fear. Please, don't you know how lonely and scared I am? You're the only one who always understands what I want. Oh, my little brother, until the very end, I couldn't say goodbye to him. Just then the door suddenly opened, and Luhan, with sleepy eyes, asked, Sister, why are you here? Did you have a nightmare? Lariat rushed forward and hugged her little brother, then softly said, Good morning, Luhan. Luhan pushed her away and said, Happy birthday, dear sister. Lariat's heart was filled with happiness. Thank God for this blessing. After she returned to her room, while she was changing, Nanny Viscountess entered and exclaimed in surprise, Oh my, when did our young lady learn to dress herself? Lariat slipped her other arm through the sleeve and replied, That's because I'm 12 years old. And you've grown bigger, the Nanny Viscountess acknowledged. Yes, you have grown bigger. So our young lady has grown up. Now you can do everything, even when this old body isn't near you.
Seeing her hesitant look, the Viscount carrying the child suddenly asked, What is it? She replied, It's too cold, and I'm only wearing clothes. I still need help with the rest. The Viscount's face immediately lit up. She happily said, Oh my, young lady, didn't you just say you've grown up? Haha. Lariat then said, And watch my face too. The Viscount smiled even more brightly. Of course, because today is your birthday. Young lady, do you need me to braid your hair for you? Lariat immediately sat down at the dressing table. Yes, please create the hairstyle that Nanny thinks is the most beautiful. When I was 15, she had to return to her hometown, and she passed away a year later, not to mention the short time we spent together. Thinking of this, she then said, Nanny, after I grow up and you have to return to your hometown, you must still remember to visit me often. The Viscount said somewhat gloomily, By then the young lady will probably be married, and the Count won't agree. Lariat thought to herself, Marriage? Probably not. And even if I did, I wouldn't care, because a magnificent wedding dress or a romantic husband, honestly, I don't need those things. What's important now is that I need to save my own life. I, on the other hand, have no knowledge of politics at all. What position did father actually hold among the nobility? And what was father's relationship with that emperor that led to the downfall of my family? From now on, I need to find out the truth, because no matter what, I will no longer be infatuated with this mad emperor. Lariat gritted her teeth in anger. How could you people know how miserably my father had to live, and to falsely accuse father of a shameful crime of treason? It's truly despicable. Instead of listening to those rumors, I want to hear it directly from father's own mouth. I will take father's place as the protector of the Belua family, with flattery, sweet talk, mixed with a little honey and sugar.
She looked into the mirror, lost in thought. There was still time until the royal decree and the royal family's only child, who would be known as the worst emperor in the history of the Valerian Empire. After a while, sunlight streamed into the dining room, and at the dining table, a young girl's voice piped up. The champagne punch is delicious. Oh, by the way, has anyone seen the newly crowned crown prince? Hearing Rish's question, Lariat immediately looked up. The crown prince? Rish looked over and said, Look at you, we're talking about Crown Prince Rupert. Marianne, sitting nearby, interjected excitedly. Oh, I saw him last time. He looked incredibly handsome. I heard he's only 15, and he possesses some truly admirable talents. Lariat silently thought, only a few years older than me. Not very interested as she sipped her tea, Marianne continued to speak. Although the rumors about him are a bit, Rish chimed in. Exaggerated, right? Aren't they just baseless rumors? Marianne replied. You're absolutely right, lady. I apologize for my impropriety. Suddenly she turned to Lariat. Lady Belua, you're not paying attention again. Another person also asked, Lady, are you perhaps not interested in conversations like these? Lariat merely responded with a smile.
Recalling her own appearance before her execution, she thought, "At that time, I was like an idiot, completely unaware that I would lose my life at the hands of that cruel crown prince." The more Lariat thought about it, the more resentful she became. It was truly unfair, incredibly unfair. Suddenly, she asked curiously, "Nanny, how old is Prince Rupert this year?" The Viscountess was surprised. "Prince Rupert?" Lariat repeated, "Rupert Edgar Raspy Valerium, the only son of the Emperor and Empress." Hearing this, she asked, "Do you mean the Empress and Emperor's only daughter, Princess Rupertess?" Lariat asked blankly, "Daughter?" Then she wondered suspiciously, "What's going on? Does Nanny mean he's a girl?" Immediately after, she heard the Viscountess say, "Yes, your ladyship, Princess Rupertess is only 13 years old now, but there's a rumor that she is a captivating beauty." Lariat grew even more curious. "So the Emperor and Empress only have one child, Princess Rupert, is that correct?" She replied, "According to what I know, that information is accurate." After hearing the answer, she immediately thought, oh, or rather, before ascending the throne as emperor, he had worn women's clothing and disguised himself as a princess. How could I forget such a thing? I truly have a goldfish brain. All citizens felt betrayed. Prince Arnulf, the prince who was supposed to ascend the throne as emperor, was executed. It was truly a sight to behold. Before the prince ascended the throne as emperor, the reason he had lived as a princess was so that he could protect himself due to his extremely weak backing. Not only that, but it was also a trick devised by his mother, Empress Aradel. Thinking this, she irritably tapped her own head, making the Viscount jump. "My lady, why are you suddenly hitting your head?" Lariat replied with a laugh. "I'm annoyed with my own mind because I couldn't remember Her Royal Highness the Princess, not to mention she's the only princess of this empire." Hearing this, a woman sighed in relief. "That's the Count's fault for not being close to the royal family. It's been a long time since you attended Lady Chrissy's classes, hasn't it, my lady? That way, you won't forget anymore." These words made Lariat involuntarily recall that strictness. Lady Chrissy would always frown and say, "Behave politely, be truly elegant, and be loyal to the royal family." Having thought that, she suddenly stood up, smiling at the Viscount. Then she asked, "Am I pretty?" The Viscount immediately exclaimed, "Oh my, our young lady is truly wonderful. Of course you are. Our young lady is the most beautiful person in this entire world." Looking at this kind-hearted woman, Lariat thought to herself, her nanny had lost her own daughter before the child was even 1 year old. That's why she took care of me like her own daughter. It's no wonder she treated me as the most adorable, most precious person in the world. At first, I believed such compliments when I was little, but now I know they are just meaningless words. Then suddenly her voice dropped. "Nanny, that's just a lie." The Viscount quickly said, "No, what I told you, young lady, is true. If you don't believe me, try looking in a mirror." Lariat thought to herself, "I know I'm not pretty at all, but perhaps sometimes I do look like a real doll." As soon as she thought of this, she heard the nanny excitedly say, "There, do you see? Try to look at it from your own perspective." She smiled faintly. "Yes, there really is a bit." After saying that, she suddenly paused. "When I grew up, I was a dull person. I had never experienced a luxurious life. Just a dull and unremarkable person. A woman who didn't even know how to dress well. Even so, I was still a girl, even considered an eyesore. And for those reasons, I was considered a sinner of luxury. And he arbitrarily judged my life. What a damn beast." The more she thought, the more annoyed Lariat became. She pursed her lips. "If I were to send a letter to the Crown Prince's faction now, those people might not believe the words of a child like me. Right now, I don't have enough power to escape that wicked demon. He will soon bear the mark of an emperor. So what if I flatter and sweet-talk him? First, I'll need to get close to him. That will be my goal. And as for the one who sentenced me to death, I will show him what luxury truly means." Unconsciously, Lariat had also descended to the banquet hall. Looking at the crowd in front of her, she was a little surprised. I couldn't believe so many people came to attend, because this was just a birthday party for a 12-year-old child. She glanced to the side. These people and those people too. They must have gathered here to flatter father, who always remained neutral. At this point, she stepped forward and thought, I used to not understand these things in the past, but now I do. I once blindly believed in father, that he could protect this family. However, he failed to protect this family. He had to bear a heavy burden. Suddenly, Lariat saw Count Belua again. She thought to herself that he looked much younger now than in her last memory of him. Soon her eyes welled up. She called out, "Father!" The person next to him heard her, looked down, and then gently poked Count Belua. He looked down slightly. Suddenly, Lariat rushed forward and hugged him tightly. This made him a little stunned. Just then, someone spoke from behind. "Look, which young lady is pouting in the Count's arms?" Lariat curiously looked back. "Who is it?"
Louis continued to ask, "I wonder if you could spare a moment for me." Seeing him, Lariat inwardly gasped. "Ah!" The smile on her face gradually vanished. That's right. Those painful memories suddenly flooded back. Why? What did I do wrong to be imprisoned? What crime did my father and my young brother commit to be thrown into prison? I remember now. The one who imprisoned father and Luhan, the loyal dog of the royal family. But just as she thought this, Lariat heard him laugh and say, "Happy birthday, Lady Lariat." In her previous life, he had stood with his back to her. His tone was cold and indifferent. What crime?
Looking at Louis's current attitude, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. That damn guy could still act so naturally back then. Then Lariat heard him introduce himself. "My name is Louis Baden." She subtly clenched her fist. "Damn it." Then, steadying her emotions, she replied, "Thank you, Sir Knight." Looking at the young girl, Louis mused. It seems this is our first meeting, yet lady already knows I am a knight." Hearing this, Lariat thought to herself, "He's quite sharp, isn't he? He wasn't carrying a sword when we first met, so it shouldn't be easy to tell if he's a knight or not." But then she innocently replied, "Because you look very cool, so I just assumed you were a knight." Hearing her say that, Louis burst out laughing. "Lady also looks very beautiful and lovely." These words couldn't help but make Lariat feel smug. She tilted her chin up and said, "I know." Then she quickly turned back to look at Count Belua, wondering, will I be scolded for behaving like this? Seeing his smile, she exclaimed, "The effect of kissing father is really powerful." Thinking this, Lariat continued to whine, "Daddy, I'm hungry." Louis chimed in, "What a coincidence, I'm also very hungry." Lariat secretly assessed him, thinking that even without an order from the Knight's Order, he had been appointed as an escort by the Queen. Did he think that gaining favor from her father and the Queen would easily earn her trust? At this moment, Louis cheerfully suggested, "I wonder if I could join you for a meal." In her heart, Lariat thought, never, not with someone who pushed father and Luhan to their deaths. So she immediately said, "I refuse. For now, I only wish to dine with my father. I hope you, Sir Knight, understand." Louis found it awkward to say anything further. "Yes, that's fine." With that, Count Belua picked up Lariat and left. Then, "If you'll excuse us." After walking for a while, she looked up and called, "Father." He immediately asked, "You don't like him?" Lariat replied without hesitation, "Yes, I have a very bad feeling about him. You must be careful, father." As she spoke, she thought to herself, "Father might listen to me." He was never one to easily believe groundless things. He had always been that kind of person. Always pure and straightforward since birth, he had maintained his neutrality to this day. Father's neutrality could only be broken, but never bent. He would remain that way until his dying day. A moment later, Count Belua called Lariat. Lariat replied, "Yes, father." He instructed, "Today is your birthday, isn't it? You should go celebrate with your friends." Hearing him say that, she hesitated. "Yes, but..." Count Belua quickly interrupted her. "Be good, we'll eat together tomorrow, all right?" At this, Lariat could only obediently agree, "Yes." Afterwards, she went to the dining room by herself and greeted her peers. Sitting down at the table, Lariat said, "Long time no see, Wretch." Wretch smiled back. "It's been ages, even longer than that." As soon as Wretch finished speaking, Lariat looked at his smiling face. Then she involuntarily recalled Marquis Gorton's cold attitude when he told her, "Get out." At that time, he bluntly pushed Lariat's hand away. His voice filled with utter disgust, he said, "Stay away from my daughter, Re." Even though she had cried and pleaded, "Please, sir, help us. Marquis Gorton, you are my father's old friend. He has been slandered and thrown into prison. I beg you, I implore you, please save my father." But in return, Marquis Gorton only showed an expression of disgust. He took out a handkerchief and wiped the hand she had just grasped. Then he frowned, his face clearly showing impatience, and said in a low voice, "You foolish girl." Thinking of this, Lariat reached out and rubbed Rishi's hand. Lariat saw this and asked, "What's wrong?" Rishi replied with a smile, "Nothing, I just feel happy." Upon hearing this, Rishi immediately said, "How silly." Lariat thought to herself, "I knew it wasn't Rishi's fault, but I don't think I could ever truly care for her with all my heart like before, even though we used to be soulmates." With that, she cheerfully said, "Bon appetit." Sitting at the same table with Lariat at this moment were the young ladies of prominent families. First was the eldest daughter of Marquis Gorton, Riche. Next was the illegitimate daughter of the Hamill family, Sasha. The second daughter of the Vincent family, Marianne. All of their families had close ties with my father. Perhaps they could speak well of my father to the emperor. I must act quickly to persuade them to view my family favorably. Belua, my family. Even though they turned a blind eye to our ruin, all I could do was resent and despise them. At this thought, Lariat suddenly noticed Tori sitting in the distance. "Oh, I've never seen that girl before. I wonder who she is," she thought. So she stared at the girl, staring until the girl trembled with fear. After a moment, Tori gathered all her courage and looked up, facing Lariat. Lariat gently spoke, "Excuse me, it's just that this is the first time I've seen you. That's why I was staring. What's your name?" Tori awkwardly replied, I don't have a noble status like a young lady, so please feel free to speak to me informally." After hearing those words, the entire space suddenly fell silent, and everyone froze, staring at her. Immediately after that, Marianne sneered contemptuously. "No wonder I kept smelling something foul around here. How can a commoner be allowed to sit at the birthday banquet of an earl's daughter?" Those words were like sharp knives aimed directly at Tori. She looked at her with contempt, as if looking at an insect. Lariat thought irritably, "How arrogant. But I've learned this kind of behavior before. Most of those who opposed her father's death sentence were people from the land of Belua, and they were eventually killed by Louis and his subordinates. I was once taught that commoners were lazy and behaved like beasts." But of course, none of that was accurate. Tori sat there, constantly fidgeting, so anxious that her whole body trembled, not daring to utter a single word. But when she looked up at the person in front of her, she was a little surprised. Unlike the others, Lariat smiled gently at Tori. Immediately after, she turned and said, "Lady Vincent." Marianne replied, "Yes, Lady Belua, please speak." Lariat suddenly raised a hand to cover her mouth and said suggestively, "Did you not bathe today and just sprayed perfume before coming here, didn't you?" Hearing that, she said in surprise, "What?" Lariat continued, "Did you spray perfume to cover up the smell of sweat? The smell of sweat mixed with perfume is very unpleasant." Marianne froze upon hearing this, as if she couldn't believe her ears. "What did you say?" Lariat immediately waved her hand, covered her nose, turned away and said, "My stomach is already weak, and now I have to smell this. It's really a bit." Marianne, flustered, stood up and explained, "I don't smell like that." Lariat immediately cut her off, saying, "No, that smell really is coming from you. Ugh, what is that smell? Ugh, ugh." Her retching sounds made Marianne blush with embarrassment. The people around suddenly covered their mouths, giggling. Then she suddenly stood up and shouted, "My lady, you are truly very rude." Lariat didn't turn around, saying, "If I have displayed impolite behavior, then I apologize, wretch." Hearing this, Marianne couldn't take it anymore, stood up directly, and left. Only then did Lariat suddenly remove her hand. She smiled brightly and said, "Ah, I feel much better now. All right, let's eat quickly. I'm starving." Saying this, she looked up at Tori, who was radiating fear, and thought, "It looks like she's about to cry." Then she started a conversation, asking, "Oh, that's right. Could you tell me your name again?" Hearing the question, Tori quickly looked up and replied, "My name is Tori Fassbender, Lady Belua." She then smiled gently, thinking, "She looks quite worth cherishing." Then she spoke, "You can talk to me normally." She suddenly remembered something. The name Fassbender that the girl mentioned seemed a bit familiar to her. Lariat had just raised her knife to cut the meat when she suddenly stopped. "Ah, that's right. Tori Fassbender. Valerium." By all means, the Emperor had crowned her Empress within a single day and then killed her with his own hands. So this is that lucky Empress? I'm a bit surprised to see her here. That's right. I didn't even know what she looked like before. On the day of the Emperor's wedding, I only witnessed them parading through the streets. From a distant corner, from her perspective, she basically couldn't clearly see the Empress's face at the time. "So this is what our future Empress looks like," Lariat observed Tori intently, guessing she must be around 8 or 9 years old now. She married the Emperor at 18, only to die younger than even he did. From a commoner to an Empress, it sounds like a fairy tale, doesn't it? But in reality, she couldn't wield her power for even a single day before her death. Back then, the palace maids constantly gossiped. "Have you heard? The rumor that the Empress was killed by the Emperor." "Oh, really? How could that be? Did he have an affair?" "No way. The Emperor was always so insistent on marrying the Empress." Even the nobility didn't ignore this hot topic. "I heard the late Empress was Prince Arnulf's ex-girlfriend. They even say they plan to assassinate His Majesty. Are they crazy? That's not all. There are rumors she was a spy for Williton." At the time, she was annoyed, thinking to herself, "Why do they keep babbling about such trivial things? Is there nothing else that interests them so much?" Based on those baseless rumors, the Empress became a sinner and was erased from the annals of history. What exactly did Tori do wrong? Even before she became Empress, there were already many rumors about her. At the time, Count Belua had said with some concern, "Although Fassbender runs a rather large company, there are many rumors about that family. Is that young girl truly qualified to be the Empress of this nation?" But back then, she hadn't paid much attention to these matters. Lariat spoke up, "I'm not entirely sure either, but everyone seems to be talking about it, to the extent that even Father, who never wanted to get involved in royal affairs, objected. However, the Emperor still did not intervene until the Empress passed away." In the room, the pristine white bedsheets were stained with blood everywhere. The Emperor seemed to be mocking Father's opinion. Upon hearing the news, Count Belua angrily asked, how could he do such a thing? Using that damned thing to kill the Empress, or more precisely, to kill Tori? Count Belua was very troubled. He was so stubborn in making that young girl his Empress. Despite the people's opposition, he now falsely accused Crown Prince Arnulf of treason and even committed murder. "We cannot let things continue this way. It's time we did something." The retainers also suggested, indeed, if the Belua family could intervene. Just then, Lariat, passing by, overheard the conversation and thought to herself, "It seems Father is considering something. This is the first time I've seen him discuss royal matters." In the end, he used Father, who had the support of the people of this country, as a shield. The nobles criticized the Emperor's madness, and this was also the reason why hatred flared up in the Emperor's heart towards Father. As a result, the Belua family lost the estate they owned in the capital city. Everyone in the family was humiliated and exiled to the outskirts of the country. In the end, Father always stood for justice and was sentenced to death. Of course, I know that Father's execution was not Tori's fault. Perhaps even Tori was exploited. Because of the monster I know, someone who doesn't know what love is, I still harbor resentment. I have to do something so she can't meet the Emperor. The downfall of my family also stemmed from their marriage. Fassbender's business must still be small. Please, I hope the two of them haven't met yet. Thinking of this, she suddenly had a question. But how could Tori have come to my birthday party? Thinking this, Lariat asked, "Miss Fassbender?" Tori, who was eating, was startled and replied, "Yes, She gently asked. Who invited you to my birthday party? She stammered in response. I am Her Highness the Princess's maid, and she sent me to attend on her behalf.
It was then that she realized, huh? She's his maid? Our Empress is a maid? After hearing this, she muttered to herself, His Highness sent me to his birthday party. Hearing this, Tori immediately stood up, surprising everyone around her. Then she spoke with extreme fear. I apologize. I sincerely apologize to you. A humble maiden like me is not worthy to sit here with you all. I beg to be excused. Lariat immediately raised her hand and said, Miss Fazenbender, please sit down and dine with us. I am not sending you away. I am just a little surprised that Princess Rupert sent you and not Princess Nigel. Please join us for the meal, Miss Fazenbender. Hearing this, Tori gently sat back down and said, Thank you. She offered a gentle, benevolent smile. Then her gaze immediately shifted as she thought, before the fall of the Belua family, the person with the strongest backing in the imperial family was the imperial consort, not the Empress. And she was not particularly close to the Emperor. I was only entangled with him when I was on the verge of death. That truly is a damned relationship.
I didn't expect Rupert to send his maid to my birthday party. Rupert is currently pretending to be a princess. I've never seen him in that form before. The first time I met him was when he was the crown prince at a royal palace party I was invited to when I was 16. Stepping into the lavish and magnificent banquet hall, I looked up and exclaimed, It's so beautiful! Suddenly a voice called out, Lariat! Riche approached and asked, Have you seen the crown prince yet? I replied, Oh, not yet. Why? With an admiring expression, she praised him incessantly. He's so handsome, his face practically glows. Seeing this, I asked, Really? Riche immediately replied, It's true, why would I lie to you? Hearing this, I slowly raised my head to look around, taking my time, and indeed I was utterly surprised. Among the nobles was a young man with golden hair, incredibly handsome. It was Rupert. As if sensing my gaze, he turned towards me. I couldn't take my eyes off Rupert. The moment our eyes met, time seemed to stand still. He gently approached and began, It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, young lady. My name is Rupert Valerium. I happily replied, It is an honor to make your acquaintance, your highness. My name is Lariat Belua. Rupert gently kissed the back of my hand, then smiled and said, Lady Belua, I am delighted to make your acquaintance. At that moment, he pretended as if it was the first time he had ever met me. It was clear that he already knew who she was, so why? He had known her all along, so for what reason did he pretend not to know her at the debutante ball? Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Excuse me, miss, Tori hesitantly said. Is it truly all right for me to be sitting here, miss? Because your expression doesn't match your words. Hearing that, Lariat was startled. Ah, she thought, I don't know what Rupert's ulterior motives are, but I'm certain he must have been planning this for a long time. Then she flashed a radiant smile and said, It's truly nothing. It's perfectly all right. It's just that the princess sent you in her stead to wish me a happy birthday, so now I don't know how to react. To herself, she thought, so for now, I'll need to uncover that plan. Having thought that, she added, Please convey my deep gratitude to the princess. Tori, flustered, stammered in agreement. Yes, I will definitely convey that to Her Royal Highness. Lariat asked curiously, Since when have you been accompanying Her Royal Highness, Tori? Tori replied, It's been a week. Hearing that, Lariat was a little surprised. That's not very long, is it? Riche gave her a doubtful look. You seem quite on today.
Lariat immediately denied. No way. Oh, the food is so delicious. But when she saw the food on the table, Lariat wondered, No way, is this rice or dessert? Although I really like sweets, that was when I was little, but now I don't like them anymore. Suddenly, a hand was placed on her forehead. Riche asked worriedly, Are you okay? Do you feel tired anywhere? Lariat exclaimed, puzzled. What? Riche continued worriedly, You haven't even touched your favorite sweet cake. Lariat forced a smile and quickly explained, It's just not to my taste. I'm fine. However, Riche didn't believe her at all. Don't lie. Sick children might not eat porridge, but they have to eat pudding to get better. Upon hearing that, Lariat was utterly shocked. Is that even a thing? She remembered Chef Vernon's tearful face. The young lady is just a little girl. After thinking, Lariat looked confused. Perhaps I have a slight fever? Riche immediately turned to call the butler. Voigt, young lady Lariat has a fever. Voigt hurried over. Yes, young lady, do you feel unwell? Lariat touched her head and said, It's nothing, just a slight headache. But when he saw the plate of sweet cake still untouched on the table, Voigt's eyes widened and he gasped, Good heavens, you really haven't eaten a single piece of sweet cake? The young lady must be seriously ill. I will call Dr. Eli immediately. Lariat panicked and quickly stopped Voigt. No, there's no need to call a doctor. However, Voigt still held her tightly and rushed off to find a doctor. We must call one. You haven't even eaten your favorite cake. Lariat asked blankly. Voigt added, I will report this to the Count and he will send the best doctor.
Lariat thought angrily, But I'm not sick at all. At this moment, Voigt was so worried he was in tears. I'm always worried about the young lady because you keep getting these minor illnesses. Lariat repeatedly punched Voigt, thinking tiredly. I already said I'm not sick. Voigt, on the other hand, was so scared by Lariat's actions that his face turned pale. Oh dear, the young lady must be very seriously ill. My heart aches. It's your birthday today, and I truly feel so sorry for you.
Young master, do you know where the Count is right now? Luhan asked suspiciously. What's wrong? Lariat exclaimed. That's not it, Luhan. I'm not. But Void quickly interrupted her. Even the sweets you like, you don't even want to eat them, just playing with them with a fork. How can that be all right? Yesterday, the young lady was even scolded for eating with her hands. Lariat cursed angrily in her mind. This old man. At this moment, Luhan's face also clearly showed worry, and he asked, Sister, are you all right? Are you very tired? Lariat thought,
This is getting out of hand. What am I, a pig? Vogt frantically recounted Lariat's condition to Count Belua. Count, the young lady felt nauseous as soon as she saw the cake. Upon hearing this, Count Belua turned pale with fear and hastily ordered, immediately summon Dr. Ellie. Lariat tried to explain to everyone, No, I'm really not sick. After the examination, Dr. Ellie stated, There's nothing unusual. Count Belua replied, Thank you for your hard work. Lariat thought angrily, Of course it's hard work when you make someone examine for 3 hours straight. Count Belua called out loudly, Herman? Immediately after, the room door swung open and Herman rushed in. Yes, sir. Count Belua bowed his head and sadly ordered, It seems even Dr. Ellie couldn't find the young lady's illness. Go to Guando at once and bring the best doctor from there. Upon hearing this, Lariat sprang up from the bed and shouted, Father! She pursed her lips and wondered to herself, Seriously, what should I say? Count Belua took her hand and gently comforted her. Lariat, please bear with it a little longer. I will certainly not invite quacks, but will bring a competent doctor to treat you. Vogt said, Can I go tell Mother to find a doctor for my sister?
Lariat smiled, trying to stop her younger brother, Luhan, reminding him that Dr. Ellie was a reputable doctor, but Luhan still turned away. She pouted, thinking, Dr. Ellie has been completely disrespected. Count Belua showed his displeasure, scolding loudly, It's not good for you and your mother to be so trusting of people anyway. I've told you many times not to hire those magic-using Windletons anymore, giving you and your mother so much money only for this to happen. Lariat secretly thought, Then Father should tell Mother. She seriously said, Father, I'm really not sick at all. Lariat remembered her previous conversation with Ellie. Oh, no thank you, Elliot said. I'm here to give you a bath. Lariat thought apologetically, Sorry, Dr. Ellie, for making you out to be a quack. Luhan spoke up worriedly, Please lie down, sister. Lariat let out a sigh. Phew. After that, she was simply pushed forcefully onto the bed. Lariat looked at her brother suspiciously. Is this kid trying to make me laugh? She was so angry that she sprang up and shouted, I'm really not sick, not sick. But in the end, Lariat was still forced back onto the bed. She regretted, thinking, I should have eaten that cake then. In for a penny, in for a pound, she mumbled to herself. They even called another doctor? What a waste of money. Luhan picked up the thermometer and said, Is money really an issue now? Lariat thought helplessly. Honestly, all right, just go along with it. If Mother hears about this, everything will surely go haywire. When I was little, when I had the plague.
She weakly called out repeatedly, Mommy, Mommy! Amanda tightly held her hand and cried loudly without stopping. I'm sorry, my child, I'm truly sorry. Mother had been by my side day and night. Even the Count began to feel scared. Amanda then began to pray, Please, please, I beg you, God, please save this child. Even after I was cured, Mother was still haunted by my health. But Mother will find out eventually, won't she? She'll probably faint. Lariat turned to look at Count Belnoir and said seriously, Father, please remember not to tell Mother, okay? She sadly thought, I don't want to cause any more harm to my family. Count Belnoir patted her head. All right, I won't tell Amanda for now. Upon hearing this, Lariat felt incredibly relieved, thank goodness. So I need to calm myself down before the doctor arrives. It's been a while since I returned from death, but I'm still a 12-year-old child. My head hurts so much. When I was 18, on a hot summer day, I died. What if these are just memories? Lariat gasped in fear. Then she suddenly woke up from her dream.
It was as if these were the illusions I saw before dying. My body lay sprawled on the ground, and the Emperor's laughter echoed from afar. At this moment, Luhan was holding her hand, calling out worriedly, Big sister. Lariat looked to her side in surprise. Luhan gently comforted her. Don't worry too much, big sister. This isn't a serious illness. Hearing this, Lariat chuckled and asked, I thought you said this was a very serious illness. Luhan held her hand and said, Dr. Ellie said it'll be fine. I'll call for a doctor from the capital, so you'll recover soon. Seeing her tear up, Count Belua and Luhan were both startled. Then Count Belua suddenly yelled, Why haven't you left yet? My daughter is in pain. Luhan also angrily said, Kyung, why are you still here? Hurry up and go. I'll explain to the madam for you. Now go. Lariat thought apologetically, I'm sorry, Kyung. At this moment, everyone had left.
Only Lariat remained in the room. She opened her eyes slightly, looking around. Has everyone left? My head hurts so much. Yet Luhan was still sitting beside her. Lariat reached out and called, Luhan? Luhan replied, Yes? Lariat sadly said, I hope you won't ignore me in the future. Luhan affirmed, I won't ignore you, never. Lariat smiled, thinking to herself, No, you will. He'd started changing when he reached puberty, and it had been a long time since she saw him follow her like this. She withdrew her hand from Luhan's. Luhan recounted, "This morning you said that no matter who I am, you will always love me." Lariat confirmed, "Yes, I did." The boy smiled and assured her, "Me too, big sister." Hearing this, Lariat exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? What?" But Luhan just stood up and walked to the door. Following his retreating back, she seemed to see the figure of an adult Luhan. "Don't get sick." When that image vanished, the current Luhan, the boy, reappeared before her. Lariat smiled gently. "He's still the same." She got out of bed, observing the familiar room, her bedroom at 12 years old. The room he had personally designed for her, a familiar place that had never changed. In spring, Luhan was born. In summer, the whole family went to the capital. Autumn was Mother's favorite season, and Belua was the most beautiful mansion in winter. Having spent all 4 seasons in this room, Lariat touched the marks on the wall. Wasn't this the wall where she had marked her height? At least my head had gotten bigger, she thought. She suddenly realized something. Wait, did only my head get bigger since I was 12? Lariat puffed out her cheeks, thinking, "Oh well, I stopped growing taller at 14. It wasn't my fault, right? Recalling the scene where Count Belua raised his hand to hit Luhan, Lariat thought to herself, "This kid, don't laugh at me. From now on, I should exercise and eat moderately to grow taller." Looking around the room once more, Lariat was silent for a moment, then continued thinking, "At least there's a slight difference before I die." She walked to the cabinet and touched a small chest. This is... After opening it, Lariat thought with a touch of nostalgia, "My favorite music box. This was the birthday gift Luhan gave me many years ago. Or maybe it was last year. He must have searched everywhere for this." She suddenly bit her lip. In her memories, Lariat's favorite music box had also been destroyed. All that remained before her now was a pile of rubble. The music box was buried with a bloody corpse. Tears streamed endlessly down Lariat's face. Her home had been deliberately set on fire by someone. The music box was almost completely burned. Both her father and mother had not survived. What was even more unimaginable was that her younger brother had also left her forever. She had lost everything. Luhan had to die before her, simply because he was a son, and she could do nothing. Witnessing the demise of her entire family, Lariat cried out in desperate agony, "Kill me first! Don't you hear me?" She sobbed. "Please, how can I bear to see my younger brother fall before me? Please, kill me first!" At that moment, negative thoughts continuously flooded her mind. She was utterly miserable and helpless. Now there was no one and nothing left for her. Standing before Luhan's grave, Lariat could only helplessly scream, "Ah, ah, ah!" She thought despairingly, what's the point anymore? Even now, when recalling that painful memory, Lariat's hands still trembled with fear. She immediately sat up, thinking angrily, "I won't let him get away with this. I'll make him pay." She hastily rummaged through the room as if searching for something important. Not long after, Lariat held a pink diary in her hand. She thought joyfully, "Found it, the diary, still filled with poetic stories." After flipping through it for a while, Lariat took out a pen, ready to write on a blank page. She mused, if anyone were to read this, they would surely think it's just a rich imagination or a fanciful dream. The content on the paper detailed the timeline and events that would occur. August 2091, death, Empire. January 285, return, the Emperor recognizes me. Rupert's current maid is Tori Fassbender. She continued to meticulously record many things, thinking, after all, these are truly the things I have experienced. Tori cannot become Empress, because she is the source of conflict between my father and the Emperor. There must be a way. She wrote Tori Fassbender in the diary, and thought to herself, no matter what it takes, this time I won't lose my family again. Lariat continued to eagerly record the events she had experienced. The Empire, September 287, the investiture of the Crown Prince. The Empire, May 289, the demise of the reigning Emperor. Lariat suddenly paused for a few seconds as if deep in thought. Then she resumed writing. The Empire, March 291, the fall of House Belua. Lariat sighed wearily. She mused. There were so many deaths she couldn't remember them all. Typical examples included political terror and ruthless slaughter, carried out with a smile on their lips. A madman dared to massacre his entire family like a wild beast. He killed his uncle and even his half-brother, despite his imperial throne facing no threats. The backbone of this country was the nobility.
The influence of the aristocracy was immense, so all counterattacks, whether big or small, were considered reactionary. Because of this, he was the only one who held power, but Nigel, the princess not of his blood, survived. Perhaps that was the last time he knew mercy. She wondered how he could be so cruel. Even if she could go back to the past now, she wouldn't be able to help him see his true nature. Lariat told herself that she had been resurrected like a miracle, and she would change the Emperor, and she didn't want to die in this arrangement at all. She didn't want to meet him, but he would kill her, so the only remaining way was to become as close to the Emperor as possible, to monitor the relationship between her father and the Emperor. To do this, Lariat wrote her plan in her diary. Empire, January 285. I will be Princess Rupert's maid.
Afterward, she presented her wish to her parents and was immediately opposed by both of them. Amanda exclaimed, "Absolutely not." Count Belua also nodded in agreement. "Exactly, exactly." Lariat hesitated. "But," Amanda angrily yelled, "the Imperial Palace? What? What are you talking about? That's the Imperial Palace." Lariat gave a helpless laugh. Her family's chorus was exactly as she had expected. Amanda irritably asked, "Why do you want to be a maid there? Why? Why?" Lariat whimpered in response, "Mother, you know." Amanda immediately cut her off. "I won't hear any excuses."
Lariat sighed. Amanda asked, "Do you know you're wrong?" Lariat pouted and said in a sulky voice, "Really? You don't even bother to listen to me anymore." Amanda raised her voice. "What do you intend to say? Imagine how you'd get into the palace." Lariat immediately replied, "Rishi is a royal maid. Even Marion and Sasha once wanted to apply for that position." Amanda was surprised. "Is that so? Did Rishi say that?" "That girl. I never liked her from the start." Lariat secretly thought, "But you liked her a lot." Lariat explained, "No, Rishi hasn't told me to follow her." Amanda wondered, "Then why? Don't you want to stay in this house anymore?" Lariat, "You still don't fully understand this world. The palace may seem luxurious and magnificent, but in reality..." Lariat made a long face and thought, "Oh, come on." Amanda angrily said, "I'm talking to you, and what kind of face are you making? This can't go on. Luhan, bring me the leather whip." Lariat flinched in fear. "What?" Luhan's face was sad and worried. Lariat pondered. "The problem is, he always obediently listens, even to the extent of bringing the leather whip for Mother to hit me." Amanda called out, "Husband." Count Belua immediately soothed her. "Our child might be a bit stubborn, but it's not to the point of hitting her dear." Amanda replied, "Look at her. I just don't want her to get into trouble." Lariat immediately took Amanda's hand and said, "First, please calm down, Mother." She wondered, "I have to convince Mother, but how? I can't let them know I'm from the future, and if that princess becomes a prince, it will be too late."
"I won't have the chance to meet that emperor. I won't be able to become a countess or a soldier. Now, the path to the throne is still very far. I have to become Lafette's maid because Empress Lafette has no one to support her. If I am now a subordinate in Belua, at my current age, it's perfectly suited for becoming a royal lady-in-waiting." Lariat pondered, so there was no time to delay. She immediately persuaded her mother. Firstly, Empress Lafette is far removed from power, so serving her is much safer than serving Prince Arnulf. Secondly, if I serve the Empress, I can learn the principles and etiquette that I always violate and get scolded for. Thirdly, there are many people of noble class in the palace, and among them there will be many young masters my age. Amanda wondered, "Young masters?" Lariat replied, "I'm almost of marriageable age, so I have to find a husband, don't I?" Countess Belua said with a worried expression, "No way, you're only 12 years old. What are you talking about marriage for?" Lariat firmly replied, "If I miss my chance, no one will bother to marry me." Countess Belua was immediately speechless.
Lariat added, "At the palace there's Riche, Aunt Amelia, and many other people I can rely on." After exhausting all her words to persuade her mother, she secretly thought, "Then Mom will allow me, right?" Amanda still adamantly refused. Even so, no. Lariat was startled and panicked. She resolved, even this method won't work. There was no other way. She had to use her last resort. As she thought, she opened her big round eyes, which were welling up with tears. Then, whimpering, she said, "Sniff, sniff, I'm not allowed to go to the palace?" Amanda came closer to comfort her. "Lariat, you absolutely cannot go to the palace, so please give up, okay?" Lariat replied, "Yes, I will, sniff, obey." Luhan and Count Belua sighed in relief upon hearing this. Amanda also smiled happily. What a good girl. And so the whole family became harmonious and warm together again. But Lariat didn't give up so easily, and so the next day she ran away from home. She left a letter with the words, "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad." Lariat quickly set off. She wandered through the freezing winter weather. She approached a waiting carriage.
"Please step in, young lady," the coachman said, utterly astonished. Your parents?" Lariat cut him off. "Let's go." The coachman wondered to himself, "Do noble children usually travel to the capital alone like this?" Lariat urged him quickly. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." "Yes, yes," the coachman replied, then thought to himself, "Noble children truly are different, so intelligent and quick-witted." Sitting in the carriage, Lariat thought anxiously, "I've successfully left the house. If Father had discovered me before we departed, everything would have been ruined. Father, Mother, I'm sorry. You'll all be very surprised when you wake up tomorrow morning." Looking at her castle through the window, Lariat was lost in thought for a long time. She thought to herself, "Anyway, it's a good thing that maid listened to me and prepared the carriage. Honestly, I'm already 12 years old, but I don't know anything. And money? I'm all alone, so I don't know what to do. But I've truly run away from home. If I really become the queen's maid..." Lariat watched the pure white snowflakes gently drift in the wind. She sadly thought that she wouldn't be able to return home for a long time. The carriage continued to roll steadily. Now, even if she regretted it, it was too late. She watched the castle, which was gradually fading into the distance, and thought with a heavy heart, "Goodbye, Belua. I will leave to protect everyone. I will definitely succeed." The carriage continued to roll along the snow-covered road, and soon they arrived. Before Lariat now stood a vast, grand house. She thought to herself, "Finally, I've arrived." I wonder if this is truly Aunt's house, but it looks so magnificent. Aunt Amelia was very fond of showing off and was also ambitious, becoming the 5th wife of Duke Ventevalt because she believed he had the potential to become king. She disregarded father's objections and even criticized those around her for the emperor's peaceful death alongside Duke Ventevalt. Although a bit arrogant, she only yearned for a rosy life like everyone else. She wasn't a bad person. As she thought, she rang the doorbell. After waiting for a while and no one came to greet her, Lariat panicked, thinking, this is a big problem. No one's home. What do I do? I have to find a place to stay. Because I was grateful, I overpaid the coachman. Should I go to Risha's place? But I don't know the way. I remember that house was near the capital, but I was 18 then. I don't know if it's the same place now. What now? While lost in thought, her stomach rumbled from hunger. Her face fell and her cheeks flushed red as if she were about to cry. Immediately, Lariat picked up her luggage and prepared to set off. She thought to herself, I haven't eaten anything all day. I'll just have to risk it and find something to eat first. In the city market, Lariat walked with extreme difficulty, silently lamenting. Walking is truly exhausting.
Compared to the comfortable moment of sitting in a carriage just waiting for the coachman to call, we've arrived. She felt even more utterly exhausted. She hadn't expected the road to be so long. She wished she had just taken the carriage. But it seemed all the shops were closed. Lariat said dejectedly, what can I find to fill my stomach? After looking around for a long time, her eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Not far from where she stood, a man was hawking his wares. Only 2 steam buns left. Isn't anyone buying? I'll cut the price in half. Lariat quickly called out, I'll buy them. Please sell them to me. And she ran pitter-patter to the uncle selling steam buns. Seeing her cute appearance, the uncle's heart seemed to melt. Lariat waved and called, Uncle. She placed a silver coin on the steam bun stall, then secretly sighed in relief, finally getting to eat. I've gone through so much for this meal, she thought, when suddenly someone grabbed the tray of buns right in front of Lariat. She was startled and thought, what? My steam buns have been stolen.
Lariat quickly turned her face, vowing to deal with anyone who dared to steal her bun. She swiftly grabbed the other girl's hand and said sternly, Hey, I already paid for this bun. Inside, she was screaming, Give me back my bun. Even though her hand was tightly gripped by Lariat, the other girl remained extremely indifferent. This sent a slight shiver down Lariat's spine. She thought, what's going on? I'm gripping her hand so tightly and she's not reacting at all? Lariat immediately pulled her hand back, looking at the girl with a puzzled expression. Then, she even waved her hand a few times in front of the girl's face. Hey, you there. She then waved her hand a few more times. The emotionless face suddenly turned sullen, startling Lariat. She wondered to herself, what the heck? Why is she suddenly getting angry? Feeling uneasy, Lariat instinctively stepped back. The girl's face grew increasingly irritable and somewhat threatening. Lariat thought in fear, wait, why should I be scared? I should be angry. With that thought, she immediately grabbed the girl's hand again. Seeing this, the girl growled, let go. Lariat firmly stated, give me back my bun, then I'll let go. She secretly assessed the girl in front of her. No money, no one accompanying her, but her tone suggested she might be from a noble family. Then she turned back to the bun vendor from earlier. Uncle, I bought this bun first, didn't I? I paid before her. The vendor quickly nodded, confirming that what Lariat said was true. Upon hearing the answer, the girl's eyes suddenly welled up with tears.
Lariat immediately spoke up to remind her, you have to pay to eat, do you know that? Do you think this is your house so you can do whatever you want? The little girl suddenly raised her voice and asked, are you crazy? Lariat thought to herself, it seems this child still knows nothing about this world. She probably doesn't know about having to pay. Anyway, why do nobles nowadays go bankrupt so easily? After thinking that, Lariat, still fuming, asked again, who are you calling crazy? The little girl pointed directly at her and said, you. Lariat tilted her head and asked, hey, are you perhaps lost? She secretly observed. She's dressed shabbily, has no one with her, and looks younger than my Juha. She might be the young lady of a bankrupt noble family. Right now I only know a few nobles vaguely. I must help this little lamb find her way home. With that thought, Lariat's sense of justice quickly surged. She gently patted the little girl's shoulder reassuringly. Have some steam buns, and then I'll help you find your way home, okay? Don't worry too much. The little girl annoyedly said, do you want to die? Lariat smiled, but secretly replied in her head, if I wanted to die, why would I leave home and come to the capital? This child is really something. Then she spoke in a provocative tone. Go on, try to kill me.
Seeing the girl grinding her teeth in anger, she immediately thought, as expected, it's a child's threat. Then Lariat playfully teased, frowning like that will make you age quickly, you know. Suddenly, the steam bun vendor abruptly appeared from behind. Oh, come on, stop arguing. I'll steam an extra one for each of you. Upon hearing this, Lariat hastily turned around, her eyes wide with excitement. Really? She joyfully exclaimed. How wonderful! The girl suddenly grabbed Lariat's hand. She appeared furious and growled, you... Lariat asked puzzled, what? The girl muttered in a low voice, seriously, don't interrupt me. Lariat thought bewildered, kids' personalities are so strange these days. It's true, Raphael will become emperor in the future, so this empire has no hope left. Having thought that, she sighed and was about to utter some words of complaint. You... However, the girl came closer and asked in a loud voice, what's your name? Seeing the girl unexpectedly ask her that, Lariat was a little flustered. My name?
The girl impatiently said, "Yes, tell me quickly." Lariat quickly diverted the conversation. "Look, the steam buns are here." She casually shook off the girl's hand, then went to the steam bun vendor and happily said, "I won't tell you my name." With that, she put on a haughty expression, completely disregarding the very annoyed girl behind her. After receiving her steam bun, Lariat quickly left, secretly thinking, what a rude child. Lariat didn't arrive until it was almost dark. Seeing Rochelle standing outside the gate, Lariat rushed over. "Rochelle."
It had been a long time since they last met, and Rishi was so startled her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She screamed, "Ah, what do you mean, long time no see?" Amidst Rishi's startled expression, Lariat excitedly asked, "Are you very surprised?" Rishi asked worriedly, "How did you manage to get here?" Lariat immediately replied, "It's a long story." Rishi, curious, insisted, "Even so, you have to tell me. It's cold, so why are you dressed so lightly?" Lariat suddenly smiled, "Because I don't have any warm clothes. In short, I'm planning to go to the royal palace to apply for a maid position for the queen." Rishi was speechless after hearing that. She sighed and asked, "Did the count agree to let you go?" "No, that can't be. But it seems that's exactly what happened, which is why you're here like this." Lariat didn't really want to talk about that topic. She then asked, "By the way, what do you think of me?" Rishi bluntly remarked, "You look no different from a beggar."
Oh my goodness, initially I even thought some beggar was calling my name to ask for money. Lariat was a bit disappointed after hearing that. What beggar wears a dress? Riche covered her face and said, "That dress is old, just throw it away." Lariat retorted, "It can still be worn, why throw it away?" Honestly, the young lady of the Gorton family is truly too wasteful. Riche said, a little annoyed, "Honestly, don't you know how dangerous it is here? Why are you traveling alone?" Lariat pouted in response, "You live alone too, don't you?" "Oh, come on, I traveled all this way and finally found you, didn't I?" Upon hearing this, Riche was truly exasperated. She exclaimed loudly, "I have 4 knights following me for protection. 4 people! My father back home doesn't even have that many. That means it's incredibly dangerous here, don't you understand?" Lariat smiled innocently, thinking, "She's so cute." Seeing Lariat smile so cheerfully, Riche had no choice but to give in. She said, "All right, all right."
Seeing this, Lariat quickly approached Riche like an adorable tail. Hearing Riche's grumbling, Lariat secretly thought, just like her older sister, she looks incredibly cute right now. A moment later, Riche led Lariat inside. As soon as the servants saw Riche enter, they quickly bowed in greeting. Riche gently raised her hand to acknowledge them. Seeing her act with such confidence, a thought arose in Lariat's mind. Riche looks so mature. Suddenly, Riche turned around and asked, "It seems you've changed a bit, haven't you?" This surprised Lariat immensely. She secretly panicked. This is serious. Riche is too smart not to notice. First, I'll play dumb, she decided, and then she feigned confusion. "Huh?" Riche reiterated, "It was the same at the birthday party. Even though I didn't particularly like Vincent and even went along with you, still, weren't you always passive and indifferent to everything?" Hearing this, Lariat was truly petrified. She subtly swallowed to regain her composure. Seeing Lariat didn't respond, Riche pressed for an explanation. "And today, you came here all by yourself again. Why so suddenly?" Lariat stammered, "No, it's not like that. I've prepared everything. Ever since you said you'd come to the palace to be a maid, I've been thinking about this." Riche showed no trust in Lariat. "I don't care what your opinion is, but you've done something your father would object to. Do you realize that? The Belua family has always been known for keeping their distance from the royal family." Faced with Riche's interrogation, Lariat secretly panicked in her mind. "She's suspecting me. I need to justify myself."
He's still just a child anyway. I can trick him. So Lariat suddenly feigned fear, claiming it was due to her entering puberty. Riche looked utterly confused. "Huh?" Lariat calmly explained. "Every spring, just seeing the falling blossoms makes my heart ache, and lately my mood has been very gloomy. My chest also hurts. It's so uncomfortable to be Lariat." Riche was a little stunned. Lariat continued to utter pitiful words. "Is our future truly predetermined like this? Is this our destiny? To marry a man from a good family, arranged by our parents?" As she spoke, she also repeated words Riche had said in the future. "Is bearing children to continue the lineage truly our duty? Even though we live in abundance, I envy the laborers and merchants." Riche slowly bowed her head and said, "Lariat, do you feel the same way?" As Riche touched Lariat's face, she asked, "Do you feel like we're birds trapped in a cage?" Lariat nodded, thinking, "No, it's exactly like that."
Without a normal childhood, always having to be obedient and humble, because she was born in Belua, she had to live like a Belua. Remembering the time Riche was so angry she burst into tears, saying, "I don't like it," Lariat continued to think, so living like this is the right thing to do, isn't it? Memories of her previous life resurfaced, and Riche sobbed. "So, since I'm the eldest daughter of Gorton, I also have to live like a Gorton? Father told me to marry into the royal family, and I tried every possible way to escape that, but it all failed. It all came to nothing." Her crying grew louder and louder. "Because of politics, I was forced to marry someone I didn't even know, even though I also had someone I loved. Me, why do I have to live like this?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lariat rushed to embrace her. As Riche snapped back from her memories, Lariat continued to stare at her. Suddenly Riche wondered, "Is that why you left Belua, without saying anything to the Count?" Lariat heard this and immediately replied,
Before I left, I wrote a letter and left it, and I brought my citizen identification and the symbolic necklace of Belua. Haven't I shown you yet? Riche was stunned for a moment, then suddenly clutched her stomach and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha! Seeing this, Lariat stammered and asked, Why are you laughing? After calming down, Riche wiped away the tears streaming from her eyes due to excessive laughter and explained, You're something else. I didn't know you were so bold. Suddenly she took Lariat's hand. Then Riche spoke, But in this state, you can't go to the Imperial Palace. You'll be kicked out. Who would recognize you as Lady Lariat of the Belua family? Hearing this, Lariat angrily retorted, It's not that bad. It's only been 1 day since I last bathed. Riche eyed this and teased, 1 day? No wonder there's a smell.
You should take a bath first. The smell is getting quite noticeable now. Afterward, Lariat was escorted to the bathroom by a servant. As she sat in the bathtub, she thought, Finally, I've made it to Champagne. After the servant washed her hair, Lariat leaned back in the tub, lost in thought. Rupert is so close to me, I can feel his presence. Over the next few days, Lariat began to learn etiquette. First was tea drinking. Next was her gait. Lady Chrissy observed her and exclaimed, Perfect. Her steps are incredibly elegant, and she's so polite and courteous. After receiving the praise, Lariat excitedly jumped up. I did it! She suddenly recalled the past, when Lady Chrissy had strictly instructed, continue, regardless of Lariat's pleas for a short break. Wiping away her tears, Lariat thought, Oh, those arduous days are over. I've learned so much from Lady Chrissy. Lady Chrissy looked at her and remarked, To be so young, and yet so perfectly versed in etiquette.
Indeed, she is a talent trained by Chrissy. I am the capital's top tutor. I cannot be surpassed. Miss Riche, from now on, I will increase your study hours. We will study 5 days a week. Riche, caught off guard, vehemently protested. No way! Lariat, standing by, thought to herself, I suddenly feel so guilty. A moment later, Riche suddenly said curiously, Lariat, last time when we were in Lady Chrissy's class together, you weren't this proficient yet. Don't tell me you practice every night before going to bed. Lariat nodded upon hearing this. Yes, that's right. After hearing the answer, Riche felt dizzy. Oh my, you're really something else. If that's the case, I want to too. Wow, you look beautiful in this dress. But Lariat replied, No, this is too tight. Ignoring her, Riche loudly called out, Susanna, quickly prepare the carriage. In a flash, both were dressed in beautiful outfits. Even so, Lariat still felt uncomfortable. I look like a baby, she thought. Riche, meanwhile, praised enthusiastically, These kinds of outfits suit you perfectly. Even if that were true, the clothes made her uncomfortable. Lariat sadly complained, But it's too tight. Hearing this, Riche laughed and said, You look like a chubby baby, so cute. As they ran out to the courtyard, Lariat immediately asked, There are no horses. This is a carriage, right? Riche heard this and replied, Don't act like a country bumpkin who just arrived in the capital. Get in the carriage. Don't you know that people are replacing horses with frogs now? Lariat innocently continued to ask, Are the frogs running inside? Hearing this, Riche threw up her hands in exasperation. After a pause, she explained, Say something that makes a little sense. Those frogs are all dead. Then we use magic to burn them, and that energy powers the carriage. Lariat, listening, thought to herself, I thought she was pulling a carriage in place of a horse. Fortunately, Riche had no idea what she was thinking. She explained while driving, The Emperor brought frogs from abroad to raise them. Because they are very popular, there are frogs everywhere in the capital.
If you're that countrified, you might not get chosen as a maid. Seeing this, Lariat sighed. I am the young lady of Belua, you know. She thought to herself, the royal family is very friendly with Belua, so it should be easy to become a palace maid. A few minutes later, Lariat was escorted to the palace by Riche. In a certain room, a voice rang out. Young lady, do you find anything inconvenient? With a tight-fitting and restrictive dress, Lariat couldn't move flexibly. After hearing Monet's question, she quickly replied, No, sir. If you look at my health certificate, you'll know that I've been very healthy since I was little. Monet spoke while reviewing the file. You've had the plague before, haven't you? If so, your body is now immune to this disease. Lariat replied, That's right, sir. Then he continued to ask, Have you ever eaten poisoned food? She replied, No, sir. Upon hearing this, Monet took out a pen and made a note. Then the kitchen is out of the question. Exactly which position are you applying for? At this, Lariat declared loudly, A maid, sir. Not an apprentice maid. The position of court lady isn't bad either. Monet shook his head in refusal. No, I cannot allow the daughter of Belua to do that job. She brought items proving her identity, and also a letter of recommendation from Lady Riche. Even though she is qualified, Princess Nigel currently has too many maids.
Hearing this, Lariat immediately cut in. I'm not applying to be Princess Nigel's maid. Seeing this, Monet said, Prince Arnulf doesn't like young maids. Not wanting any further misunderstanding, Lariat decided to speak up. No, I want to be Princess Rupert's maid. As soon as he heard that name, Monet looked at her in surprise. Princess Rupert's maid? No, if that's the case, there's no need for any further verification. I'll guide you now. Let's go quickly. His haste made her a little scared, but after realizing she was accepted, Lariat happily thought,
Is it really that easy? Is the selection of maids for the royal family really so casual? If you've chosen me, just say so. After that, Lariat confidently strode towards her new workplace. At first, she was quite happy, but gradually her legs began to tremble.
Lariat followed behind Monet, thinking, it's so far. Suddenly, Monet used a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. He looked at her, smiled, and said, this bonnet suits you. You look like a baby. Lariat suddenly realized they had arrived. She looked around at the scenery, only seeing tree shadows swaying back and forth, with no sign of any servants or anyone else. Everything was silent, which made Lariat a little curious. Is it always this deserted here? Monet immediately replied, yes, it's morning now, so this is considered quite a crowd. His Highness's temperament is quite difficult, so we usually have to prepare many things in the morning. After that, everyone withdraws, leaving only one maid. As Lariat listened to his explanation, she thought, I know all too well. Rupert's bedroom. I'm so scared. No, I'm not dead yet. My family is still doing well, and since it hasn't happened yet, I can still do this. Thinking this, Lariat took a deep breath. After seeing her calm down, Monet opened the door and announced, Your Highness, it's Monet. I've come to introduce the new maid. Lariat's first glance fell on Rupert's neck. Then she saw Rupert also sitting with his chin propped, observing them. At this moment, Lariat paid no attention to anything else, as if it were just the two of them. She thought to herself, finally. Lariat just stood there, staring at Rupert. In her mind, she silently praised, so beautiful, just like a painting. But Lariat froze, suddenly clenching her fists. Then she continued to think, it's not a girl, the cruelest emperor in the empire. He's not human, he's a monster. Meanwhile, Monet, completely unaware, spoke up. I brought this young lady here because she wishes to care for the princess. Hearing this, Lariat bowed and greeted. Princess, it's a great honor to meet you.
Suddenly, Rupert exclaimed, what's that? Lariat, thinking she was being asked, immediately replied in full. My name is Lariat Isabel Zen Belua, Princess. I am the daughter and eldest daughter of Count Belua. Suddenly, Rupert frowned in annoyance and cut her off. I didn't ask, why are you answering? She said in a low voice. You... At this moment, Monet suddenly raised his hand to intervene. Your Highness, even if you are displeased, you should restrain yourself a little. Hearing this, Rupert immediately stood up. Get out of the way. Monet didn't give up, he spoke up. The Belua family in the south. Once again, Rupert exclaimed, I said, get out of the way. Are you deaf? After that, she slowly approached Lariat. Suddenly, Rupert reached out and tightly gripped Lariat's neck, then slowly lifted Lariat up, causing her hat to fall to the ground.
Then Rupert looked at her with a cold gaze and said, not you. This girl eats a lot of steamed buns, so it will cost a lot to feed her. Lariat paused for a moment, thinking in surprise. At the steamed bun shop back then? Was the child I met actually the emperor? Oh no, this is big trouble. While she was worried, Monet walked up to Rupert and asked, yes, what did you say, sir? She frowned and clicked her tongue. Tsk, this girl went and stole steamed buns. Lariat bowed her head and said, steam buns? What steam buns, Your Highness? Actually, I'm allergic to steam buns. Hearing her say that, Rupert's eyes went wide as he snapped. Huh? Lariat added, since I was little, I haven't been able to eat or even smell steam buns. After saying that, she even blinked innocently. Seeing this, Rupert also hesitated and asked, are you really allergic to steam buns? Lariat nodded. Yes, Your Highness. She clicked her tongue again. Tsk, could I have mistaken her for someone else? Lariat quickly said, that's right, Your Highness. Nowadays people look so similar, so Your Highness must have mistaken me for someone else. Monet also said, you've mistaken her. Rupert angrily waved his hand and said, get out. He immediately replied respectfully, yes.
Seeing him leave the room peacefully, Lariat was stunned, thinking, what about me? Rupert slowly lay down on the bed and asked, Belua? She bowed her head earnestly. Yes, Your Highness. The Belua family is in the south. Rupert asked further, are you the daughter of Count Belua, the honorary chairman of the upper house? Lariat replied again, yes. Rupert rolled over, burying her face in the pillow and said, but how can I believe you truly come from Belua? Why would a young lady of noble birth steal steamed buns? Hearing that, Lariat secretly widened her eyes. What strange talk. Looking at her long, it's a pity that Your Highness is not a prince, because my father praised you as having the qualities of a great king. As she spoke, she thought, I'm just spouting lies without a second thought. Rupert stared blankly at her for a few seconds, then flopped back onto the pillow and said, I don't remember ever meeting Count Belua. Lariat knelt by the bed and said, Your Highness may not know my father, but that doesn't mean my father doesn't know of you. Rupert replied, no, I know your father.
Rupert's voice once again pulled her back to reality. I heard you helped Tori. Keep doing that.
Seeing the girl, Lariat smiled. Ah, Tori. The girl walked in, bowing slightly.
Lady? Oh no, it's a good thing Lariat is here. Hehe. Lariat suddenly bowed and said, thank you for bringing me clothes. Seeing this, Tori quickly waved her hands. Oh, please don't. Looking at her expression, she thought, so you feel pressured, probably because of the difference in our social status. Whether laborers or merchants, I understand how commoners view nobles. Most of them feel that only a few of us nobles feed and sustain them. They feel resentful, and they are disappointed in us. Nobles who are born with a silver spoon in their mouths, few of whom are kind and caring, easily receive the commoner's acclaim. I don't need to treat them well as charity, because that would be useless.
In fact, the more nobles in this world who don't feel the need for give and take, the easier it is for me to gain Tori's trust, rather than trying to win her over with enthusiasm. Arguing whether this is fair or reasonable is unnecessary, because this world has never truly been fair. I am the daughter of a count, the lady of the most powerful family in this empire, yet I was still killed by the emperor, and every time I see that emperor, I can't think of a way to save my life. And that's only natural, my cowardice. Tori notes nothing, and I want to take advantage of that, as if it were a path to becoming Empress. The outcome is more important than anything. This process is no longer necessary to prevent the destruction of Belua. Lariat picked up the outfit, but her eyes never left Tori, whose face knew nothing of the Empress's tragedy, so easily oblivious. Seeing her holding the maid's uniform, Tori immediately said, "Please wear this outfit starting tomorrow. Your Highness is looking for you, lady." Hearing this, Lariat pouted and thought, "Ugh, how annoying." After a while, she wore the maid's uniform and went to Rupert's room. "Your Highness, Lariat is here. I heard you summoned me." Tori, who was beside her, turned and said, "You can probably go right in."
Lariat, with her inquisitive spirit, pushed the door open upon hearing the sound. Inside the room, Rupert was sitting by the window, looking out. This child was born into royalty, but lacked the demeanor of a royal. As if noticing Lariat and Tori at the door, Rupert stood up and called, "Tori." She immediately scampered on her small feet to Rupert's side. Then the two turned and silently stared at Lariat, making her confused. Why are they staring at me like that? Do they want me to come over? Can't they just speak? Despite her thoughts, she still approached Rupert and bowed her head, awaiting orders. She said, "From now on, you will manage my meals." Lariat thought, "Is it to check if the food is poisoned? Are they planning to use me as a test subject? This child, she already said she'd let me off the hook." Tori also anxiously interjected, "Your Highness, how can a count's daughter perform the duties of a maid?" Rupert said, "Stop talking so much. She is a maid, and so are you."
Hearing those words, Lariat secretly snorted, "Oh dear, what about Tori?" Then she replied, "I understand, Your Highness." Rupert, hearing this, unexpectedly asked, "What? Does the young lady of Belua have no self-respect?" Lariat respectfully replied, "How could I show favoritism when caring for someone as esteemed as Your Highness?" Rupert snorted, "Esteemed? It's clear you truly haven't heard anything from your father." Lariat calmly said, "My father told me that Your Highness is very beautiful and intelligent. He praised you a great deal." Rupert frowned in annoyance. These words could not possibly be from Count Belua. If you've snuck in here to get close to Nigel, then stop being an eyesore and silently endure the mistreatment. As soon as she finished speaking, she slapped Lariat hard across the face. Lariat secretly thought, "How can she be so sure? She said she's never met my father." But more importantly, the immediate task is to close the distance with this child first. What an insolent brat, Lariat thought. After that thought, Lariat immediately said, "My presence here to care for Your Highness has nothing to do with Princess Nigel or my father. I will do everything in my power to serve you." Just as she bowed her head, her blouse suddenly creaked. Knowing the buttons were about to pop, Lariat's face immediately turned pale. "Huh?" She quickly looked up, and at that moment, 2 buttons immediately flew off. Lariat frantically raised her hands to cover herself, but it was too late. She secretly screamed, "No!"
The button flew swiftly towards Rupert, then stuck right onto her forehead. Rupert's anger reached its peak. Her face darkened as she said, "Even your best is too much, isn't it?" Lariat quickly tried to smooth things over. Your Highness, that's not what I meant." But the door slammed shut. Seeing this, Lariat could only curse under her breath. What a rude person. After a moment, having calmed down, Lariat looked around and thought in surprise, "What is this? Why are there so many guns in a 13-year-old's room? What are they for? No, where did they even buy so many guns? It's chilling." Thinking this, she bent down to pick up her button. Seeing this, Tori also slowly bent down. Lariat said gratefully, "Thank you." Tori looked up and replied, "No, it's nothing. It's also because Her Highness doubted your identity, so you told me that you are indeed the daughter of Count Belua, so please don't worry too much." Lariat said, "Thank you very much." Tori shook her head. "It's nothing." After standing up, Lariat asked again, "Is it all right for Her Highness to go out alone like that?" Tori replied, "I'll call Sir Baton, so it'll be fine." Hearing her say that, Lariat thought irritably, "How annoying, the Emperor's lapdog, Louis Baton." Suddenly, Tori exclaimed, "Ah, sometimes Her Highness is a bit uncomfortable with strangers. Please understand." Lariat thought, "Her expression isn't very good. It's unsettling." Then she gave a faint smile and replied, "It's not like I don't know who that person is." Thinking about it again, Tori's eyes and hair really resembled Her Highness.
Tori was a bit evasive. It must be a coincidence, Lariat thought to herself. How could it be a coincidence? Why would that be the case? Tori added, "How could I compare myself to Her Highness? Her Highness is truly beautiful." Lariat suddenly said, "Tori, you're beautiful too." As she bowed her head shyly, Lariat thought to herself, "Tori is even cuter and more beautiful than that ugly Rupert. It feels like I'm playing with a little sister. So adorable." Tori blushed crimson, sputtering, "Miss, am I beautiful?"
Lariat smiled and said, "Since we're both accompanying Her Highness, I hope we can help each other." Tori quickly replied, No, someone like me isn't worthy of your request, miss." Lariat asked in surprise, "What do you mean, someone like you?" Her Highness said that both Tori and I are maids. Tori shyly said, "Even so, you are still the daughter of Count Belua. Here are all the buttons." Lariat took them, saying gratefully, "Thank you." Then she thought, if Rupert cherishes and trusts Tori more than me, then it means Tori has a special position in this imperial palace. I found all the buttons. Now perhaps I can find the answer. Having thought that, she leaned forward and asked, "You said you came to my birthday party on behalf of Her Highness, right?" Tori stammered, Yes. Lariat moved closer. "But I don't recall inviting Her Highness. How did you manage to attend that party?"
Tori hesitated. "Actually, I secretly followed Princess Nigel. I've already told His Highness." Lariat thought to herself, "Did you perhaps steal the invitation?" Suddenly, Tori said loudly, "I apologize, miss." Lariat took her hand and said, "It's all right. Everyone is welcome. It's fine. But can I ask why you did that?" Tori said tremblingly, "His Highness Rupert seems to have something he wants to tell Count Belua, so I—" Lariat was surprised. "My father?" Tori added, "Even though he came to the last noble meeting, the Count wasn't present, so they couldn't meet." But at this moment, Lariat couldn't quite process what she was hearing. She wondered, why my father? The timing is also very strange. After thinking, she spoke again. "I see. Tori, do you know why His Highness sent you to find my father?" Tori nodded. "At that time, His Highness was ill. His health isn't good, so—"
Lariat also nodded thoughtfully. "So, did you really come to celebrate my birthday? Someone was curious about what the party looked like, you know. Who was it?" Hearing this, Tori swallowed hard and said awkwardly, "Well, I can't tell the young lady. I'm sorry." Hearing her say that, Lariat pondered to herself, "Should I ask further? No, even though she has a good impression of me, it's not enough trust yet." Then she said, "It's all right. Let's go outside first." Inwardly, she told herself, "I'll ask again later." Tori trailed behind Lariat, her face flushed, saying, "I got to hold the young lady's hand." After a moment, when she was about to enter Lariat's room, Lariat quickly pulled her back. "No, you don't need to come into my room. Just follow me to the door." After seeing Tori off, that evening, Lariat lay on her bed, her body exhausted. Phew.
They might even be showing affection for each other in their own way, whether it's camaraderie or familial concern. Therefore, there must have been some serious distortion when Tori became Empress. Rupert also cared about Belua. I don't know the details, but he must have been watching Belua for a very long time. At this point, she pressed her hand to her forehead and thought, "Father never told me about Rupert." She flopped onto the bed, her eyes staring at the ceiling, and thought, "I thought if I just became the Emperor's maid, I could get clues and know what to do. But I don't know anything at all." She murmured, "I feel like crying." 4 months later. Every time Lariat looked up at Rupert's gun cabinet, she was puzzled. If he didn't hunt, why did he keep so many guns? His entire budget, excluding living expenses, was spent on Rupert's collecting activities. He also didn't like maids close by. She was occasionally called during mealtimes to taste Rupert's food. His food was safe enough that it didn't need to be tested with a silver spoon. Therefore, this act was meant to mock her. Despite thinking this, Lariat remained very disciplined, tasting 1 spoonful of each dish. Under Rupert's watchful gaze, she continued to think that since she was the queen's child and merely a princess, assassination would be meaningless. But with such a temperament at a young age, it's no wonder he'll have many enemies when he grows up. Noticing her gaze, Rupert frowned and asked, "Are you staring at me right now?" Lariat cupped her cheeks and shook her head. "Of course not." Suddenly, Rupert said, "But I think you should lose some weight. Your clothes look tight." Lariat's heart immediately churned. In her mind, she screamed, "It's because the shirt is small. This is the largest size Tori exchanged for me." After thinking, she politely replied, "That's not it." Rupert sighed. "Well, with your gluttonous eating habits, gaining weight is inevitable, isn't it?" Lariat reluctantly recalled herself sweeping through the food. Why didn't he say anything earlier? I almost tasted nearly everything. That's why all the servants had to sit together at mealtimes. If this rumor got out, would he take responsibility? Tears of humiliation welled up. Lariat gritted her teeth and thought, "My weight gain is their fault. I'm just a healthy 15-year-old kid." Then she smiled and asked, "Your Highness, did you enjoy your meal?" In response to her friendliness, Rupert coldly twisted the knife in her heart. "Haven't you had enough buns? Do you want more?" Lariat's face flushed with anger. Internally, she cursed, "This brat, is he messing with me?" Outwardly, she pretended that what she had just heard wasn't human speech, and smiled. "No, Your Highness. Seeing you enjoy your meal so much has already filled me up." Rupert continued his cruel behavior. "If you keep eating like this, that fat belly won't be my fault, you know." Tori, who was nearby, snorted with laughter. Lariat, fuming, thought, "All my dignity is gone." After laughing, Tori said, "It's good to see you two gradually getting closer." Seeing that, Rupert immediately frowned and said, "Damn it, I told you not to interrupt me. Do you know how to play a musical instrument?" Lariat replied, "A little piano."
Rupert continued, what about singing? She said, my mother is a choir singer. Hearing that, Rupert chuckled and said, just because your mother sings well doesn't mean you do too. Lariat offered a friendly smile. It's not bad, but inside she felt like a volcano about to erupt. Do you guys sing so well yourselves? After a few seconds of hesitation, Rupert said, then you stay here. Lariat asked, puzzled, but it's your study time, isn't it? Rupert said, either sing for me or do something else. I'm bored. Lariat froze. Seeing that, Rupert asked, you don't like it? She gave a faint smile and replied, no, your highness, I will do it. Then she turned and went to the door to call Alberto. At this moment, Tori also sat down to try the food, and Rupert gently said, eat slowly. Hearing that, Lariat thought, look at the monster pretending to be human. How amusing. As soon as she stepped out the door, Alberto called out, Lariat. She happily said, you're here. In front of her was Alberto, a pianist and Rupert's vocal teacher. He gently tipped his hat and said, it's been a long time, hasn't it? A few days ago, Lariat's mother, I met Amanda. She's been worried sick, so her condition is quite serious. She complained that she hasn't received any letters lately. Didn't you think about writing to your mother, young lady? Remembering Amanda's gentle smile, Lariat longed to run and hug her, calling out, Mom, I miss you. In her imagination, they embraced, smiling brightly. She thought to herself, I feel so difficult, but what excuse can I use? I haven't been allowed to leave. Back in reality, her face fell. Seeing this, Alberto cleared his throat softly. Well, I used to travel all over the place when I was little. She replied, annoyed. What are you talking about? Alberto changed the subject. His Highness is waiting. She immediately said, are you coming with me? He continued, she almost never has anyone by her side except Tori or something. As he said this, his expression subtly darkened.
Lariat needed to think carefully. Tori would be very sad. But then she smiled faintly and said, yes, just for today. Alberto then said, she's very lonely. You can tell just by listening to her play. Lariat, please make her feel better with a song. Hearing that, she was immediately startled and remembered Rupert's countless expressions of anger, annoyance, and discomfort, along with his words, do you want to die, hey dumpling? Lariat thought irritably, that jerk? Who's lonely? She was speechless. In the room, Rupert sat by the piano, its sound echoing throughout the space. But in contrast, his face was expressionless, devoid of any emotion. His small fingers skillfully played all the notes on the keys. Lariat, sitting by the chair, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing it. Wow, what is this? He plays absolutely terribly. How could it be so bad? She reluctantly clapped, but in her mind she was utterly bewildered. Unbelievable. Mr. Alberto must have lost his mind. Look at me trying to listen to those piano sounds. It's traumatizing. Then Rupert, proudly putting his hands behind his back, said, well, she frowned uncomfortably, thinking, is he trying to show off that performance? It's ruining my ears. Your Highness, that was the peak performance that made my heart go thump, thump, she thought sarcastically, but then she could only smile and say, it wasn't very good. Hearing that, Rupert's face immediately darkened as he asked, what? Lariat flinched in fright. Huh? She waved her hands frantically, saying, no, it wasn't very good. Your Highness's performance wasn't very good for my fragile heart. It was absolutely perfect. I almost cried. Hearing that, Rupert nodded and said, oh, of course. Then he ordered, now you sing. She clasped her hands together earnestly, pleading, your Highness, please excuse me. I'm afraid my overly ordinary singing voice would detract from your performance. Hearing that, Rupert was somewhat speechless and couldn't say anything. After that, she jumped down from the piano stool.
Lariat also quickly ran after him, her mind racing. What's the point of praising him so much? Why can't I just say it when I'm right next to him? Not long after, Alberto raised a hand to his forehead and exclaimed, bravo! Lariat also perceived it. The explosive combination of notes, a soul that cannot be ignored, a desire. What a refined art of expressing loneliness. After hearing that, Lariat's face showed annoyance as she thought, what is this idiot talking about? Then she gently said, sir, allow me to see you out. Alberto still had his hand covering his face, as if in ecstasy. No, I think I need to savor this shiver a bit longer. She replied indifferently, oh, then have a safe journey. Goodbye. Having said that, Lariat quickly ran away from there, trotting alone down the long corridor. As soon as she saw Rupert's figure, she immediately called out loudly, your Highness! Seeing that he didn't respond, she panicked and chased after him, continuing to call out loudly, your Highness! Your High... She intended to grab Rupert's hand and pull him back, but then stopped herself. After retracting her hand, Lariat ran up to block his path and asked, where are you rushing off to? You don't even have any maids following you. Rupert calmly said, have you learned proper etiquette for women yet? Stop running. She smiled happily, thinking, he's quite the character. Rupert then ordered, don't smile at me. She happily ran after him, asking, are you afraid of developing feelings for me? Rupert immediately replied, your smile is so ugly it annoys me.
Hearing this made her speechless, unable to say anything more. Oh, my apologies. Then she carefully observed again. Well, he was unbelievably handsome. She had only paused for a moment, but Rupert was already quickly heading towards the room door. She quickly shouted, where are you going? Let's go together. Outside, the ground was covered in a blanket of white snow, and birds chirped softly. Lariat went outside, playfully stepping on the snowflakes. It was spring, but there was still snow in the capital. She looked up at the sky and let out a soft, ah. Then she took off her outer coat and put it on Rupert, saying, "Wear this, Your Highness. You'll catch a cold." Rupert said nothing, only looked up at her. Seeing this, Lariat asked, "Why are you smiling?" Rupert replied, "You treat me like a child." She innocently replied, "Your Highness truly is a child." Lariat followed behind Rupert, thinking, "I gave it to you with good intentions." It was much colder here than in Belua, and without her coat, her whole body began to shiver. Lariat mumbled, "It's so cold, so cold. What if I freeze to death?" Hearing this, Rupert turned back and said, "Hey, it's very cold. Go inside." Lariat thought with a hint of anger, "Now that you have a coat, do you want me to freeze to death?" Lariat pondered for a moment. Is he worried about me? Then she smiled faintly and said, "I can't let you go alone." Rupert turned back and said, "Stop complaining, you're too noisy." Lariat suppressed her anger and thought, "Of course, that's it. There's no way he'd be worried about me." But today they had talked a lot, even more than in the past 4 months combined. Being able to talk so freely without fear of being discovered wasn't a bad thing, but she was still worried to death.
Then the two continued their stroll together. Something rustled in the bushes, and a voice called out, "Tori!" Hearing her name called, Tori jumped out, holding a raccoon. "You're here!" Lariat, standing behind, was startled to see her. The raccoon in Tori's arms immediately darted towards Rupert. It kept jumping and pouncing on Rupert. Lariat asked curiously, "What is that?" I was startled. As she stroked its head, Tori replied, "This is a raccoon, His Highness's pet." Lariat asked curiously, "You keep a raccoon as a pet?" Tori smiled and replied, "It's certainly not very common, but it's not impossible, is it?"
His Highness's raccoon is especially gentle and well-behaved. Noticing her bleeding wound, Lariat exclaimed in a panic, "Oh my goodness, Tori, did it bite you?" She took out a handkerchief and while wiping Tori's wound said, "Gentle? What's so gentle about it? Biting someone's hand like this, it's truly heartbreaking." Tori was deeply moved to see someone so worried about her. She gently reassured her, "It's all right. Please don't get your clothes dirty, miss." Lariat immediately objected. "No, let's go inside first." Tori hesitantly said, I'm fine." Lariat seriously urged, "Hurry up, you might get an infection. As for His Highness, leave him to me." She was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes as she replied, "I understand." As for Rupert, he ignored them, not caring about the two. When Tori hesitated and looked back, Rupert ordered, "Go." Then Lariat approached him and warned, "Your Highness, you should be careful too. It's a wild animal. There are so many other gentle and docile animals. Why choose this one instead of them?" Rupert calmly replied, "It is gentle." She retorted, "Don't you see Tori's hand?" Rupert gently kissed it and said, "Because it isn't obedient to anyone except me." Lariat continued, "Then, since I am also His Highness's servant, I will only obey your words." After saying this, for some reason, her entire face suddenly flushed red. Rupert turned to look at her, then gently said, "No, you are not my person." Lariat pressed, "Why? I am your servant." Rupert said with some difficulty, "I don't have many servants, and you are not one of them." After saying this, he moved closer, then leaned in close to her ear and said, "So don't bother me anymore." The entire space seemed to grow quieter. Rupert continued, "Because I, even if I am called a powerless princess, can still know you, a demon god who is unaware of hidden dangers." Lariat shivered slightly. No, this wasn't what she was afraid of. This child will become a terrifying monster. If only, in her mind, Lariat had raised the stone. If she had been determined to kill him, he would die. Thinking this, she also brought the stone down on Rupert's head, in her imagination. Even Lariat imagined blood gushing out. That's right, as a human he could die. Lariat had thought she could do it, but in the end she suppressed her thoughts and feigned pitifulness, saying, "Your Highness, I had no intention of offending you. I apologize if I inadvertently made you uncomfortable." Hearing this, Rupert said nothing more and turned away. She walked towards the base of a tree and sat down. Lariat scurried after her. Suddenly, Rupert turned and asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" She replied helplessly, "Where can I go? Your Highness is here." Hearing this, Rupert said, "If you're not slow-witted, then you must be stupid." Lariat replied, "Neither, Your Highness." Rupert continued to ask, "Do you find me amusing?" Lariat obediently answered, "No, Your Highness." She sat quietly, pondering, "If it were funny, would I feel this way?" Lariat gently drew some scribbles on the snow and then asked, "Your Highness, I feel wronged, so I wanted to ask you." Rupert replied with just one word, "What?"
Lariat immediately asked, "Did I do something wrong?" Rupert turned and asked, "Don't you know?" Lariat puffed out her cheeks and said, "I don't know, that's why I'm asking." Suddenly the space fell silent. Then Rupert turned and said, "Stop being so kind to Tori." Rupert spoke up, "I'm very pleased to meet a young lady from a noble family who is so kind." Lariat, puzzled, replied, "Is that impossible?" Rupert said, "I know how children like you look at her. Don't be arrogant." Hearing this, she thought, he's a member of the royal family whom Tori follows and takes care of. Is he saying I'm being arrogant? It's true that I intended to use Tori, so my pretense isn't wrong, but I don't hate Tori at all, so it's natural that I feel unhappy. Just then, Rupert said with disgust, "Stop following me around like a dog clinging to its owner." Lariat asked back, "I am your maid. If I don't accompany you, then who should I follow?" Rupert frankly said, sooner or later you'll be assigned to Nigel or Arnop. What I mean is, you don't need to worry about me. Lariat asked again, what if I don't go? Hearing this, Rupert immediately turned to look at her with a surprised expression. He asked, why? Lariat calmly replied, why what? Rupert yelled, what reason do you have to insist on staying by my side? Unless you're truly as foolish as you appear. Lariat immediately said, I've already told you. Ever since I was little, my father, it's okay if he didn't believe me. I just want to say that I will continue to follow and serve you.
After she finished speaking, Rupert sneered and asked, you want me to believe that the Earl told you good things about me? She sprang to her feet, brushed off her clothes, and sighed softly. Oh dear. Rupert was a little startled and asked, then why? At this moment, the raccoon suddenly startled and cried out. Rupert quickly stroked it a few times, making it docile again. Seeing her demeanor, Lariat thought to herself, there's nothing funny about it. Recalling a series of memories from the past few days spent with Rupert, from the music Rupert played to their meals, to when Rupert intimidated her, or the cold gazes and the soullessness in those eyes, Lariat remembered it all. She thought to herself, it's terrifying, exactly like a child, no different from a normal one. My hatred is truly detestable. No. Her expression gradually turned grim as she thought, how horrible. You must have been a monster since birth, right? Looking at Rupert's current gentle demeanor, Lariat thought to herself, don't let me encounter the monster within your soul. What happened to you? Were you really the one who caused that massacre? Were you the one who killed Tori so brutally? I'm curious about you, but I can't sympathize with you. Don't use so-called reasons to excuse yourself. Because you are a monster, there is no reason. I can freely hate and resent you. I hate you so much I want to kill you immediately, so please. However, when Rupert turned to look, she said, I hope your highness will find me useful, because even if you don't like me, killing me would be a waste. Hearing this, Rupert said, you speak as if I intend to kill you. Lariat clenched her cold hands until they turned red, and she thought to herself, not yet, but it will happen soon. Then she asked again, did I speak that way? Rupert replied, that's what you implied. Rupert kept staring in this direction, and she thought again, could a powerless princess kill a noble? Then she said aloud, my service to you has nothing to do with Belua. I only wish to serve you. Can't you accept that? Why must I have logical reasons for everything in this world? Some things in life simply have no reason at all. After hearing this, Rupert asked, is that your reason? Lariat replied seriously, yes. But in her mind, she had already clearly decided, no, I find you terrifying and repulsive, and now I will make you think that I am on your side. That is the only way to survive. Suddenly, someone was heard running towards them. Someone unexpectedly bumped into Rupert. She immediately recognized him, Prince Arnulf. 3 years? No, half a year, wasn't it? He walked over and greeted, Lariat, long time no see. She politely bowed in return. In her head, she kept thinking, why is he pretending to be close to me? Is there a reason? Immediately after, she saw Rupert's indifferent expression and realized, he doesn't like her. She stepped forward to initiate conversation. Yes, your royal highness, how are you? He tilted his head slightly and replied, I didn't think Lariat would come to the palace and become a maid. If you had told me or Nigel, we would have quickly brought you to our palace. Lariat immediately refused. No, there's no need. Arnulf continued, Nigel would be very sad if he knew, because my sister likes Belua. Lariat was a little shocked, thinking, he's using me to show off about himself. Then she said, I'm truly sorry, but I will continue to serve Princess Rupert. This statement made Rupert turn around in surprise.
She also turned to look at Rupert, thinking, you don't trust me, do you? Yes, trust is a good thing after all. Rupert's face suddenly flushed crimson. Arnop immediately slapped Rupert hard across the face. Lariat thought in astonishment, what is he doing? What just happened? Lariat said seriously, I will continue to serve Her Royal Highness Princess Rupert. Arnop asked in surprise, what? She looked him straight in the eye and replied, I only wish to serve Her Royal Highness Princess Rupert. He looked at her with an annoyed expression and asked, is that the mission Belua assigned you? Is it the Earl's command? Hearing that, Lariat replied, Your Highness, I am only 13 years old.
Belua, how could she entrust me with any mission? She bowed her head, thinking fearfully, is he perhaps making a veiled jab at the Empress? But it doesn't matter. I'm not a son. I won't become an heir like Luhan. My future is quite difficult, but my future is Belua's future. The fate of the family rests in my hands. Suddenly, Rupert stepped forward, grabbed Lariat's hand and pulled her behind her. Lariat was a little surprised to see Rupert standing in front of her. At this moment, Rupert also spoke. What are you doing? Arnold immediately said, since the princess ignored everything I sent, I had no choice but to come and meet you myself. Rupert coldly replied, I've read that letter already. I'm not allowed to meet His Majesty anymore, I remember. Upon hearing this, Arnold scornfully asked, if you remember, then why didn't you obey? Rupert replied without fear, but His Majesty ordered me to meet him. Arnold gave a slight laugh, then a loud slap echoed. Arnold slapped Rupert directly across the face, causing blood to spray out. In one side of Rupert's face turned burning red. He looked at her with cold eyes and said, Princess, you've always been arrogant, but recently you seem quite calm, haven't you? Rupert slightly raised her head and replied, From the beginning, I didn't even want to meet His Majesty. Lariat thought in fear. He hit her, a prince and also a knight. As she was surprised by that action, Arnold began to mock Rupert. What do you have that attracts His Majesty? Just this beautiful face? Lariat felt utterly disgusted by these words. How could he say such things? He didn't care at all, and naturally scorned Rupert. You're not even sure if you share the same bloodline as His Majesty. You should be grateful to the royal family. The only mistake of the great Belnurni was to let the queen, who was no different from a prostitute, become the mother of the nation. Upon hearing this, Lariat was furious, but could do nothing. Why did he hate her so much? It wasn't simply a display of power, nor was it an insult to the monarchy. So why? Suddenly Arnold asked, do you know that the Empress of Bylechny was from the Adden brothel? Count Adden used her as a plaything, not simply adopted her as a daughter. Oh, it seems you don't know anything, do you?
It makes sense, because Count Belua is known for being tight-lipped. Lariat was extremely surprised to hear that. My father knows about this? Then she asked, what? Seeing this, Asnaf curled his lips and said, now you know, so from now on I will move Lariat to Nigel's palace. Having said that, he turned and left. Lariat hurriedly chased after him, but Rupert grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Rupert looked at her with a deeply aggrieved expression and repeated, you said you weren't going. Lariat pulled her hand out of Rupert's grasp. Her expression softened slightly, and then she gently said, I will not go. Rupert was surprised to hear that. Huh? Lariat repeated once more, I already tried to tell him.
I will speak privately with the head of human resources. Rupert was extremely surprised to hear this. After returning to the palace, Lariat secretly sighed, thinking, phew, this is a big deal. Looking at the bruise on her hand and the bruise on Rupert's face, she asked, does your face hurt? Rupert immediately said, give it here. Confused, she replied, huh? Rupert gently took her hand and said, your wrist. Then Rupert took out some kind of box, and she curiously asked, what's this? Rupert irritably said, can't you see? Only then did she notice the top of the medicine box. This was the kind of ointment Luhan used almost every day after entering the Officers' Academy, a pharmaceutical product created by the Formula of Sao Paulo. It was said that even a small, fingernail-sized amount could heal wounds very effectively, known as the holy water of the Van Gogh Weng collection. Just hearing the name made it sound expensive, and the ointment was still thick. Holding the box, Lariat observed it and secretly exclaimed, royal items really are different, aren't they? I promised myself I'd live a luxurious life when I came to the palace, so I'll just have to get used to it. Then she happily said, you're letting me apply it? Thank you very much. Rupert helplessly said, it's very expensive. She calmly replied, I know. Isn't one jar of this worth 100 gold taels? Then Rupert said again, are you just going to take it and apply it to yourself like that? Lariat began to babble incessantly. No matter what, my health is more valuable, isn't it? Your Highness is healthy and doesn't have to do any hard work. My face is all red now. Look, you have to have a little humanity, don't you? Rupert could only patiently stand there and listen to it all. Then she quietly sighed, thinking, is it too late to apologize now?
As if understanding Rupert's thoughts, Lariat stepped forward and said with a terrifying expression, it's too late to apologize now. You almost killed me. Rupert was surprised. Me? Lariat angrily said, you still have feelings? After you've killed so many people, and now you're apologizing for injuring my wrist because you couldn't control your body? How dare you? Lariat only dared to utter those words in her imagination, thinking, I wish I could really say that. In reality, she asked, are you sorry? This startled Rupert, who said irritably, me? Sorry? The problem lies with her delicate skin. Why should I feel sorry? Seeing his sulky expression, Lariat thought, you're still a child. You can't fool me. Oh. Lariat brought the medicine box over and said, your Highness, please apply this to your face. Rupert replied bluntly, I'm fine. Lariat said, oh no, what if it bruises? Rupert angrily retorted, I don't need it. Lariat, still persistent, said, you must be careful. Annoyed, Rupert quickly turned and left. Just go. Lariat quickly called out, your Highness. Watching Rupert's retreating back, Lariat fell into thought. So much new information. The Empress was originally a slave. Usually an Empress would come from a marquis or ducal family, or be a princess from another kingdom. But the Empress, the mother of the nation, was a slave. She wasn't even a commoner. This wasn't just a rumor related to the royal family. It was a significant issue, enough to cause the entire aristocracy to take a stand. Thinking this, Lariat unconsciously bit her lip. She wondered, why didn't father say anything? What happened to that old-fashioned, principled man? If Arnulf was so outspoken, why was the Empress still in her position? The Emperor could have stopped it, but why? Why would an emperor who rarely showed his face do such a thing? The Emperor was very close to her father. He was not the son of a legitimate Empress. The former crown prince had died, so he naturally became emperor and had a very strong base of support. Was the Emperor's love so profound? Yes, an emperor had enough power to make a slave an empress. But Rupert was not the son of a favored empress. He was an abandoned child. Perhaps Arnulf was wrong. I must see father. If I handle this poorly, everything will be ruined.
Lariat suddenly thought with a start,
Oh, come to think of it, Luhan will soon be enrolling in the military academy in a few months or so. I couldn't attend the entrance ceremony in my previous life. A memory suddenly returned to Lariat's mind. On that day, all the servants had to work extremely hard. Luhan was extremely sad when he was about to leave, because at that time, the maids were in a state of extreme panic. Ah, Lady Lariat! Luhan looked towards Lariat. She was suffering from a high fever. Luhan softly said, I'll be back soon. Get well soon, big sister. And with that, he left in solitude. Remembering this incident, Lariat felt extremely disturbed. I didn't even see him off. I will definitely go to congratulate him this time. My younger brother is about to enroll in the military academy. It's incredibly difficult to get in there. If I get promoted, I'll be able to accompany Luhan to and from the academy. Living together won't be as awkward as before. I'm sure we'll come to an understanding. Nothing is more important than family, noble honor, and loyalty to the homeland.
I'm even worse than my family, she told herself. Luhan would understand what I was trying to do. Her parents would be shocked if they knew. Don't lose patience. It's only spring. I still have time. From that day on, the boundaries with Rupert gradually dissolved. Evidently, I had followed Rupert with Tori, recalling how she had joyfully told the maids, Hey, do you know how difficult it is to be around that child? Lariat unconsciously smiled happily, thinking I even started boasting. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, lightening Lariat's mood slightly. She turned her gaze to Rupert, who was sleeping soundly beside her, a thought emerging in her mind. He still doesn't trust me, but at least our relationship is better now. Anlaf had been constantly bothering me since that day, and Rupert didn't even care. Although I could avoid being bullied, I had to accept it for Rupert to trust me more. The Emperor was still just a child after all. He didn't need to consider major affairs yet. He just needed to be far-sighted. How many people had already died because of him? Lost in thought about Rupert, a voice pulled her back to reality. Lariat. Tori looked at her trustingly. Could you watch the baby raccoon for a bit? Looking at the raccoon with an extremely strange expression, Lariat felt a little scared. Why? Its eyes look like it's high on drugs. Hearing that, Tori immediately pleaded, Please, just watch it for a bit. I'm about to fall asleep. Lariat was flustered for a moment, then reluctantly replied, okay. Tori gave a cute smile. Is it because the weather is too hot or something? But His Highness hasn't been able to sleep at night lately. Lariat tremblingly reached out to take the raccoon. Oh, really? Tori suddenly blushed, then asked with concern, So has Lariat been sleeping well lately? This made Lariat wonder blankly. Why so sudden? Lariat looked at Tori, utterly bewildered. Sleep? I slept really well. That's the problem, haha. Tori gently picked a fallen leaf off the tip of Lariat's nose. Wow, thank goodness. And unconsciously, the two girls' faces were pressed close together. The atmosphere between them suddenly became stranger than ever. Tori immediately exclaimed in embarrassment. Well, sleeping well is good. I need to go to the toilet now, she said, then quickly scurried away. Tori's strange behavior left Lariat utterly bewildered. Ah. Because the raccoon kept squirming restlessly in her arms, Lariat said with a hint of annoyance, Raccoon, quiet, stop it. Hey, this raccoon, I don't like you either. You're so noisy. How annoying. Looking over at Rupert, who was snoring beside her, Lariat thought irritably, How can he sleep while I'm struggling like this? I'd be so sorry if you got hurt right in front of me.
When I feel regret, I'll feel incredibly guilty, but that feeling might save my life later. While she was excitedly lost in thought, the raccoon suddenly attacked her face with its paw. Lariat screamed in pain, simultaneously releasing her grip. Ah! The raccoon, now free, quickly landed on the ground with delight. This made Lariat think in bewilderment. What the hell? The raccoon then suddenly ran over, climbed onto Rupert, and acted incredibly docile. Feeling his sudden weight on her, Rupert woke up exclaiming in surprise. What? She immediately sat up. Then Rupert irritably said, Do you have a death wish? Lariat, wrongly accused, was utterly stunned. What? Rupert then scolded. Who told you to wake me up? Lariat, feeling wronged, said, Your Highness, you'll be single forever because of that raccoon. Seeing a fresh scratch on Lariat's cheek, Rupert suddenly smirked. You can't go anywhere with that wound. Lariat, hearing this, looked bewildered. Why? Rupert looked at her with amusement. Because you look like a steamed bun. Rupert's attitude successfully angered Lariat, who cursed silently in her head. This bastard. You're too handsome to say something like that. Just thinking about steamed buns makes me sad. Rupert suddenly wiggled his index finger. Come here. Although she was incredibly annoyed deep down, Lariat still acted very enthusiastic. Yes, Rupert irritably said. I told you not to smile. Lariat immediately felt angry, wishing she could hit this person. Rupert slowly offered the red medicine box, and Lariat quickly took it. Receiving no words of gratitude, Rupert suddenly smirked and asked, Aren't you going to thank me anymore? Hearing this, Lariat reluctantly spoke. Oh, Your Highness, no words can measure my immense gratitude towards you. This only made Rupert more irritable. Are you being sarcastic? Lariat casually replied. Not at all. Truly, absolutely. Thank you, Your Highness. Rupert feigned indifference. I'm just afraid the bun will bleed. Happily taking the medicine to apply to the wound, Lariat smiled joyfully, thinking to herself, Oh yeah!
Once done, she returned the medicine box to Rupert. He seemed a bit reluctant to take it back. How can I use something you've already used? Lariat quickly assured him. I'm very clean. In her heart, she thought, I'm much cleaner than you. Rupert's eyes looked at her with a hint of worry, then he coldly refused. It's not clean, just use it. Hearing these words, Lariat gently replied, thank you. Then she excitedly thought, should I sell it for savings? No, I'll try living lavishly, luxuriously. I'll use it all up. Seeing Rupert turn to stroke the raccoon's head, Lariat thought again, and the raccoon appears.
Tori and I do all the hard work, but you only listen to that little animal. It's truly outrageous. Cunning and privileged. From now on, you are a raccoon. That's the gist of it. After a moment of thought, Lariat suddenly spoke up. The little raccoon is really friendly with you. Rupert immediately replied, because it's mine. But the raccoon was behaving obediently towards her. Lariat pondered a little. First Tori, then the raccoon. She wondered if he would like her if she behaved like that. How pathetic. She wasn't even as good as an animal. Suddenly, Rupert asked, where's Tori? Lariat, startled, replied, oh, I think she has a stomachache. In her heart, Lariat secretly thought, Tori has been gone for a while now. She really gets attention. Thinking this, she then said, you must really like Tori. Rupert quickly replied, not necessarily. Lariat had another thought. At least he used to. He has a tendency to like women, which is why he keeps Tori by his side all day long. Even Luhan was stubborn at this age. Perhaps you are entering the rebellious teenage phase. With this thought, Lariat gently moved closer to Rupert and said, you like her. A breeze blew past. Rupert propped his chin and looked at her with amusement. What makes you think that? Lariat shyly turned her face away and said, I can't help it. If you sit like that, I can see inside your robes. Rupert nonchalantly replied, if you want to, just look. Hearing this, Lariat advised, you shouldn't sit like that. But Rupert paid no mind and said, my sitting on the dirty ground has already violated etiquette.
Lariat, seeing she couldn't sway her, quickly changed the subject. After all, the fact that Rupert cared about Tori was true. Suddenly, Rupert asked curiously, do you like everything you care about? Lariat, upon hearing this, immediately asked, isn't it the other way around? Because I like it, I make a great effort to care about it. Her words made Rupert fall into deep thought. After a moment of consideration, Rupert concluded, your liking something doesn't entirely mean you care about it. Lariat looked at her and said, if you like it, you should care about it. Hearing this, Rupert wondered, what about you? Lariat immediately replied, I'm sure most people are like that. After saying this, Lariat thought to herself, what's wrong with liking something? A moment later, Rupert spoke, I guess I can hardly do that. Lariat confirmed, you mean you're not like that? Rupert nodded, I only care about things that belong to me. Lariat frowned, thinking, mine? What you have and what you don't have? Things you don't possess in your hands? You categorize them as if they exist in another world. After Rupert finished speaking, silence fell around them.
Seeing this, Rupert immediately stood up and said, it doesn't matter whether you like it or not. On the other hand, Lariat remained seated, bewildered, recalling Rupert's words, I care about everything that belongs to me. Conflicted, Lariat suddenly stood up and approached Rupert, asking, Tori belongs to you, doesn't she? She thought to herself, liking and caring aren't ownership. It sounds like someone paying attention to something just because they happen to acquire it. Rupert, upon hearing this, replied, yes, get out of the way. Nevertheless, Lariat continued to ask, what about me? She thought to herself, funny and foolish. I want to break through the wall of someone I hate. I can't believe I'm losing my patience. My foolishness has gone too far. Then Rupert slowly spoke, you? Never. Lariat indignantly repeated, I am your servant. Rupert corrected her, you are Sekum's servant. You were assigned to me. Hearing this, Lariat persistently asked, what if I want to become your highness's maid? Rupert coldly replied, I don't believe you. These were
From a distance, a couple gradually came into view. Looking closely, it was Lariat and her partner, both smiling brightly. Suddenly, a voice called out, hey, Lariat! Lariat quickly turned to look, and she suddenly realized, huh? Didn't I die before this scene even happened? I've never even held a man's hand. A few seconds later, the voice grew louder, Lariat! Hearing this, she suddenly woke up. A thought flashed through her mind, oh, I just fell asleep. Does anyone know how hard it is to sleep in this heat? At the same time, someone was still calling out to her, hey, Lariat! Lariat was startled to realize it was Tori calling her. Seeing this, she wondered, Tori, what's wrong? At that moment, Tori, sobbing, said, oh, Lariat, His Highness is acting strange. It seems he's having a nightmare and he can't breathe. After understanding the situation, Lariat comforted her. Tori, calm down, don't cry. Lariat hugged Tori, feeling bewildered. She said Rupert couldn't sleep. Was it because of a nightmare and not the hot weather? After a while, seeing Tori had calmed down, Lariat asked, did you try to wake?
Lariat thought as she ran, it's a very expensive and precious medicine, so it should only be used in emergencies. You owe me for this. Upon arrival, the two quickly opened the door, and Tori urgently called out, Your Highness. Lariat approached the bed and saw Rupert lying asleep, but his breathing was unstable. Suddenly, she smiled, but Lariat quickly covered her mouth. She thought to herself, I can't believe I'm happy to see someone.
Seeing that she had woken up, Lariat immediately asked, "Your Highness, it's Lariat. Are you all—"
Seeing Lariat safely take the medicine, only then did Rupert finally chew it. She shyly turned her face away. Meanwhile, Lariat touched her hand and spoke, "You don't need to be ashamed of showing me your vulnerable side. It's not pathetic at all. I also frequently have nightmares." She thought to herself, "I dream of you taking Luhan and my father away. I frequently have that incredibly vivid nightmare. Remember that today I saved you and preserved my family's lives." A moment later, Lariat removed the cloth that was cooling Rupert's forehead. Then she said, "Are you feeling comfortable now? This is an expensive fever reducer from Sampanio Hospital." "No, I'm just rambling." Next, Lariat thought, "Tori said he hasn't slept for days, but he fell asleep very quickly." After some consideration, she turned and said, "Tori, go to sleep. I'll take care of His Highness tonight." Tori quickly refused. "No, I cannot entrust that task to Lariat."
Seeing that, Lariat immediately wondered, "What do you mean?" "I'm doing this to help you. I am your maid after all," Tori replied weakly. "But your Highness usually has no one by your side at night." Despite that, Lariat decided, "I'll stay tonight." "You're sleepy, aren't you? Just go." A moment later, Tori agreed, "All right, I'll take over for you at dawn." As she reached the door, Tori turned back and bowed. Seeing this, Lariat thought, "You're very good at bowing, but not so good at etiquette, are you?" After Tori was out of sight, Lariat turned her head to look back, and her mood suddenly changed. Lariat thought to herself, "When facing death, you didn't trust me, Belua, because I didn't even trust my own father." Suddenly, a conversation appeared in her mind. "Do you know that the Queen of Bologna came from the Adden brothel? Count Adden treated her as a plaything, not an adopted daughter." At this point, Lariat thought, "My father holds a secret, one that could bring Rupert down. But that information only became a burden for my father. He wasn't a swindler."
Aunt Amelia thought Lord Belua would ascend the throne. Could she have become a concubine? No, I'll meet Aunt first. I should have learned politics, or at least how to manage a territory. Lariat felt disappointed in herself. She couldn't do anything. She could only surrender herself to the monster that had killed her. She stared at Rupert. At this moment, Rupert had his eyes closed, sleeping soundly. Seeing this, Lariat softly said, "Trust me, I won't betray you." She pleaded in a low voice, "Please." A beautiful evening scene appeared before her eyes. As Lariat gazed at it, she thought, "Is this a dream?" Suddenly she spoke, "I love Belua." As soon as she heard that sentence, she confirmed it was a dream. She had never dated any man. Even knowing that, Lariat happily embraced the scene. Suddenly, a hand reached out, gently took her hand and squeezed it tight. At this moment, Lariat suddenly felt bewildered. My hand feels so small." Strangely, while her heart was pounding, the person beside her suddenly exclaimed, "Hey!" Hearing this, she secretly thought, "That voice, it's strange." No, Lariat quickly opened her eyes. Rupert, seeing her awake, annoyedly called out, "Hey!" Rupert shouted, "Get off me." Lariat asked doubtfully, "What?" Rupert angrily ordered, "Get away from me." Lariat stared blankly at him. Then her face immediately turned pale, and she consequently fell from the bed to the floor.
Lariat cried out in pain, a soft gasp. She silently scolded herself. "Are you crazy, Lariat? Have you gone mad?" Then she quickly sat up and exclaimed, "I'm sorry." Lariat thought in fear, "I thought the night was quite cold and I was sleeping soundly." Imagining Rupert's furious face, "How dare you, you fool!" Lariat wondered, "Am I going to die?" Rupert, still in bed, suddenly cursed, "Foolish." Lariat quickly bowed low. "I'm very sorry. I was asleep," and Rupert coldly said, "Forget it. Go outside and call Tori." Lariat flinched, quickly replying, "Yes, yes, of course. She's already here." Rupert reached out and stroked Tori's head. Lariat smiled and asked, "Are you feeling better, Your Highness?" But Rupert completely ignored her. "Next time, no matter what happens, don't come here at night. Never." Tori reminded him, "Your Highness, you should thank her first." Rupert uttered suspiciously, "What?" Tori explained that thanks to the medicine Lariat brought, he had safely recovered from his fever, and she had taken care of him all night. After hearing this, Rupert became even more incredulous. He suspiciously asked again, "What?" Hearing this, Lariat silently cursed, "This enemy! Don't you remember what I did for you?" But outwardly she smiled brightly and said, "My body is quite weak, so I have emergency medicine. If you don't want to call the imperial physician later, just tell me." Rupert angrily asked, "Do you think I trust you enough to put whatever you give me into my mouth?" Lariat suppressed her anger and said, "You're fine, though." "Your Highness," she called. Rupert immediately replied, "What?" Seeing Lariat only smile silently.
Rupert, with a dark expression, scolded, "Why are you laughing? What do you want? I hate it." Lariat, beaming, said, "Your Highness, I'm happy you're feeling better." Rupert quickly said, "I'll pay for the medicine, so stop trying to show off." After hearing that, Lariat touched her chin and asked doubtfully, "Can I show off instead of receiving payment for the medicine?" Rupert narrowed his eyes, his face full of menace, and said, "You're truly going too far." Seeing his expression, Lariat thought, "That facial expression, you're truly a murderer." Then she continuously waved her hand, saying, "I'm just kidding, Your Highness. Do you think I want you to repay me? I am your maidservant." Rupert angrily asked her, "Don't be ridiculous. What do you want?" Lariat, puzzled, spoke up, "What's ridiculous? I am your maidservant." Rupert yelled, "Damn it. Do you think your master is so stupid that he can't understand his own maidservant?" What do you want? Lariat secretly thought. Recognition? He said, my maidservant. After thinking, she immediately asked, if your highness is so insistent, may I leave the palace on the 15th? Rupert didn't agree immediately, but coldly asked back, why? Lariat said that the medicine he used yesterday was very expensive. Rupert agitatedly punched the wall. He angrily thought, going crazy. Then he coldly asked Lariat, or should I pay for the medicine right now? Lariat smiled and said, my younger brother is attending the military academy. We are in the same city, and I want to. Rupert indifferently spoke up. You care quite a bit about your younger brother, don't you? Lariat thought anxiously, if he doesn't agree, I can't go. I miss my family, but I can't let myself be caught suspiciously. But Rupert said, go. Lariat joyfully exclaimed, really? Thank you, your highness. Rupert gritted his teeth and glared at her. Stop making that face. I hate it. The scene now shifted to outside the city.
Upon receiving a bag of money, Lariat still found it hard to believe. Is all of this really my travel allowance? She wore a small pouch at her side, walking and singing. Oh, this is great. It's wonderful to be out and about, even as an apprentice maid, and I even have a full purse. Where's the cheapest place to rent a carriage to the military academy? Oh, it's huge. I'll give him flowers for the entrance ceremony. Yes, it's better to have them. Lariat entered a flower shop and asked, can I buy a bouquet of yellow daffodils here? The florist replied, of course, young lady. Are you attending some kind of ceremony? Lariat happily replied, it's the entrance ceremony at my younger brother's academy, the military academy.
Upon hearing this, the florist immediately praised, oh my, your brother is truly talented. That place is very difficult to get into. Lariat was extremely proud, and she laughed loudly. Since he was little, he's been an excellent swordsman in the region, and he's very intelligent. My brother is very cute. He's sensitive and hot-tempered, but he's also calm, friendly, and kind. He's good at his studies and excels at many other things too. The florist smiled and replied to her, oh, that's wonderful. Lariat suddenly noticed a potted plant nearby, so the florist, also noticing her gaze, said, oh, that potted flower will bloom beautifully. That's a freesia. That gift symbolizes congratulations for a new beginning. Without hesitation, Lariat picked up the potted flower. Then I'll buy this plant too. But after buying it, she felt a little regret. Impulsive shopping. Not bad. Extravagant Lariat. Wasteful genius Lariat. Well done. The florist next to her suddenly spoke up. So he's handsome, he's good at using a sword, and he's intelligent too. How wonderful. Lariat asked doubtfully, how do you know my brother is handsome? He is very handsome. He is the most handsome person in town, the florist explained. Because you, young lady, must be very cute, so I thought your brother would be too. You are very beautiful, young lady. Upon hearing that, Lariat's face immediately turned red. She shyly said, thank you. The florist laughed loudly. I've added a lot of yellow daffodils because you're so cute. What color bow would you like? Lariat replied, dark brown, the color of his eyes. After wrapping the flowers, the florist carefully instructed, be careful, here you go. Lariat took the bouquet and exclaimed in surprise, wow.
Thank you. Outside, a line of carriages was queuing up. She recalled the words of the florist that Brown's carriages were the cheapest, costing only 30 to 50 cups. Lariat thought to herself, she just said it was like a bicycle, right? This is my first time driving a carriage, but let's be positive. Suddenly, a young man ran up and said to her, Miss, I'll take 30 silver coins for that brown carriage. Lariat shook her head and said, 30 cups. The young man then stated a number, 1 silver coin, 35 cups, 40 cups. Seizing the opportunity, Lariat immediately spoke up, I'll take it. Behind her, the young man regretted it so much he was crying, saying it was worth more. Lariat got into the carriage, happily thinking, Luhan, wait for me, your big sister is coming. Belani was the only prestigious military academy, with the blue eagle symbolizing the Violet Kingdom. The Empire's colony was the symbol for the military academy. The monsters swallowed by the Empire now served as a guardian pet for Belani. That was due to the arrogant attitude of the interim emperor. However, the military academy was a prestigious school with talented students, and Lariat happily thought, this is the academy Luhan enrolled in. This is it. At this time in my previous life, I couldn't see him in uniform.
She must be incredibly cute. Just then someone approached and knocked on her car window. The man requested, excuse me, may I check your ID? Lariat held out a card. Here you go. After checking it, the man said, thank you for your cooperation. After he left, Lariat's face revealed a look of longing. Ugh, uniforms. What a great physique. I wonder if he's strong. This was all because of her dream. The man whose face she couldn't quite see kept appearing in her dreams. Suddenly, the soldier asked, are you a relative of Cadet Luhan Dietrich Belua? Lariat was extremely surprised. You know our Luhan. The soldier explained. Yes, I am the first cadet of Dietrich, but I was informed that Belua would not be attending the orientation ceremony. Upon hearing this, Lariat broke into a radiant smile. I'm his older sister. I'm here on behalf of our mother and father. The soldier followed Lariat's hand movements, then thought in surprise, oh, the brown hair of the Belua family. He returned the badge to Lariat and said, I see. I'll go park the car. Inside the school, the scene was incredibly noisy and bustling. Lariat walked around looking for Luhan. Where can I find Luhan? Just then, another voice rang out. We would like to extend our gratitude to every guest who has attended the matriculation ceremony of the Bellery Royal Academy. Today is a momentous day for all of us, new students, who have undergone a long and arduous training period and confidently become cadets of the Academy. Congratulations from the bottom of our hearts. You are now students of this prestigious military academy. Furthermore, these individuals will be the talents who will become leaders of the military. Lariat looked down and wondered, isn't Luhan here? The instructor below shouted, all cadets, attention! Imagining Luhan sadly running and crying, I hate my family, no one came. Lariat panicked, thinking, is he not attending the matriculation ceremony? Down below, the instructor began to introduce another speaker. Now for the new student's speech. It will be the speech by Cadet Luhan Dietrich Belua. Upon hearing this, Lariat immediately showed her joy. It's Luhan. Immediately after, Luhan began his own speech. I am Luhan Dietrich Belua. Fellow cadets, we are here at different stages of life. It is a heavy responsibility and an honor to become a successor. Lariat continuously waved the bouquet in her hand and shouted, my brother is the best. Luhan looked in surprise towards the source of the voice, and when he saw Lariat, his face clearly showed astonishment, but then he refocused and continued his speech. I will have to try harder and strive to become a talented cadet. That is all. When he saw him walk away, the instructor suspiciously called out, Belua, what are you doing? That was Luhan Dietrich Belua's speech. Amidst the murmuring of everyone, Bruno walked closer to Lariat.
He reached his hand forward, then jumped upwards with force. Lariat's eyes whitened, looking in disbelief at the boy who had suddenly appeared in front of her. She exclaimed in shock, Luhan, are you a monkey? Why are you doing something so dangerous? Afterwards, Lariat gave a very gentle smile. She joyfully rushed to hug her brother tightly. Long time no see, Luhan. Congratulations on your acceptance. However, Luhan looked at her with an incredulous gaze. Who are you? Lariat exclaimed. Huh? Luhan asked coldly. Are you really my sister? Lariat affirmed confidently. Of course I'm your sister, little brother. Luhan's voice turned cold. Are you smiling? Lariat asked worriedly. Are you angry? Luhan stammered. No, Mom, do you know how worried everyone has been? Lariat asked in surprise. Didn't you receive the letter? Luhan swatted her hand away, then irritably said, What letter? Did you enjoy just leaving and only leaving a letter? Do you know how dangerous the capital is? Lariat stared in shock at her angry brother. Luhan continued his reproaches. You went to that cruel royal castle without any fear. What grievances did you have with the Belua family that made you leave like that? Why didn't you contact me? Our parents must have been terrified, and so was I.
I should have told you, Lariat thought regretfully. I didn't know how shocked Luhan was. It must have been very difficult. She hugged her brother tightly and kept saying, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't think much. I'll contact you. I'm sorry. After venting his anger, Luhan also felt guilty. No, I'm sorry for overreacting. Lariat laughed loudly. Thinking back, family is a burden, but family is also a source of happiness. Around the two of them was an incredibly boisterous and lively atmosphere.
But Luhan unexpectedly pulled her away. Lariat cried out, Luhan, we still have to attend the opening ceremony. Luhan coldly replied, somewhere else. Lariat shouted, Luhan, go. Luhan jumped down and replied, yes, big sister. Seeing a cadet point a finger at Luhan, Lariat worriedly thought, you're about to get into trouble. What are you doing up here? Down below, Luhan forcefully bent the person's finger backward, making him turn pale with pain. After that, Luhan also took a punch to the head. The orange-haired cadet knocked Luhan on the head. Seeing this, Lariat flared up in anger. You villain, that's my little brother. Sensing her gaze, the cadet immediately changed his attitude, turning to gently pat Luhan's head. He handled him gently and smiled cheerfully. Luhan looked up at Lariat and waved goodbye. Lariat waved back, her face crumpled as if she was about to cry, worriedly thinking, even though this is a military academy and violence can be considered a serious issue, I still feel uneasy. The announcer's voice rang out. Continue.
The military cadets quickly stood at attention, neatly listening to the speeches. At the end of the opening ceremony, the host welcomed everyone, saying, Welcome everyone to the military academy. Lariat was about to leave, a vibrant bouquet of yellow flowers in her hand. Luhan quickly ran after her, calling out, Sister. Lariat immediately wondered, Who was that? Why did he hit you? Luhan replied, He's Cadet Bliss, my direct commander. Don't worry, sister, this place is fine. Lariat angrily said, He's so audacious. How can I be at ease seeing you being bullied like that? Luhan explained, No, it's not like that. It's because of what I did. Lariat, still indignant, asked, How dare he criticize you? Luhan gave a helpless smile, unsure what to say. Lariat stared blankly at her brother. She suddenly remembered something from the past. When she was little, the maid always reminded her, Miss Lariat, you are not allowed to laugh loudly. Do you understand, Miss Lariat? Lariat, with tears streaming down her face, replied, Yes. Meanwhile, Luhan was the complete opposite. Lariat then complained, Luhan is covering his mouth and laughing. It's not fair. Hearing this, Luhan paused, looking at her blankly. But unfortunately, trouble struck her family. After that, Alpheus Burton, the royal dog, arrived. Soldiers arrived one after another and shouted loudly, "Make sure you've captured the next descendant of House Belua. Seize that criminal." The soldiers immediately surrounded and restrained Luhan. Lariat cried out in anguish, "Luhan!" She rushed forward and hugged her brother, saying, "No, no!"
The soldiers saw Lariat tightly embracing the unconscious Luhan and snarled, "You are also a prisoner. You won't be able to save his life." Rupert coldly ordered the soldiers, "Arrest him." Lariat was in agony seeing her father being brutally beaten. "Father, father, don't do that." At that moment, Luhan suddenly spoke up, "Sister, it's okay." His face was pale, his eyes dark and lifeless. Luhan struggled to encourage Lariat, "Everything will be all right." After that, the soldiers mercilessly swung their swords, and blood splattered everywhere. Back in reality, Luhan saw Lariat's dazed expression and approached her, calling, "Sister, sister, quickly give me your luggage." Lariat suddenly burst out laughing. "What, are you a knight or something?" Luhan replied, "A knight is a knight." Lariat said, "You haven't even been inaugurated yet, but you're quite eloquent. Now tell me about yourself. How have you been lately?" Luhan replied, "I am." After that, Lariat's face stiffened and the atmosphere became strangely tense. Luhan took the bouquet and placed it on the table, while Lariat was still racking her brain, thinking, "What should I say now? In my previous life, I didn't meet him around this time." Luhan posed to a stone bench in the academy grounds and said, "Please sit, sister." Lariat said, "Put on your jacket, it's cold." Luhan replied, "It's the middle of summer right now." Lariat blushed in embarrassment. "It depends on the situation." Luhan immediately covered his mouth and chuckled. Lariat asked about her brother's situation. "Have you been eating well lately?" Luhan replied, "Yes, I have." She continued to ask, "How about your training?" Luhan replied, "It's going very well." Lariat was curious, "Have you made many new friends?" Luhan replied, "I haven't gotten close to anyone yet." After that brief conversation, both sat in silence, but smiled very happily. Lariat suddenly spoke up, asking apologetically, "Sister, Luhan, are Mom and Dad very worried about you?" Luhan immediately replied, "Yes." Lariat's face fell, as she responded, "I have my own troubles too, you know." Luhan said in a sulky tone, "Even so, it's not to the point of being heartless and abandoning the family." Lariat's eyes welled up with tears. "I can't tell you right now, but I have a few things I need to sort out." Luhan gently said, "I know." Lariat was surprised. "Huh?" Luhan added, "You're not the type of person to do something like that without thinking." Hearing that, Lariat immediately cheered up and hugged Luhan's arm. She thought to herself, "Just as I predicted, I like younger Luhan more. He wouldn't do that when he's older. I should ask, shouldn't I? I don't like it because it feels like I'm taking advantage of him." Lariat said, "So I'll ask you, can you tell Dad to contact me if anything happens?" Luhan sadly asked, "Do you have to go now?" Lariat said, "You need to attend training." Luhan replied, "You don't have to leave right away." Lariat continued, "Do you want to get into trouble?" Luhan immediately clutched Lariat's hand tightly. "Sister, do you absolutely have to leave right now?" Luhan's face fell, his eyes welling up with tears, pleading earnestly. Seeing this, Lariat was utterly flustered and couldn't resist. "Ah," she emotionally thought, "he's so cute." Lariat stood up, preparing to leave, but Luhan continued to cling to her with a pitiful expression. Lariat gently stroked his head to comfort him. "I'll protect you." Luhan sadly said, "You should go now." Lariat replied, "That's right, you should let me go." Luhan answered, "Mm-hmm." But he still held her hand tightly and bowed his head. Lariat then playfully pinched her brother's cheek and cheerfully said, "Let go now." Luhan replied, "I will let go." Luhan loosened his grip on Lariat's arm, and Lariat playfully warned, "You'll be in trouble if you lie," but then he pulled back, not wanting to part. Lariat stroked Luhan's head again, and she said with a pang of sadness, "Sigh, how can I possibly leave now?" Luhan dejectedly said, "I'm sorry." Lariat thought empathetically, "That's right, it must be so hard for someone so young to be away from family like this. I'll be the only one by his side." She smiled to encourage Luhan. "I will come back." Luhan proposed a condition. "Once a week?" Larry replied, "Please, how about twice a month?" Luhan obediently agreed. "That's fine too." Finally, Luhan accepted Lariat's departure, but a melancholic sadness still lingered on his face. Lariat, on the other hand, was completely different. She waved goodbye with a radiant smile on her lips. Then she quickly ran off, leaving Luhan standing alone, watching his sister's retreating steps. Lariat left the academy and returned to the capital. The capital in the evening was incredibly quiet and peaceful.
Lariat looked up at the steamed bun shop across the street, lost in thought. He's not here. Is he off today? I'll have to buy it somewhere else then. I'm doing everything to impress Rupert. She then went to another shop to buy buns. 3 steamed buns, please. The vendor cheerfully replied, "Here you go." Recalling an old memory, Rupert had said that day, "That's my food," and she retorted, "No, it's mine." Lariat continued to think, "He and I almost fought over this dish. It's funny, it's just a street food."
How many shops are left in the end, I wonder? Many royal protected businesses were scorned by Rupert. They were torn down. I know how terrifying this capital is. It's truly unpleasant. Lariat returned to the mansion and asked the servant, "When will Riche be back?" The servant replied, "The young lady will return soon." She looked at the machine installed on the ceiling and wondered, "How does that thing spin?" The servant answered, "Ah, that runs on the power of burning Prow's body, young lady." Lariat continued to ask, "Is this breeze also thanks to that?" The servant replied, "Yes, it is." Hearing that, she worriedly thought, I feel so sorry for Prow. Prow must have been screaming furiously in the fire, "Give me justice." Afterwards, Lariat pondered. More than that, what caught my attention more was that conversation with Luhan. Earlier, she had asked Luhan, "Did Dad say anything to you about the royal family?" Luhan wondered, "Why are you asking that?" Lariat replied, "I'm having a bit of a problem." Luhan, flustered, said, "Not really." Lariat kept asking, "Do you have any information?" Luhan replied, "Why don't you ask Dad directly?" Seeing Luhan refuse to answer her question, Lariat gloomily and sadly turned her face away and whispered, "If I go back to Belua, I won't be able to return here again." Luhan couldn't help but say, "I heard that no one can become emperor, not to me, but to Mom." Lariat was curious. "When?" Luhan replied, 2 years ago." Lariat continued to ask, "Anything else?" Luhan pressed his lips together. Then, somewhat evasively, he said, "That's all about the royal family."
Lariat smiled and said, "I know, thank you. Anyway, congratulations on your matriculation ceremony, Luhan. Your parents must be so proud to know you're the new student representative. You should write to them about it." Luhan blushed shyly. "That's nothing big." Back in the present, Lariat sipped her tea, pondering royal matters. She thought to herself, "Father dislikes both Rupert and Arnulf, which makes her humble father even more suspicious." Lariat recalled Luhan's words, all those things about the royal family, and then she mused, "Luhan seems to know more of that, but he just isn't saying. In the end, there are still things she doesn't know." As she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out, "Larry!" Seeing Riche had returned, Lariat exclaimed, "Riche, long time no see." Riche remained silent, not saying a word, which made Lariat feel puzzled. After a few minutes, Riche sat down and asked, "Did you go out?" Lariat replied, "Luhan matriculated into the military academy." Riche said, "I know."
I saw you before I went to the entrance ceremony. Lariat was surprised. You? Why? Riche frowned, saying irritably, "Because no one came." There was one thing Riche didn't say. She had thrown the bouquet of red roses she brought to the ceremony onto the ground after seeing Lariat and Luhan embracing. Lariat wondered, "What? What did you just say?" Riche quickly evaded. "No, but what's happening?" Lariat happily said, "It's been a long time since I've been out to meet Luhan." Hearing that, Riche's expression became thoughtful and sad. Lariat continued, "Besides, I also wanted to meet you." Lariat was surprised by Riche's less than happy attitude. She thought to herself, "What's wrong? Is this too sudden?" Riche immediately stood up, saying in an irritable tone, "I'm not in the mood to chat with you today. Sorry, I'm a bit tired." This reminded Lariat of things in the past. This attitude was very familiar. A long time ago, before I died, there was a period when she showed hostility towards me for no clear reason. When I was 15, she quickly became a kind and cheerful friend anyway, and I didn't ask why at the time. Lariat thought to herself, "She never once visited me at the palace." Recalling Rupert's words, "What the hell are you looking at?" While she was rushing with her raccoon in her arms, Tori also ran after her, calling, "Lariat!" She continued to think, "I was too busy getting used to the new environment," but Riche wasn't. Lariat sadly asked, "Did I do something wrong?" Riche replied, "No." Lariat jumped to her feet and immediately asked, "Is it because I'm taking care of His Highness Rupert? Do you think he's evil?" Lariat pondered for a moment. The Queen's birthplace was one of the royal family's secrets, and Riche was one of Princess Nigel's closest aides. She had heard false rumors about the Queen. Riche leaned her face close to Lariat's and shouted, "Lariat!" "I don't care who you serve," Lariat asked. "Then why are you acting like you're angry with me?" Riche replied, "I'm not angry, just a little embarrassed." Lariat was surprised. "What?" Riche quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her voice trembling. "Luhan really... No, I'm sorry, it's none of your business." Before she could even finish speaking, Riche immediately hurried away. Lariat called out loudly, "Riche, wait!" Lariat grabbed Riche's arm, but Riche coldly brushed her off. She left Lariat alone in the empty room. As for Lariat, she could only silently stand and watch Riche leave without a word. Time flew by, and winter arrived before I knew it.
I had met Riche a few times, but he always maintained a cold demeanor. When I was 14 and Rupert was 15, that was also the year Rupert ascended to the position of Crown Prince. Rupert and I gradually grew closer. Even though he didn't seem to care about me, he still treated me quite well, until the incident occurred. He liked the steamed buns at Luhan's party. Every time I went out to meet Luhan, I would bring steamed buns, so I steamed them and brought them over early yesterday morning. The steamed buns she brought were dirty and could no longer be used. Lariat bowed her head, her whole body trembling with fear. How could this have happened? Rupert quietly approached her, and the plate of steamed buns lying on the floor. Lariat thought anxiously, "Say something." Rupert immediately commanded, "Look up." Lariat was terrified, not knowing what to do. "No, don't say anything more. His voice is too scary." Rupert angrily said, "Did you not hear me tell you to look up?" Lariat slowly raised her head. Her face darkened, her eyes wide with shock and fear. Rupert was standing in front of her, but he wasn't wearing a shirt.
Lariat immediately lowered her head. Rupert said in a harsh tone, "Are you kidding me? I've told you 3 times to look up." Lariat thought resentfully, "How can you blame me when I'm the victim?" Lariat recalled the incident. As soon as she brought the steam buns, the butler said, "His Highness is waiting for you." She happily replied, "I know." She cheerfully skipped along. "Your Highness, let's go." No one answered, but it's always like this. Unfortunately, Rupert stepped out bare-chested, startling her so much that she dropped all the buns. "Oh dear, I didn't do anything. This is so unfair." Lariat bowed her head low to the floor as if in apology. She gave a bitter laugh, thinking, it's a miracle he hasn't been caught yet. Rupert held a gun in his hand, startling Lariat. She pleaded earnestly, "Your Highness, calm down. Your Highness, wait, let's talk for a bit." Rupert slowly loaded the gun and said, "This isn't a matter that can be resolved with mere words. It's about ending you with this gun." Lariat screamed, "Aren't I a genius?" Rupert sneered, "The more talented one is, the more they deserve to die." Looking at the muzzle pointed directly at her, Lariat numbly thought, "Am I going to die again?"
The history of the guillotine will repeat itself once more, but humans who are seen as animals to be hunted are even worse. Think of a way to live, Lariat. Lariat wondered, what could she do? If someone were to come here now, who could help her and stop Rupert at this very moment? A figure suddenly appeared in her mind. Tori. That's right, it's Tori. He could help her. She cried out in frustration. Why? Why? Lariat quickly came up with a temporary plan. "I must try to buy some time before Tori arrives." She asked Rupert, "Why didn't you lock the door?" Rupert didn't answer her, but asked another question. "Then why is it you who came in when I called for Tori?" Lariat replied, "Because the butler said that you wished to see me at this moment." Upon hearing this, Rupert coldly uttered, "Is that so? He's new and doesn't know Tori. I said Tori is the child always by my side, so he simply called someone in. Do you think the bullet won't hit you if you turn your back and flee?" Lariat fearfully asked him, "Do you really intend to shoot?" Rupert coldly replied, "What am I supposed to do? Why should I spare your pathetic life?" At this moment, the barrel of the gun was pressed against Lariat's forehead.
It seemed Rupert truly intended to shoot and kill her. Lariat looked at him and revealed her identity. "Your Highness, I am the eldest daughter of House Belua." Rupert didn't waver, merely saying, "I know, a nuisance." Lariat threatened him. "My father won't let this go." Rupert, unafraid, replied, "I just need to say it was an accident. It's only been half a year after all." Lariat, confused, cried out, "What does that mean?" She wondered. Half a year. In front of Rupert, Lariat, unwilling to accept her fate, asked him, "Why? Why must you kill me? I am your aide. I have always served you with absolute loyalty." Rupert gave a completely heartless reply. "I've had enough of that. How many more times must you be reminded that I don't trust you?" Lariat told herself, "But I must speak to buy more time, otherwise I'll die." Having thought that, she once again cried out, trying to persuade Rupert, "Please don't kill me. I'll buy you so many steamed buns, please. It wasn't entirely my fault, and I didn't mean to do it." Rupert suddenly uttered a very cryptic sentence. "You know it better than anyone." Lariat, startled, asked again, "What do you mean by that?" Rupert coldly stated, "You've known who I am for a long time. Look, there wasn't a single trace of surprise on your face when you saw that I am a man." Lariat's face darkened, and she stammered an explanation. "I was extremely surprised, and it wasn't merely surprise either."
She narrowed her eyes, silently observing the scene before her. He's already pulled the trigger, hasn't he? We've been by each other's side for 5 long years. Is that still not enough? And now what must come will come. But at this moment, Rupert was slowly lowering his gun. "I'm asking you one last time. Have you?" Lariat blurted out. "What?" Rupert pressed on. "You've known I was a man for a long time, haven't you?" Hearing this, Lariat looked at him in bewilderment. "What?" "I have some doubts." Rupert lowered his gun and asked her, "Why?" Lariat explained, "I have a strong intuition." Rupert didn't believe her words. He coldly retorted, "That's a ridiculous reason. Even though I'm not sure I can secure the throne, you seem certain. Otherwise, there'd be no reason for you to be by my side at all." Lariat's heart raced as she confronted Rupert face to face. She stealthily retreated, but Rupert unexpectedly reached out and grabbed Lariat. He brought his face close to Lariat's, who recoiled in fear. Rupert suddenly said, "You are more useful to me, but I cannot trust you." Lariat, trembling, spoke up. "Your Highness, don't you think I've always been on your side? I am a good daughter. If I die, my father will—" Rupert coldly cut her off as expected. He stood up before Lariat. Then once again he pointed the gun at her. "Things would be simpler if I killed you." Lariat thought regretfully, "Am I really going to die at this age? This is so absurd." She recalled the joyful and happy moments spent with her family. "I don't want to die yet. I don't want this to happen again. Or should I kill him first? Kill him and leave myself with a fatal weakness?" Lariat secretly thought. A tool for self-defense. Just then, the door suddenly burst open. An arm unexpectedly reached out and embraced Lariat. Rupert stared, stunned at the scene before him. Tori looked directly at him and shouted, "No!" Rupert angrily commanded, "Step aside." But Tori stubbornly held Lariat tightly.
Please, Your Highness, spare Lariat. She is my friend. She is really very kind. Rupert coldly repeated the command once more. I told you to move aside. Tori continuously shook her head, pleading for Lariat. Please, Your Highness, I beg you. Lariat cried loudly, hugging Tori tightly. Ah, Tori, Tori. Seeing this, Tori also cried. Lariat.
Lariat thought, touched, that today Tori was her best friend. Rupert, who had taken the life of a wonderful girl like Tori on their wedding day, was nothing short of a scoundrel. Nearby, Guri was peeking out from behind a door. Lariat froze when she saw Guri suddenly appear. What the hell? Forget it, just cry, Rupert yelled furiously. Damn it! He helplessly put the gun back and said, get out. But Lariat still felt uneasy. He didn't shoot her. She still couldn't feel at ease. He cared for Tori a lot, but he himself had taken Tori's life. Rupert lowered his head and asked her, I don't need to kill you. What are you crying about? Lariat, her face drenched in tears, asked again. Really? Rupert replied to her with a tone full of contempt. You're so stupid. Killing you wouldn't achieve anything. Lariat passed her lips together and thought to herself, stupid. Well, that's good.
Even knowing that, she still couldn't stop crying. Just a moment ago, she thought she was about to die. Tori comforted her. Oh, Lariat. Lariat continued to cry loudly. Boo-hoo-foo. Suddenly, a book flew over and hit Lariat directly in the face. Rupert angrily scolded. Damn it, will you stop already? As soon as he finished speaking, Lariat cried even louder. Boo-hoo, I'm sorry. She used a handkerchief to wipe away her snot. Tori was protecting her from behind. Rupert glared irritably at Tori. His face was incredibly grim at this moment. Because of you, Tori dares to defy me. Lariat thought fearfully. I didn't order him to, he did it voluntarily. Tori shouted. Your Highness. Rupert, not to be outdone, shouted back at her. What? Tori awkwardly pleaded. Your Highness, don't... Rupert asked. Have I ever scolded you? Tori continued. I meant Lariat. Rupert covered his face, annoyed, and said, She's making too much noise. Tori immediately reproached him. But Your Highness made her cry. Rupert explained wearily. I wasn't talking about that. Lariat secretly glanced at him. She picked up the book next to her, then offered it to Rupert.
Lariat timidly said, You dropped your notebook, sir. Rupert unexpectedly reached out and grabbed Lariat's hair. He ordered, Smile. Lariat slowly forced a strained smile, but that was enough. Rupert said, Look, she's smiling now. She's not scared anymore. Lariat clenched her trembling hands, thinking to herself, I'm scared shitless. Why do I have to deceive my own feelings like this? I've never deceived my own emotions like this before. Actually, I did a little before I died. What did I do wrong? How could this be happening after a year of serving him? If he were to vie for the throne under these conditions, the entire Belois family would surely be dragged down. It's utterly unfair. I'm going mad. Tori called out worriedly. Lariat, why are you crying? As soon as she finished speaking, Lariat burst into loud sobs. Rupert said irritably, What's there to hurt? Tori immediately scolded him. Your Highness, don't grab her by the neck like that anymore. Rupert indignantly shouted, I haven't even used any force. Tori immediately retorted, Don't torment Lariat anymore. Rupert said coldly, I'm not killing her. I'm not beating her. You're asking for too much. I already said I'd spare you, didn't I? Lariat replied, You can scold me, hit me. She thought that wasn't what she was worried about. After her, who knew who else this monster would torment? Rupert gave a cold laugh and asked Lariat in return, What do I gain by hitting you? Lariat cursed him silently in her heart. You only find pleasure in the suffering of others. Rupert continued to explain, I have no reason to hit you. You just need to bring me steam buns. Tori gently comforted her. Lariat, don't cry.
You might waste away more and more. Upon hearing this, Lariat was deeply moved. Tori is still the best. After witnessing the scene before him, Rupert spoke in a cold voice. Ha! You just said you were on my side, and now what? If you're certain, then speak your mind. Things will be easier to resolve. Lariat thought in silence. Friendship. We all need each other. I don't know what I want, nor do I know how to keep what I know to myself. After thinking, she suddenly called out, Your Highness, as long as Your Highness still holds power. Rupert retorted irritably, Haven't you seen me defeated by Arknar? My status is only so much. It wouldn't be surprising if I died. But I'm still alive now, because the Empress doesn't deem it worth killing me. Lariat looked at him and said, It seems the Empress was mistaken. I believe you will become Emperor. Upon hearing this, Rupert's eyes widened, clearly showing his surprise. Rupert's eyes widened in thought. It's like a forgotten fairy of the old forest. A fairy? I'm getting goosebumps. Then he chuckled softly and said to Lariat, What have you done? Sounds amusing, doesn't it? If you tell your liege about that now, you won't be safe anymore. Upon hearing this, Lariat immediately replied, I can't say right away. Rupert continued, Then let's talk about your family. What is it you want? Without hesitation, Lariat said, Please protect Belua. He then asked, From what?
Lariat secretly thought of an impersonal answer, but what came out was, anything. Hearing that, Rupert asked again in disbelief, You want me to protect Belua when I'm in power? She quickly nodded, Yes, At this, his eyes suddenly sharpened as he asked Lariat, "What will I get?" She immediately replied shyly, I will offer myself. I am Lariat of House Belua. I will live my life as your highness wishes. Your highness can use my name for political purposes. I will completely become yours." Hearing that, Rupert asked, "I could sell you to the old perverted Count Goncharova." Seeing Lariat nod, he frowned. "You're crazy." To his surprise, she insisted, "I'm fine." Rupert was suspicious. "How can I trust you?" Lariat immediately said frankly, "I don't ask you to trust me right now." With that, she turned and anxiously clutched Tori's hand. He still didn't trust her. She had revealed her true self, but she couldn't stop herself. He would even kill Tori, someone he cared about. Perhaps she didn't need Rupert's trust.
So I need to become what he needs. After a moment's thought, Lariat stepped forward, gathering all her courage, and said, "Actually, even if you never trust me, you can still possess me. That kind of relationship exists in the world. I will be very useful." However, Rupert maintained his demeanor and replied, "I am already overwhelmed by what I have." She persisted, "It's fine if you leave me be." Hearing this, he smiled and said, "No, I care about my possessions. I can pay attention to you. So prove it. Prove how much you deserve it." After an unknown amount of time, Lariat heard intermittent calls in her ear. "Sister, sister." Seeing Luhan anxiously calling her, Lariat was momentarily stunned. Then she smiled and replied, "Yes?" Luhan quickly asked, "Is something wrong?" But she just gently patted his head and said, "No, nothing's wrong." Luhan was still worried. "I heard that Prince Rupert is a picky person. Is your work very difficult? If you find the work too difficult, you can return to Belua. I'm sure Mother will welcome you." Unexpectedly, Lariat calmly replied, "It's no use. Never." Hearing this, Luhan became even more anxious. "Why? I still don't understand why you entered the palace." At this moment, Rupert's voice echoed in her mind. "Prove it." Lariat silently wondered, "Can I prove my worth to him? Value is relative. All I need to show is my blood and body. My father will not move Belua, as solid as a rock, a firm belief confirmed by death." Even though he lived under the Emperor and Empress's suspicion, he remained neutral, disregarding the Empress's humble background. What a foolish father. It's truly suffocating. Thinking of Luhan again, Lariat's eyes suddenly welled up. "You've become someone I can't help but rely on." My brother. Seeing her extend her hand for a hug, Luhan hesitated slightly, but then he bent down to accommodate Lariat's wish. She softly called, "Luhan?" Luhan replied, "Yes." Lariat hesitated. "If I told you something serious was going to happen to father, could you convince him to leave Donut?" "Luhan, if Belua were destroyed because of your mistake, would you run away? Would you take responsibility for what you've done?" Lariat thought to herself, "Luhan resembles his father. There's no way to shirk responsibility for someone who would rather die than yield." During the rebellious period, he was also fiercely forced into conformity. Even if he argued with classmates and skipped classes, he was still scolded, and he never lied or shirked responsibility. The answer for Luhan, a born Belua, was also the answer of his father, who was also a Belua. Even if he had to endure Rupert's wrath and ridicule, I believe he would still bear it. An irresponsible start, thinking nothing of his father's life, a life he didn't even want to exist. Thinking this, she immediately approached Luhan and seriously asked, "Will you take responsibility for what you've done?" Lariat secretly thought, "I hope that only you, Luhan, won't do that. You could just submit to keep living. One instance was enough to make my entire family sacrifice." Thinking this, she lay back down on the bed, lost in thought. People of low status were not allowed to use single rooms, and the dormitory prohibited outsiders from entering, yet I managed to get in.
As expected, texts suit Luhan more than swords. He is treated like a talented child, but I don't like how he risked his life to save his sister. Thinking about it, we also don't know why we are here. This relationship probably only has a beautiful facade. I want to do well because I still have a chance to return. After a moment of contemplation, Lariat felt uncomfortable again. The Emperor's attitude remained unchanged. At that time, he frowned and said, "If I no longer need you, I will kill you." Suddenly, Luhan replied, "Yes, I think so." Lariat pouted, "So what if you don't run away and everyone dies? Your wife and children will still die, and you will also die." Hearing her question, he was a little awkward. Why do you make the question harder? As soon as she finished speaking, Lariat burst out laughing, just because it's fun. But then, she rolled over, buried her face in the pillow, and grumbled, "Did you just frown?" Perhaps he was covering his face with his hand. I once tried to imagine Luhan's expression. After Luhan and his father were taken away, I often spent time in Luhan's room. I didn't want to forget my brother, forget my family. Even though I thought about them a lot, I always wondered, what should I do? What should I do? I couldn't remember their faces. At that time, I sobbed incessantly. Those were foolish torments. Thinking of this, Lariat turned back again. She looked straight into Luhan's eyes. He gently asked, "Does that include me?" "Yes, then I will run away." Recalling the words, "Take responsibility for Belua," Lariat smiled and said, "You are wiser than your father." She gripped the bedsheet, thinking to herself, "What responsibility? I did everything I could in my own way. It's not my fault that I don't have any outstanding talents. Originally, women could not hold power.
They could only gain power by helping those who had it, but my father didn't want it. I am very proud. I have no regrets at all. I simply didn't know anything about Belwa's relationship with the royal family. I knew nothing at all, because I trusted my father too much. If I didn't trust him, who else could I trust? I didn't know what my father wanted. Belwa has always maintained neutrality since ancient times, and only protected the existence of the royal family.
As long as the royal bloodline continues, whoever becomes emperor no longer matters. Rupert is the son of the emperor and empress, so it's only natural for him to become emperor. From Belua's perspective, those whose sole purpose was to preserve Rupert's bloodline shouldn't have concerned themselves with Belua's people, so why did he cause them harm? At this thought, Lariat wearily leaned her head on Luhan's shoulder. Rupert had originally intended to use Belua through her, but she held no power in her hands.
He gently reached out his hand to support her, and they both looked at each other in silence for a moment. Then Luhan said, "If you have any worries, please let me know." But Lariat brushed him off, saying that him knowing wouldn't solve anything. His gaze darkened, and he asked, "Am I too young to help?" She immediately replied, "I'm still young too. It's not like that. Should we go together and use this cuteness to persuade father?" Luhan looked at her and said, "Yes." At this, Lariat brightened up considerably. "Then he'll agree to one of my wishes. Follow me, father." Luhan evasively said, "Something else." Then he suddenly stood up and left. Seeing this, she called out after him, "Don't you want to try? Father, Luhan." He firmly said, "I don't like it." Hearing this, Lariat puffed out her cheeks. She continued to persuade Luhan, "Father will like it. He'll like it because you're the one doing it." But he indifferently replied, "If I do that, he'll hit me." Hearing this, a scene flashed through Lariat's mind of the boy being scolded by his father as a good-for-nothing. Oh, and then she thought to herself, "Father has never used physical punishment to discipline us." Then Lariat changed the subject. "Luhan, are you hungry?" Luhan wondered, "Didn't you already have dinner? There was beef stew for lunch today." She quickly said, "No, who said that? I'm very hungry." Hearing her say that, he suggested, "Then let's go out. There's a noodle stall at the school gate that's open late." Lariat rubbed her stomach longingly. "That sounds delicious." Then she hesitated. "But what if I can't lose weight? Oh, I don't know. I might go overboard." Thinking this, Lariat quickly looked at her younger brother. "Are you hungry?"
Her face clearly showed anticipation, saying, "Are you hungry? Are you hungry? Are you hungry?" Luhan covered his face, utterly helpless. Then he could only helplessly give in. Yes. Hearing that, Lariat immediately became excited. "Then let's go eat, because a big sister can't let her little brother starve. Big sister will go eat with her precious little brother." Luhan smiled faintly. "Yes, thank you, big sister." Night fell, and the entire town was plunged into darkness, with a few houses barely showing faint flickering lights. On the deserted street, Luhan told Lariat, "It's right up ahead." They both stopped in front of a somewhat dilapidated house, which seemed like a place where people couldn't possibly live. He spoke up. "You don't like it either, do you?" Hearing that, she looked bewildered. "Huh?" Then she immediately denied it. No, I don't dislike it. I like it. I'm just surprised you found a place like this." Luhan stepped forward, opened the door, and said, "I don't come here often, but it's a pretty suitable shop for winter." As soon as they stepped inside, completely contrary to its gloomy exterior, the atmosphere inside was very lively. He politely pulled out a chair and invited, "Sister, please sit here." Lariat, who had been carefully observing her surroundings, gently replied, As soon as she sat down, Lariat cheerfully said, "I've never been to a place like this before. It's really great." Suddenly, someone holding 2 pairs of chopsticks slammed them hard onto the table, creating a loud noise. The young boy cheerfully greeted, "Cadet Dietrich, long time no see."
Luhan paid him no mind and said concisely, "Seafood, meat, warm." The boy persisted, coming closer to tease. "Do you have some kind of disease that makes you drop dead if you open your mouth to greet someone, my Katie's Dietrich?" "Oh no, Luhan." He coldly replied, "You have never been allowed to call me by my name." Seeing that, he knew his limits and stopped, saying, all right, how ridiculous." Then his attention fell upon Lariat, who had been silent until now. Next, he pressed his face close to hers to observe, then shouted loudly, "Oh, you've switched people." His sudden action startled her, and Luhan said irritably, "Nonsense." Seeing that, he immediately pointed and chattered, "Last time you came here with a girl who had soft, slightly curly blue hair, looking like someone from another land." Hearing this, Lariat immediately recognized, "Oh, it was Riche." Luhan irritably kicked him and said, "Go place the order quickly." He quickly left. "Yes."
Lariat asked, "Are you meeting with Riche?" He asked back puzzled, "Didn't Riche tell you?" She replied frankly, "It's been quite a while since I last saw Riche." Luhan, a little surprised, said, "I didn't realize a maid's work was so demanding." Lariat continued to ask, "Do you two meet often?" He replied, "She seems very interested in the military academy, so I think she comes here often to study." Lariat said, quite surprised, "Oh, is that so?" Afterwards, she thought with a touch of sadness, "Riche often comes to Luhan's place. I thought I was the only one who visited Luhan, but why did he hide their closeness from me?" She then remembered Riche's words to her, "Luhan truly." No. Lariat pondered, "Something related to Luhan. It must concern me, because he is also my family. I don't know Luhan's problem. What is it?" Just then, a plate of food was suddenly placed in front of her, making Lariat look up in surprise. The young boy from earlier approached, winked, and said, "I added extra meat because you're so cute." Lariat gently said, "Oh, thank you." Luhan quickly grabbed the boy's shirt and pulled him back. However, the boy paid no mind and continued, "Dietrich is a fuckboy. A man like me is the one who—" Luhan threatened in a low voice, "Do you want to get meaten before you leave?" Hearing this, the boy shivered slightly in fear. In the end, he scurried away, leaving the two of them alone.
Lariat saw that and smiled, asking, "Cute, isn't he? What's his name?" Luhan asked, puzzled. "Him? Cute?" She said a little honestly, "He looks rather simple." Luhan said frankly, "He was expelled for skipping an entire semester. Don't pay any attention to him." Lariat heard that and sternly admonished, "You can't talk about a friend like that." He didn't care and said, "Anyway, we're not close." Saying that, he handed his bowl of noodles to her and said, "Here's yours." She blushed and replied, "I was just about to mix it." He didn't pay attention and just replied, "I know." Lariat spoke up, "What did you say when you meant Riche?" Luhan looked at the bowl of noodles with an infatuated gaze, picking them up as he replied, "Nothing special. We've never had a specific conversation." Hearing that, she asked, "You never mentioned me?" He answered very honestly, "I sent your regards." She said a little impatiently, "No, that's not it. Does Riche know any secrets of yours that I don't?" Luhan asked puzzled, "What secret?" Lariat heard that and busily picked up noodles, saying nothing more. "I think I should meet Riche. He must be having some problem that's hard to talk about." Seeing that, Luhan spoke up, "Should I ask for a fork for you?" Lariat tensed up and shouted loudly, "No, I can eat it. It's easy. I can wrap the noodles around the chopsticks to eat them. Besides, my unfamiliarity with chopsticks is due to cultural differences." After hearing that, he replied a little helplessly, "Yes, sis." The full bowl of noodles gradually emptied quite a bit. Watching her slurp down the noodles with fiery eyes as if going to battle, Luhan couldn't help but laugh. Lariat said angrily, "Why are you laughing?" He replied, "You're eating so fiercely." She retorted directly, "Then why don't you eat fiercely too?" He scooped up the food, unable to suppress a laugh. Then he fed it to her and said, "I'm glad it suits your taste." She chewed the food noisily in her mouth, thinking to herself, "Well, that really hurts the pride of an older sister like me." Immediately after, she picked up the entire bowl of noodles and slurped it all down, startling him. After eating, Lariat put down the noodle bowl and excitedly said, "Let's go." Outside, it was already late. She spoke up, "I should have paid." Luhan shook his head. "No." Lariat continued, "It was cheap, so I'll let it slide then." He replied, "Thank you." At that moment, someone with blonde hair passed by in a hidden corner. Seeing this, Lariat surprisingly thought, what striking hair color? But then she was startled, as if she had discovered something. A familiar face appeared before her eyes, making it hard for her to believe her own eyes. "Rupert, why is he here?" Lariat followed Rupert's figure with her gaze. He looked incredibly tired. Seeing her run in that direction, Luhan quickly called out, "Sister." But at this moment, she paid no attention at all. Her entire focus was on Rupert. "That's definitely Rupert. He looks so different, but I can recognize him. I've always kept an eye on Rupert."
Every step he took determined the future. But what have I done? Lariat suddenly stopped. Her mind was full of thoughts. She didn't even know he was strolling around the back alley like that. I've become a maid, but I still haven't accomplished anything. I was haunted by the past and didn't bother to fight him properly, and I didn't even keep a close eye on him. What have I done? Lariat clenched her fists with determination. I want to live. I said I would protect my family. However, just then, a hand suddenly grabbed hers. Lariat was still blaming herself. Why am I so incompetent? Luhan called softly, "Sister, what did you just see?" Lariat turned her head, explaining with a forced laugh. "Ah ha ha, nothing." But Luhan had already caught sight of Rupert's figure. He wondered, "A man?" Lariat quickly pushed him away and said, "I thought I knew that person, but it turns out I didn't." Lariat struggled to push Luhan away, but he didn't budge at all. She panted, thinking, no matter how hard I try, he won't move. I don't have enough strength. Finally, Lariat helplessly let go of his hand. Luhan quickly grabbed her hand and asked, "Who is that?" Lariat, puzzled, said, "Huh?" Luhan repeated the question. "That person, who is that?" Lariat looked back, worriedly thinking, if this continues, I'll lose him. Then without hesitation, she shook Luhan's hand off and said, "I have something to do. I'll go ahead." With that, she hurried away, silently saying, "Sorry, Luhan." Lariat ran to Rupert to calling out, "Your Highness." Rupert frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" Lariat thought to herself, "And you?" Before she could finish her thought, she was grabbed by the collar and lifted up. She could only obediently reply, "I came out to meet my brother." Hearing this, Rupert raised an eyebrow and said, "Every day it's brother, brother. You're quite attached to your family, aren't you?" Lariat replied, "He is very precious." Rupert frowned and asked, "Precious? Your family?" Lariat said, "I say he is precious and worthy of cherishing because he truly is, Your Highness. They are precious because I love my family." Rupert ordered, "First, put her down."
As soon as she was put down, Lariat quickly approached him. She asked curiously, "Where are you going?" He turned away and said, "Why? If I tell you, will you come with me?" She stated frankly, "There's nowhere I cannot follow, if that is your highness's wish." But Rupert replied without any regard, "I will not wish for anything from you, you fool." Then he looked up and said, "Mac, when will the impostor arrive?" He immediately replied, "Soon, sir." Rupert continued to ask, "Are you done with the initial task? I heard there were objections." Mac replied, "It's a group of people called Gotten, but that's just a borrowed name. They don't have the capability to be an obstacle."
Hearing that, Lariat paused, thinking, the impostor. Rupert seriously instructed, even if it's not an obstacle, deal with it. The impostor needs to be a powerful person, the head of the largest organization in Bologna, both in name and in actual power. Do you understand? Mac respectfully replied, yes. Then Rupert turned back and asked, "Oh, Gorton, you're quite familiar with that name, aren't you?" Lariat immediately replied, "Yes, he and my father have known each other for a long time." Hearing that, Rupert smiled and asked, "Didn't you say you would do anything I want you to do? You also said you would give yourself to me, didn't you? You are about to become completely mine, you are." Lariat trotted along and replied, "Yes, that will happen in the future." Rupert ordered, "Find out which organization Gorton is overseeing. He's putting too much importance on it, something we're preparing for." Seeing him cast magic, Lariat exclaimed in surprise, "How?" Then a door slowly opened, and she suddenly cried out, "Magic, your highness! Alchemy is forbidden. You might be cursed." Among all types of magic, alchemy, forgotten by both magic and minor arts, has been a forbidden practice for hundreds of years. It is the origin of recent advancements in chemistry.
However, it was known to be possessed by demonic forces, drawing much criticism. Arrogant alchemists attempted to overcome death and treated humans like animals, as if they couldn't think for themselves. From the outside perspective of the royalty, these people were merely slaves to the Krunaruka royal family. A group of people called Hawk II, whose master was Emperor Grimroba, it is said that even in death he found no peace and wandered the world. Lariat thought in fear that alchemy was right before her eyes. Rupert suddenly asked, "Do you believe in curses?" Lariat turned and replied, "No," but before she could finish, Rupert said, "I do, and I already carry it within me, so I don't need to be careful, do I?" Then he pulled her hand and said, "Follow me." Entering the alley, Rupert grabbed her hand. Lariat was pressed against the wall, and she called out in shock, "Your Highness." With Rupert pressing close to her, Lariat's heart pounded, her cheeks flushed, and she thought, "I'm scared." Her eyes were wide open, not daring to blink, and her mind was filled with constant worry. "I'm scared." But she still forced a smile and asked, "What is it, Your Highness?" Rupert spoke up, asking, "Why aren't you surprised to see me?" Lariat, looking naive, asked back, "Should I be surprised?" Rupert suddenly fell silent for a long time. Then he spoke, asking, "Besides you, who else knows I'm a man? Your brother?" Lariat honestly replied, "No one knows, Your Highness." Rupert continued, "Are you going to argue again that it's your intuition?" Lariat retorted, "That's not an argument. In an age of magic, curses, guns, and wands, do people not believe in human intuition?" After hearing that, Rupert moved even closer to her. The more he looked, the more Rupert frowned in confusion. I don't believe in anything human." Seeing him turn away, Lariat breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm alive." Then she hastily added, "Don't trust me. Instead, I will trust you." Rupert turned back irritably and threatened, "Shut up and follow me. I'll throw you away if you get in my way." Hearing that, Lariat paused and thought, "Throw me away? Does he mean he accepts me? Right? I did it." Then she trotted after Rupert with a joyful smile on her face. After a while, Lariat kept looking around and thinking, "This is great. What's happening here?" Suddenly Rupert stopped and said, "Kermatanen." Lariat asked, puzzled, "Huh?" Rupert turned back irritably and said, "We are in Kermatanen."
Lariat immediately fell into contemplation. It was originally a sacred wall, but now it was an extended stone wall dividing regions, here and inside, which the palace guards would use. "But how did he know?" she asked, running after him. "Do you know this path so well?" Rupert replied casually, "Of course." Lariat said incredulously, "How can that be?" Seeing this, Rupert said, "I created it." Hearing this, she was even more shocked. "You?" He turned back impatiently. "Damn it, I won't say it a second time. Come here." Lariat exclaimed in surprise, "Your Highness built this passage with alchemy?" Rupert was too lazy to explain, so he just turned and left. Seeing this, Lariat wondered suspiciously, "Is there a passage here?" Suddenly, Rupert snapped his fingers, and immediately the lights in the cellar were lit. She looked at the burning blue flames and couldn't help but be surprised. Wow, alchemists were all persecuted, but why did he reveal this to her? How much had he risked? I'm really troubled. But alchemy was cowardly. It was more like creating gold than earning it. Was it valuable? Suddenly, Rupert turned back and said, "Are you laughing at me?" Lariat, flustered, ran after him to explain. "No, why would I laugh at your Highness?" He continued, "By worshipping fakes and following falsehoods, that's often the reason. Nobles, they only acknowledge the use of mages and scientists."
She listened and pondered, thinking it sounded as if he wasn't a noble, even though he was of the noblest blood. Then she simply replied with one word, "Oh." He continued to ask, The Emperor, no. Have you ever seen my father? Lariat honestly said, Perhaps I saw him when I was little. I don't remember clearly anymore. Suddenly, Rupert drew his sword and cut a line across his palm. He clenched the wound and said, He doesn't look like me at all. As drops of blood fell, the magic circle beneath his feet immediately lit up. Lariat stood to the side, thinking, why does he like that? Is it a good thing that he doesn't resemble him? How sad. Suddenly, Rupert vanished right before her eyes, startling her immensely. Seeing a trapdoor where Rupert had just stood, Lariat wondered, did he fall down? Rupert, you bastard, come down a bit. And then she gathered all her courage and jumped down, you evil thing.
Seeing her bewildered expression, Rupert could only sigh. Sigh. Lariat tiptoed over and called, Your Highness. She ran over and grabbed his hand. Rupert asked, What are you doing? She calmly replied, Stopping the bleeding. He said, Bring some ointment or something here. As she bandaged him, she said, It's not like I'm doing this because I'm a tormentor. Rupert pulled his hand back and angrily said, I already gave it to you. Lariat honestly replied, I already gave it to my younger brother. Hick. Rupert annoyedly questioned, Who gave you permission to act so arbitrarily? Lariat whimpered, I'm sorry, but deep down she didn't feel sorry at all. If you gave it to me, then it's mine. Suddenly Max arrived and announced, Your Highness, an imposter. Lariat turned her head to look, confused. An imposter? Tori's father? Wait a minute, this is too shocking. What the hell is this?
Lariat carefully observed Fassbender and speculated. If there's any resemblance, it's only in height. Rupert commanded, Report. He immediately stepped forward and reported. As you said, most of 5th Empress has joined under your Highness's authority. More than half of the merchants around Songpangyu have been won over, and Adner was won over from the start. They have nothing to do with us, so we must do something about this. At this point, Fassbender suddenly turned to look at Lariat. But your Highness, this person. Rupert commanded. Pay no mind. Continue. He then cleared his throat. Yes, some merchants in Gorton do not wish to cooperate with us. Because of Burnham's immense influence, they exchange land with foreigners, which is almost impossible. Rupert asked, Starting with Gorton, what is Gorton collecting? Fassbender cautiously replied, I haven't investigated it yet. I apologize. Lariat stood aside, thinking, the power behind Imperial Consort Tori is an imposter. Rupert has raised her since she was a princess. I now understand why the imposter could develop so much in such a short time after the transfer of power. Rupert's immense influence in trade. He has been fighting Gorton for a long time. Why was Belua, not Gorton, targeted as the traitor?
Most importantly, if I do well, I can avoid being falsely accused. I can get revenge. She looked up. I have so many things to ask. If I ask them, they won't answer. Wait, where are you going? So fast? Lariat thought, panting as she hurried after him. She grabbed Rupert's sleeve and called out, Your Highness. Rupert turned around and shook her hand off. Lariat thought in surprise, what was that? What's happening? Was I just attacked? Just one touch from that damn guy and it stung so much. Seeing her pained expression, Rupert said indifferently, What? She replied, Yes. He said impatiently, Ask. Don't look at me as if you're so annoyed. Laurie lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him and immediately asked, How many questions am I allowed to ask? Rupert let out a faint chuckle, Then he placed a hand on the adjacent wall. A magic circle was immediately activated, emitting a dazzling light. Once again, a door opened. She couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? A door just appeared out of nowhere? The two stepped through the door and returned to the bustling street. Rupert replied coldly, 1. Lariat immediately voiced the question on her mind. How did you get here? He replied indifferently, Alchemy, is that your question? Lariat hesitated. No, that's not the question. Suddenly, Rupert grabbed her hand and Tudubast. He pinched her nose and said, You can't give up. If you miss this chance, it's over, you fool. After saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving Lariat behind with a resentful expression, muttering, That wicked man. He picked up whatever was on the counter. The vendor hurriedly said, Have some more water and come again next time. Rupert didn't reply or pay. He just left like that. Seeing this, Lariat thought irritably, He didn't pay again. Something's not right. Something's all messed up. Suddenly, she was startled as she remembered something. That's right. I'm sure the first time I met.
It seemed a misunderstanding had occurred between the two of them. Back then, he had threatened her, just as he was doing now. She was completely clueless. Only now did she realize that Rupert was truly the owner of this entire place. He visited the largest market in Sangpangyu as if it were his own home. Rupert entered a shop, looked through the ledgers. No one chased him out or hid the books. Along the way, Rupert and Max had been chatting. Suddenly, Max lifted his shirt, making Lariat confused. She thought, What's this? What are you two planning? Something suddenly stirred inside the shop, followed by continuous crashing sounds that frightened her. The man inside came out and knelt, pleading. What's wrong? Why are you doing this, sir? Like this, it's all shattered. She frowned uncomfortably. No, I can't bear to watch anymore. The man urgently said, Please, sir, stop. Rupert unhesitatingly pushed his hand away. Seeing this, Lariat thought, Well, in this scene, he's exactly like the cruel emperor I know.
Each scolding word appeared in her mind. It's chaos. It's terrifying. Do you have no feelings? How cruel. Don't you feel pity for him? Heartless. Monster. Monster. Lariat continued to think, I can't stop him. This child grew up and never changed. And finally, she recalled his cold, dangerous demeanor. He would once again strip her of everything she owned. Lariat unconsciously stepped back, but she suddenly slipped. Seeing this, Rupert quickly ran to catch her and said, What are you doing? She avoided his gaze and replied, I tripped. Rupert looked at her and said, You're truly talented.
Lariat was a little confused. Huh? He then said, talented at falling on a flat road with no stones whatsoever. Then he turned around and ordered, bring it here. The man asked in a panic, oh dear, what's wrong, sir? Is there a problem with the ledgers? He let out a tired sigh. You. Then he directly grabbed the man by the collar, throwing him onto a stall with a loud crash. Then Rupert said coldly, bring it here, the protective medal you received from the imposter, the money you were exempted from paying, and everything you received from Gorton. The merchant crashed to the floor, his face filled with fear as he said, I didn't receive anything. Rupert glared at him angrily. He waved his hand, ordering Mac to go find something. Seeing this, the merchant immediately explained, I don't know what you heard from whom, but Mac immediately went up the stairs, humming a tune cheerfully as he went. Rupert paid no attention to the man and said to Mac, take it, I'm going to rest for a bit. Then he covered his face with his hand and let out a weary sigh, looking very tired. Rupert walked out. From inside the shop, the loud clanging and rummaging sounds of the search echoed.
Lariat stood from a distance, witnessing Max prepared to deal with the merchant. She thought with a heavy heart, this is my fate. Following Rupert was the only path she could choose. Lariat quickly ran after Rupert outside. She spoke up and asked, how do you know? Rupert wondered, what? Lariat repeated, how does your highness know whether that merchant is innocent or not? Rupert replied, if he is truly innocent.
I'm sure I said you could only ask one question, Lariat said sadly. But your highness, what if he didn't do anything wrong? She thought to herself, just like my father. What if that businessman is innocent? Why do you have no sympathy for the weak? Is that why you did that to me and my family? She continued tearfully. Your highness, if he is innocent, snapped. That's right, so shut your mouth and follow me, or if you want to keep talking, get out. Having said that, Rupert coldly turned his back and walked away. Lariat remained lost in thought. A warning, always a warning. Why just a warning? She gathered all her courage and shouted, how do you know? Rupert angrily brought his hand to his mouth and bit down hard until it bled. Damn it, don't be such a nuisance. He suddenly turned back and grabbed Lariat tightly. Lariat was still determined to find an answer. How do you know? How can you be so sure they're fake ledgers? Rupert then used his blood to draw on the wall. What he drew looked like a magic circle. He said, I'm not sure. That's what a fool would do. Lariat replied, if that's the case, your highness, if there's even a small chance that the merchant is innocent, shouldn't he not be punished? Rupert asked seriously, answer me, what if it affects me? What if that meaningless caution becomes something that chokes me? Lariat looked at him softly, her face clouded with thought. Truly, I'm happy for you. Rupert was right. The Emperor was very cautious with his father, and Gorton was very cautious with his subordinates, except for her own father. That's why her father was defeated.
But I don't want to oppose my father, she stated her opinion clearly. But those in power must be careful, your highness. Rupert replied with a laugh. But I'm not the one in power, am I? Come here. The magic circle he drew on the wall also emitted a black light. Rupert gripped Lariat's shoulder tightly. He continued, unless you truly look into the future. In an instant, both Lariat and Rupert appeared in another dimension, filled only with grass, trees, and flowers. Lariat looked around in bewilderment. She then thought, is this near Reach's house? You're not going to meet Reach, are you? Rupert spoke up. In your future, am I the one in power? In the future I see, I am often just a corpse. Seeing the cigarette suddenly appear in Rupert's hand, Lariat felt a sudden wave of confusion. No special tools needed? And then it's transferred to Emperor Rupert, sold in the imposter's business? Isn't that a bit too horrifying? Lariat replied, yes, your highness. What I saw in the future is that you will become the Emperor of the Bologna Kingdom. As soon as she finished speaking, Lariat startled and sneezed. Rupert threw the cigarette to the ground. He said, Beatrice Gorton. You know her, don't you? She's your friend. Lariat, still sneezing, replied, yes, that's right. Rupert then said, go meet her and inform her.
Seeing Rupert reach out to take off his coat, Lariat worriedly thought, are you going to take off your coat? She said in a panic, no, I am his highness's maid, there's no need. Rupert quickly approached and put the coat on her. He said, I'm used to having servants with me. Despite coughing continuously, Lariat still firmly refused. Please, wear it yourself. Rupert carefully secured the coat around her and said, shut your mouth. If you cough in front of me again, I'll rip your throat out. Hearing that, Lariat quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Rupert's actions left Lariat feeling a bit bewildered. She pondered, a strange sense of detachment. The fact that the utterly cruel and cold person in her memories was a human being was so disgusting she couldn't bear it. Rupert is a monster, even if he has a sword in his heart and speaks sweet words. So don't treat me as well as you treat Tori. Don't be human. You shouldn't be an innocent boy. Just live like a monster. You are a wicked, cold-blooded monster.
I don't want to lose the justification for this foolish grudge, but if you had a reason to become a monster, if I hate an innocent child and I'm no different from you, then where will this hatred lead? Lariat placed her hand on her chest as if to reassure herself, telling herself that it would be okay, not to think about anything. She could think about it later. For now, her life was more important than anything else. Then she softly said, thank you, your highness. Rupert continued to walk coldly without saying a word.
Lariat quickly ran and grabbed his arm. Rupert asked, "What is it?" Lariat replied, "The cloak. It's really warm." Rupert said, "Would I have given it to you if it wasn't cold? Do I really need to say it? You're really foolish." Lariat looked at him with affectionate eyes, her cheeks flushed, and gently said, "Thank you, Your Highness." Rupert stared at her without looking away, and immediately pulled her forcefully towards him, startling her greatly. He reached out and squeezed her cheek. The distance between them now seemed very intimate. Lariat said, "Let's go." Rupert withdrew his hand and said, "Like a hot bun." After saying that, Rupert turned and walked away, while Lariat angrily thought, "That jerk, what's wrong with him?" She pouted and glared at him angrily. Afterward, Lariat followed Rupert to a large mansion, wondering, "Is this Rishi's house?"
Lariat proactively spoke up to explain, "Your Highness, I know what you are wary of, but Riche knows nothing at all because he is still young." Then she thought to herself, "Riche, he doesn't know. He always wants to escape from here." Rupert created another cloak and said, "You truly know nothing at all. How can you be so foolish? Do you think a cunning person like Gorton would bring his daughter to a place like this without any reason?" Lariat retorted, "That's not true. Sir Gorton didn't bring Riche here. He came of his own free will, just like me." Rupert then said, silencing her, "Oh, so you came here with such intentions. Is the reason you came here just to find a few of my weaknesses? You're quite interesting." Lariat thought worriedly, "Riche, Sir Rupert was right. I don't know how he wanted to leave, but until the very end, at the time of my death, Riche was still under Gorton's protection. How could I have forgotten this?" Rupert immediately took out a pill and quickly put it into Lariat's mouth, startling her. He said, "Swallow it." Lariat asked, "What is it?" Rupert squeezed Lariat's mouth shut and at the same time replied, "This isn't to kill you, so swallow it."
Lariat frantically dodged away, saying embarrassedly, "That hurts." Rupert asked nonchalantly, "Oh, really? Sorry." Lariat covered her face and asked, "So what was that just now?" She thought embarrassedly, "I'm so embarrassed." Rupert said, "Now your job is to go inside and report to me what you hear and see." Lariat's eyes widened in surprise. "Huh? What am I supposed to report?" Rupert replied, "What you hear, I hear, and what you see, I see." Lariat screamed internally, "Are you kidding me? This bastard?"
Lariat said, "No, please take this off." Rupert coldly replied, "Impossible." Lariat screamed, "No, I can't help you because I don't know any information about Gorton. I'll tell you everything. I won't lie to you." Rupert then said, "I don't trust you that much. Or are you hiding something from me?" Lariat awkwardly replied, "It's not about that." Rupert was surprised. "What?" Lariat shyly asked, "Can I go to the restroom?" After that, the atmosphere suddenly became unusually solemn and quiet. Lariat bowed her head, her face red with shame. Rupert then reached out and lifted her face. He gently said, "I won't look." Lariat was surprised. "What?" Rupert asked. "Have you ever thought about how expensive what you just swallowed is?" Lariat replied, "Are you sure?" Rupert frowned and said, "If I'm not alert, I won't be able to hear anything." Lariat's face brightened.
"If Sir Gordon is indeed investigating Rupert, why did he warn his father? And Reach, why didn't you tell me anything? Why?" Lariat smiled, looking at Anna. She tilted her head and asked, "Reach is inside, right? It's not right to come at such a late hour, and it's been so long since I've been out that I don't quite remember the way." Seeing her question, Anna bowed her head and replied.
Seeing Anna had left, Lariat, while taking off her cloak, asked, "What's wrong?"
Lariat, you're my best friend, aren't you?" A thought popped into her head. Lies. Luhan is just an apprentice. Does he really have so much information that you need to approach him? Even if he did, it has nothing to do with me. There's no reason for Rishi to be cold towards me. Part of me really wants to trust Rishi. Wanting to trust and being trusted are two completely different things. My family betrayed me, so how can I trust you? That's why. Despite thinking that, Lariat walked over and hugged Rishi, saying, I trust you. She replied, unaware of Lariat's current expression. Lariat, thank you. Suddenly, a sharp pang shot through her mind, making Lariat wince. She looked at herself hugging Rishi in the mirror. Lariat wondered to herself, Rupert, are you watching? Then she kissed her forehead. Lariat quickly walked over to the mirror and said, This mirror is beautiful, isn't it? Rishi replied, Thank you. She gently suggested, It's been a long time since we last met. Would you like to come to my place to sleep tonight? Lariat touched the mirror with her hand and replied, Actually, I'm on leave. Going back to Belua now is a bit much, so both of them were wearing their fake masks. Rishi suggested, Then let's just stay here. Lariat said, Thank you. Then she stared intently into the mirror, looking at herself and whispering, Are you satisfied, Lariat? Are you satisfied yet? Her hand on the table also unconsciously clenched. The next day, cherry blossoms bloomed profusely and fluttered everywhere in the garden. Rishi asked with concern, The cake is delicious, isn't it? Lariat brought the cake to her mouth and vaguely replied, Yeah, As she chewed the cake, she tiredly thought, All last night, I tried to project my visual and auditory abilities, but it was useless. Or, didn't Rupert intentionally tell me already? Suddenly, Rishi brought up new information. Diatrik Academy is here. Oh no, this is the tea shop Luhan introduced to me. Lariat was startled. What? She chewed her cake, thinking to herself, Luhan, Does that kid like drinking tea? Riche raised his teacup and continued. Yeah, besides this place, Luhan also showed me many delicious restaurants. We went to a lot of places together.
Seeing this, Lariat was filled with questions, wondering why he would start boasting about being close to his family. Just then, the garden door was pushed open, and Luhan gently stepped in. Seeing him, Riche exclaimed, Luhan! But his gaze was directed at someone else. Sister! Lariat quickly stood up and said, I didn't expect you to come to a tea shop like this. But Riche did something puzzling. She ran over and hugged Luhan. Witnessing this intimate gesture from her, Lariat silently judged, what the heck, since when did these two become so close? While Luhan stiffly returned Riche's hug, Lariat was extremely curious, wondering what was up with these two, and since when they had become close again. Luhan suddenly turned and asked, It seems things have been resolved, right? Lariat asked back puzzled, Huh? Luhan happily said, Riche was embarrassed about the distance between you two, so she was very worried. Lariat awkwardly replied, well, we've made up, even though we never actually fought. Luhan still innocently said, That's a relief. After that, she had to sit alone, watching the young couple being lovey-dovey. Lariat hesitantly asked, You two are very close, aren't you? In her mind, an image appeared of two angels, incessantly saying, You idiot, what do you mean? You can't be an evil sister-in-law. Your brother is at a suitable age to get married, you fool. Riche replied proudly, Close? Not at all. A thought suddenly popped into Lariat's head. Should I separate those two? I'm worried about getting involved with Gordon. Then Luhan quickly left, saying, I have some things to buy. I'll be back later. Once he was gone, Riche raised an eyebrow and asked, You don't like me being acquainted with your brother, do you? Lariat denied. It's not like that. Riche immediately cut her off. Larry, I know more than you think, both about you and your brother. What kind of relationship? Lariat clutched her skirt, thinking to herself, What are you talking about? Of course it's a family relationship.
Trying to listen to what was happening, seeing Riche's silence, she automatically understood and said, You truly can't answer, can you? At this moment, she suddenly realized, Oh, I understand. Gorton, in a flash, the figure of Marquis Gorton appeared behind Riche. Lariat paled, thinking, Those repulsive eyes are identical. No matter how much I try to ask, there will be no explanation. Riche spoke up. Stop pretending to be noble. She thought to herself, Because you're so cautious, you'll keep your mouth shut when I ask, won't you? Lariat opened her mouth, thinking to herself, But then she simply offered a friendly smile. Then she kindly asked, When will Luhan return? He replied, I have some time today. The teacher in charge has been summoned to the palace. She asked further, Who is the teacher? He walked over and answered, It's Louis Baden. He's a famous knight, so I'm sure you've heard of him. Riche blushed shyly upon seeing Luhan. Lariat thought to herself, Of course I know, remembering Louis wagging his tail like a puppy, calling Lariat. She continued to think, He's probably meeting Rupert now. Ha, Rupert, whom few people know as a boy. So she stood up and suggested, Then come with me. Riche was about to stand up to intervene, but Lariat raised her hand to stop her. She said frankly, Riche, it's been a long time since I've been able to be next to my brother. Please bear with me. Riche asked, full of doubt, Am I being a hindrance? Lariat touched the string of her hat. She took off her hat, smiled, and said, Don't sound so disappointed. Seeing this, Riche bit her lip and wondered, Is it because they're so close as siblings? Then Lariat pulled Luhan away, leaving only one sentence. So we'll meet at home later, okay? The two of them walked out onto the street together. The distance between the two siblings was just right, and silence still enveloped them. Suddenly, Lariat took Luhan's hand. She leaned closer and asked, Are you seeing Riche? Making him ask, bewildered, Huh? She continued to wonder, So you consider Riche a potential marriage partner? Luhan's face turned pale. Huh? Don't you think that's too early a question for you? Lariat said seriously. You're almost 14. I don't think it's early at all. Luhan immediately blushed. He covered his eyes with his hand and said, No, I can't face this kind of feeling. Ha ha. Lariat probed further. What about Riche? What does Riche think of you? Luhan calmly replied, I don't know. Lariat hesitated. Riche? Everything we know about Riche might not be true, Luhan. The reality could be a completely different person. Right, Luhan? Luhan discontentedly pushed her hand away. What about you? After all, people can never fully understand others.
Lariat tried to explain, It's not like that, But Luhan wasn't listening. He asked loudly, What if I'm not the person you think I am? Lariat looked at her brother, thinking to herself, I thought it was just a mischievous prank, but looking at your face, it can't be a prank. Luhan, if you're not the child I know, but I never truly knew you to begin with, how did you get so lost? I don't know the slightest bit about Father's reasons for opposing this, so it's okay. That can't compare to how important you are to me. She bowed her head and affirmed again, No matter what, you are still my brother. Luhan gripped her hand and said, I'm sure I can't be as certain as you. Elsewhere, Rupert sprawled on the floor, thinking furiously, Damn it, there are two of them. I'm going to die. Louis saw this and feigned concern, asking, Princess, why did you suddenly fall like that? He angrily looked up and snapped, If you keep muttering, get lost. I'm busy dying here. The boy provoked, saying, You can only say such sulky things, can't you?
Seeing Rupert raise his gun and aim at him, Louis shrugged and said, Planning to kill me. Oh, I'm so scared. Really? A gun with no bullets? How truly frightening. Rupert grew even more furious. Damn it, I told you to shut up. Looking at Rupert's ungraceful sitting posture, Louis commented, Now you don't look like a lady at all. Not cute in the slightest. Rupert calmly asked, "If I were cute, what would you do to me?" He got goosebumps and replied, "Don't say such scary things." Ugh. Rupert took out a spool of thread to bite through it. Seeing this, Louis quickly said, "Stop it." Blood was flowing down Rupert's hips, dripping onto the floor. Louis immediately grabbed Rupert's hand and said, "I told you to stop." Tori, startled, rushed closer and asked, "Does it hurt?" Rupert calmly replied, "No, I'm fine." Seeing this, Louis grimaced and called out, "Princess!" Just then a blonde person pushed the door open and walked in. It was Princess Nigel.
Seeing the newcomer, Rupert and Louis immediately straightened up. Then Rupert slowly stood up and bowed. Seeing this, Nigel quickly interjected, "Oh dear, don't be so formal." After saying that, she quickly embraced Rupert. A moment later, Nigel turned to Louis. Sir Baden, although this trend is very popular, Rupert is still very weak." Hearing this, Louis immediately replied, "I apologize." After that, Nigel looked at Rupert and chatted cheerfully. "Rupert, have you been well lately?" Rupert smiled and replied, "Yes, thanks to your highness's blessing." He thought to himself, "That's the truth." Suddenly, Nigel worried, "What if Agnew comes to bother you again?" Rupert cut her off. "Thank you." Then he thought, "It's also thanks to Nigel for stopping that Agnew fellow, but that has nothing to do with me." On the contrary, Rupert suddenly smiled and said, "Your Highness is truly a good person." But in his heart he thought, "How annoying. I've been subdued by this cheap sympathy. It's the simplest, easiest, and most detestable method." Suddenly, Nigel glanced at a box on the table and became curious. "What are you doing?" Rupert thought irritably, "Nosy little girl." Nevertheless, he replied, "Just a small hobby." Seeing this, Nigel didn't ask further. Then suddenly she was stunned. She asked in surprise, "Oh, your lip. Your lip is injured." Nigel looked at Rupert, then at Louis standing behind him. Suddenly, an embarrassing image appeared in her imagination. Louis grabbing Rupert and forcing, "Come with me," while Rupert struggled and refused. "No, no, you can't." At this point, Nigel covered her face trembling and cried out, Rupert, surely Sir Baden hasn't done anything strange to you, has he?" Hearing this, Rupert gently stroked his hair and shyly replied, "Your Highness, what are you talking about?" Standing behind, Louis, who witnessed everything, got goosebumps. Meanwhile, Rupert continued to act, "Your Highness, please keep this a secret from me, because Sir Baden is not yet officially my knight." Nigel exclaimed in surprise, Oh my goodness, Rupert, this isn't right at all, but I will absolutely keep your secret. I won't tell anyone." At Louis's urging, Rupert rushed to hug Nigel, thanking the princess, but asked if the princess could visit him another time, as he had something he needed to do. Hearing this, Nigel smiled and said, "Yes, I know." Then she covered her face in embarrassment and quickly ran off. Oh dear. Seeing that, Rupert thought to herself, "Just like my mother, my body is casually toyed with. Indeed, this lowly bloodline cannot be hidden. Enough of those baseless rumors. Now I've even stopped doubting my height." After Nigel left, Louis immediately shouted, "Are you out of your mind? So now I'm taken?" Oh heavens, why would you pair a crazy kid like this with me?" Hearing this, Rupert irritably snapped, "What? Too loud. Shut up." Hearing that, Louis cried even louder. "People will look at me and think I'm an old ox grazing on young grass. Oh my god, boo-hoo-hoo. Even if there wasn't another woman left in this world, I wouldn't marry your highness. I'm also seeing a girl. What if bad rumors spread?" Suddenly, Rupert spoke up. "I'm prettier, aren't I?" Louis immediately replied, "Yes."
Well, of course, your highness, even though your highness still, Rupert directly fired his gun and said, "Watch your mouth. Your voice is louder than the gunshot." Louis cried out, "Ouch, that hurts." Hearing this, Rupert retorted, "You're lucky you can still feel pain." Meanwhile, Louis clutched his injured ear and complained, "Honestly, Lady Margaret is much gentler than your highness, and much more beautiful too." Rupert argued back, "I'm beautiful too, aren't I?" Upon hearing this, he immediately yelled, "Your highness's beauty is so deadly, it looks like it wants to kill people with that gaze." Suddenly, Louis thought of something, and he opened his mouth to ask, "Does your highness intend to keep Lady Belua by your side?" Rupert nonchalantly replied, "Yes." Hearing this, Louis exclaimed, "That's truly dangerous." Rupert continued, "So what?" Seeing this, Louis scratched his head and slowly said, "Can that young lady be of any help to your highness? She doesn't look particularly intelligent or quick-witted. Well, if she were intelligent, that would be even more concerning. Moreover, for some reason, that young lady doesn't seem to like me much. It's as if she's wary of me and your highness." Hearing this, Rupert immediately asked, "So what?" He was astonished. "No, that's not it. What I mean is, your highness should be wary of that young lady." Rupert exclaimed, "What?" Louis patiently said, "Lady Belua, we don't know what she's planning in her head." Lariat's image suddenly appeared along with the words,
I will be yours. Rupert thought to himself, worried, scared. Even if it was terrifying, he had to keep his mouth shut. So it was very interesting, to the point of driving him mad, the act of possessing someone, anyone. Thinking this, he tightened his grip on the paper in his hand and spoke. But as you said, she's just a foolish girl, so there's no need to be careful. Nevertheless, Louis was still worried. But her father is no ordinary person. Your Highness knows he is the Emperor's man. She may seem docile now, but we don't know what plans she has behind the scenes, so we should still be a little cautious. After hearing this, Rupert said, that girl knows nothing. Seeing this, he immediately wondered, how can your Highness be so sure? Rupert thought, Count Belua has agreed with me, so I can't hate him. But there's no reason he would send his only daughter into the palace to be a maid. I've been watching her since the day she set foot inside the city gates, but I haven't gathered anything. Even eavesdropping has been pointless. After a moment of consideration, Rupert spoke. I have nothing to be sure of. At this, Louis was curious. If so, why does your Highness dare to keep her by your side? Strangely, before he could finish his sentence, Rupert threw a gun at his face and cursed. Damn it, you're too noisy. Can't you just listen to my orders instead of complaining? Louis, holding his mouth, felt wronged. Your Highness, can you please stop beating me half to death every time you get upset? Hearing this, he immediately yelled in anger. You lunatic!
Even so, he didn't care. Louis lay sprawled on the couch, too hurt. He needed a good cry. Rupert, enraged, took out his crossbow, then aimed straight at him and shot. Louis screamed, it hurts so much. It hurts like hell. Rupert nonchalantly said, oh, sorry, I shot by mistake. As soon as he heard that, he angrily yelled, are you kidding me? Meanwhile, Tori ran, shouting, Louis, your skin is glowing. Rupert, while aiming at his prey, said, stay still. If Tori catches you, it'll be a big problem. Louis, the prey, ran frantically, complaining, your Highness only cares about Tori, huh? A moment later, Rupert irritably said, I told you to stop. Hearing that, he immediately stopped. Honestly, your Highness, you really are a wicked lover. An arrow was immediately shot, causing Louis to jolt and glow. Despite that, Rupert, unconcerned, said, perhaps I should reduce the amount of nitric acid a bit.
He spoke resentfully. Your Highness, what kind of experiment are you using me for? Tori is here, being so obedient, yet you always give these strange things to me. Rupert heard that and replied, you're already contaminated anyway, so there won't be much damage. Suddenly Louis changed the subject. What about that young lady, Miss Benluda? Rupert spoke, that's an unfair comparison. He snorted and asked, why? A few seconds later she replied, she's injured. Hearing this, Louis asked curiously, oh, so do I count as injured? Rupert looked at him and seriously announced, she is mine. Louis quickly held out both hands and exclaimed, what about me? What about me? Rupert looked at him and replied, you are a stray dog I picked up and raised. Louis heard that and immediately got angry. Your Highness, that's a bit much. You haven't been in contact with that young lady for very long. Anyway, your Highness should consider it. Who knows what results you might get? Rupert, holding a pile of weapons, said, isn't it better to see with your own eyes and hear with your own ears? As she put the guns back on the shelf, she thought, the armament drive that began last year has concluded. The 2 new types of weapons I discovered have been used as military supplies. Rupert looked at Tori, then looked back at Louis. Even the Emperor knew that Princess Rupert was an alchemist in the military.
It was Barbarossa who, from the Battle of Landsbach, had guided Wigon's combat strategy and triumphs. With an army of fewer than 10,000 men, he annihilated dozens of minority tribes. Anything that set foot in Willatan's domain was Barbarossa's work. If the Emperor backed him, who could resist such an existence? A book in the temple of the god Voluat stated that when one commits a heinous crime, their soul will be torn into 100 pieces. At this, Rupert thought to himself, so what? After all, I have already fallen into the abyss of hell, a bottomless place. Now there's no more begging for forgiveness. He bowed his head and looked at the name on the paper. Gorton. A series of names were listed. Beatrice Gorton, Lariat Isabel Belua, Luhan Belua. Rupert picked up the paper and thought, this is a list of people I will eliminate one day, but I can always change it. Suddenly, Lariat's words echoed in his ears. Your Highness doesn't have to believe me. Rupert murmured, I've never believed you. It's because I don't believe you that I want to possess you for myself. If I had faith that you would always be by my side, I wouldn't need to monopolize you at all. I don't have such tragic ambition, for I have seen how human souls are destroyed by the ambition to possess. But at this moment, countless words from Lariat echoed in Rupert's ears. Look, isn't it beautiful? Go on, eat it. It's delicious. It suits your Highness very well. Yes, Luhan, I'm listening. Rupert suddenly grew anxious. I have nothing in my hands. Just possessing one thing. It won't be a problem, will it? Suddenly he recalled old images, a cluster of wild daisies by the roadside.
A boy happily ran to sell a pile of flowers he was holding. A luxurious city. Rupert remembered Luhan's current image. Sister, so Mr. Gorton and Dad? And the image of the boy in tattered clothes. Luhan held his head, thinking in confusion. What a messy child. Another image of a boy trembled as he offered. Flowers, please buy flowers. These flowers suit a beautiful lady like you, truly beautiful. Rupert mumbled, beautiful my ass? Huh?
On the other side, Louis observed his attitude changing as fast as a weather vane and hesitantly spoke. Our Highness seems to have gone mad. Tori, sitting next to him, asked, Is that true? As soon as he heard this, Rupert turned to glare at him. What? Seeing this, Louis stammered. It was Tori who said that, Your Highness. Tori on the other side asked in disbelief. Me? When did I say that? Suddenly, Rupert called out, Tori, come here. Seeing Tori's injustice, Louis secretly thought, His Highness probably won't scold Tori, right? A moment later, Tori slowly walked over and took Rupert's hand.
She asked softly, Could you please not grow up anymore? Rupert heard that and wondered, Why? Tori honestly replied, I don't like Your Highness being older than me. Rupert picked her up and placed her on his lap, then said, I'm already older than you know? Tori looked at him and said, I don't like Your Highness growing bigger and more mature. The more you grow, the more foolish you look. Hearing this, Rupert gently advised, I can do anything for you, but don't ask me for impossible things like that. Should I help you mature more? Tori was surprised. Can Your Highness do that? Hearing this, Rupert looked annoyed. You seem to underestimate me, don't you? Seeing that, Tori immediately touched his face and smiled. No, not at all. As long as Your Highness doesn't abandon me, that's all that matters. Rupert said seriously, I absolutely will not abandon what belongs to me. Absolutely. Tori heard that and replied, I understand, Your Highness. Rupert thought to himself, from the very beginning, I had nothing to discard. This palace, these clothes, this status, and this name. Rupert.
Everything, including my name, does not belong to me. Through Mr. Fassbender, money, manpower, and more are all just temporary. Even Louis, Mother's Knight, is the same. A mother with a stifling expression, I changed my entire life for her. For the one I call mother, I was suppressed, subdued, because that is family. Suddenly, Lariat's words appeared in Rupert's thoughts, because the most important thing in this world is family. Someone who holds power like Your Highness, I also belong to you. Rupert told himself, I will hold this power until I die, possess everything. The familiar voice echoed again, what a beautiful bouquet. Rupert ignored it and thought, in an unstable world, nothing is perfect. What a sweet temptation. Lariat's voice kept echoing in Rupert's ears. Ha, he murmured to himself, this bouquet will wither sooner or later. But the reason I like it so much, Lariat's voice echoed as if answering his question. Ha, because it's beautiful. Rupert sadly thought, I never expected the sky in Sao Paulo to be so beautiful. Perhaps I will never get to know it in this lifetime.
I have no ambition for anything, except for my family home. No, that's precisely why I... Then he asked Tori, do you like it too? Tori looked bewildered. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Rupert then said, I'm asking if you like flowers. Tori gently replied, flowers and I are opposites, you know that. Suddenly, Rupert slumped down. He wondered aloud, you resent me a lot, don't you? Tori calmly replied, I don't resent anyone. Rupert felt a little guilty. You could have lived a normal life. You must be very jealous of her. Tori gently touched his face. She said, Lariat, yes, I am truly very jealous of her, Your Highness. She thought, I'm afraid of death, and Your Highness is too. But to protect what is precious to him, that girl, always full of energy, is truly adorable. Suddenly, Rupert spoke. Let's get rid of her. Tori gently replied, If Your Highness has no intention of doing that, then don't say it so recklessly. Rupert said, If you don't like it, then never mind. Tori used her hand to wipe away the tears from Rupert's eyelashes. She thought to herself, why apologize? Because the one he needs is Lariat. And then she said, I like that girl. Rupert was curious. Why? Tori then said, So shall we talk about Lariat now? Rupert brought up another matter. We are looking at a beautiful night sky. Tori smiled joyfully. Yes, because I am the one who can feel the beauty hidden behind that dark curtain. Rupert looked at her puzzled. You mean the dark curtain? Hearing that, Tori giggled. Your Highness is jealous, aren't you? Please be honest. Suddenly, Rupert looked out the window. Time quickly passed, and the sky began to lighten. Lariat had an appointment at the gate with Luhan. Her eyes unconsciously looked upwards. She thought to herself, perhaps that is human nature, so I cannot blame anyone. I must be more and more careful. I've grown closer to Luhan. I don't want to be separated from him at all. Luhan will die before me, and I don't want to be a strict older sister in his eyes until that day. Thinking this, Lariat said, Luhan, I'll be staying at Risha's house for a few days, so if you have time, please come visit me. Upon hearing this, Luhan bowed his head and replied, I understand. Lariat gently placed her hand on his shoulder. I'm your older sister, not a senior or a superior, so please don't bow to me anymore. Luhan quickly replied, I understand. Lariat added, I just want to see a smile on your face every time you greet me. She gently stroked his head. Luhan reminded her, and I'm your beloved younger brother, not a pet. Lariat teased, I would never dare to keep a pet as big as you. It's too scary. Luhan looked a little sad. Am I scary? Lariat laughed joyfully. Usually all older sisters get scared when their younger brothers grow taller than them. Luhan suddenly looked very worried. Is that true? Lariat answered frankly. Yes. Luhan also started to tease. You're not much taller either, are you? Lariat pouted after hearing that. This is average height already. There wasn't much time left, so she said, you should go home now. Luhan suddenly rummaged through his pocket. Ah, please take this. Lariat was a little curious and asked, huh? A moment later, he pulled out a gift package.
Seeing it, Lariat was extremely surprised. Didn't you just buy this? Luhan looked at her affectionately. These are tea leaves. I bought them for you. Receiving the gift in her hand, Lariat broke into an extremely radiant smile. Thank you, Luhan. I'll definitely try it. After hearing that, Luhan added, then you should go inside quickly. I'll come visit when I miss you. With that, Lariat waved at him and walked away. In Rupert's room, she said cheerfully, Come in, Lariat. Opening the door, Lariat stepped inside with a very confused state of mind. She thought to herself, how awkward. Does Rupert also look at me like this sometimes? She must know everything already. A princess raised in the harsh imperial palace isn't easily fooled. So why does she keep me by her side? While she was lost in thought, Rupert's voice brought her back to the present. Where did you just go with Luhan?
Lariat replied awkwardly. Yeah, something like that. But how long has your father been working at the consortium? Riche was a little surprised. The consortium? My father? Not very long, I think. I don't know exactly, maybe 5 years? Lariat quickly brought up, I heard you also have something to do there, right? Riche smiled and replied, I just introduce people I know from the Imperial Palace. Next, Lariat wondered, You don't work there alone, do you? Riche calmly replied, Only as a member of the Gorton family. The actual operation is for merchants, like Viscount Hamel, for example. This surprised Lariat greatly. You work with the Viscount too? Riche shrugged and said, Nobles from the south often like to gather, but that person isn't really a proper noble anyway.
From this, a thought popped into Lariat's head. The third Viscount Hamel was a noble. In reality, everyone considered a commoner background to be shameful. However, that wasn't a valid reason to be oppressed. Thinking this, she quickly said, Riche, he's a noble too. Riche replied frankly, I know, I just can't stand the fact that he's both a noble and a merchant. Lariat suddenly asked further, You also despise the pressure nobles have to endure, don't you? Riche didn't deny it. She said, That's why I hate it. He doesn't fulfill a noble's duties but exploits his status to enjoy privileges. He's truly a commoner-born merst. Lariat was a little displeased, thinking that not everyone lived that way. Riche suddenly called out to her, Larry, perhaps we won't be able to marry the ones we love, because we have to fulfill a noble's duties. The two had an extremely animated discussion. Time passed quickly, and as dusk fell, it was time for Lariat to leave Riche's house. She walked away feeling extremely melancholy. Looking at the star-filled night sky, she suddenly exclaimed, it's beautiful, isn't it? Rupert suddenly said in a tired voice, This isn't good, because Lariat's voice suddenly echoed in his head, It's very beautiful, isn't it? Rupert replied miserably, You wouldn't know, you fool. Lariat's voice echoed once more, I am your highness's subordinate, so please cherish me. Rupert was a little confused. Not yet. At this moment, Lariat unexpectedly encountered mysterious shadows on the road.
Rupert dreamily said, Instead of constantly bothering me, why don't you try helping me? Lariat's gaze was fixed on the star-studded night sky, and a thought arose in her mind. This beautiful scenery truly lifts my spirits. She suddenly recalled her discussion with Rishi earlier this afternoon, silently thinking, cultivating culture and art as the mistress of the family, a lady full of determination and a moral example. Rishi's words then echoed, an engagement based on duty is truly a terrible thing. However, with my noble status, I cannot break tradition, and that is precisely what makes us nobility. At that moment, Lariat had speculated that if she could protect that position, Rupert would not be able to easily overthrow her family, because commoners don't even object to it, let alone protect it. Following that, she frankly stated her view. Anyone can protect those positions.
Everyone is capable. We are preserving unnecessary virtues for human existence. Because I am capable enough to protect my own status, I know that many nobles don't realize that. After all, humans... At that moment, Luhan's image appeared, along with a train of thought running through Lariat's mind. We can't fully know what kind of people those around us are. She then said, That's right, because human nature is the same. Therefore, she secretly reminded herself that she had to accept this as well. The Emperor is a monster created by human hands. Returning to this mysterious dark night, Lariat thought that circumstances could make people lose themselves. But even though Rupert hadn't done anything to harm her, she still resented him without an ounce of guilt. That cold-blooded monster deserved to be hated to the bone. Sometimes she even felt like she was losing her mind. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her head, startling Lariat. Won't anyone save me? She quickly looked around, silently uttering, Rupert. It seemed she had seen someone. Her body instinctively went into defensive mode, and she spoke up to ask. The hooded man quickly stepped out, appearing annoyed. Damn it, I've been discovered. Lariat was a little bewildered. She wondered, what is he? Then she asked, May I ask who that is? The man looked at her, full of annoyance. Since when did you notice my presence? His words made Lariat secretly confused. I didn't notice anything. He was just standing there so conspicuously. Then she gave a cheerful smile. It seems there might be some misunderstanding. Actually, I have no intentions towards you at all. The mysterious man coldly replied, No intentions? What do you mean no intentions? You just called out to me a moment ago. Lariat suddenly replied awkwardly, Oh my, is it this late already? The night view is truly beautiful, isn't it? Please enjoy it at your leisure. I'll take my leave.
Seeing her trying to find an excuse to leave, the mysterious man quickly drew his sword from its sheath. Where are you going? Finding herself in this situation, Lariat secretly regretted wishing she had brought Riche along. She quickly took out her purse and said, "Please take this first, sir. This is all I have." The mysterious man was a little annoyed. Money? Although she offered her purse, Lariat's eyes were welling up, looking utterly pathetic. This made the mysterious man say irritably, "Seriously, why are you offering me money? This is unbelievable." Lariat still thought he was a robber and stammered, "I know it's just a small amount of change, but because I'm in trouble." The mysterious man suddenly called out her full name, Lariat Isabelle de Belua. This made Lariat stunned, thinking, "He knows my name. Don't be afraid, don't panic." She regained her composure, looked directly into the man's eyes, and asked in a questioning tone, "Yes, may I ask who this is?" The mysterious man was so furious he could almost smoke. "This is driving me crazy. Then who are you, miss?" Lariat replied, "You just read my name." She suddenly acted cute. "Is it Bundel?" Because she was thinking this mysterious man was Rupert, who always called her, "Hey, Beinbau, Beinbau, Beinbau." Remembering this, she was a little annoyed. Honestly, that Rupert.
The mysterious man, upon hearing this, raised his voice. "You dare call me a steamed bun?" His loud volume made Lariat secretly plead, "Oh God, please lower your voice." She suddenly spoke in a teasing tone. "Oh my, did I accidentally compare your beautiful name to a common dish?" The mysterious man quickly replied, "That's right, Miss Steamed Bun. You must first follow me to this place." Lariat immediately wanted to refuse. "But I'm busy right now." The mysterious man then turned back and gestured to the people behind him, as if words were proving ineffective. This action of his made Lariat feel uneasy. What she feared had come to pass. The mysterious man began to try and grab her. Lariat quickly ducked to avoid his arm, while simultaneously shouting loudly, "Help me! Is anyone there?" After that, she ran away quickly. In this critical moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Rupert must be watching. Then she clutched one of her ears and tried to transmit a message. "Your Highness, I am in danger right now." She thought to herself, "I must signal for help. If I run out to the main road, then—" A mysterious man suddenly appeared in front of her, as if he had been waiting for her there for a long time. And then Lariat found herself in an inescapable situation. A sound rang out, and Lariat was finally hoisted onto a mysterious man's shoulder and carried away.
Lariat struggled and caused a commotion nonstop. "Ah, someone's been kidnapped here. Please save me." Annoyed by her noise, the mysterious man looked at her with displeasure. He said coldly, "Knock her out." A loud thwack echoed immediately after. When she opened her eyes, light was already streaming in through the window. It illuminated and warmed the scene within the house. There was also an incredibly cute cat in the room. Lariat thought groggily, "Where am I? They surely didn't kidnap me to sell me or harvest my organs, did they? Still, there must be some purpose for kidnapping me. First, I should try to stand up." Oh dear, she suddenly sat upright, but then toppled sideways. "Ugh!" She cried out in pain. "My head hurts so much." Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Lariat was still suffering from the after effects of being knocked unconscious last night. She thought to herself, "Someone is holding my head." Suddenly, she was face to face with a very haggard-looking man. A moment later, he unceremoniously let her fall. Then he stood up and said, still quite conscious." Without warning, the man tormented her with his foot. Her body showed signs of extreme pain. Lariat was in agony internally. I'm so dizzy." Among her kidnappers, one was a foreigner. On the other side, the man named Chevalier irritably asked, "Damn it, you couldn't decipher that lock this time either?" The haggard man quickly bowed his head and replied, "It's because the Count changed the password of that book again, that's why. Not that page, it's page 30. Lariat secretly assessed. The other one is a knight. Decipher? A man's voice rang out curiously. "But who exactly is that girl?" Chevalier quickly replied, "She's Count Belua's daughter." Hearing that, the curious man became a little tense. "The Count's daughter? Is it really okay for us to kidnap this child?" Chevalier casually responded, "I caught her in a deserted alley. No one will know, so don't worry." Lariat was currently being bothered by a cat. She secretly grumbled, "Go away, cat, scram." While she was writhing because the cat was tickling her, suddenly Chevalier spoke up. "My lady, you're awake, aren't you? I know you're awake."
Lariat immediately opened her mouth wide and yawned. "Wah!" Seeing this, Chevalier smiled. "Well, well. Hey, now that you're awake, could you talk to me for a bit?" Although Lariat was very annoyed, she spoke up. "May I ask who you are?" Chevalier asked seriously. "If I tell you my name, would you recognize it?" Lariat replied, "I didn't ask for your name," Chevalier said softly. "Then would you like to know the name of the one who is about to kill you?" Upon hearing these words, Lariat's face showed shock. Seeing her expression, Chevalier quickly corrected, "I'm just kidding. Why would I kill you? But even so, I cannot promise that your life will be safe." The haggard man suddenly stepped forward and reminded him, "Chevalier, that's enough nonsense." Seeing this man, a thought popped into Lariat's mind. "I think I've met this guy somewhere before. He looks so familiar." He suddenly spoke up, asking, "Do you remember who I am?" Lariat immediately replied,
You're Mariadner Vincent's guard knight, aren't you? The man looked utterly dejected. That's too bad. You shouldn't have recognized me. From that, a question arose in her mind. Is this something Count Vincent ordered you to do? He did not deny it. You could say that.
Lariat became extremely irritated. She yelled, "Answer me seriously. Who exactly?" The gaunt man gently interrupted her. "Is that so important? In this situation? Young lady, you truly are a fearless child. There's no evidence whatsoever that you were kidnapped, nor are there any witnesses. Even if I were to sell you to slave traders right now, there would be no problem." Lariat retorted bluntly, "Slave trading is mostly done by nobles. I am a noble's daughter. They couldn't possibly fail to recognize me." The man suddenly let out a dangerous laugh. "All right, then let's assume some noble will come to your rescue. But do you think slave traders only sell people? Will you be safe and sound if I sell you to them?" Lariat froze in shock upon hearing this. She inquired, "Is your goal to ruin me? What exactly is the purpose of this?" Seeing her so frightened, the man spoke in a reassuring tone. "Don't worry too much. I'll only make a slight scratch. For others, if they were to injure you, young lady, they would have to try hard to conceal it. But I only need the Count to go mad." Lariat looked bewildered. "What is that?" A moment later, her face turned pale. She unconsciously backed away until her back hit the wall. Then she speculated, "Could it be that the Count ordered you to do something so trivial?" The gaunt man immediately retorted, "Trivial? You, young lady, will be the beginning of the rift between Vincent and Belois." Upon hearing these words, she began to tremble. "So you're not the Count's man?" The man quickly replied, "Now you understand the situation, young lady." Lariat said seriously, "Things will absolutely not go as you wish. No matter what happens, I won't let you make a single scratch."
Are you stupid? The more you try to justify yourself, the more aggressive they'll become. Do you think they'll leave you alone? Lariat's eyes welled up with tears. Because I was so frustrated that... Seeing her pitiful appearance, Rupert was furious, but could only sigh. He questioned again, "Why didn't you try to pinpoint their location while you were reasoning with them?" At this, Rupert suddenly cursed. "Damn it, do you know how many places in Beltern and I had to search just to find you?" Lariat immediately replied, "I didn't know your highness would come." This only annoyed him further. While he was still fuming, the emaciated man suddenly sat up, so Rupert quickly turned around. He raised his gun and pointed it at the man, then commanded, "You, get down." The emaciated man completely disregarded his own survival and immediately advanced. Then he knocked Rupert's gun away, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up. Seeing this, Max anxiously shouted, "Your Highness!" Max also quickly struck Chevalier hard on the head.
The emaciated man yelled directly into Rupert's face. "What kind of pervert, dressed in women's clothes, comes here to cause such a ruckus?" Rupert growled. "The word pervert shouldn't be spewed from the mouth of a pedophile like you." With that, he kicked the man directly in the chest. Rupert gradually put some distance between them. He quickly drew a handgun. The emaciated man instinctively looked towards Lariat. Having no other choice, he immediately grabbed her as a hostage and bluntly threatened, "Go ahead and shoot. I've got this girl to take the bullet for me." Lariat suddenly felt afraid. She wondered, will he shoot? However, a blue magical light suddenly flew and pierced straight into the emaciated man's chest. Lariat thought to herself, he shot. Seeing an opening, Lariat quickly dodged away. She said in a panic, "What if you accidentally shot me?" Rupert calmly replied, "Don't worry, it won't hit you." He then gave the other man a few more shots. The man painfully collapsed, grunting. A moment later, Rupert untied the ropes from her wrists. Seeing a bruise still lingering, Rupert immediately raised his gun and fired another shot at the man. "I think I forgot about your wrist." The man cried out in agony. "Ugh!" Lariat thought to herself, that wasn't a real bullet, nor did it seem like any kind of magic. So what was it? While she pondered, Rupert also looked at her thoughtfully. Lariat looked around and continued to think. After all this, why do I feel so much more at ease? No other serious problems occurred. Rupert looked at her, utterly confused. "What is it? Why are you crying again?" Lariat truly couldn't stop her tears from flowing. She sobbed, "That hick." Rupert was a little impatient. "I ask you what you're crying about." Lariat immediately said, I'm not crying." Rupert truly didn't understand. He said, "Then what are you doing right now?" At this moment, a thought was forming in Lariat's mind. Being rescued like this, I feel so pathetic. This was an accident caused by my own carelessness, yet I needed someone else's help.
It's so painful and shameful. I truly am useless. I can't tell if those people truly want to separate Vincent and Belua. I was suddenly kidnapped and couldn't escape. If time could turn back, I wish it had been Father or Johann, not me. Rupert's eyes were filled with pity. Seeing her remain still for so long, Rupert grew worried. "Can't you move? Are you in pain anywhere?" He suddenly took out a handkerchief with many floral patterns. Seeing this, Lariat suddenly burst out laughing. "Pfft!" Rupert carefully used it to wipe away her snot. He said, "I told you to stop crying, not to laugh. Wipe it off." Lariat looked at him with an aggrieved expression. "Your Highness, it's because I found it funny, so..." Rupert gently replied, "Wipe it quickly, you silly girl."
Seeing his gentle smile, Lariat was utterly surprised. Once she seemed to return to normal, he finally spoke, asking, "Why did you think I wouldn't come?" Lariat, a little flustered, replied, "Well..."
She suddenly fell silent and avoided his gaze. Rupert slowly untied the ropes from her feet, saying in a low voice, "I told you I would cherish you." This brought an unusual warmth to Lariat. She spoke, "Your Highness said you would cherish me, but your Highness also said you would discard me if I was no longer needed." Rupert calmly replied, "Of course I don't need you. Who needs a disobedient person like you? Rolling into a place like a beggar's den, annoying others, wearing these damn shoes, and running until your feet were aching and exhausted. You just needed to inform me. After all, you're not entirely useless." Lariat suddenly asked curiously, What is that?" Rupert quickly replied, "A cipher book that Gorton uses when dealing with merchants. I didn't realize if that old fox had noticed it." Hearing this information, Lariat's face lit up. "Ah, so it's very valuable." Rupert knew what she was planning. He turned around and irritably said, "So you want to get caught again?" As if having cold water thrown on her, Lariat sadly replied, "No." As time passed, the city quickly returned to night. On a bridge shimmering with lights, Lariat walked, her thoughts filled with frustration. Depressed, I'm angry because I'm powerless, frustrated that in this situation I can only rely on Rupert. My goal is to hide in his shadow, but it's not fun. To have to rely on an enemy, my situation is truly ironic. Even though I've made up my mind, this is the only way. She suddenly remembered Rupert's earlier instruction, "Don't cry in such a chilling way," and she replied in a voice on the verge of tears, I'm sorry," she thought to herself, just for a moment.
He truly resembles a character from a fairy tale, even though he's an enchanting goblin, because he's not a prince saving a princess. I stood facing the goblin. Before leaving, Rupert turned back to check on Lariat one last time. She was wondering what she needed to do to survive. Rupert asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Lariat looked bewildered. "Huh?" He began to look confused. "That's what's strange. Were you tricked?" Lariat was surprised. She replied, No, I wasn't tricked." Rupert asked impatiently, "Then why are you crying?" Lariat hesitated internally. "Well," she suddenly reached out and grabbed a wig strand of Rupert's that was flying in the wind. Seeing this, he immediately asked, "What are you doing with that injured body of yours?" Lariat replied, "Your Highness, this is expensive." He quickly took the strand of hair and asked, "Is Belua poor? Why do you look like a beggar?"
"So what's the reason for crying?" She honestly replied, "Because I'm pathetic." Rupert turned and walked away. "You're always pathetic." Lariat then said, "Those words have comforted me. Thank you. Thank you for coming here. Honestly, I was very surprised." Hearing her words, Rupert showed annoyance. "I think you're talking nonsense. Snap out of it." She quickly replied, "There's no reason for me not to be clear-headed." Rupert asked bluntly, "So, unlucky?" Lariat spoke, "I was very scared, but my body remained clear-headed, and your Highness arrived." Rupert immediately pointed out, "That's not being clear-headed at all." Lariat suddenly confided, "It's truly an unpleasant situation, but this unfortunate event doesn't make you unhappy." Rupert was curious, "So what exactly makes one unhappy?" Lariat replied, "An unhappy person is an unhappy person." Rupert bluntly stated, "Sophistry." Lariat replied, a hint of sadness in her eyes, "At least that's what I think. If I admit to myself that I'm unhappy, then I'll truly be like an unhappy person." Rupert's brows suddenly furrowed. He suddenly fell silent for a long while. Then he spoke, "You're saying that if an unhappy person doesn't insist on being unhappy, then they won't be unhappy." Lariat looked confused. "What?" Rupert replied, "I don't know the difference between happiness and unhappiness." After saying this, he turned and walked away. She quickly followed him, and the two didn't exchange another word after that. The next morning, the doorbell rang.
Lariat eagerly stepped inside. "I'm from Belua," she thought to herself. "According to Rupert, since I look foolish, no one will suspect me." While acting as a spy, she followed his instructions. Just look straight and keep your eyes open. She then noticed some books on the shelf, wondering what she would find if she read them. It was truly amazing to know how to use code books in an instant. Suddenly, the shop owner asked, "Miss."
Lariat was startled. She was flustered. Yes, what did you just say, sir?" He smiled and said, "It is truly an honor for our shop that Count Belua is interested in our perfumes." She immediately replied, "No, it's my mother. She's particularly interested in the Mermaid's Tears perfume that was launched this month." The shop owner became excited upon hearing this. "Lady Amanda!" Lariat asked in surprise, "You know my mother?" He immediately replied, "The lady doesn't know me. It's been 30 years since I started working in this capital. She is one of the people I remember from her time as a singer. I really loved her singing voice, and of course everyone else did too." Hearing these words, Lariat thought to herself, "Wow, he's a fan of my mother." The shop owner added, "Even the Empress never missed any of the Countess's performances." Lariat was a little astonished. "The previous Empress, do you mean?" He quickly replied, "Yes, the previous Empress, in her youth, was also a singer from Abbott." This information stunned Lariat. She thought, "My mother knew the previous Empress? Come to think of it, both the current emperor and the previous emperor had short reigns, didn't they?
Is this country cursed too? Indeed, Rupert being crowned, that is a destruction.
Thinking of this, she added, I don't know, because Mother didn't say. The shopkeeper uncle also guessed that people connected to the Empress had to be extremely careful, so if the lady was hiding something, it was only natural. After that, he even cheerfully joked, if you don't trust Belua, then no one in this country can be trusted. Suddenly, Lariat's expression suddenly fell. It's all the same old story, she thought sadly to herself. A moment later, the shopkeeper uncle suggested, shall I send you some mermaid tears? Lariat replied, yes, please send them. After leaving the shop, Lariat was startled. She said frantically, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. Because I have to go to other merchants today, I can't turn off the device. If Your Highness ignores me, I'll have no choice but to keep calling. Rupert suddenly replied, damn it, shut up. Do you suspect that merchant? Have you found anything yet? She immediately replied, not yet. Don't send any payments until everything is found. Rupert heard this and said irritably, are you giving me orders now? Lariat quickly explained, I'm asking for your help. Rupert pouted, disliking the idea of agreeing. Lariat had no choice but to say, then I won't buy Mantu today. Rupert said, just call Louis. Lariat replied, today I'll buy everything that appears and eat it. Rupert heard this and cursed, you pig, damn it, no more talking.
The carriage slowly started moving, and Lariat was secretly pleased. Even if she were to object, it would still be accepted. Now it was no different from Tori. Due to the way she had treated her, upon returning to Riche, she hugged Lariat and wept uncontrollably. Seeing her hold on tightly, unwilling to let go, Lariat thought to herself, Riche truly feels for me. How could she have known about my kidnapping? It's not entirely without Marquis Gorton's influence, but Riche still wanted to harm me. Luhan suddenly appeared from behind, his face full of panic. Riche quickly pulled away from Lariat and went to grasp Luhan's hand. Observing her behavior, a thought occurred to Lariat. How ridiculous. Why didn't I realize people hated me? He'll look at this foolish face of mine and mock me, won't he? As she stood before the beautiful flowers in the garden, Lariat suddenly spoke, her voice filled with sorrow. I have truly lived a useless life. Rupert asked in surprise, why? She replied, there's no one left to trust. He quickly comforted her. Such things don't exist to begin with. Lariat suddenly spoke up. I have something to ask of you. Your Highness, please don't lie to me. I have been utterly deceived, and even then, I still despise being lied to. Rupert replied bluntly, I don't do such things. Lariat thought to herself, how ironic. The friend I trusted even to death utterly betrayed me, while the one who killed me promised me the truth. A middle-aged man saw her and greeted her warmly. Oh, Lariat, aren't you buying flowers today? This man was Boris, the proprietor of the high-end flower shop.
Lariat gave a bright smile. I'll stop by on my way. Boris said, his voice full of doubt, you didn't stop by last time, did you? She quickly replied, oh, how can I keep buying flowers repeatedly? How much does a maid earn anyway? In reality, she was quite high-earning. Hearing her words, Boris immediately showed sympathy. Is that so? It seems your master both exploits labor and is stingy with wages, huh? Lariat was a little bewildered, huh? Knowing she couldn't easily elaborate, he bluntly criticized, that scoundrel and miser. From your story, he sounds like someone with a rotten personality, doesn't he? As a listener, I feel quite angry. Boris's words made Lariat break out in a cold sweat. She silently pleaded, please be quiet, I'm still with Rupert.
Boris added, anyway, what's already there usually gets added to, right? What kind of idle good-for-nothing is that? At this moment, Rupert actually appeared beside her in a discreet hooded cloak while Boris was rambling on with his story. And Lariat said, what a rotten character and a foul mouth. Suddenly, Rupert flashed a dangerous smile, which made Lariat involuntarily get goosebumps, her heart frantically screaming, please be quiet. A moment later, she gave an awkward laugh. Ha ha, did I say that? Rupert deliberately pressed, did you say anything else? Lariat quickly stood in front of him and said, we have to go now, right? He bluntly pushed her aside and looked seriously at Boris. Get out of the way, he demanded. What else did she spread about the master? Boris took a moment to recall, then said, she also said he lives exactly as he appears on the outside. After saying that, he suddenly asked curiously, but are you her boyfriend? Lariat immediately cried out, Boris! He saw Rupert's fiery gaze fixed on him and didn't understand what was happening. He immediately replied, nonsense. After saying that, Rupert quickly left, and Lariat gave Boris an annoyed look. She tried to catch up and called out, young master. Rupert turned around. What? Lariat panted. You're angry, that's why, he said coldly. When was I angry? Lariat immediately asked. Then why? He replied. Just living up to appearances. Lariat could only force a smile, thinking to herself, not living genuinely, but putting on airs. He suddenly took off his cloak, then he threw it directly at Lariat. She happily flattered him. Our young master is so handsome, I was just complimenting him. Rupert then said, your face reflects your personality, so you look very gentle. Because of his words, Lariat secretly fumed. Evil personality equals handsome. Gentle equals what? May he trip and fall while walking. He suddenly gestured for her to come closer. Lariat thought to herself, yes, coming right away. As soon as she reached him, she immediately received a flick on the forehead. This is for smiling. She painfully clutched her forehead, but still managed a faint smile. Rupert said irritably, don't smile.
By now she was extremely annoyed, thinking to herself, so what? Suddenly she saw Rupert seemingly doing something secretive and shady. He gestured for her to be quiet and come closer. She obediently walked over and squatted down beside him, surprising him greatly. He suddenly sneered. "What are you doing?" Lariat immediately asked. "Aren't you hiding?" Rupert replied. "It's done, so you can go back." With that, he quickly left, leaving Lariat bewildered. Not far from there was a formidable-looking man. Rupert suddenly appeared, grabbed one of the man's arms, and wrestled him to the ground. The man was subdued without knowing why.
Next, he took out his pistol and pointed it at the young man's face. Seeing this, Lariat felt scared, but also very excited. She thought to herself, a fight, how thrilling, I need Max. Rupert commanded, hand it over. Faced with his gun, the other man fearfully screamed, "Who are you?" Rupert didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, and a bullet flew past the man's face. "You don't need to know. I already know you're Max von Sterngang's spy, nurtured by Goten. The warehouse key or whatever it is, hand it over now." The man trembled violently. "I don't have it. What are you talking about?" A moment later, a blinding light erupted, forcing Lariat to cover her eyes. She thought to herself, my eyes. When the light subsided, she quickly leaned out to eavesdrop. Rupert was now using a knife to cut a line across his palm.
Lariat immediately approached and asked, "Who is that?" He smeared a bloodstain on the white wall and calmly replied, "Macburn van Torgang's subordinate." Lariat's face went blank as she thought, "Where have I heard that before?" A few minutes later she exclaimed, "The leader of the Torgang mercenary group." She secretly thought, the Gordon descendants value status and bloodline above all else, yet he's not a soldier but a mercenary. It's not too urgent, could it be a rebellion? Rupert's ability to dispose of bodies was simply superb. He opened a spatial door and casually tossed the man's corpse into it. Meanwhile, Lariat was speculating, "But there haven't been any internal conflicts in the South, have there? I don't understand." She suddenly asked him worriedly, "Has the bleeding not stopped yet? Doesn't it hurt? Doing that will injure your body, and you haven't even eaten." Rupert turned to her and indifferently asked, "If it hurts, what should I do?" Lariat was secretly annoyed. What is he saying? She didn't hesitate to tear his shirt open. Rupert was extremely annoyed. "Are you crazy?" Lariat softly mumbled, "I'm not looking, okay?" She took the torn fabric and made a bandage to wrap his arm, a thought appearing in her mind. Even though he hasn't eaten a single meal all day to slow down his growth process, he'll die if this continues. Then she said, "You mustn't die. If I keep living like this, how could I die?" Rupert suddenly said, "It's like a curse." Lariat secretly thought, "How does he know that so well?" Upon returning to Rupert's residence, the moment he saw his appearance, Louis burst out laughing. "Your Majesty, have you changed professions? You've become a beggar." While Tori gaped in surprise, Rupert frowned. "Shut up." Louis still couldn't close his mouth. "Yeah, ha ha ha." Seeing his bandaged hand, Tori rushed over in alarm. "Is your hand injured? How did you get hurt like this? You should have called me." Rupert said in a low voice, "You need to avoid being seen, because the Empress has started to suspect Barbarossa." Louis was a little surprised. "How did your Highness know that was Barbarossa's fake alchemy? Are you digging into my background just because my status is detestable? Furthermore, doesn't Empress Nigel find the distance between His Majesty and me very strange? Please clarify that, otherwise I'll be rumored to be a pervert." Rupert immediately glared at him. "What if they spread rumors? You're not exactly popular anyway." Louis suddenly smiled cheerfully at Lariat. "Long time no see, Lady Belois?" Seeing Louis, his aloof image flashed through Lariat's mind. She spoke awkwardly. "Hello." Louis excitedly asked, "Still hiding your face?" She immediately replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." Rupert issued a warning. "Don't touch the child, pervert." Louis froze upon hearing these words.
He hastily asked, "Damn it, is that why Lady Belua looked at me like that? Did she think I was really a pervert? I don't like children. Really, you're a grown woman and your figure's amazing." The more Rupert listened to Louis, the more something felt off, so Rupert immediately kicked him straight out the window. "Get out! I've already captured Torgan's subordinate, so go interrogate him. I've also recovered all the funds and converted them to cash." Louis clutched his back and cried out, "Your Highness, you truly are an emperor who exploits labor." Rupert was annoyed. "Get out already!" Tori, meanwhile, was concerned about the wound on his palm. "Oh, this is very serious. It will probably leave a scar." Rupert suddenly said, "There's no way to treat it." Tori asked, puzzled, "But didn't you decide to refrain from using alchemy anymore?" Rupert calmly replied, "Because it's necessary." Next, he took off his torn shirt. Tori turned to Lariat and asked, "Are you okay, Lariat?" She replied, "No, don't worry. Oh, Tori, I have something for you." After saying that, she took out a very beautiful blue ribbon. "Ta-da, here's a gift," Tori exclaimed delightedly. "Lariat!"
Lariat tried the ribbon on Tori's head. Indeed, the color suited Tori very well. It would surely look good. I happened to be out, and thinking of Tori, I bought it. Do you like it? As she asked and helped Tori tie her hair, Tori exclaimed emotionally, "Oh." A moment later, after finishing braiding Tori's hair, Lariat exclaimed, "There, it's beautiful." Tori hugged her tightly and said, "Thank you, Lariat." Suddenly, Guri also came over and hugged her tightly. This surprised Lariat greatly. She gently stroked his head. Compared to before, Guri seemed more attached to her. She wondered to herself, what's with this change in behavior? "Oh, that's right," she suddenly spoke up. "Your Highness, tomorrow I'd like to meet Aunt Amelia. May I go out alone?" Rupert pondered for a moment. Amelia Belua, Ventavon's wife. So be it. With his consent, Lariat thought to herself, isn't Duke Ventavon someone Rupert should be wary of? She then said,
I'm also not allowed to eat things like bottle caps, right? Rupert said indifferently. All right, you know that, so just remember it. After hearing that, Lariat muttered angrily. What if I lie and get caught? Rupert asked irritably. What are you looking at? Lariat replied with a cheerful smile. No, I'm just surprised. Your Highness truly wants to trust me now. He held his head and said, It's just that I'm dizzy, so I don't want to bother.
Lariat acted strangely. She confidently said, No, His Highness will believe me. Her demeanor made him even more furious. Nonsense. Lariat suddenly burst out laughing freely. The next day, at a beautiful blue mansion, sitting in the living room, Amelia asked, What's the matter? I heard that as soon as you arrived in the capital, you went looking for me. Lariat calmly replied, I wanted to meet you once.
She said gently, If you say so, then there's no kinship between us. In the capital, without any investigation, if you just search like that, you won't find out. Lariat was a little perplexed. If I ask honestly, will you answer? Amelia replied, That depends on the question. I won't lie. Unlike my brother, I am not a liar. Lariat suddenly asked, Are you saying my father is a liar? Amelia stated bluntly, I've never seen anyone who always lies like my brother. Lariat insisted, My father is an upright person. Amelia didn't argue but changed the subject. Let's see, what are you curious about? How to entice royalty? Or do you want to become queen? I'm sorry, Lariat, but Arnoff likes men. Don't you know? If you're a palace maid, you should know better. He's quite foolish, so he's left a lot of evidence. Hearing these words, she hesitated to answer. No, I don't know. Amelia picked up a pastry and advised, Then make sure to find out properly. Vernoni will change a lot, and if you don't manage your time quickly, you'll have trouble. Nigel is intelligent but timid, so he's not a contender for the throne. She added, Rupert.
Actually, you're not from Valerium. Isn't it very unreasonable to aim for the throne? Hearing these words, Lariat felt confused. What do you mean by that? Lariat secretly tensed up, thinking if Rupert heard this, she would be in trouble. After thinking, she immediately made a guess. Is it because of the rumor that I'm not His Majesty's child? Otherwise, are you talking about rumors regarding the Empress's origins? Amelia replied, It's not a rumor, it's the truth. Lariat wondered, How are you so sure? She suddenly stood up. Go ask your brilliant father. I have no intention of helping you even a little. Poor child, Amanda's love has made you this foolish. Lariat was bewildered by these words. Foolish? Me? Amelia suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder. You must not go to the palace. Poor child, you won't receive his attention. The most important thing to him is Belua. Lariat sincerely said, Belua is also important to me. I want to protect Belua. I will protect my father. Hearing her words, Amelia spoke with a pained voice. Poor owl. If Ventavon becomes emperor, I will save you, because you listened to my plea. She secretly thought, No, my plea could save your life. Rupert will become emperor. Then she suddenly said, What are you curious about? Lariat honestly replied, Although it's rude, I will ask, Why did you become the Duke's wife? Are you sure he will become emperor? Amelia was a little stunned. That truly is a rude question. Go ask your father about that.
Lariat immediately wondered, Did you say father knows everything? Amelia replied, That's right. My cowardly brother doesn't just simply know. I cannot tell you things you don't know. If my brother doesn't speak, neither will I. The topic is the same. Lariat thought to herself, What's the same? She added, The reason you don't know much is because my brother loves you. Indeed, because of your familial love, you want to protect Belua, don't you? Lariat replied frankly, Yes, I love my family and I want to protect it. Hearing this, Amelia exclaimed, How tragic. I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't get too attached to Princess Rupert. Lariat asked curiously, Why? Amelia didn't hide anything. She said, Because she will die soon. Lariat made a mental note. My aunt loves power. The distance between father and her is growing. That is the deciding factor.
The current emperor is young and has 3 children. What reason is there to believe the Duke will become emperor? The most logical conclusion is rebellion. Wouldn't it be scandalous if one were truly preparing for rebellion? If one were to join hands with Gorton and gather an army, then Gorton's involvement with mercenaries would also make perfect sense. I must meet father, because he holds the key to all problems. What have I seen recently? On what basis do I trust father so much? No, I must trust him. Am I going to ignore the truth? How cowardly. Thinking this, her body involuntarily collapsed to her knees. Her body began to tremble, and she panicked silently in her mind. What should I do? I must trust. I can only trust. Lariat felt this invisible pressure, and her breathing began to become difficult. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested on the back of her neck. Rupert asked, Did you drop something? Seeing her give a foolish smile, he leaned closer. What's wrong? This close proximity made her flustered. Rupert gently lifted her chin, his thumb lightly tracing her lips, and he said, Speak. Lariat blushed, and she suddenly grabbed his arm to stop his action. What? Rupert asked. What's wrong with your face? Lariat replied, I'm already ugly.
Rupert showed impatience. I'm not asking about that. Don't make me ask a second time. Lariat answered softly. It's just something I'm a little worried about. Rupert asked, puzzled. Why? Lariat honestly replied. I'm afraid I won't trust the person I trust most in this world. Rupert speculated. Your father? Lariat gave a faint smile. I won't say. That's personal. Rupert's gaze searched her face, as if trying to find the truth. What did Amelia Belua say?
Lariat awkwardly said, It's just that, recently, the noble's actions have been very suspicious, so please be careful. After hearing this, Rupert asked again, Is my life being threatened? Lariat instinctively avoided his gaze. No, don't say such frightening things. Your Highness might die. Under the lights in the mansion, Rupert looked at her affectionately. Exactly. This made Lariat extremely startled. What? Rupert gently brought his face close to her forehead, then he suddenly released her head. A small black object appeared on his mouth. Seeing this, Lariat was startled. That's a bottle cap, isn't it? He said. The last one.
Lariat screamed, Liar! Supervisor, you said you wouldn't do that. Rupert calmly replied, That was truly the last one. Lariat sadly said, I don't believe you. Rupert had no choice but to say, All right, there's actually one more. He forcefully turned her around. This is the last lie I will tell you. If you don't believe me, I can even make an alchemist's oath. Lariat was a little curious. All right, what is it? He happily replied. Simple. If I lie to you, I will die. Hearing these words, Lariat burst out laughing. I don't need something so scary. Rupert glared at her. Are you mocking me? Lariat fearfully replied. No, it's not like that. His killing intent suddenly flared up. Have you lost your mind? Lariat quickly kept her distance. She tremblingly said, Hey, your Highness played dirty first. Seeing his anger flare up, Lariat hastily ran away. Tori, save me! Upon reaching her room, she immediately panted. However, behind her, the sound of a door opening echoed. Rupert commanded, Come here. Lariat turned pale with fear. She took trembling steps. Your Highness, I wasn't hitting your Highness. That's actually quite popular these days. Rupert coldly reminded her, While I'm still talking, come here quickly.
Lariat's voice suddenly trembled. Are you going to hit me? I'm about to explode. My stomach is about to burst. Rupert said sternly, I won't hit you. As she stepped closer to him, his hand gently rested on her head. When he didn't do anything for a long time, a thought appeared in Lariat's mind. Whew, is he letting me off the hook? She thought everything was about to go smoothly, but no. Rupert flicked her forehead, extremely painfully. She clutched her forehead, wanting to burst into tears. Seeing her in this state, Rupert said with satisfaction, Didn't explode, did it? He then unexpectedly used his hand to gently rub the red swelling on her forehead, looking at her tenderly. The next morning, in Rupert's study, the sound of a door opening echoed. Next, a voice spoke up to report. Your Highness, Count Belua, I hear he has arrived at his mansion in the capital. Rupert thought to himself, It seems the hypnosis was performed just in time. It can indeed be used. After thinking, he immediately said, I know, you may leave. The subordinate bowed respectfully. Just as the person left, Lariat arrived. She peeked inside and called out to him, Your Highness? Rupert looked at the documents in front of him and thought, She's here? I'll just keep reading. Meeting me so secretly like this, she's a little bold but still shy. He suddenly turned his head.
As Lariat approached, he asked, What is it? She smiled, then hesitated, saying, Well, Your Highness, my father has been in the capital for 2 years, but I haven't met him yet, so I'd like to go see him, even if it's just for half a day. I've already finished all my work. Rupert thought to himself, How naive. She doesn't even know if her father's name is on the list. Of course, because she knows nothing, it's natural for the Grand Duke to look down on her like that. Perhaps I know the answer she's waiting for. Then he looked straight into her eyes. What do you want to ask? Lariat replied flustered. I don't know exactly yet, but I think father would know something. Rupert said coldly, If the Count knows, then I know too.
Lariat immediately shook her head vigorously. There are some things your Highness doesn't know, and they concern me. Rupert suddenly said, What if I said I knew? She replied, Even so, I still want to know what he thinks. Rupert looked at her for a moment. Then, annoyed, he said, I forbid it. Lariat pleaded, Your Highness, please. I've already finished all my tasks, feeding the panda dogs, planting dandelion seeds, cleaning the garden. Rupert's gaze at her was full of displeasure, as he thought to himself, stubborn. Suddenly, her expression made him wonder. Why is she suddenly so flustered? Could it be that I used too much force? I need to adjust this power. I must be more careful in the future. Furthermore, Rupert asked, Don't you think it would be better not to know the truth? Seeing Lariat didn't respond, Rupert suddenly asked, Such silence. You're not crying, are you? Lariat spontaneously replied, No, I feel that not knowing once was enough. Her answer surprised Rupert, and he thought to himself, completely different from what I predicted. I can't understand her at all. What principle is she operating on after all? Perhaps it's just simple curiosity. Anyway, I'm interested in this incomprehensible matter. The more I try to understand, the less I do. And if she encounters any trouble, it will be difficult for me to resolve. What must I do to understand her? But once held, one cannot let go. In other words, possessing someone by my side is something I've always desired, and it's a desire I can't easily give up.
Ah, I said I wanted to do that. Rupert suddenly wondered, you said you wanted to become my person, didn't you? After this question, he calculated inwardly, just like a hungry demon fiercely trying to fill a void. If I chew and swallow a person whole, I think I can become human.
Although she said she would give herself completely to him, she feared him more than anything. Why? Why on earth? And then he seriously asked her, are you sure you won't change? Lariat looked at him gently and said, nothing in this world is unchangeable, Your Highness, but things won't change easily. Hearing these words, he said, go meet them and return here. If that's not enough, I will directly tell you everything you want to know. But it was already over. Lariat cast an affectionate gaze towards him, thinking to herself, perhaps this is the last time I will be able to see Rupert. If so, then I won't be able to escape now, won't be able to return. Suddenly, she moved closer to Rupert. You said you cherish what is yours, didn't you, Your Highness? If so, then take everything from me and cherish it. Her hand was now placed on Rupert's hand, and she silently vowed, my family and my clan, all that is mine, that is precisely the goal I dedicate to you. Even if the future changes, I will not regret it.
Later, she said, I will return, please wait. Seeing her leave, Rupert had a thought, don't come back here. Lariat had been gone for a while. A knock sounded at the door, and Rupert stood up wearily, thinking to himself, this is the last bottle capstone. This is the last chance to understand everything and its meaning. Tori opened the door and announced, Your Highness, His Majesty is looking for you. Rupert suddenly froze. A moment later, he strode to meet His Majesty. A thought arose in his mind. Butterflies. Is that why she thought this place was an ancient forest? In reality, it was the forest where all the monsters had been burned to ashes.
In the most desolate place of hell, when you see all these things, will you still want to stay by the side of a monster like me? Very quickly, Rupert made his way to the corridor leading to that room. He walked, but his heart was filled with tension. Rupert's eyes suddenly gleamed with agony. Horrifying screams seemed to want to possess his body, destroy it, destroy it. Rupert thought to himself, soon the day will come when you will breathe your last and crawl like an insect on the floor. Not far now, Rupert walked with arrogance, yet behind that splendor were many hidden sorrows. He quietly recounted. His birth was questioned. He didn't resemble His Majesty the Emperor, but he did resemble the Empress. Tears welled up in his eyes as he looked towards the person he called Mother. However, the Empress's gaze towards him was incredibly cold. She had said, you are not of the same bloodline as the Emperor. A single sentence that left young Rupert stunned. Returning to the present, Rupert stopped before a gruesome sight, yet he showed no expression. Before his eyes, maids were diligently cleaning up the splattered bloodstains on the wall. Thinking something unpleasant had just happened, Rupert immediately turned to leave. However, a courtier grabbed him and pulled him along. The courtier hastily opened the room door. Rupert said irritably, don't touch me. The courtier quickly announced, I sincerely apologize for being a bit hasty. Your Majesty, Princess Rupert is entering. Then he left immediately, leaving Rupert standing before that cold room. The Emperor stepped forward. That one is broken. Seeing Rupert, he suddenly fell silent for a long moment. Suddenly, he slapped him hard across the face. Blood began to seep out. Rupert tried to remain calm, his breathing gradually becoming heavy. The man before him was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Lariat was having a meeting with her father, Count Belua, who, upon seeing her, happily called out, Larry? You've grown so much, and it's a relief you're safe, Lariat said happily. Long time no see, father. Have you been well lately? Count Belua looked at her with concern. I'm not the issue to worry about right now. First, let's return to Belua. An image suddenly flashed in Lariat's mind. All right, don't let go of me, Count Belua. Lariat suddenly pushed him away, then took out a letter. She said urgently, Father, please read this. For some reasons, I cannot convey it to you verbally. She thought to herself, Rupert might be watching, so I need to be careful. At this moment, Rupert was exhausted from torture. He suddenly sat up. What does Count Belua already know about me? Hearing these words, the Emperor's face showed annoyance. He covered his face, then asked curiously, Why are you suddenly asking about the Count? Did that snake-like fellow manage to sway the ancestors? No, impossible. He couldn't have done that. Why are you asking that? Have you met the Count? Rupert wiped away the blood on his face. He replied, I've never met him, but why does he know me? The Emperor then said, I don't know. Well, perhaps he does. A figure suddenly appeared behind him. Rupert secretly clenched his fist.
Beside Lariat, Count Belua was reading his daughter's letter. Lariat looked at him expectingly, thinking to herself, I've recorded everything I know about the past, present, and future. If you don't believe me, father, then there's nothing else I can do. Count Belua exclaimed in shock, Is this true? Seeing him falter, Lariat rushed to support him. Are you all right, father? Count Belua's eyes widened in astonishment. He suddenly embraced Lariat. Thank you, Lariat. I thought that House Belua was nearing its end after facing your kidnapping.
Lariat immediately spoke in a reassuring voice, saying it was just a misunderstanding and Wretch was mistaken. He replied, "No, a Marquis cannot make such mistakes. Don't lie to your father. The Marquis has started to suspect me." Lariat immediately asked back, "What are you saying? Suspect you?" Duke Belua's eyes gleamed with fear, and he calculated silently. "Lariat, if the Emperor also changes his mind like this, what will we do?" "No, the Emperor won't change. That mad Emperor won't spare the Empress, even if it means her death." The Empress of the Empire was a spy for Williton, and the Emperor's ambition could not be widely known. That was the comfort I found in knowing such a frightening secret. Therefore, I stood by and watched. Under the Empress's pleas, that figure, the Empress, was taken away by that mad Emperor, like prey. Although I could have completely saved her, despite my grave error, I ultimately failed to protect her. After a moment of hesitation, Count Belua placed his hand on her shoulder and asked seriously, "Now, these letters are real, aren't they? Are they truly real, my child?" Lariat immediately confirmed, "Yes, they are real, father. Father, have you truly planned a rebellion? Are you aware of this?" Count Belua replied in a low voice, "As long as you trust me, I have never dreamed of rebellion." Hearing this, Lariat said, "I trust you, father. I know you are not a man with such vain ambitions. Do you trust me too?" He looked into her eyes with affection, thinking, "How could I not trust you? Unlike this cowardly father, you are gentle and brave. To me, you are truly perfect. I truly deserve retribution. The precious gem has been stolen." After thinking this, he embraced her tightly. "Trust me."
A voice echoed in his ear, "Father, speak." Rupert, his face covered in wounds, struggled to get up, that voice still ringing in his ear. "Quickly, tell me what you're hiding, father." He looked up and saw Lariat and Count Belua. Lariat gently said, "I believe you." Rupert thought in surprise, "What is it, you fool? You're saying you'll believe me so awkwardly? Are you lacking something? That's why you ran to me?" Lariat's voice echoed in his ear again. "Father, actually, I—" At the same time, a gunshot rang out. The gunshot pulled Rupert back to reality, where the Emperor was abusing the corpse of Eva, the Empress of the Empire. Rupert stared blankly for a moment. The Emperor suddenly pulled Eva's head up and cursed, "Damn it, I told you to fix it, but it's useless." Then he threw her away, an object shattered everywhere. The Emperor then approached her solicitously and asked, "No, are you all right?" Seeing this, Rupert found it amusing and thought, "He threw her himself. Ridiculous." Then he subtly turned his head and said, "Please wait a little longer. There's less damage now, but it's still not the time."
The Emperor turned to look at him, thinking with annoyance. His attitude is truly detestable, but only that brat can fix it. Lately, the cycle of destruction has been accelerating, if it can't be fixed permanently like this. After thinking, the Emperor asked aloud, "It can be fixed, right?" Rupert stared at him, thinking, if you're so afraid of destruction, you should have taken good care of it from the start. Whose fault was it that it ended up like this in the first place? But outwardly, he replied, yes. Hearing him say that, the Emperor hugged Eva tightly, repeatedly saying, "Thank goodness, truly, I love you, only you." Rupert thought wearily, from the time Mother was alive until now, everything has been overwhelmingly dull and terrible, like a curse. In contrast to that scene, Count Belua hugged Lariat tightly and said, "I'm sorry, I was too lacking to protect you." She gently replied, "Not at all." After saying that, Lariat thought, the future I saw, if I just stood by and watched my family members' heads fall, that would be my sin. While she was thinking, Count Belua spoke again. "Lariat, I have never thought of treason. I wouldn't dare to harbor such ambition." He thought, "I have no desire for the imperial throne. How could a coward like me, full of fears, dare to?"
Lariat immediately said trustingly, "I know you can't be that kind of person, Father. Father, why are we being misunderstood? Please tell me. I need to know what you're preparing, or even just something related to it." He gently said, "Eva. There was a woman named Eva from Williton, an orphan of humble origins with the name Mui, but possessing exceptional talent and beauty. That radiant girl was even more favored than the country's princess. In the place known as Williton's second capital, Adele, no one was unfamiliar with her name. In the past, Prince Clow held her in his arms and asked, 'Why do you love me? I am a prince, but so pathetic.' Eva's lover, the former prince of Williton, Clow, despite his princely status, was somewhat inferior compared to her. Hearing this, Eva asked in return, 'Then why do you love me?' This question left him speechless, stammering. After a moment, Eva smiled and said, 'I am grateful for the small and simple joys. That alone is enough.'" The prince and the commoner girl, both unable to marry due to the vast difference in their status. Fortunately, a bloodline could be purchased from Count Adel, and for this noble status, Claude had to sell everything he owned. However, even if they tried to become a count or countess, Ava's inherent bloodline was still hindering them. But they were also very happy. The fact that they could be together forever made them overjoyed. Ironically, misfortune struck one day before the wedding ceremony. In a dark room, 2 soldiers escorted Ava in, and immediately someone spoke up, asking, "Is your name Ava? It's thanks to your stubborn insistence on marrying the prince that I finally found you." After speaking, he frowned and thought, "Williton now, not only the royal family but also my ducal house, is collapsing.
all because of Bernery's dark hand, Krinaruka. But there's still hope. I have finally found the Blue Eagle. The people controlled by the Eagle's magic are also Duke Miramonte's secret weapon. He continued to think. The foolish King Bernery is in the process of losing his dark hand. This is the opportune moment for the Blue Eagle to counterattack. However,
this girl possesses strength unsuitable for a weapon and is especially too emotional. Compared to emotionless individuals, managing her is much more difficult, but fortunately, her beauty can also be exploited. After that, they began to discuss among themselves as if she were an object, to make her a concubine of Emperor Belnurni. I agreed. She had become a member of my household, so sending her to be the Emperor's concubine was acceptable. Yes, compared to disgracing the royal family's reputation, being Emperor Belnurni's concubine was still better. To save Eva, Prince Claude made relentless efforts, but nothing changed. Thus, Eva had to go to distant Belnurni, not knowing when she would return, with a newly programmed brain full of deceit, instructing her to seduce the Emperor and bring down Belnurni. In that foreign land, she was like a puppet controlled by them. Oh, and in that place there was someone who had killed his own elder brother to ascend the throne. She was surprised. Has the king changed? The one filled with greed had now become emperor. When that hand touched Eva, her heart screamed, "No, how disgusting! Claude, Claude, what is this?" I can't remember Claude's face, only feeling disgust for the emperor. Confused thoughts flooded her mind. Could it be that the Duke had brainwashed her just to make her feel this way? The moment I felt whole again, how to make Belnurni decline, by what means, these were just the times I thought about Belnurni's downfall. And then the days passed very quickly. A beautiful baby boy resembling Eva was born. That was Rupert.
Not long after his birth, he became the subject of everyone's gossip. Although bearing the name of his ancestor Rupert, he was relegated to a separate palace, and it was said he wouldn't even be integrated into the imperial family. Just then, someone approached, startling them. Your Majesty, the Empress." Eva entered amidst the maid's confusion. Upon seeing her, Rupert immediately broke into a bright smile. "The Emperor is infertile. The power of bloodline is truly remarkable. Even Claude and I together couldn't produce an heir. My parents were once subordinates of the Duke. It all comes down to bloodline." She gently smiled and called Rupert, but her eyes held no affection whatsoever. How perfect would it be to use that bloodline for revenge? How tragic would it be for a child born of adultery to ascend to the imperial throne? If the imperial position ultimately falls into this child's hands, death would no longer be a tragedy. It's the only way I can exact my revenge. Thinking this, Eva picked Rupert up and gently said, "My child, Rupert." At this moment, Rupert suddenly teared up, surprising Eva. "Oh, I'm sorry. Is it uncomfortable because it's my first time holding you? I'll put you down. Don't cry." She thought to herself, ensuring the worst possible outcome. "It's hard to consider you my child, but..." Eva then spoke aloud. "Ah, I cannot love you." And so Rupert's string of misfortunes began. Eva held Rupert in her arms, thinking to herself, if only you weren't like your father, Claude. Outside, under a clear blue sky, Eva and Rupert were strolling in the flower garden. Just then, she noticed other nobles also walking through the garden, sightseeing. She then turned and smiled brightly at Rupert, patting his head. A noblewoman seeing this remarked, "She still takes care of the child, doesn't she?" It was fortunate, because for the child, besides his mother, there was no one else. The boy tried to excel at everything he could, because that was the only way to make his beloved mother smile, even to the extent of being forced by his mother to drink poison as a precaution against being poisoned.
In any case, between the two of them, the blind child and the frail mother, when they drew near the emperor, a certain empathy might have arisen. Each day was gloomy and unhappy, so tragic, and everyone turned a blind eye to their pain as if they knew nothing at all. As time gradually passed, the child realized that the relationship between himself and his mother was extremely unusual. On the day the child witnessed his mother's death with his own eyes, he was left alone. Nevertheless, the child was determined to fulfill his mother's wish, no matter how unfortunate that path might be. There was no one by his side to stop him. All he had learned from his beloved mother was just that. Back in the present, the voice of Count Ben Luna echoed in Rupert's mind. The emperor cannot bear children, and the empress is a spy for Williton. He thought to himself, these were all facts he had known before, but he still seemed to be shocked.
Damn it, was it just exhaustion, or why was Taizuan in so much pain? Thinking this, he brushed off his clothes and stood up, his body covered in bruises everywhere. The mad emperor yelled, "Fix it, quickly!" Rupert obediently stepped forward and did as he was told. He wondered to himself, "Mother, do you want to know what happened after you died? Do you know your circumstances, dead yet unable to find peace? I am the one who indirectly caused the emperor's death, the one who couldn't accept the reality before your death. Only I, your child, gave you no love. You were crueler than anyone you knew, weren't you?" Rupert pressed his hands together, and a sudden blue light appeared. As he used alchemy, he continued to think, "I, your child whom you left alone, have always thought of you. Using alchemy on a body is taboo, and I, who exploited you, am naturally also truly cruel. I'm getting more exhausted every day. Now I really want to end everything."
After Eva was revived, the Emperor turned and said, "The day you claim the throne is not far off, but don't be arrogant. Do you want to become Emperor that badly, even if it means betraying your own mother?" Rupert said nothing, like a soulless machine. After a moment, he quietly stood up and said, "I request permission to leave, Your Majesty." With that, Rupert slowly walked to the door and exited.
The door slammed shut, and the servants began to whisper to each other again. Rupert walked indifferently through the hallway. He raised a hand to rub his throbbing forehead, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Rupert suddenly said, "Look away," then thought to himself, "I'm so exhausted that I can't even control the simplest magic." Then Rupert suddenly looked up. Seeing his own haggard appearance reflected in the glass, he said again, "Do you see?" He thought, "My mind is unstable, so I can't even focus. How much have I seen? It's okay to see, isn't it? Because this is the only time I can escape. Deep down, I don't want to run away, because I am an arrogant person. Mother's body has reached its limit. If it can't be fixed, the Emperor will die along with me. But I'm not foolish enough to let those idiots steal my title. It's all right. It's not hard now. Everything will end soon." At Lariat's location, she was panting exhaustedly. Recalling being suddenly pulled into a dark space a few minutes ago, Lariat wondered, "What is this? What is this?" Lariat kept retching as if she had just witnessed a scene more horrifying than anything imaginable. She was utterly stunned. What was that? What did I just see? Rupert. My father said that until the current emperor brought his army to destroy the imperial palace, he had been the deputy commander of Emperor Akane I.
Count Belua gently walked over, patted her back, and asked, "Lariat, are you all right?" She thought to herself, "What father told me was more accurate than what I knew, but it wasn't everything. Eva was Adele's lover and didn't love the emperor. She was also a spy for Williton. Arnulf, Nigel, and Rupert were all not the emperor's biological children." Embraced by Count Belua, Lariat thought in a panic. But this, her mind once again shifted to the room from earlier. Lariat trembled, thinking, "This is—" The room was suddenly filled with a foul stench. Lariat felt dizzy, collapsed, and dry-heaved. Then she stammered, "Wait, father, perhaps you should enter the palace." Hearing this, Count Belua anxiously said, "No, I only brought that up to solve the problem. We must leave the imperial palace immediately." Lariat excitedly shouted, "Father, I have to go." She thought to herself, "I must see Rupert immediately." Count Belua, horrified, yelled, "Child, what makes you think everything can be resolved so simply? Aachen I is dead, and the Emperor has gone mad. I don't think there's any way to awaken Bellerim again." But Lariat wondered. But
Count Belua bit his lip, looking at her with an awkward expression. After a moment of waiting, Lariat turned and ran off. Count Belua quickly called out to stop her. "Lariat!" She only replied, "I'll listen next time, not now." When Count Belua caught her, Lariat immediately shook his hand off and asked, "Father, don't you believe me? I'm already dead. This Belua won't be able to hold on either. I didn't come here just to watch you and everyone else end up like this." He hurried over to dissuade her. "Lariat, I believe you. How could I not believe you? Will the future you saw happen again?" Lariat stepped back and said angrily, "I didn't see the future, and I understand you don't believe me. But father, if I say I don't know anything, would that be a lie? If I close my eyes and cover my ears, pretending not to know anything, would everything go smoothly? I'm going crazy. I'm leaving Belua and going to the palace. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Am I just a docile daughter?" Lariat burst into tears, feeling wronged. "I hate getting involved in troublesome matters. What I mean is, I'm just a weak girl." Looking at Count Belua's worried expression, Lariat thought, "This is the first time in my life I've rebelled against father. But what I'm saying now is true. If I had lived more perceptively and learned more, I might have noticed father's and Rupert's lies. If that were the case, at least I wouldn't have died for such a ridiculous reason." Then she shouted again, "Even though I'm grown up, am I any different from a child? Have I ever lied even once or been disobedient?" A silence then fell between the two of them. Lariat turned and left. "I'm going now, father. I'm sorry." This time, Count Belua didn't stop her. He just stood there and cried like a child. At the palace, everything seemed quite peaceful on the surface. Lariat wandered the corridors, thinking to herself, "What's important to me now is Rupert. Father already knows everything. I had believed that father was the most moral person in my entire life."
Perhaps father feared opposing the emperor, but why did he submit to Rupert, she asked, bewildered. Why? Then she thought, how could father, a human being, lack empathy, the image of a miserable father, the tragedy of the servant buried at the bottom? Thinking back, the Empress was also truly strange. I had never seen her move. She always sat, truly insane, like a corpse. Those voices always echoed in her head. "Do you want to become emperor, even if you betray your mother? All right, I'll give it to you, because I have no children, so it doesn't matter who I give it to." The heavy pressure and disgust of the seat, called emperor, in unspeakable agony, Rupert became the crown prince. I was tired. I had hoped it wasn't true, but there was no choice but to accept it. Rupert was not entirely a victim, so who should I blame and who should I hate? Because I was filled with hatred towards Rupert, I didn't know how to feel. Larry had looked out the sunny window and softly uttered 2 words, "Your Highness." Then she continued to ponder, "Do I want to do something for him? I don't have the right to.
How can I empathize with such pain? It's not that I feel guilty or pity Rupert because of father's indifference. It's just torment. What did Rupert think when he went through this?
How can he endure something like this? If Tori were here, he would surely be comforted. But he's not. Even now, I am the only one beside Rupert. One day, he will also be like this, just as he was in the past. He will also be alone. Seeing Rupert's appearance, Lariat couldn't help but think with a pang of sorrow. He's too quiet. He must be very lonely. She approached him and called out, "Your Highness." Rupert asked, puzzled, "Why?" Lariat didn't know why either. She said, "You should go change your clothes. They're dirty." Rupert pushed her hand away. "No need." Lariat's hand stopped midair. She thought, Rupert is no longer a spurned princess with inheritance rights, but an emperor's slave. How can people do such a thing? Such a person has no morals and no shame. With pity, Lariat softly called, "Your Highness." Rupert asked again, "What is it?"
Lariat called again, "Your Highness." He replied indifferently, "Speak." She sat down next to him and said, "I'll sit next to you, okay?" Rupert said helplessly, "You really are stubborn." Seeing this, she replied, "You didn't push me away. Please give me your wrist." He said dismissively, "Go somewhere else." She applied the ointment for him and asked, "Doesn't it hurt?" He just replied indifferently, "It doesn't hurt." Lariat felt a pang of sorrow. "Don't lie anymore." Rupert replied coldly, "It's true. This is the old one. Where's the one I gave you?" Lariat evaded. "This one is also very expensive." "Oh dear, please don't show off about giving me another box of ointment." Hearing that, Rupert scolded, "You really are an idiot." Lariat was puzzled. "What?" Rupert leaned closer and asked, "So why are you here?" Lariat lifted her face high and said, "Why am I here? I didn't think I was just going out. Of course I had to come back." Rupert tilted his head, silently looking at her for a few seconds. Then he mumbled, "Don't you see?" Lariat fell silent for a few seconds, then called out, "Your Highness." In her heart, she thought, "I still hate you." With a slight grimace, she said, "I'm sorry." In her mind, she thought again, "I won't forgive you." Lariat softly spoke, "I'm sorry." Rupert turned and asked, "Why are you apologizing?" She said without hesitation, "Because I'm late." In her heart, she thought, "Even in this situation, if you were tortured, beaten, or abused, you would only know how to endure it. How selfish, how wicked." Thinking this, Lariat immediately lifted her head and asserted, "I won't go far away again from now on."
They exchanged glances, and without a word, seemed to grasp each other's intentions. Then Lariat gently stood up and said, "You need to take a bath, don't you? I'll go call Tori." Rupert suddenly asked, "Aren't you going to ask me why I'm like this?" Lariat replied, "If I ask, will you tell me?" At these words, Rupert instantly paused. Seeing Lariat about to leave, he pulled her hand back. Lariat stopped, surprised, and asked, "What is it?" Rupert hesitated and said, It's not too late yet. You came at just the right time." Lariat thought to herself, "I've been too arrogant. The world isn't one-sided. I was a fool to only look at one side of the coin. I didn't intend to move forward on my own, but merely lived according to others' wishes. That was the worst mistake of my life." In the room, Lariat called out, "Princess, where has Tori gone?" Rupert calmly replied, "Errands."
Lariat asked again, "When are we going back?" Rupert curiously said, "Why are you asking?" She frankly replied, "I'm afraid your Highness will get bored." Rupert let out a soft chuckle. Seeing this, Lariat changed the subject and asked, "Have you eaten anything today?" Rupert calmly replied, "No." Lariat wondered, "Aren't you hungry?" Rupert simply answered with one word, "No." Looking at his small, frail body, Lariat thought to herself, it wasn't obvious when he was younger, but now even a quick glance shows he's far too thin. Thinking this, she immediately asked, "You only ate one meal yesterday too. Is it because you were afraid of growing taller? Is no one here now? Who is the head chef?" Rupert spoke up, "Don't make any more noise or go outside." Lariat tilted her head and asked, "Am I not allowed to ask anything?" Rupert coldly replied, "Go outside." Lariat immediately widened her eyes like a pouting kitten. She thought to herself, "He's growing taller, but he's too thin. This won't do. I have to go to the kitchen for a bit." Having thought that, Lariat turned and walked out. Seeing this, Rupert immediately asked, "Where are you going?"
Lariat turned her head, thinking, startled? I thought he was focused on his work. Then she replied, "I'm going down to the kitchen." Seeing this, Rupert said, "Eating again? Are you going to roll away?" Lariat shook her head and said, "I'm not eating. I'm going to make food for you." Hearing her say that, Rupert was so surprised he dropped the documents in his hand. "What? What was that?" "Then I'll eat what you make." This time it was Lariat's turn to be surprised. "Huh? Aren't you afraid of being poisoned?" He smiled and said, "No. Have you ever learned to cook?" Lariat closed her mouth and thought, "Never. Even so, I've learned a lot of things since I started working here, you annoying person." Seeing this, Rupert waved his hand and said, "Don't make me laugh. Come here. I've reconsidered." Lariat jumped and shouted, "I don't like that. Don't you dare regret it. I'll bring you something truly delicious." Having said that, she immediately ran out of the room quickly. Lariat excitedly flung open the kitchen door. Then she started rummaging for ingredients. "I said I could do it, but honestly, I don't know how to cook. Even so, I know Rupert will like it." With that thought and her determination, she began to battle the pile of ingredients available in the kitchen. However, the result of her efforts was somewhat dismal.
Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. Oh no.
Lariat, startled, turned around and shouted, "No way!" Seeing Rupert leaning against the wall, clicking his tongue, she thought, "Why is he following me? I thought he was still looking at documents." Then Rupert stepped in and ordered, "Move aside." She quickly covered her creation and said, "No, you can't." He came closer and pushed her aside. "Get out of the way." The moment he saw the finished product, Rupert immediately froze. He pointed at the item on the plate and asked, "What is this?" Lariat immediately replied, "It's a steamed bun." Rupert said incredulously, "Did you make it and then step on it?" Lariat quickly denied, "No, it's not. This is a Belua-style steamed bun." Hearing that, Rupert asked in surprise, "Poor Belua?" Lariat, feeling offended, immediately raised her hand to take it back. "If you don't want to eat it, then don't." But Rupert held the plate high in his hand and said, "I will eat it." With that, he picked up her failed creation and put it into his mouth. Seeing this, Lariat thought, "He's not checking it and just eating it? Does he trust me?" After eating, Rupert put the plate down and said, "It's not delicious at all." She happily said, "Even so, you ate it all, didn't you? I do have cooking talent." Rupert quickly reminded her, "Stop smiling, it's too ugly." Lariat didn't care and continued, "Sir, I hope you'll eat well from now on. People need to have a full stomach to be healthy. If you're afraid people might recognize you, you can do this." She smiled brightly. "I'll try to lie to the outside aristocracy that His Majesty is ill. You should take advantage of me in times like these." Unusually, Rupert didn't object. Instead, he nodded as if in agreement. Looking at the letters piled on the table, Lariat thought, "My father's letters have already piled up like this. In his last letter, he asked me to meet Luhan." She stood contemplating them. "I know for sure that's the case, but—" Lariat picked up the letters and thought to herself, "First, I want to think it over carefully. Nothing has changed in my father's request. How cowardly I become when I'm around people filled with misfortune."
Even though I know father is responsible for Rupert's misfortune, I can't easily forgive Rupert like that. Outside in the night, the wind blew through the leaves, creating a rustling sound. Lariat touched her own chest, feeling so uneasy. Before going back to the past, let's consider the present moment. Elaine poured tea and told a story, saying that His Royal Highness Crown Prince Rupert was actually Colonel Barbarossa, who had contributed greatly to the war to conquer Wellington. Because he had no maternal relatives, he had hidden his gender and abilities. Lariat brought a piece of cake to her mouth, bit into it, and thought, "It's truly a pity for the Crown Prince to have to live such a miserable life."
Elaine, on the other hand, was extremely excited, not about the Empress being unqualified, but about the Crown Prince, the Empress's illegitimate child. Lariat silently assessed in her head. A Crown Prince who just fell from the sky, huh? Suddenly, Elaine leaned close to her ear and whispered, "And I also heard he's very handsome, with a face so beautiful it shines like a halo." Lariat replied helplessly, "Is that so?" Then she wondered, "I'll probably have a chance to meet him later, won't I?" Back in the present, Lariat gave a self-deprecating laugh. She rubbed her head, thinking, "Are you an idiot? If you had looked into it properly, there wouldn't have been just one or two suspicious points. If he were a real crown prince, he would surely be protected by the emperor. Even if the empress's power had weakened, there would be no reason to hide her eldest son. Why did I—" Next, Lariat ran into the forest, calling, "Goody!" Goody heard the call and immediately flew over. As she held it in her arms, she asked, "Did I wake you up?" Lariat hung the lamp on a nearby branch, wondering to herself, "It doesn't scratch me anymore, does it?" She hugged Goody and sat down at the base of the tree, the night wind blowing past the two of them. While stroking Goody's head, Lariat mumbled, "I can't hate father, can't I? Am I high? I have no choice but to love father, and this isn't his charm, you know." Lariat closed her eyes peacefully, thinking, "Something is comforting me. Does Rupert also cherish Goody like this? There's so much I don't know. I'm father's child, so why don't I know his thoughts? Even though the law of cause and effect has been clearly revealed, why do I still hate Rupert?" Despite that, when she saw those people, her heart grew cold. Then Lariat rubbed Goody's cheek repeatedly, saying, "Why is your owner so thin? They say if you're an unpleasant person, you'll be very fat, right?" She continued to hug it tightly, when suddenly a loud noise startled Lariat.
When she saw Rupert standing opposite her, arms crossed, Lariat was startled and thought, "Oh my God!" Guri saw its owner and immediately left her, running to him. Seeing it affectionately nuzzle him, she then asked, "Oh, since when have you been here?" Rupert didn't answer. Carrying Guri, he wearily shuffled closer. Suddenly he grabbed her hand, and Lariat, startled, exclaimed, "Whoa, why are you here?" He retorted, "You?" Lariat honestly replied, "Because I have many things to think about, so—" Rupert immediately guessed, thinking about what to eat tomorrow perhaps? Lariat immediately yelled, "No, it's not that. I'm worried about the future." Rupert frowned and said, "You're deafening me. Don't worry about nothing. Go to sleep." Hearing him say that, Lariat was stunned. Rupert said nothing more and simply pulled her along. As they entered the house, Lariat finally regained her composure and asked, "Hey, why are we coming in here?" Rupert leaned his hand against the door, pressing close to her. "Don't look so worried. Come inside." She immediately retorted, "It's not that I'm worried, but—" He suddenly said, "It was you who was certain that I would become emperor. She affirmed further, I'm still certain of that now. Rupert, still in his lowered posture, asked, then why? Lariat hesitated, replying, I mean, after that, I'm afraid, after that. Hearing this answer, Rupert sighed. And why is that? Lariat thought to herself, I'm afraid you'll become a terrifying monster, a demon that will devour me and destroy Belua. Now I've become afraid of the future, a future I don't know, about a future I truly don't know. It's truly a very frightening thing. After thinking, Lariat smiled and said, that's all. There will be many changes later. Rupert mumbled, changes? What kind of changes?
It's much better now. He let out a sigh of relief. Lariat smiled brighter and affirmed, that's right. Your Highness will be happy. Rupert looked bewildered. What? You said your Highness will be happy? Do you think this world is a fairy tale? Lariat replied with full seriousness, happiness isn't only found in fairy tales. Rupert retorted, that's just your world. Hearing that, Lariat said, Your Highness, then please step into my world. Your Highness will be happy, I'm sure of it. After saying this, she turned to look outside and thought, if not, it would truly be unfair.
A few days later, Luhan stopped at the door, panting, and said, Sister, long time no see. Lariat tilted her head and said, Luhan, thinking to herself, I just mentioned him and he's already here. But with that expression, it's clear Luhan also has something he's hiding from me. Luhan, still panting, looked at his sister with a face full of doubt. She opened the door wider and asked, Come in, how long do you plan to stand outside the door? He obediently replied, Yes. The two siblings sat on chairs, and Lariat asked, Are you doing well these days? Luhan replied, Yes. Lariat then said, I'm sorry, I've used up all the tea leaves you gave me. Luhan shook his head and said, It's all right. She asked further, Did you come here because you have something to say? He nodded and said, Yes. Luhan was extremely restless, wanting to speak but then holding back. Finally he managed to ask, How much have you heard from father? Lariat secretly clenched her hands and said, So you mean you know everything? Luhan shook his head in denial. No. Lariat began to list a series of events, the Queen being a spy for Williton and having a relationship with the Duke, the fact that she had no feelings but still married the Emperor, in that the Queen was constantly abused and asked father for help but was refused, the possibility that Rupert might not be the Emperor's biological son. Lariat frowned, thinking, Father hasn't told me everything yet. There might still be something I don't know. Suddenly Luhan mumbled, Is that all? She immediately slammed the table in anger and asked, There's more, isn't there? What is it that I don't know? What is the real reason father changed his mind about withdrawing from the imperial family? Luhan was almost speechless and softly called out, Sister. Lariat's whole body trembled as she thought, My chest feels so constricted it's about to explode. Luhan and father too are keeping secrets from me. Not even Rupert keeps secrets to this extent.
She stood up and yelled once more, Me too, Dad too, why does everyone hide everything? Is it because I'm not trustworthy? Luhan immediately denied, That's not it. Lariat added, We're family, you have to trust me. Suddenly Luhan asked a question that stunned her. What is the meaning of family? Lariat was silent for a moment before answering, People who are important to us forever, an unbreakable bond. Luhan gently touched her tightly clenched hand and asked, Are you sure? It can't change, right? Lariat suddenly asked a question in return. Luhan, are you afraid that if I find out what you're hiding, I'll hate you, right? That's not true. No matter what sins Dad committed, he's still Dad. You're the same. You'll always be my brother. Luhan clenched his fist and replied, I don't want that. Then he suggested, Please go back to Belua. Lariat sat down on the chair and shook her head. No, I'm not going. I genuinely want to serve His Highness. In the end, His Highness will save us. Luhan sighed, scratching his head, and said, Do you know why I joined the Officer Academy? Without waiting for her answer, Luhan said, To be wary of the royal family, for the military to be separate from them. Lariat was confused. What do you mean by that? She awkwardly thought, what would happen if Rupert heard that?
Lariat brought her face close to Luhan's and said, Who would be wary of the royal family? He replied shyly, I mean the current royal family. Seeing this, she warned sternly, I know you're being defiant, but watch your words. Luhan helplessly covered his face and replied, This is very much like defiance, because father is afraid you'll resent and hate him. Lariat turned her head away in frustration and said, Tell father not to worry about that. His next words made her turn back. It's better if you just hate father. Seeing you so resolute, I have nothing more to say. Seeing him about to leave, Lariat said in a pant, Wait, explain it to me. Luhan nodded and said, I just said that. Looking at his retreating back, Lariat thought helplessly, The past is repeating itself, always avoiding me for no reason. In the end, the only thing I can change is myself. Lariat sat down and picked up the leaves in the room, thinking, They're beautiful. I'll give one to Rupert and one to Tori. Then she quickly pushed open Rupert's door. Lariat called out, Your Highness, I'm coming in. Just as she entered, Louis was with Rupert.
She excitedly announced, I've brought a gift. Rupert asked, puzzled, What kind of gift? Lariat smirked and said, It's a dried leaf. It would make a great bookmark. He became even more confused. A dead, dried leaf is a gift? She burst out laughing, trying to persuade him. You could call this a beautiful dried red leaf, because it really is beautiful. Rupert crossed his arms and replied, That's ridiculous. Louis approached and said, Your Highness doesn't know what romance is. Please understand. Lariat sighed. Such a beautiful dried leaf, yet our Highness cannot see it. Oh my goodness, Louis continued. That's right, your Highness truly doesn't know what romance is. Lariat nodded. Exactly. The moment had come. Louis reached for the dried leaf and said, Your Highness said you don't like it, so I'll take it then.
Rupert, however, held the leaf tightly and said, "Take your hand off it." Louis asked, puzzled, "Do you even read books?" Rupert continued to threaten, "Stop talking nonsense. Take your hand off it or I'll cut off your arm." Seeing Louis's dejection, Lariat patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Oh dear, you fool." Then she made eye contact with Tori. Lariat happily took out another leaf and said, "This one's for Tori." She happily accepted it. "Oh, thank you, Lariat." Receiving Lariat's gift, Tori was as delighted as if she had found gold. Louis, pained by his swollen red hand, mumbled, "I never had a chance from the start." Outside, the wind rustled the tree canopies.
Lariat was walking in the forest, thinking to herself, Rupert and Baden unexpectedly went out, so I feel so comfortable. It would be great if every day were like this. In the distance, Guri was being pushed underwater. It struggled and thrashed violently in resistance, but to no avail. Lariat looked around, wondering, what's that sound? Seeing the scene before her, Lariat couldn't believe her eyes and thought, Tori? Lariat cried out in alarm, "Tori, what are you doing?" Then she immediately rushed forward, jumping into the lake without hesitation. Because of this, she saved Guri and held it in her arms. Tori, sitting on the bank, said, "Larry, be careful, you'll catch a cold again." Lariat stepped onto the bank, her body drenched, her face filled with worry. She asked, "What exactly is going on here?" Tori replied, "Larry doesn't understand." Lariat questioned, "That's right, I don't understand. Were you trying to kill His Highness's pet? Why?" Tori clenched her fists and said, "His Highness doesn't have many things that belong to him. Compared to losing everything at once, he would be much more heartbroken to lose things one by one like this." Lariat immediately asked, "What are you talking about? What has His Highness lost?" Tori continued, "I am the only thing His Highness has. That's all." "Lariat, do you remember the winter 2 years ago when we first met? Larry has changed a lot. But what about me? Don't you find it strange that I still haven't grown up? Only then can His Highness take me with him, because I will absolutely never change."
Lariat replied, "Can't we change and still be together?" Tori answered, "Lariat, you're kind, but I will leave His Highness." Tori reached out and touched Lariat's shocked, stunned face. Lariat said, "That's not true." Tori replied, "If everything changes, I can't stay by His Highness's side. He is a monster who will devour everything." Having said that, Tori immediately ran away quickly. Lariat shouted, "Tori, explain." Tori ran and hugged Rupert, saying, "Your Highness, you've arrived." Rupert lifted Tori up, and Tori's face was filled with joy and delight. Seeing Lariat completely drenched and holding Guri in her arms, Rupert wondered, "Why are you like this?" Lariat stammered, "The panda, because it fell into the pond, I jumped in. I don't know how I fell in." Rupert immediately stepped closer and touched Lariat's chin, saying, "You..." Tori touched Rupert's arm and said with a smile, "Lariat, go home and wash up. You'll catch a cold." Lariat, with disheveled hair, stared blankly at Tori's nonchalant attitude, as if nothing had happened. She quickly handed Guri to Rupert to hold, and then ran away quickly. "I'm sorry, I'll take my leave." Rupert called out loudly, "Hey!" As Lariat ran, she thought fearfully, "How terrifying, how terrifying, how terrifying." Rupert turned Tori into an empress and killed her within a single day. Of course, because he's a mad monster. I thought that's how it would be. But she recalled the image from earlier and Tori's cruel expression. Then she continued to think, that innocent image was just a part of Tori after all, the most important piece to conclude Rupert's tragedy.
Now, the labyrinth is just spinning around, and I feel like my feet are stepping into it. Am I looking for an exit? No, what I'm looking for isn't. Lariat entered the labyrinth. She saw Rupert as a child, soaking and crying alone. She immediately went to comfort him. "It's okay, Your Highness, don't cry anymore." Then she hugged Rupert tightly and said, "You must not die." Rupert sadly said, "You're lying. Don't you wish I would die?" Lariat reached out and touched Rupert's face. "No, that's not it." The image of Rupert suddenly transformed from a child into an adult. His body was sticky with a black liquid. He said, "You truly cannot lie." Then Rupert suddenly disappeared, leaving her alone. She said, "Even though I don't care, but..." Lariat returned to the mansion, sneezing incessantly. Rupert brought his hand closer. Then he picked Lariat up. She was startled and said, "Don't throw me." Rupert replied, "Throw what? You're too heavy. Even carrying you is tiring."
"Since I'm not helping with your work, I'll put you down." Saying so, he placed Lariat on the chair. She replied gratefully, "Thank you, Your Highness." Rupert asked, "Then why did you come all the way here to find me?" Lariat explained, "If someone has a lot of affection for a pet, they'll consider it family. If it disappears, they'll be very sad. Your Highness is also very important to me. I've already said it. Family is the most important thing. If my family gets hurt or dies, I'll be heartbroken. Because of such immense grief, it feels as if the whole world is collapsing. And my world would also freeze like that. The pain would feel like my chest is being torn apart. My daily life would be shattered, and everything would sink catastrophically. That's why, if Your Highness were to lose a panda, you would be very heartbroken." Lariat thought to herself, "There are also merchants or nobles here who interact with Gordon." Rupert asked curiously, "What is the feeling of heartbreak?"
Lariat replied her hurt seemed to sink, aching terribly. Rupert wondered, doesn't it hurt? Lariat explained, tears streaming down her face, which was flushed red. "If Your Highness feels heartbroken, you will know." Rupert asked, "What if there's nothing heartbreaking?" Lariat replied, "Wouldn't that be good? It's best not to have any heartbreaking matters. No, Your Highness won't have such things later either, because you will be happy." Tori suddenly appeared, placed a hand on her forehead and said, "Oh, you have a fever." Lariat flinched, looking at Tori, who was smiling brightly. Tori said, "Your Highness, you know about the documents Grand Duke Ventivone is hiding, don't you? Can Lariat bring them?" Tori chuckled happily. Lariat is a noble of high standing. The Grand Duke won't be on guard. Right, Lariat? Without waiting for her answer, she approached and said, Didn't your Highness say you liked Lariat very much? Those are documents your Highness definitely needs. Can't you do it? You coward, you fake. You always pretend to serve your Highness with words, don't you? Lariat's face darkened, her eyes wide with shock and fear. She looked at Tori. Tori flashed a fake smile and said, This is Liam's gift.
Then she leaned close to her ear and whispered, Don't you dare get sick. Lariat was so panicked and scared that her heart pounded wildly and her whole body stiffened, unable to move. After that, her legs slowly stood up and she said, I'll go. Rupert asked in surprise, Now? Lariat replied, Yes, if I visit through my Aunt Amelia, it will be fine. After that, Lariat changed her clothes and immediately set off. Rupert chased after her and said, You said you were sick. Lariat replied, I'm fine now. Can I go alone? Rupert wondered, Go alone? Lariat sighed, Don't follow me. Rupert said, When will you be back? When did I follow you? I'm just taking a stroll and you're walking on my path. Lariat quickly ran into an alley. She thought to herself, This is the first time I've done something like this on my own. I want to make this a perfect success. Rupert persistently followed her, continuously calling out, Hey, Dumpling! But the more he called, the faster Lariat ran. She thought to herself, Why do you keep following me? Wait a minute, why have your eyes been like that since earlier, huh? Lariat's vision suddenly became blurry and swirling, making her dizzy and unable to stand steadily. Rupert quickly ran over and carefully wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. Rupert said, Don't you know the way? Why are you turning back? Lariat turned around and asked, Am I not worthy of your trust? Rupert pondered, Lariat felt dizzy and sadly said, Why is it that until now, everything His Highness has tasked me with has never failed? She told herself, I know this is difficult, which is why I want to do my best. I will prove that I am useful. I will show that Tori's words are wrong. Must I truly stand by someone until I've lost everything before they will stand by me? Rupert scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. If you mess up this time, I won't be able to fix it. Even if you're caught and pursued by the Grand Duke as a spy, I won't help you. Lariat smiled and said, It's fine, I won't get caught. Rupert replied, You really are like an idiot.
Lariat's face brightened radiantly. She said, You need my help anyway. I'm going now. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly ran off to complete her task as soon as possible. Finally, Lariat stood before Amelia's grand mansion, holding a stack of documents in her hand. She thought, Fortunately, the temperature on the road had dropped. The documents I needed to retrieve were at the client's building, so they should be easy to get. Despite feeling a bit unwell, she still forced herself to step forward. Lariat called out loudly, Auntie, help me, Auntie. Amelia was surprised. Lariat's face was covered in bruises, and she said tearfully, His Highness Rupert is completely out of it, and the prince is just as bad. His state is truly detestable. Amelia hugged her and gently said, Are you out of your mind? I understand. Lariat sobbed on Amelia's shoulder, thinking to herself, Just as I expected. Amelia immediately asked, What's wrong?
Lariat sorrowfully recounted, I saw something I shouldn't have seen. His Highness Rupert's origin. I promised I would never reveal it. Amelia led Lariat into the room and said, I know. That lowly bloodline is unmistakable, isn't it? My dear grandchild, go take a bath and treat your wounds. I will prepare a room for you, and I will discuss this with the Grand Duke. She gestured to a servant to prepare things to care for Lariat. The servant bowed and replied, Yes, Madame Belua. Amelia whispered into Lariat's ear, Return to Belua, or if you still have lingering feelings, I will help you. I've already told you, Rupert won't live much longer. Even so, I will keep it a secret. The Grand Duke is not yet ready. Lariat nodded and followed the servant. She thought to herself, First, I must pretend to have succeeded in betraying him. She will believe that the Grand Duke will protect her. It's impossible to be sure. Not just her, but me too, because no one can protect me. Only he could do this, but if I had known, I would have stopped it. Rupert asked Tori, Why do you look so forced? Didn't you say you didn't want to be involved in politics? Tori stood with her back to Rupert, her face sulky as she said, There's no reason, it's just something Larry needs. Rupert said, Really? Is that all? Tori turned around and said, You don't believe me? Rupert approached and gently stroked Tori's head. He said, I do believe you. Tori just lowered her head without saying a word. Rupert pondered to himself, Is Lariat embarrassed? I thought she was fine. He asked Tori, Can't she come? Tori replied, Your Highness doesn't need to be like that. Rupert immediately realized Tori's intention. An ordinary girl couldn't possibly avoid being discovered by the Grand Duke. Indeed, Tori was doing it on purpose. He asked curiously, Do you hate her? Tori answered frankly, Yes, Lariat made me realize I'm different.
That answer gave Rupert much to ponder. Her existence caused Tori pain. She made Tori realize her own abnormality. So what about me? Do I hate her too? No, I'm just curious. What she wants, what the reason is for her to stand by me, I'll find out, even if it's a truth of the world. I also want to learn everything about her. Why are you in the same world, but so different?
Tori wants to be like Rupert, but I want to possess it. Even just looking from afar is fine, Rupert whispered, even though I know it's dangerous. That is my desire, Lariat thought to herself. Where else could the Grand Duke hide the other documents? According to Rupert, they were hidden somewhere at the top of the tower. There's no way he would hide them in an easily discoverable place like a room at the top of the tower.
What if the Grand Duke knows my purpose? No, that won't happen, because I know the shift changes of the guards' patrol routes, so I can avoid them. Therefore, I just need to move carefully, and I'll be fine. She swallowed to regain her composure, silently determined, I can do this. In the evening, Lariat thought to herself, tonight's dinner was the first time I saw the Grand Duke. Duke Ventavon seemed more indifferent than I expected. My aunt and the Grand Duke are in love, and the Grand Duke, even with an aunt like that, is also involved. I simply thought they were just rebels, but they are lovers, a perfectly ordinary pair of lovers. Suddenly, a sound came from the door. Lariat thought in surprise, what is it? Are they checking on me? In the 4 days I've been here, I've almost found it. Could it really be in such an obvious place? The safe is too big to carry away. Opening it requires a combination of a key and a password. Think, there must be a way to open it. Ah, perhaps I can find a clue about the Grand Duke from the rebel who was killed before he could return. She quickly ran down the stairs, full of speculation. Is this another one of Tori's tests? Suddenly, Lariat stopped. She recalled to herself. Tori's eyes held malice, and they were cold. Her eyes were exactly like Rupert's, so cold they chilled the heart.
It felt as if she was whispering that she could abandon me at any moment. Thinking of this, she began to feel unbalanced, and her mouth uttered a plea. Your Highness, please don't abandon me. Lariat tried to walk with a flood of thoughts. I'm so scared. I'm afraid of my father's incomprehensible mind, afraid of the future ahead, afraid of both her and the Grand Duke. More than anything, my own weakness, my helplessness, shows no sign of improving despite the passage of time. This is what I fear the most. The next morning, at Grand Duke Ventavantavansmanov, Lariat's face showed weariness. She silently sighed to herself because she couldn't sleep from all the thinking. First, to get closer to her, I dressed exactly like Mother, because she has a good impression of Mother. I wonder if it looks suitable. As soon as she saw Amelia, Lariat called out, Lady? Amelia happily exclaimed, Oh, you're up so early? Lariat quickly stepped forward. I couldn't sleep, and you're up early too, lady. Amelia offered her a freshly bloomed rose to smell. Roses smell the best in the early morning. You have to smell it like this to have the strength to get through the day. Lariat inhaled the scent, and her heart secretly exclaimed, Ah, it really does smell wonderful, lady.
Then she smiled happily and said, Let's go for a walk, ma'am. Amelia hesitated a little, then said, that sounds nice. The two of them arrived at a fountain. Amelia suddenly spoke. It looks so much like the fountain back home, doesn't it? Lariat wondered, Why is that there, ma'am? Amelia happily replied, Because the Grand Duke loves me, and I also love Belua. Don't you believe it? Lariat quickly said, Oh no, I didn't mean that. Amelia suddenly looked up at the sky. He just wants to protect me in a different way. Have you ever seen this safe on top of the spire? Lariat was a little confused. Yes, ma'am. It's too big. It doesn't look like a safe at all. Amelia then said, Try it. Try to open it. Lariat looked bewildered. Huh? What do you mean by that, ma'am? Seeing her expression, Amelia burst out laughing. You, even though you're not of the same blood, how can you be so much like him?
It turns out you're quite a terrible actress. The password is the code. It's the name of the person the Grand Duke values most. I've never opened it myself, because that's not the treasure I need. In this situation, if you prove to the Grand Duke that you're not foolish, he might just turn against you. Lariat replied seriously, I don't want to play this tug-of-war game. Amelia suddenly called her name. Lariat, I quite sympathize with you. Lariat thought to herself, sophistry. You just want me to solve the code, don't you? She forced a smile. What if I can't solve it? Amelia replied quickly, If you can't accomplish anything useful, you'll just be abandoned by your master and even the Grand Duke. This made Lariat secretly wish, how wonderful it would be if Rupert couldn't hear this conversation, and how good it would be if I wasn't abandoned. As dusk fell, Lariat returned to her room, thinking, there will be more guards at night, so now is the time to act. The Grand Duke was too silent to understand what he was thinking, so silent that I couldn't believe he and the Emperor were brothers. What could be the reason for preparing a rebellion? Who is the most important person? Is it Aunt Amelia? Did Rupert really send me here to abandon me? Will Tori abandon me? In short, why? Why does everyone want to kill me like a weasel? I have to do something, at least try to clear my name once. Surely she wouldn't kill me. Then, Lariat quickly tried to input Amelia's name into the password field. The result was incorrect, so Lariat thought with a hint of annoyance. If it's not her, then it must be her nickname. Her nickname? She quickly entered her nickname, and seeing the safe door open, Lariat thought in surprise, is it really this? The Grand Duke wouldn't be so lacking in wisdom as to use such a nickname to belittle his beloved as a password.
But why were the documents hidden so deep inside like a mousetrap? The moment she stepped inside, Amelia's voice rang out, terrifyingly. How pathetic. Seeing her right in front of the safe door, Lariat had a bad feeling. Her worst fears came true. She slammed the safe door shut, ignoring Lariat's desperate pleas. You. Lariat frantically pounded on the safe door with her hands, thinking to herself, I'm so scared. Then Lariat cried out in fear.
Your Highness, she thought, I'm so scared. When I was in prison before I died, everything was this dark. In this kind of darkness, everyone in Belua struggled to live until their death. Nothing would change even if I died now, but I'm afraid everything will repeat itself. What if I go back to being 12 years old again? Lariat cowered in the darkness, sobbing, her mouth ceaselessly calling out Rupert's name. Rupert, you said I was yours, your treasure.
Lariat secretly yearned. Even if you intended to use me, I've already given you everything. I am yours. I can't die like this time, she cried out in despair. Rupert! Trapped in the dark safe, Lariat continuously pounded on the door. Help! You saved me before. Did you bring me here knowing I would die like this? You brought me here, so you must take responsibility. How can an emperor be such a coward? As time passed, Lariat's heart gradually filled with disappointment. She thought, no answer? Have we really lost contact? You told me to prove myself useful to you. Look, I truly am useless in every way. Overwhelmed with frustration, she loudly cursed. You villain, you scoundrel. If I die like this, I'll become a vengeful ghost that haunts you relentlessly. Suddenly, a blue light shone on the safe's door. Seeing the light before her, Lariat froze. Not long after, the safe's door was broken open. A familiar voice rang out, making Lariat bewildered. Your threats sound quite terrifying. Rupert stood before her, shining like a hero. He quickly stepped forward and said, Idiot, shut your mouth. Where did you end up anyway? Lariat reached out and grabbed his wrist. Her face lit up with happiness, and Rupert was flustered by this expression. He immediately said, Don't hold on so tight. Lariat replied, You're late, aren't you? Rupert said, I didn't run anywhere. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards them. Rupert quickly pushed her away, telling her to lie down. Lariat cried out in fear, Your Highness! Rupert suddenly fired a shot. A green magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Rupert urgently created a shield of magic power to protect them both. A volley of arrows flew towards them. They were all blocked by the magic shield, but it couldn't hold for long. Sensing this, Rupert immediately ran and embraced Lariat.
Next, Rupert used a knife to make a cut on his finger. He used his blood to draw a small circle. Lariat panicked. Your Highness, aren't you bleeding too much? He said in a low voice, Stop talking, you fool. Once finished, he began to cast magic. His blood was quickly absorbed by the magic circle. Rupert suddenly grabbed her wrist, saying with remorse, I never ordered you to do such useless things. Lariat pleaded, Please don't do this anymore, Your Highness. What if you faint? Fatigue became increasingly evident on Rupert's face. He said, Don't let yourself get hurt without my permission. Immediately after, a volley of arrows relentlessly shot towards them. Just when it seemed they were about to meet their end, Lariat felt astonished. Because that magic circle had taken them away from that place and to another, Rupert said, I won't bleed to the point of fainting, just this much blood. Seeing this, Lariat's eyes suddenly lit up with admiration. Wow, Your Highness, how do you do that? Rupert coldly reminded her, Lie down, we're not out of the woods yet. As soon as he finished speaking, all the guards in the mansion scrambled to find them. Check over there. Seeing things were getting chaotic, Rupert suddenly said, Get out of the bushes right now. Lariat saw Rupert's exhaustion and worried. Your Highness, are you all right? You mustn't faint. He replied in a low voice, Damn it, stop talking nonsense. Lariat suggested, Your Highness, let's wait first. We can leave after a little while longer. Rupert disagreed with this approach, saying, We can't escape like this. The smell of iron is too strong. Look carefully. How many people are there in total? Lariat replied, confused, I can't see clearly anymore. Then he placed his finger on her eye, and a small magic light glowed. After he finished, Rupert asked, How many people? Lariat looked through the bushes and replied, There are 6 people, behind the roses and the willow tree, right next to the wall, right next to the gate. Rupert said, Write the coordinates on the ground, write them in radians. Lariat heard this and thought, Good thing I know math, otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. I hated studying, but I read all the books here, and now it's helping me. After she wrote the coordinates on the ground, Rupert immediately fired, and a piercing scream of pain cried out, Ah, ah, ah. Once done, Rupert quickly checked their surroundings. Lariat suddenly announced, tense, There's no more time. Rupert then used his blood to draw on the wall near them. Lariat, scared, asked, Your Highness, is this all right? Rupert calmly replied, I don't use it casually. Lariat whispered, Now I am Your Highness's person. Rupert naturally took her hand and ran off. Lariat ran after him, muttering, On second thought, he's someone who wouldn't hesitate to do anything. Rupert was also thinking, The Empress is no longer alive, so there's been enough running away, with the goal of becoming emperor. Although I could take Tori and flee to Aden with alchemy, I persevered to the end and survived, so I will push everyone into hell in the future. Why didn't I give up? Because I want to find happiness. It would have been better to give up now and leave. Thinking this, he had also lost too much blood and fainted. Seeing this, Lariat dazedly whispered, Rupert. Just as Lariat was about to help him up, her whole body suddenly swayed. At this moment, Rupert suddenly grabbed her hand. He struggled to say, If you want to escape, you must run. Lariat scolded him. Are you in your right mind? How can I abandon you in the middle of the road and run away? She thought to herself. Rupert had sacrificed himself to save her life. I will take care of you as I would Tori. Rupert's life had never known affection, so he was quite awkward. Therefore, I can take advantage of this flawed person. You are mine. The moment she heard these words, she wanted to cry a little. As she helped Rupert walk, Lariat curiously asked, Your Highness, why did you come looking for me? Rupert declared, Because you are my possession. Upon hearing this, Lariat immediately retorted, Your Highness, I am Belua. From now on, Belua belongs to your Highness. Besides my family, I have no one precious by my side, so please take care of me. Then she thought, although he might not understand it now, and she didn't know what the future held, she would give him everything he had never received or desired. The warmth of human affection. In front of Rupert, she affirmed one thing, If you accept me and my family, I will dedicate everything I have to you. Lariat wondered, I won't be able to be truly sincere with him, but if I pretend, I can pretend. We both want what we need from each other, don't we, Rupert? The scene had now shifted to the front of a secluded town. At this moment, Rupert was sitting silently under a tree. Lariat observed from a distance and thought to herself, it seemed she had dreamed a dream like this before. The man who appeared in her dream before was Rupert.
Vasberic I was considered the cruelest emperor in Belnurni's 1,000-year history. Lariat knelt before Rupert and cried out, Your Majesty, please help me. Don't kill me. If I die, please take care of Belua. Rupert didn't respond, so Lariat tugged at his sleeve and said, Your Majesty, I cherish Belua very much. Therefore, Belua. Rupert suddenly smiled. He looked at Lariat gently. Rupert took her hand, and Lariat wondered, If I dream such a dream, will I become his? A few days later, Lariat tried to help Rupert leave. She felt increasingly worried. Several days had passed, and he still hadn't recovered. Although he tried to endure, if things continued like this, his health would weaken further, so what was to be done? Actually, if that were the case, it would benefit me, but I am truly too cowardly. I only ate a little, so helping him like this is quite a strain. It's best if I don't get sick myself. Suddenly, Lariat was startled and looked ahead. She quickly called out, Tori, His Highness is acting very strangely. Come here quickly. But Tori only turned her head and coldly asked, Lariat, why are you so worried about His Highness? Lariat replied without hesitation, His Highness is someone I revere, so of course I'm worried about him.
Tori immediately retorted, Lies! Lariat is a liar! Lariat stared at Tori, stunned. She tried to explain, I'm not a liar, I'm truly worried about His Highness. Tori coldly interrupted, It's because of you. Don't let His Highness change any further. She said, I'm all alone. If you're worried about His Highness, then hurry up and go. Lariat worriedly thought, Tori, why are you like this? Is she worried when things that are meaningful to Rupert appear before her eyes? Could it be the cause of a future death? What is the relationship between Tori and Rupert? Tori, wiping away tears and holding a lamp, walked ahead, while Lariat supported Rupert from behind. After walking a considerable distance, they finally stopped. Lariat looked at the house in front of them and speculated, Is this the doctor's house? Philip heard the knocking and came out, angrily scolding, What are you doing knocking at this hour? Tori looked at him and said, His Highness is gravely injured. However, Philip didn't care. He said, His Highness, my foot! I'm not part of the royal court. When he saw Lariat supporting Rupert in front of him, Philip exclaimed in surprise, What are you doing? Lariat bowed and introduced herself. Greetings, sir. I am His Highness's attendant maid. My name is Lariat Isabel Belua. Philip turned and went inside, saying, Bring him in here. What a nuisance. Lariat used her strength to pull Rupert into the house, and Philip grimaced as he helped support Rupert.
Lariat asked herself in a panic, could he really heal people? Healing arts were an advanced technique that only a few nobles could learn, and such treatments cost a lot of money. He should be wealthy, so why was he so poor? Moreover, Philip also noticed Lariat looking at him. He snapped irritably, What are you looking at? If you can't help, then get out. Lariat thought to herself, He's so much like Rupert. After thinking, she immediately said, I won't. Tori beside her pleaded with sparkling eyes, Father Philip, please let Larry stay. Philip sighed, Then both of you be quiet. He then bit the tip of his finger. The magic circle around Rupert immediately lit up. Philip began to chant. Rupert on the bed furrowed his brow, his face clearly showing discomfort. Lariat looked at him worriedly. Tori sat in a corner, burying her face between her arms, her body trembling incessantly. Lariat quickly ran over and asked Tori, Isn't that alchemy? Why is he being treated like that? Tori replied, Larry, very few alchemical arts can do that. I mean, save people.
Have you ever seen Empress Majesty? Lariat thought in fear. Even I haven't seen her, so how could Tori know? Lariat lowered her head and said, Tori, that's not a living person. Tori looked up, asking her doubtfully, Not a living person? Tori looked at Lariat. Is the Empress dead? Lariat replied, In my opinion, she's not even an Empress. Tori pressed, Then what is she? Lariat coldly explained, It's something foolish. She thought to herself, The Emperor's obsession had caused haunting tears to flow, creating something. Philip continuously whispered something, and where his hand touched Rupert, it suddenly glowed. After a long while, Lariat rushed to embrace Rupert. Your Majesty. Rupert coldly pushed her away. What the hell? Philip then ordered them to leave. If you're awake, then get out. Lariat anxiously said, But her health is still poor. Please help her to the very end.
Tori stood up and shouted, "Then please make Father Philip happy." Rupert silently thought, "I'm on the verge of collapse. What's the point of saving me? Hey, what's going on?" Lariat laughed loudly, rushing forward and pushing Rupert onto the bed. "Your Majesty, are you still dizzy?" Rupert's face darkened, looking angrily at Lariat. Philip stroked his chin and said, "Perhaps her health is stable now. She just needs to recover her physical strength well to return to the Imperial Palace. I hate these kids for this."
Lariat watched his retreating back and called out, "Thank you, Sir Alchemist." Philip immediately retorted, "Sir Alchemist is someone else, not me." Rupert said gratefully, "Thank you for saving me." Lariat thought to herself, "The first time." Then she said, "There must be a way for all of us to be happy." She continued to think, "I want you to be happy. In this life, there's no one to trust. You can't make even the smallest mistake. I understand that feeling. I hate you so much, but I wish you happiness, yet I still hope you die a terrible death. When I was sick, my mother never left my side, even though I know all mothers are like that. But for Rupert, the Queen was a nightmare. I don't know how difficult things have been for you. Will you truly become a tyrant? This autumn you will become emperor." Thinking this, Lariat suddenly said, "I'll go make some porridge." Then she thought, there really isn't much time left. Tori trembled as she asked Philip, "Why didn't you tell me? I thought it would be fine." Philip coldly replied, "It's fine. His intestines are completely ruined." Lariat asked curiously, "You said you're not the alchemist, so how did you treat His Highness?" Philip explained that someone else had drawn the alchemical circle on the wall. As Lariat draped a coat over her, Tori stammered, "Thank you, Larry, I'm sorry." Lariat was extremely surprised. "Oh, did she just apologize to me? I'm just a little confused, not angry." After thinking, she smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm not angry."
Tori smiled happily and said, "Lori is not only pretty, but she's also very kind." Philip coldly interrupted, "All right, let me have the treatment cost." Lariat angrily spoke up, "But the illness isn't completely cured yet." Tori continued, "Father Philip, I have a lot of money." Upon hearing this, Philip gently said, "Where would a child like you get money from?" Lariat thought to herself, "No matter what, he has traveled a very long way. He came all the way from Arden in the south." She seriously asked Philip, "Do you treat all women like that?" Philip sighed, "Isn't that your emperor?" Lariat angrily thought, "It seems I also met Father Philip before returning. That must be a joke. What the hell is he thinking?" Thinking this, she sat down next to Tori and asked Philip, "You're from Willen, aren't you?" Philip replied indifferently, "I am not obligated to answer that question." Lariat assured him, "It's all right, I won't tell anyone about this." Philip smirked coldly. "Rupert won't tell you anything about me. I am his father." Hearing this, Lariat froze. Seeing her reaction, he asked, "Why are you so surprised? To have a child, you need a father. Eva wasn't an old woman." After hearing this, Lariat turned to her friend Tori and asked, "Is that true?" Tori bowed her head and replied, "He is a very powerful man." Lariat was extremely surprised. Powerful? Could there have been other candidates for his father? Lariat thought, stunned. Are there still others who could be Rupert's father? Seeing this, Philip gave a faint smile. "Look at your face, as naive as those Varencians. Eva was originally surrounded by many men." She hesitated. "Then why didn't you flee with His Highness?" He asked back, "To what end? Ru wants the throne, so why should I stop him?" Lariat said worriedly, "I think His Highness doesn't truly want the throne." Then she involuntarily thought of Rupert's smiling face. "It's not the throne, but love and warmth." Philip spoke up, "What I want is Eva, not Ru. Instead of loving Eva, I merely want to possess her. Why should I care about a child born from that ambition? I told Eva I didn't want children, and Eva agreed, but instead she took advantage of me." These words couldn't help but horrify Lariat. He truly was selfish, arrogant, and didn't even want anyone to have any connection to him. If only he knew how to care a little more. As she thought this, she saw Philip gently embrace Tori and say, "So, you pity Ru?" Lariat quickly said, "How dare I do such a thing?" Philip put Tori down and said meaningfully, "Pity is a double-edged sword." So Lariat found an excuse to leave. "I'll go down to the kitchen for a moment." Once there, she suddenly remembered, "But I don't know how to cook porridge. I'll just make dumplings then. Rupert will soon eat something I've made. The love my mother gave me, I want Rupert to feel it too, even if just a little." Suddenly, Philip walked over and pushed Lariat aside. "Move." She could only stand there, staring at him blankly. A moment later, Lariat turned her head to look at the person behind her. Tori loves Rupert very much, but I wonder if that love is entirely pure?
Fassbender was merely a merchant following Rupert's orders, and Louis Baden was his loyal quartermaster, but neither of them could help His Majesty mature. If she could wish for Rupert to live like a normal person, the only one who could help him was herself. But she hated him. She walked to Rupert's bedside, wondering to herself, "You know it's true, don't you, how much I despise you? Is it only because you yearn for someone's loving warmth that you pretend not to know and keep me by your side?" Oh, that day, she was sure the arrow only grazed him slightly. It was all her fault. Thinking this, Lariat gently sat down beside Rupert and began to whisper,
Your Majesty, I thought you might be hungry, so I made some steamed buns for you. Whenever I was sick, my mother always made me buns, my favorite dish. When you're sick, you must want to eat your favorite dish too, I think. So whenever you're sick, I'll make steam buns for you. Let me make them for you." To her surprise, Rupert replied with a harsh attitude. "Don't bother. Look at its shape. It doesn't look appetizing at all." Lariat pouted in protest. "But it's fine this time." Then she smiled, her eyes crinkling, thinking to herself, with a temperament like that, he'd survive even if he ate uncooked food. At this, Rupert tasted one and praised, "It's better than last time."
Now that we have evidence of the Grand Duke's treasonous plot, the Emperor will bestow the throne upon me immediately. Even if he doesn't like me, he greatly fears the Grand Duke. Lariat listened, impressed. So that's how it is. With his army, he usurped his own brother's throne, so he must be afraid that he will meet the same end. Just as she thought this, her arm was suddenly grabbed by Rupert. He asked tensely, "How much do you know? How much have you heard, guessed, and understood?" Lariat calmly replied, "As far as I know, your highness is not a member of the royal family." She thought, "I can bear the sin of disrespecting a person, someone who bears no royal blood, and helping him on the path to becoming emperor." Then Lariat looked straight into Rupert's eyes and said, "Didn't I tell you that I would be your person?" Hearing this, he awkwardly lowered his head, as it made no logical sense. Lariat laughed. "What kind of world only has logical things?" She mused to herself, "Like my own resurrection." After that, Lariat continued, "Because I think if your Majesty is happy, then I can also be happy." At the same time, she thought, "The only truth among countless lies. We can be in a relationship where we must strive to protect each other's safety." Suddenly, Rupert asserted, "You fear me, but you still believe that I will become emperor and stay here with me. I don't understand why you are so certain. I truly don't understand."
Lariat naively replied that her intuition told her so. Rupert frowned. "You're always talking nonsense, but I don't care anyway, because you are mine, whether alive or dead, or even if only a mere fragment of bone remains." Hearing these words, Lariat felt tense. "Well, I think I understand what you mean." Time quickly passed. After Rupert recovered, I took a few days off and met Luhan shortly after. I was wrong to think that Luhan had died just because he was falsely accused. Luhan knew more than I thought. Belua was destroyed because father only sat idly by. I need to convince Luhan. If father had ever helped Rupert, then Rupert would surely view him positively, unlike the boy's cowardly father. Just as I thought this, Luhan walked up and gently tapped on the car window. He offered his hand to help his sister out and said, "Next time, remember to tell me you're coming." Lariat smiled faintly, thinking that the boy seemed very happy to see her. Then she caressed Luhan's cheek and said, "I missed you so much." Such sudden intimacy made the boy shyly turn his face away. "Let me take you to the living room." Inside the room, they heard an awkward voice ask, "Is this okay?" The other person awkwardly replied, "It's fine, as long as we don't get caught." After sitting for a while, Luhan went straight to the point. He anxiously said, "I heard from father that you've returned from the dead, is that true?" But Lariat didn't rush to answer. She thought to herself, "I guess it's because father held on to those letters." Luhan was still young, and it was indeed a terrible experience. I don't know how to respond. Then Lariat carefully said, "I'm not sure how our father explained it, but yes, that's right."
Hearing her say that, Luhan's voice trembled slightly. That must have been very painful. It must have been terrible. Seeing her younger brother so worried, she quickly reassured him, "I'm perfectly fine. I'm more surprised that both you and father trust me." Luhan gently kissed Lariat's hand, saying, "Sister, how could I ever doubt you?" Hearing that, she then asked, "Does mother know?" Luhan replied, "No, mother doesn't yet. I think it would be better if you told her yourself." At this, Lariat frowned and asked seriously, "Luhan, regarding the hidden things father is concealing, do you truly not know?" These words unexpectedly made him stunned. After that, Luhan sat back in his seat and spoke up. "Allow me to ask first, are you sure that the Belua family will be destroyed? Is there any way for you not to stay in the palace? It would be possible if you persuaded our father. Didn't you say you wouldn't serve near Her Royal Highness the Princess? That's the reason. Father will not betray the royal family. He always insists on that." Lariat continued, "And then he was condemned as a traitor."
"I am sure the princess will favor me. She's always been that type of person. A world that had never known his cruelty." Lariat continued to gently coax Luhan. If it's truly the case that House Belua was not involved in any treason, then there must be a reason for His Majesty to reprimand and arrest the people of Belua. A reason why father organized a rebellion against the royal family? I don't know either. She feigned surprise. "Is that so?" Luhan continued. "I don't know if it's okay for me to say this, but..." At this point he hesitated, then said, "You and I might not be blood siblings." Upon hearing that, Lariat was stunned. "So, am I actually adopted?" Luhan also panicked. "I don't know. I overheard father and mother talking about it, so I don't know the details. I'm not even sure which of us is adopted." Hearing him say that, Lariat silently confirmed, "It must be me."
Belua is a family founded by a northern noble who had close ties with the royal family and was entrusted with the southern lands.
Perhaps it was due to the belief that blood is thicker than water, or perhaps they were Southerners, known for their conviction that maintaining the purity of their bloodline was the most important thing. People from Belua have a distinctive appearance like that, except for me. Thinking of this, Lariat suddenly realized, so that's why Aunt Amelia called me a cuckoo bird, a parasitic bird that lays its eggs in other birds' nests. Then she turned to Luhan and asked, "Luhan, when did you find out?" He honestly replied, "It was a long time ago, like my earliest memory." Lariat softly replied, "Is that so?" Then she wondered to herself, "Is that why Luhan used to avoid me?" I had suspected it after hearing what Aunt Amelia said, however. If we're not blood relatives, this relationship will change. All my life they've wanted me to believe I'm part of the family, so I should continue to do so. Thinking this, Lariat immediately cheered up. She went and sat next to Luhan and said, "Even if I'm not Mom and Dad's child, it doesn't change the fact that I care about you." Luhan quickly added, "Me too. No matter what, there's no reason for me not to cherish you with all my sincerity." Lariat was stunned. "Cherish?"
The boy continued, "Please return to Belua right now. The capital is very dangerous." Hearing her younger brother say that, Lariat wondered, "Do you think His Majesty's displeasure is because of me and has nothing to do with Belua's lineage?" Luhan replied, "I don't know. Father and Mother didn't know from the beginning that I already knew the truth." At this, Lariat finally understood. That's right, he doesn't interact with me when something happens. I can't say anything. So she turned to him and said, "I think I just need to be careful." Then Lariat began to ponder again. "I don't think my bloodline is why Rupert ordered Belua's destruction like that. Both Father and Mother did good charity work and helped their orphanages. I want to know everything Luhan knows. It's all scattered pieces and very difficult to put together. I'm truly helpless, unable to do anything due to lack of understanding." A moment later, she turned to Luhan and asked, "Do you really think my identity has nothing to do with the future?" He nodded, yes, but immediately, Lariat realized, he's lying. Even so, she continued to ask, "Then why did you tell me?" Hearing this, Luhan became agitated. "Please run. Hide. I think our father thinks the same way I do. There's no need to sacrifice anyone who has nothing to do with the Belua family." These words made Lariat a little heartbroken. She asked, "Do you think I have nothing to do with the Belua family?" Luhan panicked and quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I am the eldest son and a knight of Belua. My mission is to protect Belua." Hearing that, Lariat immediately questioned, "What are you talking about when you haven't even taken the knight's oath?" To her surprise, Luhan replied, "I was accepted a month ago."
"If you allow me, I will do everything you want me to do. I don't want you to be in danger," Lariat gently replied. "I understand you want to protect me from that revealed secret, but I also cherish the Belua family and want to protect you like an elder sister, so you must help me." These words calmed Luhan's mind. He hugged her tightly, smiling and saying, "I understand." Lariat thought to herself, so this is how Luhan matured. Because of my indifference, I couldn't witness his growth. No matter how distant Luhan was, I should have at least tried. I was too busy thinking about marriage and not wanting to avoid father's gaze. That's why I couldn't read his hidden thoughts. A moment later, she lifted Luhan's face again and confirmed, "You will help me, won't you?" He immediately affirmed, "Yes, I will do whatever you want." Hearing this, Lariat's eyes crystaled in a smile. "Luhan, I've requested a few days off and I have money. You should also take a few more days off so we can go out together." Outside, the gentle sunlight spread across the street. After walking for a while, she suggested, "Let's hold hands." Luhan was surprised. "Yes," Lariat then explained, "we haven't gone out holding hands since we were children."
"The weather today is beautiful, isn't it?" Soon Luhan's face turned red up to his ears, and he shyly replied to his sister, "Yes, the weather today is exceptionally beautiful." Lariat excitedly rattled off her order, making it hard for the waitress to keep up. "Bring out everything you have. Earl Grey milk tea sponge cake, strawberry jelly tart, Sycamore cake, milk bread, and—" The waitress exclaimed in surprise, "Ceci?" Lariat innocently tilted her head and looked at her. "What?" The waitress covered her mouth and stammered, "Oh no, it's nothing. I must be hallucinating. But I'm afraid it will take a little time to prepare." Although she didn't understand what the waitress meant, she still comforted her. "It's okay." After the waitress left, Lariat sat waiting for the food, her mouth watering. "I'll devour everything. Yes." Luhan looked at her with eyes full of affection and love. A few seconds later, Lariat looked up and awkwardly blurted out, You know, Luhan, back then." Luhan propped his chin up and asked, "Do you mean when we were little?" Lariat immediately explained, "No, before that, when you looked more mature than now, always avoiding me." "Why was that?" Luhan paused for a moment and then said, Did I do something to upset you?" Lariat immediately waved her hand. "No, it's not like that. You can never do that to me. It's just, I wonder if it had anything to do with us not being biological siblings." She secretly chided herself. "What am I saying?" Lariat shyly looked away. "Oh, just forget it." Luhan understood then. "You don't want me to be like that with you?" She honestly told him, "I don't want you to ignore me." Luhan calmly replied, "I understand." A moment later, the delicious plates of cake were placed on the table.
Lariat sat eating, but she was no longer as enthusiastic as she had been at first. She ate while talking to Luhan, and she wasn't rambling. He kindly said, "I know," but Lariat immediately retorted, "But I also have my own thoughts."
That she wasn't a member of the Belua family, Lariat mused to herself. I still can't stop thinking. She recalled the past when Lariat had asked herself in a state of coma, is there truly any other bloodline existing within this ancient lineage of the Belua family? Despite her fatigue, she still tried to glance over because she heard someone screaming. The Marchioness was screaming frantically in the dungeon. The worst mistake those Belua scoundrels made was accepting a deviant like you. Lariat thought to herself, she's the Marchioness of the house. I don't remember clearly. What is she rambling about? From that day on, I began to suspect that Luhan and I were not truly biological sisters.
Everyone around me noticed it. After a moment of silence, Luhan spoke up. How's Riche? I know that Riche caused our father to worry about your safety. Lariat asked curiously, do you mean I was in danger? He immediately affirmed, yes, but I don't think she intentionally lied. Lariat pondered for a while as she ate. A moment later, she exclaimed, I don't know who is behind this. I only know that the guard escorting Mariadner Vincent was not from the Vincent household, and his enemy is Beluam, isn't he? I also don't think she did it intentionally, which is why I'm asking you. Luhan asked, wanting to know the full story. When was the last time you saw Riche? Suddenly, Riche appeared like a goddess and calmly said, Larry, long time no see. Riche casually pulled out a chair and sat down.
Then she cheerfully smiled and said to Luhan, Luhan, ever since I introduced this tea shop to you, I've noticed you frequent it quite often, haven't you? Although he was annoyed, he calmly explained to her, she and I are discussing some important matters. Riche rested her chin on her hand, looked at the two, and innocently asked, what's going on? Aren't you two sisters by blood? Luhan heard this and immediately stopped her. Riche, unabashed, brazenly told him, Dietrich, I know that's the issue you've always been troubled by, and nothing has changed yet, right? Even if she were truly your blood sister, or if Lariat had once been an orphan, the Count wouldn't abandon her, so you two will remain bound together like blood sisters for the rest of your lives. After Riche sat down at the dining table, the atmosphere became even more tense. She still tried to make conversation with the two. But you two ordered so many dishes, didn't you? I don't like eating any of those at all. As a lady, one must know what to eat and drink to maintain one's figure. Lariat couldn't suppress her anger and said, Riche, I know you don't like these things. As a lady from a noble family, one must know how to sacrifice personal desires for the family's benefit. A person's worth lies in how they dress and the name of their family. They are bound by such principles. Riche immediately showed a contemptuous expression and said, but you see, someone like me has no reason to break those customs myself. It's been a long time since we last met, so let's just put this negative topic aside for now, shall we? Lariat softly said, Riche, I have something to discuss with Luhan. She didn't hesitate to ask again. It's about you two not being blood sisters, isn't it? I already heard. How could I not know about that? I thought you were in danger, so I reported it to your father. Lariat resentfully told her directly. It was a guard from the Vincent family who kidnapped me. Riche immediately denied. Lariat, I don't hate you. The two girls were arguing, but the most awkward person was probably Luhan. At this moment, Riche turned to him and asked, Luhan, how about we go to the night market and have some tea together? Let's invite Lariat too. Looking at her malicious face, Lariat secretly thought, the only thing I gained from returning to the past was Rupert's protection.
But in exchange, I lost a blood tie that connected me to my family and friends. At the same time, Lariat also spoke up. All right, let's go then. Outside, the night market was growing increasingly crowded as dusk fell. Lariat was still drawn to the delicious pastries, and Luhan helplessly asked, you still want to eat? The shop owner then added, there are return stations for the tableware sets all along the streets. It's unclear whether it's alchemy or magic, but they usually return to my shop, so you can just leave them there after you're done eating, young lady. Riche disagreed with his idea. We're in the middle of the capital, so it probably isn't alchemy, is it? The shop owner, not wanting to be outdone, retorted to Riche, don't you know Colonel Barbarossa? That person is just for show in the military. They operate even outside the capital. Hearing that, Lariat pondered for a moment. An alchemist, a military person, in the future Crown Prince Barbarossa. Then Lariat pushed Riche forward and cheerfully exclaimed, let's go, let's go! Because of her push, Riche moved closer to Luhan, making her blush.
Lariat watched the two of them, then was startled by a thought. Don't tell me. No wonder Riche has been so wary of me. She likes Luhan. Lariat thought to herself. I think I understand now. The reason why Riche doesn't want to get married, or why she wants to avoid her noble duties. Riche has always suspected me. She thinks that Luhan and I are not just siblings. Lariat handed the plate of cake to Luhan and said, hold this for me. He didn't hesitate, replying, all right. Lariat casually scooped a piece of cake from it. She thought to herself, how can it smell so good? As she gazed at the beautiful blooming flowers, Lariat couldn't help but ask, how much is this? The shop owner immediately replied, 100 gold. The moment the price was uttered, she was stunned. Hey, she called out. Louis? He quickly turned around. Oh, what are you doing here, Lariat?
Lariat looked at him suspiciously, which was also what I wanted to ask. What are you doing here, Luis? She thought to herself, noting his reluctant appearance. Luis replied cheerfully, my destiny is to serve His Majesty Rupert. I had pushed myself to the limit to escape Lariat's grasp, but it was a disappointing outcome. Lariat was speechless after hearing that.
She simply said, "Ah yes, thank you." Seeing Luhan behind her, Louise suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Dietrich is here too." Luhan politely bowed, because Louise was an instructor at the military academy. Lariat asked curiously, "Do you remember my younger brother?" Louise replied enthusiastically, "Since he was a top-ranking junior student at the academy, I did pay some attention to him." Lariat smiled, a thought forming in her mind. "I'm curious how he feels about personally sending his beloved student to the guillotine." Then she turned to Luhan and said, "What a relief. I'm so glad you were a well-liked student, Luhan." However, he seemed to shy away. Seeing this expression, Lariat looked at Louis with annoyance. "Hey, why does he look so scared? Don't tell me you bullied him." Louis replied, "Not at all, but perhaps I did raise my voice at him a little." She suddenly asked, "Louis, you're doing this because His Majesty ordered it, aren't you?" Louis answered calmly, "Perhaps or perhaps not. Why do you ask?" Lariat suddenly plucked a flower. "Your idea was to sell wildflowers," she stated. Louis seemed a little flustered. No, she didn't intend to sell them. She just wanted to learn about them. Lariat pointed to the flower branch in her hand, exasperated. "Even so, you shouldn't treat your merchandise so lightly."
Holding that tulip, Louis was extremely flustered, but they were just wildflowers. "Do you have a way to care for them? Is there even a way to care for them?" Lariat irritably said, "I will report this to His Majesty." "How could you treat them like that?" Louis said, full of distress. "Didn't I tell you before that the purpose wasn't for profit? His Majesty asked me to find out why people like wildflowers." Lariat seriously asked, "Are you really serious about this?" Louis quickly replied, "Yes, perhaps Lariat, never mind." A thought arose in Lariat's mind. Isn't the reason someone likes wildflowers because they possess a distinct beauty, different from the beauty of flowers grown in greenhouses and carefully tended? Suddenly, Luhan called out, "Sister, we should go now." Lariat, still angry with Louis, said, "I will tell His Majesty." Louis pleaded fearfully, "Don't."
Lariat bluntly stated her demand. "Wait, please don't bully Luhan anymore, sir." Louis looked at her affectionately. "I've never bullied him, Lariat." Lariat said, "Future groom?" Hearing that, Louis replied, "I suppose I'll have a reason to bully him then." Upon hearing these words, Lariat was utterly exasperated. "I don't know if you're still a teacher. Your duty is to protect your students." Louis maintained his composure and said, "Well, a teacher's role is to help their students." Lariat responded, "Please promise, true to your title as a knight." Louis gently raised her hand and said, "I am quite willing, if Miss Lariat here is comfortable with this knight's half-hearted vow." Lariat quickly withdrew her hand. Riche spoke up and asked, "Is that Sir Louis Baden? Does he know His Majesty Rupert?" Lariat pulled her away and replied, "Yes, perhaps." Riche thought to herself, Rupert's personal knight, and he said he would become his sole servant. Luhan also asked curiously, "Are you close with Sir Baden?" Lariat replied irritably, "No, we're just acquaintances." Luhan said, "You treat him like a child." Lariat immediately replied, "That guy is just an overgrown child." Luhan chuckled softly. Seeing the clear doubt on his face, Lariat said, "Trust me." Luhan shook his head and said, "He's like a cruel beast." Lariat retorted, "Everyone has their dark side." Riche also felt a bit uncomfortable. She thought to herself, "Everyone has a different facade, like two sides of a coin. Everyone is selfish, which is why we don't want to let each other know." She unconsciously smiled. That's selfishness.
As for Lariat, she also thought to herself, "I hope Riche still considers me a friend." Luhan told her, "I'll go get the carriage." Watching him leave, a thought crossed Lariat's mind. He's mature enough now, old enough to love. Will he and Riche be all right? Suddenly, Lariat spoke up. "Riche, I still think we're friends." Riche called out to her, "Larry, when have we ever stopped being friends?" Hearing this, Lariat felt displeased, secretly annoyed by that arrogant tone. Then she turned her face and gave a bright smile. "I don't think there was ever a time when we weren't friends." Because she thought, from the very beginning, Riche and I were not friends. I was Riche's rival, and to me she is the daughter of Gorton, who betrayed my father. It's contradictory that she likes Luhan while also being involved in Belwa's downfall, but I'm sure Riche's situation will be different, right? I want Luhan to be happy, to see him grow old. For his future, I don't care if he and Riche develop a relationship. Luhan returned and told her, "I'll take Riche home." Lariat nodded in permission, and then Luhan quickly escorted Riche into the carriage, while Lariat gently sat down on a nearby cardboard box. She massaged her leg and sighed to herself, "I think I've walked too much." Suddenly, Luhan approached. "You won't be able to relax if you just massage it like that."
"Does it hurt? You have a cramp in your toe. You need some medicine applied." Lariat was utterly surprised. "When did you notice?" Luhan calmly replied, "Since you started limping." Lariat looked bewildered. "Was I like that?" Luhan suddenly fell silent for a moment. A moment later, he finally spoke. "Father is in the capital. Don't you want to talk to him?" Seeing his expectant gaze, Lariat thought to herself, "But father doesn't often come to the Champagne region." She reluctantly said, "I think we should visit him first." Having said that, she thought again, "This is too complicated, and I'm not even blood related to them. I guess the boy won't sense any change in me, but he just... Being able to endure loneliness by oneself is not easy, because I am the only one who knows the future." Thinking this, Lariat suddenly placed her hand on Luhan's. She stood up and said in a sweet voice, "It's late. Let's go." As time passed, Lariat quietly recounted,
Autumn had arrived, and Rupert's coronation would also take place here. As long as you are happy, can I be happy from the depths of my soul? One evening at Count Belua's residence, Lariat's voice rang out, "Father." Seeing his two beloved children approach, he was utterly surprised. "Lariat, Luhan, I came here because I needed to see you and explain everything directly."
Lariat looked very worried. "Is it true that I'm not your daughter?" Count Belua replied seriously. "You are my daughter. Lariat is Blaise Belua." Luhan suddenly exclaimed, "Father, she should know the truth." Count Belua replied, "Your sister already knows the whole truth." Luhan looked a little annoyed. "Father!" he suddenly roared. "Silence, Diachik. This is not something you can interfere with. I apologize. I hope you will forgive me." Luhan's face clouded with sadness. "Are you saying I don't have the right to interfere in that matter, Father?" Count Belua felt a pang of guilt. "No, I don't want you to feel disrespected like that. And it's the same with you, Lariat. My hands are always trembling, and I can't sleep because I'm terrified at the thought of you getting hurt." Hearing that, Luhan reluctantly said, "Then I'll excuse myself for a moment." Lariat watched Luhan leave with a hint of worry. Count Belua spoke in a sorrowful voice. "Lariat, honestly, I've always thought of you as my daughter no matter what. When I first met you, you were just a baby. Amanda was the one who brought you here. At that time, we didn't have any children yet. I decided to raise you as my own child, but I had never been a father before, so I didn't know what I needed to do. I thought I'd tried to think of you as just a child I recognized from the orphanage, but unexpectedly, you became an invaluable daughter to me. It became even clearer after Luhan was born. I even thought about having you marry Luhan." Lariat asked, bewildered. "Why?" He covered his face, speaking with anguish. "I thought that was the way for you to truly become a part of the family." Upon hearing this, a realization dawned on Lariat. So that's it. Noble families often marry each other to maintain their lineage, but that didn't quite fit with the idea of becoming a family. They could adopt a child and teach them the values and traditions of that family to pass on to future generations. It was like a fairy tale about how a commoner girl rose in social status to become a noble.
Count Belua suddenly said, "I will tell you when you are more mature and when you can understand and bear the problems, responsibilities, and honor that Belua must carry." Lariat felt incredibly angry. She raised her voice. "No, you didn't tell me even when I was older." Count Belua replied sorrowfully, "I wanted to live with you as my child. I wanted you to live as my daughter, to live truly happily, without a care in the world, and to live with me in Belua. But I couldn't even do that. I apologize for being such an incompetent father." Lariat suddenly hugged him tightly. "You're not that incompetent." Count Belua said again, "I'm sure this time will be different. Trust me. I promised myself I would become braver and stronger." She replied, "It's too late, father." Count Belua's face was filled with endless remorse. Lariat, meanwhile, thought Rupert would be the crown prince. Then his body suddenly trembled with anguish. This couldn't be. There was no reason for the emperor to break his promise. Lariat spoke with complete honesty. "I don't know what that promise is, but he has no reason to keep it. The emperor, the ruler of the empire, cannot jeopardize everything just to keep that promise to you. Because of this, the emperor has gone mad. He is obsessed with the empress, who is dead." This utterly astonished Count Belua. "Eva? Dead?" His eyes seemed unwilling to believe her words. Then he covered his face and said regretfully, "Unbelievable." Lariat secretly thought that her father felt very guilty towards the empress. The empress is dead, and so is the emperor. Why is father so indifferent to them? What could it be? Lariat suddenly stood up. "Since father has nothing more to say, it's time for me to go home. It's already late." Count Belua called her back. "Wait a moment, Lariat." Lariat replied bluntly, "It's all right. I know what father will say. My feelings for you will never change, because we are family. This time I will protect Belua." Lariat thought to herself, "I cannot stop Belua from becoming emperor. He has spent many years to ascend to the throne." Count Belua suddenly said, "If you must stay in the imperial palace, I must go see his majesty immediately." Lariat said again, Father, please trust me. I am sure I can protect you and Belua." She quickly left, thinking to herself, "Because Rupert is no longer suffering and lonely, because no matter what, he already has me by his side." One morning at Rupert's residence, Lariat was sitting down, gasping miserably for breath, and she pleaded, "I can't run anymore. I really can't. If I run anymore, I'll die. 15 laps around the garden is enough." Rupert looked at her, a hint of disappointment in his eyes.
He leaned closer and asked, "Is this all you're capable of?" Lariat thought irritably, "I'm not good at anything. Even when taught thoroughly, I still know nothing, especially compared to others." Lariat knew perfectly well that she had no special combat skills or talents. She only knew translation magic and things she read in books, and those spells were quite useless. Rupert pointed to a small magic circle drawn on the ground. "Place your hand here." Lariat did as he said. He uttered, "RVWE." Lariat immediately repeated, "RVWE." Rupert continued, "Route." Lariat also said, "Route." Seeing a blue light appear, Lariat was utterly surprised. "Wow," she thought to herself, "this isn't alchemy." Looking at these beautiful specks of light, Lariat thought to herself, "When I was little, my father invited a witch to test my magical aptitude, but I was told I had none. Could that have been wrong? What if I have an aptitude for alchemy?" Thinking this, she gleefully said, "Your Highness, did I do it right? How was it? Wow!" Rupert once again poured cold water on her. Failure.
Her eyes welled up. My magic is useless, isn't it? Rupert shook his head. No, that's not it. Her face was filled with hope again. So that means I still have talent for this, right? Rupert replied bluntly. Not that either. He suddenly asked, "Do you know how to do math?" Lariat was a little flustered. "I can only do simple calculations." Rupert immediately picked up a stick and wrote some calculations on the ground. Then solve this. Looking at the line, Lariat thought to herself, "This is an equation I learned before I debuted." She quickly picked up the wooden stick and wrote down the answer. Rupert suddenly looked at Lariat with confusion. "What is this? Do nobles in the South teach math at this level to young ladies? Young one, when did you learn this monstrosity?" She could only say, "My father taught it to me." Rupert suddenly gave a faint laugh. "Ha, Count Belua. That's an unexpected side of him. He's the kind of person who wouldn't give up easily, even with a knife to his throat." Hearing this, Lariat quickly corrected him. "No, that's not true. He's the type who easily trusts people. My father is also a very fragile soul." Rupert retorted, "You know nothing about your father." "Ride it." Lariat was startled. "You want me to ride a horse, Your Highness?" Rupert replied, "Try taking it for a spin." Approaching the horse, Lariat felt a little scared. She thought she had only ridden a few times before. She quickly sat on its back, then asked him, "Is this horse royal property, Your Highness?" Rupert replied in a low voice, "Louis stole this war horse before. It's mine." Lariat exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, this is a war horse." She suddenly hugged it gently. "Please take good care of me." And then the horse galloped away with her.
Lariat flashed a radiant smile. "I was thinking this was a gentle horse, Your Highness." Rupert looked at her with satisfaction. Suddenly, Lariat became extremely flustered while pulling the reins. However, a moment later, the horse trotted away gently, making Lariat say with a hint of annoyance, "You did that on purpose, didn't you? It'll be fine. I'm not as weak as I used to be." During the time she spent on horseback afterward, Lariat truly enjoyed herself. She could ride it around the area without any difficulty. When she stopped, Lariat even hugged it tightly and praised it aloud. "Wow, you're such a smart horse. You're amazing, kiddo." Her eyes, as she looked at it, shone with absolute trust. She smiled radiantly and then said, "This is a secret between us, okay? I now have a very good impression of your owner." The horse continued to run, but its mood was incredibly sad after that remark. Lariat confidently rode the horse back, and when Tori saw this, she clapped incessantly. Safely dismounting, Lariat happily announced, "I'm back. It took a little while for me to go all the way around, but it was so much fun." Tori exclaimed excitedly, "That was really cool, Lariat. This is the first time I've seen Geoffrey obediently listen to anyone like that besides His Highness." Rupert grumbled, "Hey."
Lariat flinched. "Well," Rupert said again, "not you, Geoffrey." He walked over to Geoffrey, stood opposite him, and asked in an inquisitive tone, "Do you like her more than me?" Lariat looked at him, utterly bewildered, thinking, why is he acting like such a child? Rupert said irritably, "Hey." He suddenly turned to her, "Hey." Lariat, bewildered, asked, "Me?" Rupert replied, "Yes, you've already won its affection. It likes you more now, and I don't need an animal that isn't loyal to me." Hearing this, Lariat immediately became curious. "How do you know that? Your Highness, you're making a very hasty decision." Rupert stated bluntly, "I knew it the moment I looked into its eyes." Lariat innocently asked again, "So you have a special power to know such things?" Rupert looked extremely annoyed. "You seem to be very good at arguing with me. What belongs to me must only be loyal to me." An idea popped into Lariat's head. "Ah, so your Highness means that what's mine is mine. No matter where it is, it's still mine. Is that right?" She immediately said, "I will take good care of it. Thank you, Your Highness." Rupert then left, saying, "I'm glad you're not that slow on the uptake." This remark secretly annoyed Lariat. "Is he making fun of me?" Tori suddenly said, "How wonderful." Lariat asked again, "What was that?"
Tori's face was a little melancholic, as if she was the one who would truly accept Lariat. "Lariat, don't you think it would be good if you became His Highness's person? As you know, he doesn't know how to love anyone." This made Lariat ponder, wondering what the relationship between Tori and Rupert was. She blindly pursued him, yet tried to kill his pet. They even got married, but he killed Tori. Was it truly because Rupert didn't know how to love others that she became like that? Thinking this, Lariat's gaze at her was resolute. "Tori, I'm not looking for that so-called power. All right, I'm going back now. I'm really tired."
Tori watched Lariat leave with a heavy heart. Lariat thought to herself on the way back from a morning training session with Geoffrey, "Seriously, I can't shake it off." Rupert had tried to see if he could use alchemy, both successfully and unsuccessfully. Tori found Lariat's actions a bit confusing. Lariat quickly approached. Tori, I was just about to head to the main hall. I need to choose a new outfit and some accessories for His Highness." She thought to herself, "Even if he doesn't need it now, he'll become the crown prince in a month anyway. I should pretend not to know to avoid suspicion." Tori replied, "I'm sorry, Lariat. That should have been my job." Lariat cheerfully responded, "Why do you have to apologize for that?" Tori hurried away. "Good luck, Lariat. I know you'll be able to stand up to Nigel's maids." Hearing this, Lariat immediately thought, "Huh? Why is that?" A moment later, she understood what Tori meant. Ah, so that's it, facing these terrifying maids. Lariat spoke with a tense voice. Hello, is anyone here? 3 maids suddenly started whispering. What is it? It's not this girl. Isn't she the one who looks small and thin but is strong as an ox? It doesn't seem to be her. Lariat forced a cheerful smile. The only thing I want to do here is bring clothes back for Prince Rupert. A voice suddenly rang out. Wait, it's been quite a while, Miss Belua. Lariat was a little surprised. Vincent.
She was secretly flustered because something had happened between them in the past, so she didn't think the other girl still considered her a friend. The girl spoke up and asked, How have you been lately? I didn't know you were chosen to be the princess's lady-in-waiting. Marianne said mockingly, Didn't Risha tell you? Oh, but you weren't that close to her anyway, were you? Lariat replied frankly, I don't know. I've been quite busy, so I haven't seen her often. Marianne said, How busy could you possibly be with a lazy, useless princess? Lariat was a little annoyed. What are you saying? That's quite rude. Marianne said with sarcasm, Oh dear, I apologize. I was just stating the truth. I didn't think you'd be so upset. Martha immediately approached and whispered to Marianne, That lady-in-waiting is a Belua. She confidently replied, Don't be afraid, Martha. She's just the abandoned child of the Belua family. Lariat broke out in a sweat, wondering, What do they mean by abandoned? Where did you hear such nonsense? Marianne said triumphantly, My father said so, because what father would dare to leave his beloved daughter next to that useless princess? It's over, Lariat. You can no longer stand there acting arrogant and looking down on others. It seems the Duke has finally decided to discard that foul bloom his mistress left for him. Lariat warned, Watch your words. Marianne continued to mock her. Are you the child of his mistress, or was it the Duchess who had an affair? Lariat said sternly, Marianne, you're going too far. She continued, You have nowhere else to go, so you're forced to be Princess Rupert's dog, aren't you? Even when we were little, I never liked you, always acting arrogant, the darling daughter of the Belua family. Lariat was so angry her eyes rolled back.
But to avoid unnecessary trouble, she chose to step over her. I don't know why you're like this, but I have no feelings for you, so please excuse me. I just want to come and pack up the princess's belongings. Please move aside. Martha angrily said, From now on there will be no clothes to bring to that Princess Rupert. Lariat smirked. Seeing this, Marianne immediately raised her voice. Heh, are you laughing, Martha? This wretch is mocking us. Because this is Arnulf's order, we are forced to fulfill our duty. These words, upon reaching Lariat's ears, surprised her greatly. She thought, Arnulf, aren't they Nigel's maids? Martha spoke up. Last time when I was trying to catch a bug, that woman was quicker. Lariat curiously asked, Did His Highness Arnulf send you to bully me? Martha arrogantly replied, Do I need to answer that? Then she raised her hand high, and an act of bullying ensued. Lariat left with her hair a mess like a bird's nest. She secretly fumed. How annoying. Arnulf is unilaterally bullying Rupert, acting just like a woman. His half-sister didn't even receive any love or favor from the Emperor. The dress is ruined. It's my fault. A familiar voice spoke up. Lariat.
What's wrong? Lariat said softly. Hello, Sir Louis. Lariat was planning to sneak back to her private room to wash up, clean her wounds, and change out of her dirty clothes, pretending nothing had happened, but she accidentally ran into Louis. Seeing her in this state, he exclaimed, Good heavens, are you entering and leaving the palace in such a state? I thought you fell down the stairs, but no, it looks like you were beaten. Lariat appeared calm. She asked, What about your highness? Are you staying inside? Louis suddenly said, You must be tired. Go and rest. Hearing these words, Lariat quickly left, while Louis watched her with concern to herself. I must get back to my room quickly so no one finds out I was beaten. Suddenly a hand was placed on her shoulder. Hey, she jumped and cried out, Oh, your highness. Rupert wondered, What's wrong with you? Did you just see a ghost? Lariat quickly turned her face away to hide her wounds. She replied, I'm sorry, I was just a little startled. Rupert said with a hint of annoyance, I told you to go fetch the clothes. Lariat immediately replied, I just got back. Rupert, hot-tempered, asked, Why are you sneaking around like a thief now? Lariat awkwardly replied, You've misunderstood. I'm very calm and confident. A smile appeared on Rupert's face. That's funny. So what's wrong with your face? Lariat was flustered.
I fell. Rupert reached out his hand to Laurier's face. He bluntly pulled her face towards him, and she gasped. Then he coldly asked, You were hit, weren't you? Who was it? Knowing it would be hard to hide, she immediately replied, The maids, but I already got the dress back.
Suddenly, Rupert left. Lariat hurriedly called out, Your Highness, where are you going? Rupert immediately replied, To eliminate them. Lariat ran after him. What? Who are you planning to kill? Rupert coldly stated, You said the maids beat you, didn't you? Hearing this, Lariat quickly stopped him, bursting into tears and saying, I don't think that's a good idea. Rupert irritably replied, Let go. Aren't you going to let go? Lariat cried out loudly, I wasn't seriously hurt at all. Rupert then asked, Isn't that even more important? Lariat hurriedly replied, Of course it's important. What else do you want? Rupert, however, didn't think so. Who told you to get beaten and then come back here? With that, he started to leave. Seeing him take out his gun, Lariat panicked. What is that? Rupert replied, To shoot people, what else? Lariat was utterly terrified. Please, your highness, please reconsider first. Rupert calmly responded, You're the one who should reconsider, so you don't get beaten again next time. Lariat immediately said, I'm sorry for letting myself get beaten, really. Louis also asked curiously, where are you going, Your Highness? Rupert irritably replied, get lost, don't talk to me. Louis then exclaimed, oh, then why did you call for me? Seeing no reply from Rupert, Louis had no choice but to ask Lariat, where exactly is His Highness going? She replied, to Afnab's palace to deal with the maids. Louis asked worriedly, Lariat, did they hit you? What should we do? For now, let's just follow him and see. It would be very dangerous to let him go like this. Once he gets angry, he won't be able to think clearly or show mercy to anyone.
Lariat could only run after it, but at least he didn't seem to be going crazy, did he? Louis quickly recounted that it was the same last time when they messed with Tori, but that kid never learned his lesson. After a moment, Arnulf's room was filled with an atmosphere of panic. Arnulf stammered, what the hell is this? Opposite him, Rupert was pointing a dark, ominous gun barrel directly at his face. Arnulf screamed in extreme fear, you, what the hell is this? Rupert coldly stated, your wickedness is truly disgusting. He pleaded in terror, don't come any closer. Rupert calmly said, I've brought a gun here. Do you think I'll listen to what you say? The servants were frantically shouting, guards, guards! A gunshot rang out. The maid collapsed to the ground, looking terrified. Rupert commanded, take one step out of here and you will die. Lariat tried to push through the crowd, secretly thinking to herself, where did he get that arrogant attitude? Was he born with it? She loudly called out, Your Majesty.
What do you think you're doing in the middle of the palace? Rupert looked annoyed. Why are you here? He suddenly turned to Arnulf and asked, whatever, anyway. Hey, do you think a promise is worthless? He asked in surprise. What promise? Rupert glared at him. I told you not to touch them. It doesn't matter if I get discarded, but don't touch my people. Didn't I say that? Arnulf then understood. Ah, Louis over here is in a mess. Doesn't he look like an idiot? Lariat laughed kindly and reminded him, haha, Louis, he's still a prince. Arnulf looked bewildered. Is that you? The one who sent me a threatening letter and shot me from afar? How could you do that to me when we were talking about you? After hearing this, Rupert said coldly, it seems you lack what's called a brain, don't you? A gunshot rang out, making Arnulf cry out in fear. Ah! Rupert said, sorry, my hand slipped. I was aiming for your throat. While the servants screamed, there! Lariat immediately intervened. Your Majesty, please, don't make a bigger scene. Rupert suddenly turned towards Louis. You, come here. He immediately dragged himself over, asking dejectedly, what crazy order is it this time? Rupert replied, shut them up, for a few days preferably. Then he suddenly asked with concern, does it hurt? This is meant to make you suffer, so of course it hurts, doesn't it? Don't worry, you look fine on the outside.
Seeing Rupert's expression, Lariat was utterly bewildered. Your voice, you scoundrel, you trash, you've deceived everyone. He suddenly changed his tone. Now these little bugs from underground have learned to crawl out, haven't they? Don't you think so? Don't you think that will stop you from becoming a troublesome bug? Rupert then lowered his voice and replied, no. Witnessing this scene, Lariat thought to herself, in that moment, a thought briefly crossed my mind. In the royal palace, within a desolate forest, an elf forever endured solitude in the darkness. How would it feel to be stepped on by that bug? What did the elf think when it first escaped the forest? She spoke in a comforting voice. Let's go, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you are not a bug. You don't need to listen to such nonsense. She thought to herself. Somehow he seemed sad, with an inexpressible sorrow. After everything was settled, Lariat followed Rupert back to his room. She wondered to herself, I'm not sure whether I should thank him or worry about the consequences. Then she asked, Your Majesty, why did you cause such a commotion? Rupert replied, You were hit, weren't you? Lariat retorted, So were you. No, it's not the same. It would be a big deal if you were hurt. Upon hearing this, Rupert spoke up. So you understand. That's why you shouldn't foolishly go back after being hit. It's troublesome. Lariat suddenly wondered, am I important to him? Rupert turned around and replied seriously, yes. Seeing her staring at him, he was a little puzzled. What, you don't believe me? Then don't. Seeing Rupert turn away, Lariat asked, are you angry? Rupert quickly replied, no, why should I care whether you believe me or not? Lariat stepped closer to him. Everyone wants their cherished ones to trust them, don't they? Rupert suddenly made a comparison. Do you want your precious ribbon to trust you? Hearing this, Lariat secretly thought, annoyed. Is he saying I'm an object? Rupert's gaze suddenly turned towards Lariat. He said, you asked me how to love, but I've already told you. I don't know how to love a person. Lariat asked further, then what about Tori? Rupert replied indifferently, Tori is different.
Lariat thought to herself, well, it doesn't matter. All I want is protection. I just have to protect my family. That's what I need to do. Rupert said hurriedly, we're late, hurry up. Lariat suddenly thought, wait, you're hurrying like this because of me. After seeing me get hit, you got angry and even caused a commotion.
Lariat spoke, I think your highness values me. Rupert said, I thought you didn't trust me. Lariat replied, no, I trust you. She suddenly pulled at his sleeve. Your Majesty, please eat properly, you're too thin. A feeling of pity secretly arose in her heart. He was truly awkward, because he had never learned or experienced any kind of affection. There was no one around him he could rely on, no one who could comfort and reassure him that everything would be all right. I truly feel sorry for him. No matter how sad I felt for Rupert, I couldn't truly love him. In the end, I would hate him for this protection and despise him when he became a monster. I truly was a selfish adult. Thinking this, Lariat spoke honestly. I will also try my best to love you, Your Majesty, so that you may be happy, Your Highness. You will definitely be happy, to the point where you can't stop smiling, to the point where every day you feel so incredibly happy that you don't want to fall asleep. After saying these words, a thought appeared in her mind. Isn't it contradictory that I can't have feelings for him, yet I still wish him happiness? Is it wrong to use a child to soothe the sins that constantly torment me for my own happiness? Seeing her so emotional, Rupert immediately said, "How foolish." Lariat replied, "I assure you, I can see the future, you know. 4 years have passed since I returned to the past. It's September now. When Rupert becomes crown prince at age 16, I worry about how he will change after gaining power." Lariat opened the door, entered the room, and thought, Rupert will move to another palace. What will happen to Jakun?
Suddenly, she saw a dark figure hiding in the distance. Lariat screamed in extreme fear. "There!" Rupert poked his head out and said, "It's been so long, I thought you went to steam buns." Seeing him, Lariat immediately became flustered. "Your Highness." He handed her a brown cloth bag, making her ask in bewilderment, "What is this?" Seeing no reply from him, she opened it to look, secretly thinking, "What's in this bag that makes it so heavy?" Taking out several strange items, Lariat forced a smile and asked, "Oh, what are these piles of flour for?" She secretly wondered, why did he bring these at this hour? Rupert appeared indifferent. "Aren't you angry?" Lariat calmly replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty. You should eat some too. You like steam buns, don't you?" Seeing the bun she offered, Rupert replied, "That's for you." Lariat looked at him and questioned, "When will you become the crown prince?" Rupert sighed, "The day after tomorrow." Lariat smiled and said, "Congratulations, Your Highness." Rupert immediately asked, "For what?" She replied, "For becoming the crown prince." Hearing that, he burst out laughing. "Ah, so you weren't expecting this to happen?" Lariat asked curiously, "Aren't you happy, Your Highness?" Rupert replied, "I don't know. How do you think I should feel right now?"
Hearing him ask that, she said without hesitation, "Suppose His Highness wants to buy a steamed bun, arrives there and thinks all the steamed buns are sold out. But in reality, there's still one left, and His Highness luckily gets that last bun. Wouldn't the feeling be similar?" But Rupert merely replied indifferently, "To be honest, I feel nothing at all. To put it vaguely, if this is what Lady Eva wants, then I want to run away." Hearing that, Lariat was stunned. Eva, Rupert's birth mother. Then she cleared her throat. "At least Your Highness won't be looked down upon by the royals as much as you are now." Suddenly, he took Lariat's hand and said, "I don't care about those things at all." These words made her even more confused. "Then what is Your Highness worried about? What can I do to make you happy? Do I have the ability to do that? I'm just an ordinary and insignificant person. How can I help fill the void within you?" Looking at the drawing on her hand, Lariat couldn't help but exclaim, "Why would Your Highness engrave this? It's so beautiful." Rupert calmly said, "It's for you to use." She wondered, "How do I use it?" But he didn't answer, only said, "If you're smart, you'll figure it out yourself." Hearing Rupert say that, Lariat bit her lip in annoyance. "It disappears as soon as I touch it again." Ugh! Suddenly, the drawing lit up, astonishing her. "Oh, Your Highness, it's glowing, so I can use alchemy now, right?" Unexpectedly, Rupert cruelly said, "Only if it's engraved on your hand by someone else. If you learn it yourself, it's useless. You can't use it. No matter what you do, I can't find your talent. Even what you can do is vaguely unclear. What's the deal with that?" Rupert's words made Lariat's previous cheerful mood completely vanished. She wondered, does he mean I'm a useless damsel? Very soon after, he noticed the frown on Lariat's face.
So he said in a low voice, "Many others can't do it either. Just try pressing it again. If it still doesn't work, keep pressing until your hand feels like it's about to break off." However, this time Lariat pouted and refused. I don't want to go that far. Despite saying that, she still tried again, thinking to herself, what a hot-tempered person. Seeing the effort of the person in front of him, Rupert couldn't help but praise her. "You did very well." Lariat smiled. "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll also remember to take my medicine more regularly." He casually replied, "Don't get hurt. It's a hassle." After that, the atmosphere between the two of them softened. A few days later, Rupert's coronation ceremony took place. The whole place was bustling, and people whispered to each other, "What kind of party is this? I don't know." Looking around, Lariat wondered, "I wonder if father and mother came. I don't see them anywhere." Tori asked nervously, "Larry, is it okay to just stand here like this?" Hearing that, she immediately reassured her, "Don't worry, just treat this as a normal party." But the little girl whined, "Except for Lariat's birthday, I've never attended any other party."
Lariat still gently said, "No one has invited us to dance yet, so you don't need to worry." Her smiling face inadvertently made Tori blush. The girl shyly thought, "Lariat is so beautiful." Suddenly, Lariat turned to Tori and asked, "Oh, did His Highness say anything to you?" The girl, taking a bite, honestly replied, "No, His Highness disappeared early this morning without a word. So delicious." Hearing that, she couldn't help but feel a headache, unable to know how Rupert would appear.
In the past, I only met him when I first entered high society. After all, I am his subordinate. He should at least inform me of his whereabouts. Just then, someone suddenly called from behind. Lariat, why don't you come out and dance? It was Riche.
Seeing her, Lariat immediately said, I don't really like dancing. Hearing this, Riche began to mock her. Don't tell me no one has ever invited you to dance. That's a shame. But Lariat didn't mind. She just said, since I don't want to dance anyway, it's fine. However, she didn't stop and turned to the person behind her, saying, Sir Roja, why don't you invite my friend to dance? Hearing this, Lariat tensed up, realizing she was trying to humiliate her. Tori and Riche must have already figured out a way to deal with her. At this moment, Roja also stepped forward, politely extending an invitation. Miss, would you grant me the honor of a dance? Lariat quickly refused. Thank you for your sincere invitation, Sir Roja. Are you perhaps a student at the military academy? She suddenly changed the subject, which made him pause, but he still replied, Ah, yes. Seizing the opportunity, Lariat continued to ask, Do you happen to know Dietrich? Luhan Dietrich Belua is my younger brother. Hearing this, Roja became enthusiastic. Ah, though not the same age, I do know him. He's at the top of his class. As soon as he finished speaking, Lariat turned to Riche. Did Luhan say he wasn't coming today? She was startled. Why are you asking me? He's your brother, not mine. Hearing this, Lariat thought, if I get angry here, it would be like admitting we're not from the same family. So she forced a smile and replied, I thought Luhan and you were very close. Well, I guess not. Please excuse me. I'll be going now. With that, Lariat quickly left, but to her surprise, Riche called out after her. Why isn't His Highness Rupert here yet? She replied, If you want to see him, you'll have to wait. His Highness will be here soon. She then continued, Prince Arnulf and Princess Nigel have both arrived. It's quite impolite. But Lariat didn't care. She thought to herself, if you want to follow etiquette, then go ahead. Then she turned to Roja. Sir Roja seems a bit bored, doesn't he? Why don't you dance with him, Riche?
He heard that and immediately gave a hearty laugh. I never thought I'd have the chance to dance with Lady Riche. Vic found it inconvenient to refuse, so he agreed. All right. After dealing with these two, Lariat quickly pulled Tori away. Reaching a secluded corner, she stopped, panting, and asked, When will His Highness finally arrive? The little girl replied worriedly, I don't know. And are you okay, Larry? Lariat said, I'm just a little worried. What about you, Tori? Tori looked puzzled. About what? She clarified. About today's events. Many things will change from now on. The naive little girl replied, I don't know. His Highness said everything would stay the same. Lariat continued to ask, Is His Highness always so sure? Then she thought to herself, everything changes, and people must change with it. I'm afraid he won't cherish me anymore later on. Just as she thought this, Tori's childish voice echoed in her ear. I trust His Highness. Lariat interjected. Things will just go back to normal. Despite this, the little girl insisted. He won't change at all. Lariat subtly stepped back, but kept her eyes fixed on Tori. She said incredulously, Oh, the change we're talking about must not be the same topic then. The atmosphere was also starting to get a bit awkward, so let's stop here. I'm so worried. His Highness has finally ascended to the position of Crown Prince, but what about me? I'm still so uncertain.
As Lariat stood absent-mindedly on the balcony, someone called out from behind, Sister. She turned around and asked doubtfully, Luhan? Luhan smiled and said, Long time no see. Lariat then wondered, Did you come here with Riche? He replied, No, I came alone. Hearing this, she asked further, Did you also receive an invitation? Luhan nodded, Yes, because I am the eldest son of the House of Belua. However, Lariat still found it hard to believe, but accepting the invitation isn't mandatory. Is there any other reason for you to be here? Luhan replied, It's just as you said earlier. Isn't today's party a bit suspicious? Hearing these words, she frowned and thought, so he still doesn't completely trust me. When I said I came back from the future, did he come here to confirm it with his own eyes? Then she asked him, How is it suspicious? Luhan said without hesitation, You said that His Royal Highness. As soon as she heard this, Lariat affirmed, That's right. His Royal Highness will later become the ruler of the country. Luhan quietly confirmed, Is that really true? Lariat thought, because of His Royal Highness's condition, he has had to live his entire life isolated from society. He even refused to attend parties where his presence was mandatory.
Just think about it. An emperor like that, now wanting to invite all the nobles to attend a party without much thought about it. Wouldn't that just make everyone more curious? But she didn't say this to the boy, only saying, All right, Luhan, if you don't believe what I'm saying, then go and verify it yourself today. Hearing this, Luhan quickly protested, It's not that I don't believe you. At this, Lariat raised her voice, Don't you want to check if what I said is true? Luhan couldn't help but move closer to her, agitatedly explaining, That's not it. I just want to come here to confirm whether history will repeat itself or not. Unexpectedly, Lariat brushed it off. I told you so. She thought nothing had changed, so of course history would repeat itself. The only thing that changed was that now there was a noble girl who liked to hover around him. Luhan saw that she misunderstood and was about to explain that when Lariat put a hand over his mouth, cutting him off. It's all right. I don't expect you to completely believe this anyway.
Seeing this, he gently kissed her hand and said, Of course.
Just then something flew over and hit Lariat hard on the forehead. Luhan asked, puzzled, "What's wrong, sis?" She walked over, picked it up, and said, "It looks like someone's hair." The moment she touched it, Lariat was stunned. It was Rupert's hair. If it was this long, did he cut all his hair off? It turned out that Rupert had been looking for Lariat after he cut his hair. The servants' quarters were right above the balcony where Lariat was standing. He had seen Lariat being close with Luhan, so he threw the bun of hair down to Lariat to make her avoid him. But Lariat didn't know this. She looked around puzzled. Where did it fall from? Just then an announcement came from inside. "Attention everyone, His Imperial Majesty the Emperor has arrived." Hearing this, the crowd simultaneously bowed in greeting. As Lariat bowed, she secretly assessed. He looks so thin and pale, as if he knows he's about to depart. Before the Emperor's demise, he would have to designate an Imperial Crown Prince. Note, the Emperor looks so haggard due to the presence of the Eva doll. Lariat continued to think, "I don't feel any pity for him at all. Perhaps it's because he's a selfish monster, far different from what I imagined. He is the source of all evil in this world." As soon as he sat down, the Emperor said, "Thank you all for attending." Even so, Lariat was still lost in her thoughts. She wondered, the Empress is standing beside him, but where's the Imperial consort? Don't tell me she's... Just as she thought this, she heard the Emperor say, "I'm sure you're all wondering why it's been so long since I've hosted a banquet like this.
What I declare today concerns the future of the Empire, and is also my last will and testament." No sooner had the Emperor finished speaking than the Empress burst out laughing and asked in return, "What do you mean, last will?" He continued, "Today I will officially appoint someone to the position of Crown Prince, a matter that has been postponed until now. I am considering appointing the Crown Prince as regent." This was exactly as Rupert had predicted. The document Lariat had stolen was what had granted him the right to the throne. The room fell silent, with only the Emperor's deep voice remaining. "My body is too exhausted to care for this nation." Upon hearing this, the Empress burst out laughing. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by regent? Arnop is still young and has no experience in state affairs. You must be strong." But no sooner had she finished speaking than an announcement rang out from outside. "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Everyone bow to His Royal Highness." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Rupert strode in confidently. By this time, his long hair had been completely cut short, and he appeared before the public with the introduction, "Crown Prince Rupert Edgar Rasper Vinium has arrived." Seeing his handsome appearance, the noble young ladies couldn't help but blush shyly. As for Arnop, he couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably.
Then he frantically yelled, "Who is that person? Who does he think he is, claiming to be the Crown Prince, Your Majesty?" Hearing that, Rupert's steps suddenly halted. He smirked and asked Arnulf, "Can't you recognize your own younger brother, Imperial brother?" Seeing Rupert's demeanor, he began to tremble, stammering, You. But he didn't stop, continuing to press. "Say something, I'm waiting." Hearing that, Arnulf yelled again, "This lunatic! Impossible!" In contrast to his panic, Rupert remained composed. "It seems my Imperial brother has forgotten the royal tongue." From a distance, Lariat witnessed everything, feeling helpless. Look how amused he is. Just then, the Empress knelt beside the Emperor and cried out, questioning, "Your Majesty, how could you do this to me? Your Majesty cannot do this to me. Do you think my father will let this matter rest?" Unexpectedly, he merely snapped coldly, "Be gone. Who gave you the audacity to be disrespectful to me? Mind your words carefully, if you still wish to retain this position as Empress."
Seeing the Emperor like that, the Empress was immediately terrified, quickly retreating and stammering, "The son of Your Majesty and the Imperial concubine. This humble consort is guilty, Your Majesty." The Emperor no longer paid attention to her. He ordered, "Bring the priest here. This seat is the Crown Prince's position. You will be officially appointed today." Rupert replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor patted his shoulder in praise. "You've cut your hair. It suits you very well." Rupert said little, only responding, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After a brief exchange, he took the cloak from his own body and draped it over Rupert. "I will use holy water to baptize His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. God be my witness, the protector of the Crimson Throne, the commander of the Equator, Rupert Edgar Caspar Velnium, the wise descendant of Velima I. By God's will, I bless you." Rupert sat down in the chair next to the Emperor, his deep voice ringing out. "First, I want to sincerely apologize for deceiving everyone. My mother was feeling unwell and was worried about a few things." Then he turned his attention to Lariat and said, "Stand up straight, don't be so timid, if you still want to live." Hearing this, she fell silent and dared not say anything.
Seeing that, he gave a slight smile. Then he continued, "I've heard that ever since I was born, I've been surrounded by assassination threats. This is a decision that must be implemented, so I hope for everyone's understanding." Lariat broke out in a sweat, thinking, has he always been this polite? Oh my goodness. Rupert continued, "I know that everyone here is astonished by my sudden appointment as Crown Prince without my intentions being verified. I hope that everyone can rest assured that I will only make the most beneficial choice for Vernani's future." Lariat thought to herself, besides that beneficial choice, there's still the possibility of eliminating Belua. Have I made the right choice?
Is this path truly my only option? Louis raised his glass high and shouted loudly, "A toast to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Afterwards, everyone shouted together, "Hooray! Long live His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." After that, Rupert spent his time busily familiarizing himself with the etiquette education course for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. My room, meanwhile, was moved to the main palace, and at this moment,
Lariat was busy chasing after that forgotten raccoon. She stopped at the edge of the forest and called out, "Guri, it's time for you to move. Come out now. There are some terribly hungry abandoned tigers here, you know. If you don't come out, I'm going home and leaving you here." Suddenly, a voice rang out. What nonsense! She jumped, her heart pounding. "Oh!" Rupert, sitting in a tree, spoke. "Be quiet, you're too loud." She asked in surprise, "Your Highness, why are you here?" He replied, "Resting, what else? Too many people give me a headache." Lariat grabbed his leg and said with a smile, "Long time no see, Your Highness." Rupert pushed her hand away, saying coldly, "Let go, why are you grinning so widely?" Lariat thought irritably, "This rude person." Then she said, "Your Highness, you seem much less handsome than before today, don't you?" Rupert jumped down from the tree and said, "And your face still looks like a stale steamed bun. What's wrong, not eating enough?" Lariat lifted her chin and replied, "That's called losing weight, you know. Lately I've been busy with horse riding and other things." Rupert clapped his hands and said, "That's commendable, actually." Immediately after, Guri jumped out. He picked it up, handed it to her, and said, "Here, take it. I'm going to rest a bit longer." Lariat quickly caught Guri, then asked, "Is the etiquette class very difficult?" Rupert asked back, "Are you worried about me?" Lariat replied stiffly, "I'm afraid it might affect your Highness's health." Rupert asked again, "Don't you trust me?" Lariat immediately replied, "No, I believe you'll do well." Rupert frowned and asked, "What makes you trust me so much?" Lariat said without hesitation, "Because your Highness is a very trustworthy person." Rupert suddenly said, "If I can't hold on to this position, both you and I will be ruined. You know that, don't you?" Lariat smiled and nodded. "Yes, I know. If your Highness makes a mistake, both of us will be ruined." Rupert paused for a long time. At this moment, Lariat suddenly hugged Guri, turned, and walked out, not forgetting to say, "When you're done with your studies, remember to visit me and Guri." Finally, she returned to her room, but this ground floor room was a bit small.
It's fine. I just need a place to stay to take care of His Highness's pet bear. That's all. And you are... Laura replied cheerfully, "Yes, my name is Laura, Lady Lariat. When His Highness was pretending to be a woman, I couldn't meet him, so I was curious about what kind of person His Highness was. If I had known His Highness was so handsome, I would have gone looking for him already. Unlike the other maids, I was properly recruited. I wasn't sold or given away to pay off a debt." Lariat thought resignedly. She talks a lot.
Laura then asked, "By the way, have you heard about King Valima I, who is actually a woman?" Lariat replied, "I have heard about it." Laura further asked, "What do you think about it?" Lariat pondered. "If that's true, then I would become the eldest child in the family, not Luhan anymore." Laura, realizing her question was a bit difficult, said, "Well, just call me whenever you need someone." Lariat replied, "Thank you." After that, she turned around and thought, "Yes, that's probably for the best. Tori and I have already done too much." At this point, Lariat suddenly pulled out her notebook, turned back and said, "Rupert has now become His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Regarding his personality now and throughout this time-traveling period to the past, I have no idea what's going on in the palace. I should have found out more," she thought. "This time, will the plot twist into him forgiving the Empress and Aknap? Perhaps Rupert has now escaped the path of becoming a tyrant. Rupert is not suited to sit on the throne. Rupert doesn't even know how to take care of himself, doesn't know why flowers bloom beautifully. How could such a person take good care of his subjects?" Suddenly, a knock on the door startled Lariat. Tori peeked in and said, "Lariat, I finally found the raccoon." Lariat sighed in relief, thinking, "It's Tori, but what does she mean by that? Clearly just now." She recalled asking her earlier, "Tori, have you seen the raccoon anywhere?" Tori indifferently replied, "I don't know, I haven't seen it either." A thought flashed, and Lariat asked in surprise, "Did you intentionally lose it?" Tori immediately said, "You don't need to know why I want to harm that raccoon, and I don't need you to understand me. I just need you to know that I have no intention of harming His Highness." Lariat replied, "I never thought that of you, Tori." She smiled and said, "That's good then. I don't want you to hate me, Larry." Lariat stepped forward and said, "Tori doesn't want His Highness to change, does she?" Tori frankly replied, "Yes, because that would be very dangerous." She asked again, "Why would His Highness changing be dangerous?"
Tori immediately replied, "Because the changes you, Lariat, bring will be very dangerous. If you want His Highness to survive, you must think of yourself first." Hearing that, Lariat immediately said, "Tori, I found His Highness in the forest, but he looked very exhausted. Perhaps it's because Tori wasn't by his side. His Highness is not someone who will easily change just for you. Everyone is like that." Tori said irritably, "I don't understand. Are they normally that weak? Why is that?" Lariat hugged her. "Don't you also feel lonely when left alone?" Tori then said, "What would you, Lariat, know about the feeling of loneliness? Loneliness cannot blend with something so ordinary." Lariat spoke up and asked, "So when will you realize it?" Tori said, "You, Lariat, are truly interesting."
In truth, you don't like or care about His Highness at all." Lariat asked in surprise, "What do you mean by that?" Tori replied with a cryptic remark, "You, Laurie, know best, but I don't pay attention to it because I don't care. I like you, Laurie." As she went out, Lariat quickly followed, saying, "I like you too, Tori, and His Highness too." Tori stopped and said, "You're lying, but someone who lives in such lies can still mature and grow up normally." Oh, don't misunderstand. I'm just jealous. Lariat said, everyone grows up eventually. Tori retorted, to me, that sounds like anyone can become a noble. Lariat paused, thinking to herself, now I understand. The child doesn't have much time left. So what is Tori's true self? I'm sure that what makes Tori feel so lonely is time. A soft voice spoke up. You're here? Crown Prince Rupert had finally returned to the Crown Prince's palace. Louis, with a pained expression, said, how could His Highness do that to me? Lariat asked curiously. Do what? He whimpered. Making him captain of the guard. I thought I would get the position. Seeing this, Lariat comforted him. Don't be too disappointed. If he becomes emperor, things might be different. Upon hearing this, Louis immediately brightened up. That's right. Ah, Your Highness, I, Louis, have missed you so much. Rupert appeared, pushing his face away and saying coldly, you're deafening me. Shut up. Lariat looked up at Rupert and said, you've arrived. He asked, why is Louis here?
Lariat took the coat from Rupert's hand and replied, how long has he been staying here? Isn't that what Your Highness requested? Rupert immediately replied, no, tell him to get out for me. The three of them walked deeper into the palace when Rupert suddenly said, Arnulf and Nigel will be coming here. Lariat asked, puzzled, why? Rupert replied, to greet. Hearing this, Lariat thought to herself, that's right. Since it's been delayed for so long, it's about time for greetings. Grand Duke Ventavon hasn't arrived yet. Should I contact my aunt? Then she gently replied, yes, I will prepare. Your Royal Highness should also prepare, shouldn't you? Rupert frowned and asked, what? Lariat screamed in fear. Ah! He looked at her with annoyance and said, Your Highness, this maid who doesn't know etiquette is a commoner, isn't she? I will deal with her immediately. Rupert calmly replied, no, she is Belua's only daughter. The chief guard asked in astonishment, but Belua? Lariat angrily spoke up. Sir Guard, you're pointing your sword at me right now, aren't you? If it were Tori, he would have really hit me by now. Unbelievable. After hearing this, he reluctantly uttered two words, I apologize. Lariat frowned and asked, apologize?
The guard also frowned and raised his voice, saying, I am the captain of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's guard and the leader of the Choner Knights. As the one responsible for the security of the Crown Prince's palace, even if your father is a count, there is no reason for me to treat you like a lady. Lariat was somewhat speechless after hearing this. What? At this moment, Rupert suddenly interjected, saying, This child is not a lady. From today, she will become a palace maid. Lariat shyly said, Your Royal Highness, what's gotten into you all of a sudden? Rupert seriously replied, I am the master of this palace and the one who decides what she does, so don't complain, unless you want your mouth slit. The guard hearing this said displeasedly, Did your Royal Highness just decide this now? If your Royal Highness is making such an important decision, Rupert coldly said, Open it. The guard didn't understand. Huh? Rupert immediately drew his sword, pointed it directly at him and said, Open your mouth, don't make me say it a second time. The guard quickly bowed and said, No, your Royal Highness, please forgive me, I was too arrogant. At this point, Rupert let it go. He turned around and kicked Louis to vent his anger, but he dodged and said, Ah, your Royal Highness, your skin is so fair. Lariat laughed and said, Hey, well done. After that, she also ran off, leaving the guard trembling with anger but unable to do anything.
At the royal palace, where everything from the furnishings to the national emblem was exceptionally solemn, Rupert sat on the throne and an audience was granted. Greetings, Your Royal Highness. Nigel Marianne Valerium extends her greetings to you, Your Royal Highness, Crown Prince Rupert. Rupert quietly tapped his fingers on the armrest. Then Arnulf also bowed and said, Arnulf Hexagen Valerium greets you, Your Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. He gave a slight smile and said, Very well. He continued, Your Highness, though it's late, congratulations on your appointment as Crown Prince. I am here because I wish to reconcile with Your Highness. Rupert asked, puzzled, Reconcile? Have we ever quarreled? Quarrels can only happen between equals. What you have done to me is nothing more than a nuisance, nothing less. Arnulf, it's not that I don't understand you, it's just not worth my concern. Humiliated, Arnulf immediately threw something towards him. He angrily shouted, Raff, no, Rupert. Though I don't know how you, Your Highness, have changed so much, don't think you can stay in that position for long. Rupert said indifferently, I have no intention of staying long, because I will soon become emperor. Although the guards had come to restrain Arnulf, he still retorted defiantly, Indeed, with such a lowly background, how dare you aim for the throne? Nigel quickly tried to stop him. Arnulf, please stop. He ignored her and pushed her away. Get out of the way. Nigel was pushed down and cried out in pain. Ah! Lariat quickly ran to help her up. Are you all right, Your Highness? Nigel replied painfully. Thank you, Lariat.
Lariat angrily turned and shouted, What is the captain of the guard doing standing there? Quickly drag that disrespectful prince out. Hearing this, Arnold shouted, Belua? A family with such a long history as Belua is also chasing after power? Lariat, even more enraged, yelled, If you chase after power, sooner or later you will have to bow before the Queen's heels. Prince Arnold, forgive me, but you are truly wicked. Suddenly, Nigel called out, Rap, no, Your Royal Highness. Rupert, please calm your anger. I will persuade my mother and my brother Arnold to move to a local area, and we won't even glance at the shadow of the royal palace. However, Rupert calmly replied, I am not angry.
Lariat bowed even lower and said, Why aren't you enraged? That resentment, though I can't fully understand it, I see it clearly. I know my brother went too far.
Hearing this, Rupert said, "Nigel, you still pity me, don't you? I won't do anything to threaten your life, but your sympathy has never been wholehearted. I don't intend to leave you in the palace if you show that expression in front of me again. I won't stop at just a warning." After saying that, Rupert quickly left. Lariat followed, asking, "Will it be all right to leave her like that?" Rupert turned and said, "What if we leave her? She'll surely die." Lariat quickly denied, "It's not like that, but there's a more tactful way to speak to Princess Nigel." Rupert said, "Even if Nigel tries to persuade them, Arnulf and the Empress won't change their minds. Nigel is the weakest among them. There's no reason to listen to the words of the weak." Lariat asked curiously, "Does your Highness feel sorry for Princess Nigel?" Rupert said indifferently, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lariat looked up at him and said, "Your Highness, you really must be careful now." Before she could even finish her sentence, she unfortunately tripped and fell. "Ah!" Rupert quickly caught her and said, "You're the one who needs to be careful." Lariat blushed and shyly replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." Rupert then said, "Don't follow me. Instead, go to the library and practice alchemy." Hearing this, Lariat anxiously asked him, "What if I accidentally start a fire?" Rupert calmly replied, "Call Louis. If you die, he'll die with you." Watching his retreating figure disappear into the distance, Lariat, puzzled, asked herself, why did Rupert become a tyrant? He doesn't possess the necessary cruelty of a tyrant. Furthermore, he enjoys studying and is very obedient and guileless. Will they seek revenge on Rupert for past offenses? Arnulf, Grand Duke Ventavon, and even her own father? Suddenly, a maid rushed over and announced, "Larry, you have a visitor." Lariat asked in return, "Who is it?" Laura replied, "A student from the military academy, and very handsome." Hearing this, Lariat immediately guessed it was Luhan. Laura excitedly said, "He's waiting in the reception room." Lariat smiled and said, "Thank you." The door opened and Louis walked in, asking, "Larry, do we have a visitor?" Lariat replied, "Yes, it's my brother." Hearing this, Louis grinned and said, "Oh, I must go greet him." Lariat replied irritably, "You don't need to come in, sir." But Louis shamelessly said, "Oh dear, I'm an honorary teacher." Saying so, he unceremoniously pushed the door wide open. Luhan smiled and called, "Sister." Then his gaze shifted to the person next to her and said, "Ah, hello." Louis cheerfully replied, "Long time no see, how are you?" Lariat spoke up, "What's going on?" Luhan replied, "I have something to say, but..." Louis sat casually on a chair, waving his hand and saying, "Oh, don't mind me, just talk. If Lariat's family comes looking for her here, ask what happened." Seeing this, Lariat asked, "Has His Highness ordered me to be monitored?" Louis quickly denied, "It's not about monitoring Lariat." Then Lariat turned to ask, "Luhan, will you come next time?" Luhan immediately replied, "No, I can only hear about it. Father asked you to return." Lariat was surprised. "What?" She thought fearfully. "Father heard and understood what I said, yet he's telling me to go back? I have no reason to go to the capital anymore." Thinking this, Lariat raised her head and said, "There's no way Father would be like that." Hearing this, Luhan asked, "Has His Highness become the Crown Prince now? The palace is very dangerous for you. Do you know that the Crown Prince is very different from before? Sister?" Lariat, however, firmly replied, "The Crown Prince has not yet adapted to the palace. It's impossible now. There's no way he would allow it." Louis unexpectedly said, "Lariat, how about I try to persuade him? Because I understand the worries of Lariat's brother and father. I also have a younger sister the same age as Lariat." Lariat, a little surprised, asked, "You do?" At this, Louis's face showed a hint of sadness. "But she passed away due to an accident that happened because I didn't take good enough care of her and protect her, you see. That's why I understand this young student's worries." Lariat flatly refused. "Thank you, but don't worry, Luhan. I'm not coming back." Hearing this, Luhan asked, "Don't you understand the current situation yet?" Lariat froze upon hearing that. Realizing his mistake, Luhan took her by the shoulders and said, "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn." Lariat pleaded, "Please tell Father not to ask me to return to Belua anymore. It would be better for us this way. I will give up Belua." Luhan asked again, "Are you serious?" Lariat replied without hesitation, "Yes, I will give up my inheritance rights." Luhan replied, "Father won't accept that." Lariat turned her face away and said, "Even if he comes here, I will not change my decision." Luhan, "It's not that my love for Belua has changed." With that, Lariat stood up and left. Luhan said, "If it's for your safety, then it's better to just change." Laura announced, "Lariat, the Count wishes to see you." Lariat replied without hesitation, "Tell him to go back." She thought to herself, "I don't have the courage to meet him. My words are nothing but rejection. Why am I so afraid?" Suddenly, a rather loud noise caught her attention. Lariat ran out of the room and asked, "What's going on?" Laura immediately replied, "The Crown Princess is using magic to throw things around." Lariat anxiously asked, "Where's the Crown Prince?" Laura quickly replied, "In the bedroom." Lariat quickly said, "Call Louis, and the entire guard squad too." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately ran straight to Rupert's room. As soon as she reached the door, Lariat couldn't contain her worry and shouted, "Your Highness!" Rupert, who had already changed into his nightclothes, sat on the bed, looked at her and said, "It's late." The Imperial Consort turned around, saw her, and shouted loudly, "Lady Belua!" Lariat bowed and greeted. Lariat Belua respectfully greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and Her Royal Highness the Imperial Consort. The Imperial Consort approached, smiled, and said, "So it's a maid." But then her expression immediately changed, becoming more terrifying, and she said, "How could Belua know the truth that that boy is a son?" Lariat asked in fear. What are you saying? The Imperial Consort grabbed her and interrogated. Doesn't Belua know? If not, why would he send his only precious daughter to a powerless princess? As she shouted, she raised her hand high as if to strike her. Lariat quickly denied. I swear, I don't know. The Imperial Consort pushed her and shouted loudly, Lies! How dare you lie in front of me? Even Belua's daughter despises me. After shouting, she again used magic to throw a vase at her. Rupert quickly caught the vase and calmly said, I didn't expect you to become so unsightly. Do you want me to report this to His Majesty the Emperor? She frantically shouted, You were the one who called me to the Crown Prince's palace. The magic bracelet on her hand immediately glowed. The Imperial Consort cast a spell, lifting everything around them threateningly. Are you sure? Lariat immediately realized, Magic! Rupert stepped forward shielding Lariat and said, You need to remember that this is the Crown Prince's palace. Lariat stepped back. But as soon as Louis and the guards arrived, she shouted, The Crown Prince is attacking me, trying to harm the Imperial Consort. The Imperial Consort frantically screamed, Look! Louis calmly drew his sword. Then he pointed it directly at her and said, I cannot stand by and watch someone try to harm the Crown Prince. The Imperial Consort, terrified, said, You madman! Suddenly she froze, her eyes fixed on Lariat's father, as she called out, Count Belua. Count Belua looked anxiously towards Lariat. Perhaps she was his greatest concern. Count Belua stepped forward and called, Lariat, go home now. Seeing this, Lariat said, Father. Count Belua seriously ordered, This is an order, return to Belua. She hastily said, Wait, father. Lariat's expression clearly showed her awkwardness, and many people noticed. Then she loudly commanded, Stop the noise, everyone get out, Duke Baden, lower your sword. Lariat went to support the Imperial Consort. Imperial Consort, please calm down. The Crown Prince had absolutely no reason to harm you at all. Finally, my father snapped, then stood up and ran off, forgetting about her, saying, All right, I can go by myself. Lariat anxiously chased after him. Your Highness. And then back in the room, Lariat looked around and thought, The room is a complete mess. Having thought that, she then said, Then let's go outside first, father. Rupert quickly asked, Where are you going? Lariat replied, I was going to talk to father for a bit. Rupert asked, Why? Lariat calmly replied, Because we can't talk here. But Rupert said, Count Belua doesn't even bother to greet me now, does he? Lariat looked bewildered. What's wrong? Then Count Belua bowed in greeting. Please forgive me, your highness. I didn't mean to. Rupert immediately said, It's annoying to have a rude person like you in my palace. Get out. Seeing this, Lariat said, Then I'll go out for a bit, okay? Rupert flatly replied, You can't. I'm very busy today. Lariat thought puzzled. Nothing has happened yet. Then Lariat tried to ask, Do you have something very urgent to do? Rupert turned his face away and said, I cannot reveal it to outsiders. He thought, If the Count leaves, I'll tell you. Lariat annoyedly said, Your Highness, don't be so grumpy. You don't have any requests, do you? I'll be right back. Count Belua, witnessing this scene, wondered in surprise, Is my daughter lecturing the Crown Prince? Rupert put on a distressed look and said, What if you don't come back? The two people talking now will return to Belua. Lariat immediately affirmed, I will come back. Rupert continued to ask, What if you don't come back? Lariat annoyedly repeated, I said I would come back. Rupert stubbornly said, I don't like it. Lariat helplessly said, Don't be so stubborn, your highness. Seeing this, Rupert said, Why am I stubborn? You said you can't go, so you can't go. Lariat then said, I'm just a maid. If I'm not allowed, how can I go out? Rupert blushed and awkwardly said, Then don't be a maid anymore. Lariat was speechless upon hearing that. After that, she walked to the tea table, pulled out a chair and invited, Haha, there's no other way. Father, please sit here. Lariat thought, Even if this drags on, strange rumors will start. If it's like this, let's end it quickly and take father away. Lariat seriously declared, I've heard the news from Luhan. Now father, please give up. Count Belua heard this and said, That cannot be done. I believe His Royal Highness the Crown Prince also understands that this place is very dangerous. Rupert stubbornly said, I don't understand anything. Count Belua heard this and replied, How can your highness say that after witnessing what just happened? Rupert interrupted, Count, I will not let your daughter be harmed because she no longer belongs to Belua. Saying so, he gently reached out, pulled her into his arms and declared, She belongs to me, and I have never allowed anything that belongs to me to be damaged. Count Belua heard this and replied, Larry is not an object. Rupert held her tightly, not letting go, and said, You are the one who treats your daughter as an object. You also need to respect Larry's opinion. Lariat thought uncomfortably, Oh, I told you to stop pressing. Then she spoke up, Father, I want to stay here. I've already told Luhan that I have no intention of returning. Count Belua angrily slammed the table and shouted, But Rupert's eyes suddenly turned cold. Lariat quickly explained, Father, it's okay. Don't worry too much. Please tell mother as well. Count Belua continued to dissuade her. The Imperial Palace is different from what you imagine. It's truly very dangerous. Lariat looked him straight in the eye and replied, I know that, but His Highness will protect me. I believe he will protect me so I won't be harmed. Her words completely made his ears and face flush red. Lariat turned back and said, Your Highness, I will see father off for a moment and then return. Rupert reluctantly urged, You must definitely come back. Lariat thought helplessly, I'm not going to run away.
Then she pushed Count Belua out. Before leaving, he said, I have come at an inconvenient time, but I will try my best to take you with me. No parents abandon their children. Lariat immediately replied, I didn't mean for you to abandon me, father. Count Belua's eyes welled up as he said, Luhan told me that you initially resented us greatly and wanted to give up Belua. Lariat looked at him earnestly and said, I just thought everyone understood what that statement meant. Count Belua replied worriedly, I thought you were talking about Belua. Lariat smiled and affirmed, I don't care what my surname is or who my biological parents are. Count Belua silently released her hand. Then he slowly walked towards the carriage. Lariat's gaze followed him the entire time. Afterward, Lariat returned to the room. Your Highness, I'm here. Rupert, sitting shirtless on the bed, asked, Why are you only just arriving? Upon seeing him, she shyly exclaimed loudly, Oh! She quickly turned away at lightning speed. Then she said loudly, Please put on your shirt quickly. Rupert calmly replied, You've seen my body before. Why are you so flustered?
Lariat yelled, Put on your clothes. Rupert playfully teased, All right, come here. What are you doing? You're always up to something funny. Rupert approached and gently touched her flushed face, saying, Lift your head. Lariat surprisingly touched her own cheek and asked, What is this? Rupert replied, I don't know either. It seems like a side effect, but I can't touch it. Could you erase it for me? Looking at Rupert's back, Lariat couldn't help but be surprised. Touch you? Rupert then showed Lariat the red mark with many symbols on his back saying, Here. Lariat wondered, How should I do it? Without waiting for his answer, Lariat bit her own hand. Then she used the blood from her hand to draw on Rupert's mark. He closed his eyes and complained, You could have used a pen. Lariat replied, I heard blood is the strongest bridge. Did that person teach your Highness alchemy? Rupert replied, No, my mother taught me. Lariat then asked, Was Her Majesty the Empress an alchemist? Rupert answered with an emotionless expression, Yes, Mother knew how to do many things. Seeing this, Lariat thought to herself, His indifference hasn't changed. Come to think of it, even though I've seen him get angry, I've never seen him smile or feel sad. Not long ago, when the Empress's death was announced, he also sat calmly in one spot, because for Rupert, she was someone he had forgotten a very long time ago. Just a moment later, the mark on Rupert's back turned blue and glowed brightly. Lariat exclaimed in surprise, Oh, Your Highness, it seems to have worked.
Learning what you told me was useful, wasn't it? It's truly miraculous, so this is what the feeling of success is like. Rupert then said, From now on, don't use blood anymore. You just need to think for yourself. Lariat took the white handkerchief and threw it towards Rupert, saying with a grumpy tone, I am your Highness's maid, so of course I must think of your Highness. The handkerchief suddenly fell and covered Rupert's face, making Lariat extremely startled. Rupert wasn't angry at all. He smiled and replied, Yes, you are my maid, and that is all. Lariat asked, Do you say the same thing to Tori? Please answer. You don't trust Tori, but she's also a maid just like me, so what's different? Rupert quickly pulled the handkerchief down, looked at her and said, Of course it's different. What kind of expression is that? Lariat immediately stood up, her face flushed and looking annoyed. So am I supposed to be happy? You don't trust me at all. You suspect I'll leave, and if you've already told me not to do things for your sake anymore, then, she thought sadly, there's never been anything at all. Rupert sat up and said, That's because you can be like that. I've never expected you to be like Tori. You have the right to choose, so why are you getting angry? Lariat angrily retorted, So Tori can't leave? Why? Is it because she loves your Highness too much? Rupert gently said, Because she was born that way. Logically, I still can't understand why you want to stave on my side. Lariat wondered, Do you absolutely have to understand before you'll believe me?
Is it even because I wish for your Highness's happiness? Rupert turned to ask her, Is my trust that important? Lariat pouted, bowed her head, and stepped back, saying, No, I'm leaving. After that, the tense conversation between the two ended, and the room became quiet and uncomfortably stifling. Time flew by. It was the imperial year 288. Rupert had been appointed crown prince for a year. One morning, Rupert was having breakfast with countless lavish dishes laid out before him.
Lariat stood serving beside him, thinking worriedly, Why is Crown Prince Rupert so awkward? Tori has been sleepy and often absent lately. Where does she go at night? In just a moment, Rupert snapped his fingers, signaling the servants to clear the table. Seeing this, Lariat looked on in bewilderment. She quickly followed Rupert and said, Please eat more, Your Highness. Rupert loosened his collar. I can't breathe. There are too many people in here. Lariat sternly said, You must get used to it. If you become emperor, even more people will surround you. Rupert crossed his arms and replied, If I become emperor, I'll cut the number of people by half. Lariat immediately said, That's not proper etiquette. Rupert casually said, Why should someone in power adhere to etiquette? Suddenly, the butler's loud shout rang out. "Your Highness, the food taster who sampled the dish your Highness just ate has fainted." Lariat's face froze. She thought in a panic. She was fine just a moment ago. Almost. Rupert urgently ordered, "Call 2 doctors, one to the maid." Lariat immediately said, "Your Highness, I will go to that maid." Rupert was surprised. "What?" Lariat saw Rupert's pale face and asked, "What's wrong? Are you in a lot of pain?" Rupert replied, "Are you only worried now?" Lariat replied blankly, "Oh, are you all right? You still look very conscious, so..." Rupert angrily and coldly walked away. Lariat felt confused. What was that about? Then she turned and went to the maid. The maid lay on the bed with a pale face, and Laura's sorrowful voice rang out. "That's my sister. After tasting the food in the kitchen, she said her stomach hurt. She only just recovered from an illness not long ago. If she can't recover, what am I going to do?" Lariat focused on her deduction. The culprit isn't in the kitchen. No fool would use poison immediately upon entering the palace, especially since she's Fassbender's person. After examination, the doctor said, "It's a poison that hardens the lungs. It is spread too much. If it were just from tasting the food, it would take some time to take effect. Someone definitely intended to assassinate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince."
Upon hearing this, Lariat immediately gave instructions and then ran off quickly. "I must go to His Highness immediately. Please treat her well." As she ran, she worriedly thought, "Is Rupert all right? Surely he isn't as ill as that maid, and surely not on the verge of death, right?" Lariat rushed, her cheeks flushed, her eyes welling up with fear. She was suddenly surprised by her own emotions. Was she worried about Rupert, or was she merely anticipating his death? After bursting into Rupert's room, she frantically asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" A head of blonde hair met her gaze. Seeing Rupert still sitting at his desk, Lariat asked, "Where's the doctor?" Rupert replied, "He's gone."
Lariat worriedly asked, "Are you really okay? The maid was poisoned after all." Rupert calmly replied, "I'm fine." Lariat immediately leaned back into the armchair, looking tired, and thought to herself, "It seems he ate the non-poisoned portion. Was this why I wasn't in a hurry earlier?" She panted and said, "Thank goodness. I'll rest for a bit and then leave." Rupert asked, "Did you run?" Lariat whispered, "Yes." Rupert was curious. "Why?" Lariat replied, "Because I was worried about you. Didn't you also eat the poisoned food?" Rupert said, "But..." Lariat irritably said, "Someone poisoned His Highness's food. Aren't you scared?" Rupert asked, "Scared of what?" Lariat explained, "Someone has been constantly targeting His Highness's life." Rupert wondered, "Are you afraid of that?" Lariat replied, "Of course I am. Normally, if someone hates me, I hate them back." Rupert then said, "Then just kill them before you die." Hearing Rupert's emotionless words, Lariat sadly pondered, "Just kill them before you die. Why am I not afraid? If I were afraid, I would panic. If I were sad about my mother's death, I would cry until my throat was hoarse. And finally, I could smile with joy at becoming the Crown Prince. If only I could become someone like that." Laura's younger sister breathed her last after 3 days, and the palace became noisy because of it. Dying from poison was, in fact, proof of a threat to the Crown Prince. After the Emperor became enraged and began an investigation, everyone except Laura was interrogated, and of course, I was also one of the suspects. Lariat leaned against the wall, thinking, other maids had incidents right after taking on the duty of tasting food, so there's no other way, anyway. A guard was furiously smashing all the furniture in the room, yelling as he smashed, "Smash it all, smash it." Lariat stood with her arms crossed, glaring at him and said, "You'll clean everything up before you leave, won't you?" The guard waved his hand and sneered, "Cleaning the room is your job. If it's too much trouble, I'll call a maid."
Lariat immediately retorted, "Whoever made the mess should clean it up," he said with an arrogant attitude. "Why should a man clean a room? The royal guard are all excellent knights who have been appointed." Lariat smirked and thought, "That's right, there are only 10 people in the royal guard, and their term is only 1 year, isn't it? Compared to the size of my family's knight order, that's very few. Arrogance has its limits." Having thought that, she then asked, "So, you think I'm the one who should clean the room?" The guard scowled, grinding his teeth in anger. "Are you looking down on me?" Lariat replied with a sarcastic tone. "That's right, I was going to treat a knight from an obscure family with deference, but that's no longer the case." He roared angrily. "This little brat is too conceited." Lariat refused to be outdone, snapping back, "Such arrogance from a lowly knight. Given your lack of knightly spirit and decorum, it seems you were carelessly appointed while His Majesty was busy, perhaps on the pretext of having once participated in a battle, wasn't it? If you don't apologize for that insolence, I will report you to His Majesty. I might have overlooked your ignorance in treating the daughter of House Belua like a maid, but that's not my concern."
Hearing this, the guard immediately bowed his head and apologized. "I have been rude. I will clean up before I leave." After resolving the matter, Lariat turned and left. She breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing she had hidden the diary early. She had buried it in the garden Jasper used when she was a princess, so even if someone found it, they wouldn't know its owner. Lariat quickly ran to the garden, which was surrounded by lush greenery and flowers. She thought to herself, even though they often met secretly here, Rupert didn't often come to the garden with the crown prince, so he probably didn't know anyone. Seeing Laura leaning very close to Rupert's face, looking very intimate, Lariat called out, "Your Highness." Hearing this, Laura jumped in fright. "Lariat!
Lariat, with a bewildered expression, asked, "What are you doing here?" Laura was so scared that her whole body trembled. She bowed her head slightly and then quickly ran out. Seeing Laura's reaction, Lariat felt confused. What was that? They could be in love, so why did she run? Rupert approached and asked, "Why are you here?" Lariat replied, "The guards are searching my room right now, making a huge mess. I was so annoyed that I just came out. But Your Highness, what is your relationship with Laura? Why are you meeting secretly in this place?" Rupert frowned, pinched Lariat's cheek and said, "Do you want to die?" Lariat replied, "Hey, no, not at all." Rupert leaned closer to her and said, "What's more, she accused you of poisoning my food." Lariat asked in bewilderment, "What are you talking about? Do you actually believe that?" She worriedly thought, "Why suddenly? If Rupert believes that, then Rupert chuckled and said, "It's truly strange. I, however, believe that you didn't poison my food. It's very odd. Why do I believe you?" Lariat, flustered, looked away and replied, "It's fortunate that Your Highness trusts me. If I were to poison you, I would have done it long ago." Rupert said, "Go ahead and try. It'll be useless, because I'm immune to poison." Lariat was surprised. "How is that possible?" Rupert replied, "You just need to be exposed to poison from a very young age. Now that I think about it, that wasn't necessarily a thoughtless act, was it? After all, life is nothing but suffering." A day passed in a flash. The next day, Lariat and Tori entered Rupert's room very early. Lariat called out, "Your Highness." She saw Rupert still sleeping on the bed and wondered, "What's wrong? Why isn't Rupert awake yet?" Lariat approached, seeing Rupert's face pale and ashen, looking extremely exhausted.
She cried out in alarm, "Your Highness!" She thought to herself, "Could he have been sick all night?" She immediately said, "Tori, please bring some cold water here." She thought helplessly, "At least he should have called Tori. This habit of not trusting anyone. If he's sick, he should say so." Then she looked at Rupert and complained, "Do you think you can just endure it, you fool, honestly?" She thought to herself, "While Tori brings the water, I should go back to my room and get some medicine." As soon as she turned to leave, Rupert grabbed her hand. He quickly pulled her down to sit. Rupert asked, "Where are you going?" Lariat replied, "Medicine. I'm going to get medicine." Rupert immediately said, "You don't need to." Lariat placed her hand on his forehead and said, "But Your Highness." Rupert chuckled and replied, "I'm not in pain. I'm fine." Lariat asked curiously, "You're sick because of poison, aren't you?" Rupert replied, "Let's see." Lariat asked again, "Have you found the person who poisoned you?" Rupert said, "Yes, I have." Lariat looked bewildered. "Huh?" Rupert immediately turned his face away and said, "I'm sleepy. You can leave." Lariat called out, "Your Highness." Tori turned back and asked, "Is His Highness all right?" Lariat turned her head and said, "Tori, please bring me a cloth to put on His Highness's forehead." Rupert frowned in annoyance and said, "Get out." Lariat stubbornly retorted loudly, "I don't want to." Rupert was speechless. After that, a wet cloth was suddenly placed on his face.
Both Lariat and Rupert looked up, bewildered, and asked. Tori explained, "Larry told me to do it." Rupert clutched the towel on his face, angrily ordering, "Both of you, get out." Lariat and Tori simultaneously said, "We won't." Tori urged Lariat, "Larry, go outside." Hearing this, Lariat exclaimed in dissatisfaction, "What? If I go out, Tori has to go out too." Rupert, furious, yelled, "Aren't you going out? Stop arguing, both of you, get out." Lariat thought worriedly, what if he's alone and suddenly gets a fever? Wait, why am I worrying about Rupert this much? The one who killed me and my family was Rupert from my previous life. I've always feared and detested him. Although I haven't forgiven the tyrant Rupert, during the time he's been with me, he's been different from the Rupert I knew, like a completely different person. Yet I'm taking advantage of such a Rupert. Is that why I feel so guilty that my chest feels numb? Lariat stood up, turned, and walked out. "Your Highness, please don't get sick. I'll go get medicine for you." Just then, a knock sounded at the door, and Lariat exclaimed in surprise, "Oh?" A knight aggressively burst in, demanding to arrest Lariat. "Lady Belua, you are under arrest on suspicion of poisoning His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince." Lariat retorted, "Are you going to interrogate me without any evidence? My father won't stand for this." However, the knight asserted, "We have evidence."
"This was in your room," he said, holding up a purple vial. Lariat secretly guessed that Laura was the one who cleaned her room, and also the one who framed her. So there was another culprit. Just then, another voice rang out. "You all, what exactly is your duty?" The knight bowed his head and replied, "Protecting your highness is the most important duty." Rupert pulled Lariat behind him and coldly questioned, "Is arresting my maid protecting? Huh? Is forcing a young girl you dislike something you should be doing?" The knight stammered. "Your highness," Rupert ordered him, "you should go back, and you too, get out." Lariat's eyes widened, and she uttered doubtfully, "Yes?" Rupert shoved Lariat and Tori out, yelling, "You people are too noisy. Everyone get out." The knight looked at Lariat and said, "Even so, I still have to interrogate Lady Belua." Rupert weakly propped open the door, warning coldly, "If there's any interrogation to be done, I will do it. She is my maid. If you touch my maid while I am asleep, you will have to leave the palace." The knight was about to say something else, "Your Highness," but Rupert quickly cut him off. "Now all of you, get out." Suddenly a hand reached forward, and Lariat looked to her side in surprise. As Tori pulled Lariat away, the knight immediately shouted, "Catch her!" Lariat called out, "Tori," with a hint of doubt. After a moment she said, "It's okay, Tori. You don't need to run anymore." After being pulled a long distance by Tori, the two of them finally stopped. Tori asked seriously, "Your Highness, why are you protecting Larry?" Lariat, puzzled, began to say, "Naturally, you—" Tori cut her off. "Answer me." Lariat replied that it was because she was also His Highness's person. Tori smiled and said, "Even though I've said it many times, I've told His Highness that he's someone who cannot value others." Lariat immediately retorted, "That's not true. His Highness is someone who can value others. He values Tori the most. Tori knows it too, doesn't she?" Lariat thought to herself, "So don't be jealous, because I'm not confident I can win against you either." Tori asked, "His Highness believes you didn't poison him, but you have no evidence to prove your innocence, do you? Furthermore, the Belua family still doesn't intend to help His Highness. To us, you are of no use at all. Do you understand? His Highness has always understood this truth best, which is why I don't understand why he's protecting you." Upon hearing this, Lariat's eyes widened in dissatisfaction, and she shouted, "Then what about Tori? What value do you have?"
Tori laughed loudly, asking her back, "Do you know what I do every night? I deal with those who are harmful to His Highness, because I am Rupert's hidden hand." Lariat thought in fear. Tori, Krunaroka, they are people whose minds are controlled by magic and alchemy. She felt utterly confused. Krunaroka had already disappeared, hadn't it? Tori replied, "It has been created once again, even if it's just me alone." Lariat agitatedly asked further, "Why are you telling me this?" Tori coldly turned away, leaving only a message, "Be careful. Right now, the person most harmful to Rupert is you." Lariat was stunned by those words. After that, Rupert began to face assassination threats. The Empress, the Grand Duke, Gordon, Arnulf.
"Even if the culprit is found, there's nothing I can do. The food was poisoned because the maids didn't have clear backgrounds, so I started directly managing the meals myself." Seeing the plate of food still emitting black smoke in front of him, Rupert asked incredulously, "Why does it look like this?" Lariat urged him, "Just eat it." Rupert took a bite, then widened his eyes and said, "It actually has a taste, doesn't it?" Lariat suddenly said, "I heard Tori is an underground operative." Rupert turned his head and asked Lariat directly, "Who told you that?" Lariat replied, "Tori." Upon hearing this, Rupert immediately confirmed, "That's right, she's my mother's failed creation." Lariat continued to ask curiously, "So did the late Empress create Tori using Krunaruka for your Highness?" Rupert curled his lips into a cold smile and said, "No, she's someone who would never do anything for me in her entire life. She only spared my life for her own dream." Lariat bowed her head and comforted him. "Life, you know, allows us to feel both suffering and happiness, and also to eat delicious food." Rupert stared, picking up a piece of cake. "So this dish is the suffering?" Upon hearing this, Lariat's face darkened, and she exclaimed loudly, "Pear!" Then she smiled and said, "One day, your Highness will also know happiness. I will help you."
"I hope both His Highness and Tori are happy." Rupert rested his chin on his hand, asking coldly, "Why are you here?" Lariat carried a stack of papers in her hand, saying, "You don't have an aide, so I have to help you as usual, don't I?" Rupert immediately rejected her kind offer. "There's no need." Lariat looked at the papers in her hand and thought to herself, "These are diplomatic documents. The Emperor has completely stopped involving himself in state affairs, hasn't he? Not long ago it seemed he had given up on his own life because Eva's body was buried, hadn't he? Since that's an action that cannot be done for someone who died a long time ago, it's better to just leave." Just then, a large explosion suddenly occurred. Lariat thought in fear, "What?" After the explosion, smoke and dust flew everywhere. Tori was now lying unconscious on the ground. Lariat stammered, "Tori!" A moment later, Tori sat up and said, "I'm back." Rupert said coldly, "Tori, did you say you are Krunaruka?" At this moment, Lariat still felt scared because of the scene that had just occurred. Tori, from the ceiling, replied to Rupert's question, "Yes, why? Are you angry because I told Lariat?" Rupert explained, "No, it's because you've never acted alone like that before." Tori continued, "His Highness said he trusts Lariat, so I told her." Rupert angrily scolded, "That's not the problem. You acted on your own without any orders from me." Tori immediately interrupted him. "Can't I do that just once?" Rupert's eyes widened, his face clearly showing surprise. "Huh?" Before Tori left, she said, "All right, I understand." Lariat rushed over. "Tori, wait!" She recalled Tori's previous words. "I deal with those who harm His Highness because I am Rupert's hidden hand." Lariat told herself, "Today I must resolve the point of doubt I felt since then." After thinking, she immediately said, Is the reason you told me your origin to oppose His Highness? Tori explained. Larry, I am Krunaruka. I cannot oppose His Highness. I only intend to do my best to separate you from His Highness. Larry had thought to herself. So she still thinks I'm someone who will harm Rupert.
She coldly asked Tori, "Are you threatening me?" Tori replied frankly, "No, it's a warning." Larry had asked further, "What if I don't listen?" Tori answered briefly, "Then Rupert will be in danger, of course. Well, I'm leaving now." The scene had now moved to the kitchen. A cup of tea sat on the table. Lariat frowned, thinking, because of worry, I followed her, but why did I suddenly end up in the kitchen? What's this? Is she intentionally letting me see? At this moment, Tori was pouring a purple liquid into the teapot. Lariat rushed over. She shouted, "Tori, that thing just now." Tori startled and said, "Ah, Lariat, just in time you're here. Please take this to His Highness for me." Lariat didn't give up and continued to question Tori. "You put something in here, didn't you?" Tori smirked coldly. "It's just a sedative." Although Lariat was still suspicious, she reached out and took the teapot. "Really? How can I believe that?" Tori smiled and said, "Then why don't you try drinking it, Lariat?" Lariat watched Tori's retreating back and thought to herself, "Is she testing me now?" Tori said as she walked away, "If you're not going to try it, then take it to His Highness for me. Oh, and if you tell Highness that I seem to have put poison in the tea, that's fine too." After saying that, she smirked coldly. Lariat still felt worried. "What's wrong? I've been worrying so much that the sun is already about to set. Will Rupert be okay drinking that tea? Really, I don't know anymore." At this moment, Rupert reached out to take the teacup from Lariat's hand, but before he could even touch it, Lariat tilted her head back and drank all the tea in the cup. Rupert scolded. "Are you crazy?" Lariat shouted. "Tori brewed this teapot. Tori brewed it for His Highness to drink. What if I die?" Just then, her face clearly showed pain. She then collapsed straight to the ground. Rupert caught Lariat and called out loudly, "Hey!" Lariat weakly thought, "It hurts so much. My head and heart feel like they're about to burst, so this really was poison."
She reached out and touched Rupert's face, saying, "It's okay," and then she fainted. Rupert shouted, "Hey, call the Imperial physician. Tell him if he's late, he'll die." The servant replied, "Yes, yes." Rupert thought to himself, "Tori couldn't harm me. Why on earth did you drink that? Are you really that foolish? I already told you I'm immune to poison. Her temperature. She doesn't believe me? Even though I told her, it seems she still didn't believe me, which is why she drank it." Monet pushed the door open and rushed in, panicked. "Your Highness, what's wrong?" Rupert bit his lip, silently scolding Lariat. "What an idiot. If you didn't believe me, you should have thrown it away, right? Why act so thoughtlessly?" Then, after examining Lariat, Monet declared, "There's no hope." Rupert told himself, "If you wake up, if you regain consciousness so that you won't do such useless things again in the future, I'll scold you severely." Over the next 4 days, Rupert personally interrogated dozens of people and found the culprit, but it was useless, because, of course, the culprit was Tori. He asked, his boredom somewhat lifted, "Why did you do it?" Tori replied indifferently, "Let's see. I don't know either." Rupert explained in a cold voice, "She said you brewed the tea, so who would know what happened?" Tori frankly exposed him. "Are you wondering who gave Lariat the poisoned tea? It was your Highness?" Rupert's eyes widened as he said, "What nonsense are you talking about?"
Tori continued, "My mission is to protect His Highness, help him live to the very end and become emperor. I'm just trying to eliminate any obstructive elements." Rupert agitatedly shouted, "What exactly did you put in? At least tell me that." Tori replied, "It's the sedative His Highness drinks." Rupert's face darkened as he uttered a name, Zopium. Note, Zopium is the strongest sleeping pill and painkiller. Even a small amount has a very potent effect. Tori affirmed, "That's right. Is it my fault that she drank it herself?" Rupert continued to ask, "Why exactly? Why is she dangerous to me?" Tori pointed at him and said, "It's precisely this appearance, this display of affection from your Highness." Having said that, she left, while he remained stunned by her words. A moment later in the laboratory, Rupert silently told himself, "Now that I know what she drank, all I need to do is formulate an antidote. That's all I need to do. The poison must have spread into her bloodstream by now, so I have to hurry. I need to analyze the zopium Tori used." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Your Highness." Rupert, startled, looked up and thought, "This kid." Luhan rushed in and asked him, "Luhan Dietrich Belua. Greetings, Your Highness. I received news that my sister had an incident, so I came here. How is she now?" Rupert calmly turned his back and said, "She drank sopium." Luhan, losing his composure, said, "Sopium is a sleeping pill. I found a capable doctor and want to take her back to Belua." Rupert, walking away, said, "It's useless. I will personally create the antidote. Doctors can only treat sopium with extremely rare medicine." Luhan anxiously asked, "So there's no other way?" Rupert frankly replied, "No, I will formulate the antidote." Luhan was surprised. "You mean you'll do it yourself?" He coldly replied, "Yes."
"So you want to contribute, then I'll help too," Rupert said with an annoyed expression. "Get out of the way. Don't you know anything about alchemy?" Luhan didn't hesitate to put on his gloves. "Even though I know nothing about alchemy, I've studied chemistry before, and I also know Mr. Philip." Recalling when Philip jokingly said, "Live as if dead," Rupert irritably exclaimed, "That pathetic guy." Luhan softly said, "Please let me help." Rupert thought for a moment and then agreed. "If you make a mistake, I'll kick you out."
Luhan nodded. Yes, but may I ask what you're doing? Rupert said directly without hesitation. You two are truly sisters, always asking so many questions. I'm looking for the pilumberry your sister drank, and sure enough, it's hidden here.
I will detoxify this ropium. Luhan looked at the ropium antidote tube and joyfully said, Your Highness, it seems to have succeeded. Rupert thought tensely, is this the color of ropium? What if Tori added other substances? I'll have to try it myself. Seeing him about to drink the poison, Luhan cried out, Your Highness! After he drank it, the tube fell from Rupert's hand and shattered. Luhan supported him. Are you all right? Rupert staggered and replied, There are other substances mixed in. Then he concluded to himself, That's right. If she had only ingested ropium, why would she have struggled in such a dying state? After thinking, Rupert picked up another test tube and said, This one spoon. Luhan immediately replied, Yes. He quickly followed his instructions. After a moment, the medicine in the test tube changed color. Luhan happily turned and said, Your Highness, it's a success. Rupert wearily exclaimed, Then quickly take it for her to drink. After saying that, he also collapsed, thinking to himself, It's all right now. She can be saved. That's all that matters. In the room where Lariat was recuperating, after waking up, she asked herself, Am I dead again? She opened her eyes wide in panic.
Lariat quickly got out of bed and wondered, Am I reborn for the second time? I passed out at the beginning of summer, but the weather isn't hot now. It probably hasn't been more than a month, has it? Why would Tori do something that could harm Rupert? Is she holding me back? Anyway, where is this place? Lariat flung open a room door, then thought in confusion. Right next to it is Rupert's bedroom. After regaining her composure, she tiptoed in and softly called out, Your Highness? Seeing Rupert lying on the bed, Lariat secretly thought, Is he sleeping? He looks as if he's dead. Frightened, she shook Rupert. Your Highness, please wake up. Suddenly pulled down, she yelped in surprise. Lariat's face turned red like a tomato. She awkwardly looked away. Because you weren't waking up, so... Rupert spoke up. How long has it been? She explained to him, I just woke up myself, so... He gently stroked her hair. Does it hurt? Lariat was embarrassed, but still replied, No, I'm not in pain, not even a little. Rupert gently asked, Did I hurt you? Why did you drink it instead of me? You're not a fool, are you? Didn't you know to tell me not to drink it? Lariat took his hand and said, Tori said that if I did that, your Highness wouldn't believe it. You trust Tori more than me, don't you? Rupert said irritably, Your brother helped me concoct the antidote. Lariat excitedly sprang up. Luhan? As expected of my brother. So smart and handsome, right? Oh, I have no strength. Oh. Due to her carelessness, Lariat fell onto Rupert. He instinctively embraced her. Smelling her scent, Rupert's face flushed red as he thought, What kind of fruit scent is this?
At this moment, Lariat's face was as red as a tomato. Realizing the situation was not good, she sprang up. I'll call the Imperial physician. After saying that, she immediately ran out. Rupert sat in contemplation. Damn it, it's a lingering effect of the poison, not because of her. He tiredly and helplessly looked up at the ceiling. Then Rupert told himself, There's nothing special about it. Above all, I must maintain the position created by this transaction. Recalling earlier, after rescuing Lariat, Rupert brought documents to the Emperor. This is proof of Grand Duke Ventavon's betrayal. I found it at Amelia Belua's villa. The Emperor chuckled like a child. Perhaps dying at the hands of his younger brother is the most fitting end. But it can't be like that, can it? This position was stolen by me from my older brother, so it's only natural that the outcome of being stolen from is the most reasonable. Rupert suddenly said, If that's the case, why not let me steal it? Returning to the present, Rupert thought helplessly. My only goal is to become emperor, but what after becoming emperor? How should I live now? I don't want to live like that person, a life yearning for someone unattainable. Even if they eventually obtained them, they were always despised.
I know how that story ends, so I cannot desire you. Suddenly, Lariat's image appeared in his mind, sweetly uttering, Your Highness, you will be happy. Rupert, distraught, cried out, Ah! He hung his head and said, No. He thought awkwardly to himself, I cannot desire you. I cannot do that. Immediately after that, Lariat hesitantly walked towards Rupert. He held back for a moment, then yelled, Say what you want to say quickly and then get out. She panicked and immediately screamed, You startled me. Oh, Your Highness, I just wanted to ask for leave. However, she thought, He surely won't grant it, will he? Recalling her conversation with Luhan, he had said, You shouldn't delay any longer. Return to Belua. She stammered in response, but, not letting her say more, Luhan added, If you don't return to Belua, it's very likely that father and mother will come to the Imperial Palace. Lariat thought resentfully, At a time as dangerous as this, that cannot be allowed to happen.
Back in the present, Lariat sighed and said, My parents are very worried, so... Rupert, with a cold expression, said to her, What's the big deal about that? Just do as you wish. Lariat's eyes widened in delight. Really? Rupert growled, Hurry up and go. She playfully rested her chin on his desk. I'll stay there for quite a while, okay? He said to her while working. Stay as long as you like. Come back when you're bored. She idly asked him, What if I want to stay there my whole life? Upon hearing her question, Rupert looked up. You want to do that? Lariat froze for a few seconds, then awkwardly replied, No. Rupert lowered his head and continued working, saying, All right, go and come back. At this moment, Lariat suddenly lowered her head and asked, "What if you get lonely without me?" He remained calm as he replied, "If that happens, I will come to you." She stammered, well, will you really be lonely?" Rupert looked at her. "What does loneliness feel like?" Lariat immediately explained to him, "It's the feeling of being all alone in the world, no matter if it's late at night, early morning, or a scorching sunny day. It's a coldness so deep, like a heart submerged in ice water, that you wouldn't even notice it until you burst into tears." Rupert calmly said, "If I feel that way, I will come find you." Lariat seemed touched by his words. She smiled and said, "Yes, then I'll come back after my leave." A few days later at the farm, Lariat thought to herself, "I don't know if it's because I'm nervous, but time is passing very slowly. I was exhausted before I even arrived." She happily chatted, "Luhan, it's been a long time since you came to the villa, hasn't it?" She thought to herself, "So I decided to rest at the villa for a while." Lariat cheerfully spread her arms to him. "Let's take a walk for a bit, then go inside, okay?" Luhan smiled and replied, "Yes, sister." As they walked and talked, Lariat exclaimed, "I still can't believe you studied alchemy." Luhan immediately said, "I studied it after hearing what you said." She asked in surprise, "Do you really believe in returning to the past?"
He shrugged and replied, "I've never doubted it, not even once. So I studied to confirm if alchemy could reverse time." Lariat looked at him with admiration. Luhan then added, "After checking, I found that alchemy can't do it. I think that's the domain of the gods. Anyway, it's been a long time since you came home. How do you feel?" Lariat voiced her thoughts. "I love it, even though I'm very nervous because I'm afraid Mom will scold me fiercely." Luhan could only cover his face and laugh helplessly.
Even though I've said it many times, I hope you don't encounter any danger. Lariat looked at him, even as Belua collapsed. Luhan said gently, "Yes, because you are more important." Lariat paused for a beat when she heard him say that. She gently praised, "You are such a good boy, my brother. Let's go back. We need to eat and rest." Luhan immediately agreed, "Yes." A few hours later in that house, Lariat had just finished bathing and sat down on the bed to rest. "It's been so long since I've had a proper rest, hasn't it? Because I've been in the palace all this time." At the same time, Luhan entered her room, and Lariat immediately said, "Luhan, we still have a long way to go. You should rest a bit too." He sat down next to her. "But I want to stay with you." Seizing the opportunity, Lariat said, "Well, it's a good time. I also have something I want to ask you." Luhan, while drying her hair, said, "Go ahead and ask." Lariat casually asked, "Has anyone come looking for father?" Luhan immediately replied, "According to Rise, Marquis Gordon has sent letters several times." Lariat closed her eyes and pondered, "What did Gordon gain after collaborating in the rebellion, I wonder? Even if he received the title of Duke, his family is still more important, so it probably won't have any effect." Luhan also curiously asked her, "What kind of person is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Lariat mused, It's very difficult to explain." Luhan asked again, "So is he different from His Highness in your previous life?" Lariat softly uttered, "Very different. The Highness I am serving now is a different person compared to the tyrant I met in my previous life."
She wondered to herself, "Still, it's different, isn't it?" Then she suddenly took his hand. "I will always be by His Highness's side. If I see any signs that he intends to destroy Belua, I will let you know. At that time, you must take our parents and flee. I've already saved money and bought a small island in Hilo. If our parents absolutely refuse to go, then you must go there. If I can't even save you, then what meaning would any miracle have for me?" On Rupert's side, he asked sternly, "Are you Laura?" Looking at him, he pondered. The one who ordered her to poison the food was Tori. Because of that, Tori even caused her own sister's death. Then he exclaimed, "Say something. You haven't suddenly turned mute, have you? I hate repeating myself." Laura was so scared she started crying. She trembled as she replied, I was wrong. It was Tori who told me to do it. She was worried about His Highness's safety, so she told me to separate Lariat and His Highness. She told me not to let her sister's death be in vain." Rupert held the gun in his hand, thinking with a cold smile. Tori even used the Emperor's name, then made her think that the culprit who killed her sister was Lariat, and even lied about compensation. Just how far does Tori intend to betray me? Rupert leaned on the table, thinking wearily. Even after constantly thinking, I still can't understand mixing my blood to create a Tori just for myself. Thinking this, he immediately called out, "Come out." Tori looked at him fearfully. "Please don't treat me like this. Are you going to abandon me? Lariat is still alive, and I am a tool created for you. Only I remain in the same time period, while you grew up. Only I stayed the same. Why am I the only one like this?" Tori recalled the time he and Lariat were close. She asked herself, "I should feel sad, shouldn't I?" Tori sobbed as she said, "Until now, I've never been dissatisfied with being created. But she has it, the very thing I longed for."
Lariat is naturally enjoying herself again, but only I cannot grow up. Rupert, we went through hardships together, so I was fine. In fact, I was even happy because you were just like me. But now you've grown up, leaving me behind. Hearing her complaints, Rupert sadly thought, our close bond over the past period was forged from suffering. I had a painful childhood, and Tori lived like a doll, meant to support me. We shared those things with each other. Why did Eva create Tori? Was it so that every time I faced Tori, I would remember the past and be unable to move forward? Rupert hugged Tori tightly and exclaimed,
You were my family, my sister. Tori regained her composure and said, You don't actually think that. Rupert asserted, If there's one person close to me in this family, it's you. Tori gave a bitter laugh in response. I'm not even human. He calmly replied, Lariat said so.
Family is such an important thing. To be honest, I still don't quite understand what that saying means, but you are my only sister. Hearing this, Tori immediately pushed her brother away. He was surprised by her action. Tori frowned at him. Why? She felt a pang of resentment. Why did you only accept me after Lariat came? Don't become human. You should be a monster with me. Don't change because of that girl. Don't leave me alone. Rupert looked at her with eyes full of pity. She stared at him for a long time, then cried out, Lies! She quickly ran out, making him frantically shout, Tori! Tori slammed the room door shut. Rupert tiredly sat down on the floor. Suddenly, he bumped into a notebook lying on the floor. Rupert thought in surprise, Lariat's notebook that Tori brought. Rupert thought, I don't know why she buried it. Feeling restless, I didn't want to read anything. Are humans this hard to understand? A few hours later, dusk had fallen. At Lariat's mansion, Amanda appeared in Lariat's room, cheerfully calling out, Lariat!
Lariat happily ran to her. Mom! They embraced each other tightly. Lariat said, I missed you so much. Huh? Are you crying? Tears streamed down Amanda's face. Of course. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? Lariat said apologetically. I'm sorry. Amanda gently said, My daughter, my dear daughter, you've grown so much, haven't you? She was touched as she recalled how before her regression, her mother had always persevered despite being locked in the prison cell. Then she looked at her, tearfully saying, Mom. She hugged Lariat and Luhan. I missed you so much, my daughter. I truly missed you. Lariat proactively extended her arms and called out, Father! Count Belua gently extended his arms and smiled at her. The four of them gathered together. The family was reunited. That evening in the palace, the servants held a celebration for Lariat's return, which caught her completely off guard. It's just my return. Why are you all holding a dinner party, a welcome party, and even giving gifts? In front of her was a banner that read, Welcome back, young lady. Nellie excitedly said, Because everyone likes the young lady. Lariat nodded helplessly.
Nellie tilted her head and continued to ask, So, lady, you are His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's close maid, aren't you? Lariat immediately replied, Yes. Nellie deliberately said, I heard His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is very handsome. Lariat blushed shyly. Yes, of course he's handsome. Nellie approached her with a mischievous look. Lady, then please tell me stories about His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Lariat shyly asked back, What are you curious about? She excitedly asked her, Is it true that His Royal Highness saved you when you were unjustly expelled? Nellie tilted her head and continued to ask, So, lady, you are His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's close maid, aren't you? Lariat immediately replied, Yes. Nellie deliberately said, I heard His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is very handsome. Lariat blushed shyly. Yes, of course he's handsome. Nellie approached her with a mischievous look. Lady, then please tell me stories about His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Lariat shyly asked back, What are you curious about? She excitedly asked her, Is it true that His Royal Highness saved you when you were unjustly expelled? Did His Royal Highness get angry and say that if anyone dared to touch you, he would make sure they could never set foot in the Imperial Palace again? Lariat could only stammer in response to Nellie's barrage. Yes, that's also true. Hearing this, she lightly hit her. Oh my, then the rumors are true. Lariat froze and asked, What rumors? Thinking of Rupert lifting her chin and saying, You are mine, Lariat replied, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Nellie wriggled all over and said, There are rumors that you have received the affection of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. My lady is the main character in that romantic royal love story. Lariat asked in a panic. What? Nellie playfully glanced at her. Oh my, you're pretending not to know again. Lariat waved her hand in denial. No, I really don't know. She secretly pondered. Me? Imagining the moment she was intimate with Rupert, then they embraced and kissed each other. At this, Lariat couldn't keep her composure. Me in a relationship with Rupert?
Lariat thought back to when Rupert said, Me with a dumpling like you? I'd rather die. She secretly replied straightforwardly, I don't like you either. Returning to reality, Lariat sat and told herself, Seriously, I really don't like him. The next morning, in the villa's garden, Lariat pointed and asked, What's that? Luhan was holding a cigarette in his hand. Hearing her voice, he turned to look. Lariat thought to herself, I had planned to discuss with Luhan how to save the wet nurse, who is destined to die in an accident in the future. Having just witnessed her younger brother's misconduct, she stammered in confusion. Hey, where are you going? Then she quickly grabbed his arm. Luhan replied indifferently. Just pretend you didn't see anything. His Highness put me up to it. This made Lariat furious. Huh? She secretly cursed him in her heart. Rupert, that rotten scoundrel. Rupert appeared out of nowhere and asked, Who are you calling a rotten scoundrel? Luhan added, It's my first time trying, really. Hearing this, Lariat felt a little relieved. She thought, All right, it's only to this extent.
Luhan is in the phase of becoming a horse with its reins loosened. Then she shrieked again. Hey, where are you going now? Luhan replied, running away. So Lariat immediately ran after him to stop Luhan. Stop right there, hey!
After running for a while, she finally panted and said, "Your physical fitness is really impressive. Are you trying to make sure everyone knows you're a soldier?" Luhan also stopped and looked at her. Then he asked affectionately, "Have you calmed down yet?" She replied indignantly, "If I catch you, you're dead for sure." Luhan teased, "Then I just need to not get caught, right?" Lariat looked at him, thinking that what he was doing wasn't against the law. She said, "I'm worried it will harm your health." Luhan suddenly stopped, his face slightly flushed, and approached her, asking, "Are you worried about me?" Lariat suddenly took his hand. Then she used her other hand to pull him a little closer. Luhan was a bit flustered. "Sis," when he was completely off guard, Lariat used her divine headbutt technique to give Luhan a good thwack. Afterward, even though her own forehead swelled up, she still laughed happily. "That's right, I am worried." Luhan's face turned crimson. Lariat suddenly blurted out, "Oh, I have a reason for coming all the way here. When I was 16, the wet nurse is going to have a carriage accident, so let's prevent it." Luhan immediately dismissed this idea, saying, "It won't be long now, will it? My hometown isn't too far, so you can visit her tomorrow." Lariat replied, "And I've thought of a way. Let's stage a truly terrifying play, making the wet nurse believe that carriages are an utterly dreadful thing."
As time passed in this beautiful garden, Luhan asked with a hint of doubt, "Are you saying we should brainwash the wet nurse together?" Lariat quickly replied, "Oh, you're exaggerating. I have a precious horse that His Highness bestowed upon me. I'll make Jeffrey perform." She secretly rejoiced. "It's a good thing I brought Jeffrey along." Luhan approached and asked, "How do you plan to stage it?" Lariat enthusiastically answered, "I'll tell Jeffrey to kick me. That will be the carriage accident." After hearing her words, Luhan looked at her, full of bewilderment. "Is there something wrong with your head?" Lariat irritably pinched Luhan's ear hard. "You really can say anything, can't you?" Luhan cried out, "Ow, ow, ow!" The next day, at Gwen, Luhan and Lariat arrived with utmost confidence. As soon as he saw them, the Viscountess' voice rang out full of emotion. "Young master, young lady! Oh my goodness, when did the young lady grow so big?" She spoke with deep emotion. "Long time no see, wet nurse." She thought to herself, "Since I sent it this morning, I sent the letter to Rupert, so it should arrive tonight, right? I wrote it too hastily, so he'll probably curse, won't he?" Meanwhile, the Viscountess quickly lifted her up and walked away. "Let's go inside first. My husband is also very eager to meet you two." Inside Gwen's house, everything exuded a classic and warm ambiance.
Rupert quickly introduced, "I am Viscount Rupert Quint." Lariat secretly noted, "He looks much more haggard than before, doesn't he?" She politely said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you well?" Rupert was a little surprised to see her, which made her wonder, "But why is he staring like this? It's too much pressure." The Viscount smiled gently. "My husband is very interested in you, miss. He was very surprised and asked the Count and Countess if they had allowed you to come to the palace." Lariat secretly tensed up. "Is he like this because of my own path?" The Viscount spoke, "Miss, that's not the issue. What exactly is your relationship with His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince?" Lariat was suddenly bewildered. "Strange. We don't have any relationship at all." Luhan immediately spoke up for her. "She already said there's no relationship. If you push her too much, she'll be uncomfortable." Lariat was suddenly startled to see Luhan like this. In Rupert's room, Guri was playing in his lap.
Meanwhile, he was reading the letter Lariat sent him. "Dear His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness, I've arrived in Belua. I'm very happy. So, goodbye, Your Highness. From Lariat." After reading it, Rupert was extremely annoyed. What's the point of sending just this? An announcement rang out. "Your Royal Highness, Grand Duke Ventivan has come to visit." He shot up, thinking wearily, "I have to go now. Here I am reading like a fool." He quickly opened the door and entered. Seeing him, Ventivan quickly sat up. "Ventivan Louis Valerium respectfully greets Your Royal Highness. Your Highness must be curious about the reason for my visit. It's simple. Give up the throne." Rupert paused for a few seconds, taken aback. Then he nonchalantly replied, "I don't feel like it. Grand Duke Ventivan is the Emperor's younger brother, and also my uncle, but we are practically strangers, with almost no shared blood. Therefore, until now, he has quietly built up power and influence to aim for the throne, just like me. I had learned about the scale and military supplies of the mercenaries he possessed, but I wasn't afraid at all, because the Grand Duke wasn't the only one who had prepared everything." Ventivan scoffed. "Haven't you seen the fate of those consumed by ambition?" Rupert retorted frankly. "Do you think I'm that ambitious?" Seeing this, he continued, "If not, then all the more reason to give it up. Even if you become emperor, you won't be happy. I won't stand by and watch the Valerium imperial family collapse." This time it was Rupert's turn to sneer. "You've sat still long enough now." The mad emperor, the first empress, was turned into a puppet, and the empress even gave birth to a child through an affair. This royal family had already collapsed, so it wouldn't be strange if it collapsed even further. He crossed his arms and asked, "It seems you want to talk about bloodline, don't you? How do you intend to prove my lineage?" Ventivan calmly replied, "Although you are called the emperor's son, the way you became crown prince is not legitimate." Rupert retorted bluntly, If you usurp that position, then it would be legitimate? Ventavon grimaced and said, I will set everything right, the royal family that my imperial brother destroyed. I hope your highness will not have to lose your life. Rupert's eyes widened and he asked indignantly, while you already knew what kind of situation my mother and I had to face, after the emperor made no further moves and went into seclusion, you will step forward and pretend to save me? He said coldly, my sympathy ends here. He exclaimed, that's good. I, on the other hand, have absolutely no intention of sympathizing with you. Rupert muttered, it's truly laughable, his face, believing himself suitable while he aims for the throne through despicable means. It seems he thinks he has hidden himself very well. But I have enough evidence of the Grand Duke's treason, and control is already being established. His mercenary troop will soon be in my hands. I will not fail, absolutely. Lariat, sitting on the ground, exclaimed, oh my.
Seeing this, Geoffrey lifted his hoof once more. Lariat stood up completely, smiling brightly, and said, well done, you've practiced very well, haven't you? You'll perform splendidly. While she was stroking Geoffrey's mane, suddenly someone spoke up. It seems the young lady is very fond of horses, isn't she? Shall we take a stroll for a bit? It was Rupert who spoke. He led her outside and then asked, Amanda also loves horses very much. Lariat gathered her skirt and ran after him, asking, do you know my mother? Rupert replied with a gentle smile, of course, she's an old friend of mine. Hearing this, she thought to herself, the Viscount and mother are close friends? This is the first I've heard of it. Suddenly, he said, there's someone else who likes horses just like Amanda. Lariat, utterly confused, thought, what is he suddenly talking about? Then he turned to another topic. If the young lady stays in the imperial palace for too long, it will be very dangerous. She replied puzzled, pardon? Rupert began to advise her. Before His Royal Highness the Crown Prince becomes emperor, the young lady must leave the imperial palace. Lariat asked bewildered, why? He replied, I cannot disclose the reason.
Seeing that, she became even more confused. You tell me to believe those words when I don't even know the reason? Rupert said pleadingly, I know it's very hard to believe, but when you return there, please try to observe the abandoned palace that was once used as the main palace. After saying that, he turned his head away and said, truly, I've been lost in memories and said too much. That's not something I can casually get involved in. Just pretend you didn't hear anything. So I'll go first. Lariat politely said, yes. Watching Rupert's retreating back, she wondered to herself, did he just say what he wanted and then leave? The next day, the Viscountess asked sadly, Lady, do you have to return to the imperial palace already? Lariat happily hugged her and said, yes, when I get back to the capital, I'll send Prow's carriage as a gift. Nanny knows its advantages, right? The Viscountess hugged her back and replied, of course, I've heard so much about it my ears are practically worn out, but such a sophisticated item is very difficult to use. Hearing that, she smiled even brighter and said, even if it's difficult to use, it's still safer than a normal carriage. On the other hand, Lariat raised an eyebrow and thought, I've persuaded them a lot lately, but it seems it's still not enough. Knowing it would be like this, I had to prepare that play. Thinking that, she quickly walked towards the carriage and waved. Well, I'm leaving now. Only then did the Viscountess ask Luhan, aren't you going, young master? He stood beside her and cried out, Sister, you're abandoning me. Just then, Geoffrey reared up, and the carriage shook violently. Both Luhan and the Viscountess were startled, and she covered her mouth and screamed, Lady! Lariat simply fell out of the carriage. Ah! Geoffrey's hoof lifted in front of her. Then it lowered gently, and Lariat pretended to cry out in pain. Oh, good heavens, I'm going to die. Although her acting was quite convincing, both the Viscountess and Luhan rushed over in a panic. Lady, Luhan came closer and asked, what if you're really hurt? Lariat continued to focus on crying out in pain. Ooh, Nanny, I'm in so much pain. Seeing her crying and complaining of pain, the Viscountess shed tears and said, oh my goodness, lady, because you have to return home, the carriage is too dangerous, so it won't do. Then Lariat turned and smiled, saying, in that case, let Luhan carry me home.
He gave a forced laugh. Then both of them got into the carriage. Lariat sat still in the carriage. Although she was bandaged, she was actually completely fine. Luhan looked out the window mockingly. You really look like you're actually hurt, don't you? You're truly only good at acting. Lariat immediately sat up straight and retorted, I'm confident about that. You have to help me see this through, got it? He nodded and said, we're here. Then Luhan helped Lariat out of the carriage. Just then, someone asked worriedly, why are you back so late? Rupert had come out to meet her. Lariat was stunned, mumbled to herself, Rupert, why are you here? Seeing her injured, Rupert asked worriedly, does it hurt a lot? Are you unable to move at all?
Seeing this, Lariat thought to herself, Rupert had never even been to Belua once, even in her previous life when he ordered the massacre of her family. After recalling that horrific scene, Lariat thought with a slight shiver, now I know he's not the same person he used to be. But while she was lost in thought, Rupert approached, touching her face and asking, it seems you're quite injured, aren't you? Lariat blushed, pulled away and replied, why are you here? Rupert withdrew his hand and said, I came to visit. I heard you were about to die, something about a fatal risk.
Hearing this, she was bewildered. When did I say that? Rupert then held up a letter and said, the letter sent from Belua says so. Lariat quickly snatched the letter and said, let me see. The content of the letter is as follows. To the youngest and most radiant son of the Empire, Crown Prince Rupert Edgar Rasper Vinium. Our young lady is currently serving as the chief lady-in-waiting in His Highness's Crown Prince's palace. I have received news that Lady Lariat was involved in a carriage accident and is in critical condition. Abridged.
Nellie Rafkin, who holds my deepest respect, from the Belua earldom. The image of Nellie excitedly giving a thumbs up appeared in her mind. I've done something big, Lariat muttered to herself. Nellie. Rupert, seeing her annoyance, merely crossed his arms and said, you're still in one piece, aren't you? Lariat bristled. Of course, I'm not hurt anywhere. Seeing this, he smiled and said, it's a relief you're not hurt. This made her pause and think, did he come here because he was worried about me? In just one day? No way. At this moment, Amanda pushed out a wheelchair and said worriedly, what should we do, Larry? The guest room is under renovation, so there are no good rooms left now. She quickly grabbed Rupert's sleeve and replied, then I'll use the living room and your highness can use my room. Your highness, are you leaving today? Rupert frowned and asked, are you already chasing me away? Lariat's face also scrunched up. No, that's not what I meant. Luhan, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. If your highness finds it inconvenient, you can use my room. Rupert said nothing more, only nodded. Seeing him turn his back and leave, Lariat followed behind chattering. On second thought, your highness, what about your work? Rupert calmly replied, I've already called Louis. The two of them entered Lariat's house together.
Rupert looked up at the comment. The house really resembles you. She heard that and wondered, what are you saying, your highness? He thought to himself, though small, it's very warm and comfortable. Then Rupert frowned and said, give Geoffrey back to me. If you can't make him obey, why are you bringing him along? Lariat's face flushed red as she protested. No, I don't want to. He listens to me very well. He frowned and asked, then why are you injured? Lariat stammered an explanation. I was looking at the scenery outside when I rolled out of the window, so I just fell. Hearing this reason, Rupert was stunned. Is your head really that heavy? I guess I'll have to get rid of all the windows. Why do you keep getting injured and running all over the place, making others tired? She retorted, not to be outdone. What if I want to do that? More importantly, is it okay for your highness not to be in the palace? What if her royal highness the crown princess or the grand duke causes trouble? Rupert smiled faintly and said, if that happens, all the better. Then I'll have a reason to deal with him. Looking at him, Lariat thought to herself, now I understand. Rupert is someone who wouldn't harm others without any reason. Certainly, father must have done something wrong, but whether death is a fitting punishment is another matter. Since when did I start trusting him so much? Thinking this, she grabbed his sleeve and asked, Your Highness, are you planning to kill His Royal Highness Aknaf or Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess? Rupert calmly replied, If you keep saying such things, you'll be arrested for slandering the royal family. Well, yes, I will kill them.
Hearing this, Lariat tried to dissuade him. Please don't do that. I hope your highness will become a wise king, an emperor beloved by his people. I believe you can become such a person. Rupert just smiled gently at her words. What you're saying is so absurd that I don't even know where to begin refuting it. Suddenly, Count Belua pushed the door open from behind. Lariat immediately pulled away from Rupert, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. He bowed to him and asked, I heard that your highness went all the way to Belua out of concern for my daughter. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you. He replied naturally, Why are you thanking me for that? In reality, that girl doesn't feel grateful at all. Her face looks as if to say, Why is this guy here? Isn't that right? Lariat pushed him inside, trying to explain. No, I am grateful, of course. Well, first I'll lead you to my room. Rupert frowned and said, You're changing the subject. She immediately snapped back. Be quiet for a moment. The three remaining people stood dumbfounded. Amanda turned pale and asked, Did she just push His Highness? Count Belua replied, It seems so. Both Lariat and Rupert went into the room together. She calmly explained, This is the room. You'll be returning soon anyway, so even if you find it inconvenient, please bear with it. Rupert looked around and mumbled, I probably won't find it inconvenient at all. On the contrary, I find it quite comfortable.
His handsome face, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through his window, mesmerized her. Suddenly, Rupert noticed something. He walked over to her bed and asked, Who made this bed? Lariat replied as he touched it, I heard my grandfather loved my grandmother so much that he specially commissioned this bed for her. Suddenly, Rupert exclaimed, This is an antique. This made Lariat's eyes widen. Huh? I've been using it for over 10 years and there's never been any problem. Rupert suddenly pulled back the bed curtain, revealing a large mirror reflecting the two of them. The mirror? Lariat's face flushed crimson and she stammered, Grandma, Grandpa, what exactly is this bed? Rupert looked at her with a profound gaze. She shyly wondered to herself, What kind of look is that? Rupert, still innocently, pointed at the mirror and asked, What is this? Lariat, embarrassed, ran off. I don't know, I'm going outside. As she ran out and closed the door, her face was as red as a tomato. Suddenly, Luhan's voice rang out. Sister! Lariat, flustered, asked, Luhan, what are you doing here? He calmly replied, His Highness came here empty-handed, so I brought him some clothes. Luhan, full of questions, approached her.
Sister? Lariat looked down at the ground and asked him, now that I think about it, your hair is really long. Aren't you going to cut it short anymore? Luhan replied, isn't it a bit late for you to be asking that? She said flustered, you're right. I've been looking at it all this time and yet.
Hearing this, Luhan sadly said, you said long hair was beautiful before. Lariat heard it like a thunderclap and thought, I said that? When? I don't even remember. And you've been growing your hair all this time? Luhan brushed his hair up and asked, is it not beautiful? Lariat quickly changed her expression and said, no, it's very beautiful. You're handsome, so any style looks good on you. Seeing this, Luhan smiled brightly and said, thank you. Then she took the clothes Luhan was carrying and said, oh, as for the clothes, I'll deliver them to His Highness. Luhan refused, I can deliver them myself. But she was firm, shh, listen to me. After taking over Luhan's task, Lariat peeked out from Rupert's room door. He was sitting on the bed and saw her, then asked, you were going to come back in, so why did you run out just now? Lariat explained, I brought clothes for you. He didn't let her off the hook and continued to ask, are you not happy to see me? She walked over, placed the clothes on the bed and replied, of course I'm happy, super happy. But do you want me to happily welcome you? He replied, yes. Seeing this, she wondered, why? He replied indifferently, I don't know. Then Rupert frowned slightly and said, don't lie to me. If you don't welcome me, just say so. I don't want to force you. Lariat sat down next to him and said, I'm not lying. He interrupted, that's your talent. Seeing this, she began to explain, do you know that there's power in words? If you keep repeating a sentence, you'll convince yourself.
Lariat smiled gently and said, Tori said I hated His Highness, didn't she? In the past, that might very well have been the case. Her heart said, I hated you so much I wanted to kill you, to the point where all your past and suffering became meaningless. But now I stand by your side. You always whispered that you must have me, and it seems I've been brainwashed by that phrase. She gently took his hand and said, but not anymore. Please live happily. I truly mean it. Suddenly, Rupert asked, if you repeat a lie over and over, does it become sincere? Lariat held his hand and said, it's because the His Highness in my mind is a very different person. That's why I can feel this way. Rupert asked further, what if I am a person even more terrible than you imagine? Lariat smiled and replied, that would be my fault for not having good judgment. Even so, the rest of her answer was hidden in her heart. This is my choice. Unlike last time, perhaps this is the ending I am embracing because of my own choice, isn't it? Then she stood up and said, please change your clothes. Do you need a maid while bathing? Suddenly, Rupert asked, do you want to do it? Hearing that, she flinched. Huh? After a moment, Rupert took off his shirt, and Lariat immediately said in shock, wait a minute, how did it come to this?
It was all deleted last time, wasn't it? Is it reappearing? He was startled when he saw her state. Why are you angry? She furiously interrogated him. Answer me quickly. Rupert awkwardly looked away and said, because the carriage was too slow, so... Lariat angrily asked, what did you say? Then he lay down, his ears burning red with embarrassment, as he suggested, please delete it. She pressed close to him and asked, what if it fails? Rupert replied, then we die, of course. Hey, where are you putting your hand? She grumbled while pricking her own hand with a knife. Don't talk so carelessly, Your Grace. I told you that words have power. He grumbled. I told you not to use blood. Lariat dabbed her finger onto the magic circle and explained, I don't want to fail. The magic circle quickly lit up. When she saw it disappear, she finally sighed in relief, wiped the blood from her hand, and said, please cherish your body a little more, Your Grace. Rupert replied, don't bother. Suddenly, she realized something. Lariat asked directly, when is Your Highness's birthday? He sat up from the bed and said, summer. As for the exact date, I don't know. Neither my mother nor I cared about such things. Lariat asked further, aren't you curious, Your Grace? He frowned and replied, why should I be curious about that? A pang of sorrow appeared in her eyes. Right. In the garden, pink flowers were in full bloom. Rupert stood by a grave, thinking, you were the one least suited for the Belnerni imperial family. I have buried you in this old detached palace, the place most fitting for you. The book you often read, the clothes you wore when you were a dancer, the ring you received from the prince who was once your fiancé. I have returned everything to you.
What your true self was like, I only learned after reading your diary. From the moment you set foot in Belneri, you were already dead, which is why you had nothing to give me. Even so, it's okay. I'm not sad. But in Rupert's hazy memory, an image of Eva appeared. This was the flower that the prince I adored had brought back from the east. I had shed tears because of that thoughtfulness and affection. I liked this flower. He continued to think, how are you now? Are you very free and happy? Or are you uncomfortable because you were buried in the flower garden bestowed by the emperor, feeling your memories are being ruined? At this point, Rupert suddenly declared, I will become emperor. In his heart, he thought, that's what we wanted. But why can't I smile? If it were Lariat, she would most likely know what this feeling is. Holding the letter with the Belua family seal in his hand, Rupert wondered if the answer was written in her letter. what loneliness is, and what his current state of mind is. He opened the letter and read it, then quickly ran off. The letter fell to the ground.
The next day, after learning the secret of the bed, Rupert ate more comfortably than he did at the imperial palace. Count Belua asked, "How long do you plan to stay in Belua?" He said, "Let's see." Then very naturally he turned to Lariat and asked, "When are you leaving?" She frowned in utter confusion and replied, "Me? Why are you suddenly asking me?" Rupert, equally confused, asked back, "Am I going alone?" Hearing that, she finally understood and said, "Ah, of course, we're going together. I'm about to leave." Receiving the answer he wanted, Rupert turned to Count Belua and said, "That's what she said." The Count immediately said, "Even if you return to the imperial palace right away, I will bring Lariat back. Freedom and indulgence must be clearly distinguished. Lariat has reached marriageable age, and quite a few families wish to propose, so it will likely be faster than initially planned." His words also made Amanda and Luhan, mother and son, widen their eyes. Lariat, mouth agape, thought, "There was no talk of marriage before returning." Then she hastily said, "Father, you never mentioned this to me." Count Belua immediately held up a stack of documents and said, "I could only tell you once you returned to Belua." She was utterly bewildered. Why does father have a stack of documents in his clothes? Suddenly, the stack of documents in his hand was snatched away. Rupert read the first name on the stack of documents, Count Ubelin. Count Belua replied, "Yes, he is a talented and prominent person."
The previous count died early, so he became the head of the family at a young age, and he is diligently managing his domain. He pointed out this person's flaw, but he's a cripple, Count Belua said. "I heard he doesn't face any obstacles in life." He frowned, raising the paper, and said, "This person is a pervert. Do you think I have no information and just sit idly by, twiddling my thumbs to become the crown prince?" Count Belua continued to argue, "Even if Lariat is your highness's maid, she is still a member of the Belua family. Your involvement in family matters, I believe, even for his royal highness the crown prince, goes beyond the bounds."
Seeing that, Rupert turned to her and asked, "Do you want to get married?" Lariat, full of dissatisfaction, replied, "No." Seeing that, he sneered and turned to say, "She says she doesn't like it." Count Belua frowned and explained, "Marriage is not a matter of liking or disliking. Lariat is a Belua, and I am the master of Belua." Lariat frowned and thought, "This wasn't happening before I returned. Is it because I entered the imperial palace that it's like this? Although it's true that father isn't happy, but..." Rupert crossed his arms and said, "So you treat your daughter like livestock. Are you afraid she won't be happy in the imperial palace?" He said without hesitation, "Being by his royal highness the crown prince's side is very dangerous." He retorted, "I said I would guarantee her safety." He countered, "In reality, the girl was poisoned, wasn't she? Your highness cannot protect Lariat. Lariat is my daughter, so she cannot go against my words." Suddenly, he called her full name, Lariat Isabel de Belua. She looked up and replied, "Yes, your highness." Rupert crumpled the paper in his hand and said, "I will strip you of your title. As long as you are no longer a Belua, that's fine, isn't it? I will give you a place. There's no reason I can't claim a barren land above Champagne." Count Belua objected, "Your highness, your statement now is slandering His Majesty the Emperor." He turned back to argue with him. "I didn't realize you were such a loyal confidant. Then go quickly and tell the Emperor." "What's going on?" Lariat thought to herself. "Why are these two arguing, pushing the person concerned aside?" Then she shouted, "I don't need a title. Even if you give it to me, I won't take it. I won't return to Belua, and I hate this unwanted marriage." Amanda, pushed closer by Luhan, said, "Sir, Lariat is right. I understand your concern for Lariat, but she's no longer a child who will obey if forced." She sat in a corner, silently thinking, "I've never disobeyed my parents before. Since when did I become a disobedient child?"
Then the two of them went out together. Suddenly Rupert asked, "Hey, do you want to get married?" Lariat asked back, "Why?" Rupert replied, "If you want, I will let you get married." Lariat asked back with a cold expression, "It seems you don't like to say things twice, but you like hearing them, don't you?" Then she replied, "No, I don't want to. It's true that I am your highness's maid, but why should I need your consent to get married? When I want to, I will get married on my own. You don't need to worry." Puzzled by this, he asked, "If you don't want to get married, and you don't want a title, then what exactly do you want?" She replied, "I've already said it dozens of times." Rupert touched her hair, saying, "Are you telling me to protect you? That's a given. But when you're with someone, you'd want something, so tell me."
Lariat immediately turned back and said, "Please, your majesty, become an enlightened ruler. That will benefit both you and everyone." He still held her hair and said, "I still can't understand you." Lariat turned around and gave a bitter smile. "How can your majesty understand everyone?" Then she left, saying, "I want to take a walk, so please don't follow me anymore." She thought to herself, "I have personally confirmed that Rupert gave up Champagne to come to Belua. This must be a genuine feeling. Rupert truly cherishes me. Now I can completely take advantage of him. Even if I can't cherish him as much as he cherishes me, Rupert will absolutely never be able to uncover the truth that I have returned. I can't do that, so I should cast aside this clumsy feeling of guilt. Rupert will surely become emperor next year, won't he? After he becomes emperor, will I still be able to capture his heart? If he becomes a great ruler of the empire and can remain clear-headed in the face of power's cruelty, then what?" Suddenly Amanda approached her and gently asked, "Lariat, why are you walking alone and without a mate?"
She stood before her and replied, "It just so happens I have something I want to ask you, Mother." Lariat stepped closer and began, "I heard that you knew Her Majesty, the former Empress." Amanda nodded upon hearing this. "That's right. She was a precious friend I met when I was a singer. She was such a vibrant person, to the point that she reminded me of your father."
The current emperor is facing death at the hands of rebels, one of whom is brave enough to criticize him. Suddenly, Amanda felt curious. "Why are you asking about that all of a sudden?" Lariat replied, flustered, "I was talking to a merchant, and he's a fan of yours." After getting the answer, she softly said, "So that's it?" Lariat secretly thought to herself, "I want to ask why Viscount Gwen said such strange things to me, but Mom probably won't answer, will she?" A moment later, Lariat ushered Amanda into the house, and her mother suddenly spoke up. "He is very fond of music." Upon hearing this, she replied, "I see. Oh, I suppose I'll be returning to the capital soon." Hearing this, Amanda immediately asked, "You can't come back here anymore?" Lariat gently said, "I belong to His Highness." She hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "I hope he will always cherish you." Upon hearing that, she replied, "Now it's true that one cannot deny he cherishes me." Amanda continued, "But romantic love quickly cools down, like a mere joke." Lariat, utterly bewildered, asked, "Pardon?" At this, she turned to look at her and said, "It would be better if you just became the crown princess. That position seems to be the safest." Lariat hastily corrected her, "Mom, His Highness and I don't have that kind of relationship." But Amanda stubbornly insisted, "You just need to be determined, that's all. How many people in the nobility marry for love anyway? You'll surely do well, because you're not an obedient child, are you?" Hearing this, Lariat immediately lowered her head.
She thought to herself, if others saw this, they would surely think that the crown prince came south alone without an escort because his lover was injured. Belua and the imperial palace were very far apart, so Rupert had used alchemy. Our relationship could only be explained to others as a romantic one, couldn't it? Although I wasn't sure of Rupert's feelings, I didn't have the right to cherish him as he had cherished me. The next day, Lariat put her hands on her hips and scolded angrily. "You're still not grown up yet. If Mother and Father knew, they would be very sad." Caught in the act of lighting a cigarette, Luhan stammered apologetically, "I'm sorry." After scolding him, she looked towards Rupert and thought, "I want to interrogate him right here, but I still have to save face." So Lariat said, "Your Highness, please follow me." After saying that, she pulled his hand and led him away. Rupert, bewildered, asked, "What's wrong? Why are you pulling me out here?" Lariat explained, "Your Highness, my younger brother is still a child." He still didn't understand after hearing that. "So what?" At this, Lariat angrily asked, "Why do you keep giving him things that are bad for his health?" Rupert suddenly spoke up. "You didn't say anything when I smoked." She exclaimed, "Huh?" He looked at her and repeated, "I've smoked several times, and you've never said anything like that." Lariat stammered, "That..." At the same time, she thought, "Does he want me to care about his health?" Lariat covered her mouth in surprise. Could His Highness be feeling neglected? Rupert silently looked at her without saying a word. Seeing this, Lariat immediately stepped forward. "Are you feeling hurt because I'm not worried about your Highness? Oh my goodness." Suddenly, Rupert turned his head away, but not before she saw his ears flush red. Lariat watched him intently and secretly thought, "What is this? He's so adorable." After a moment of consideration, she asked, "So, should I scold you then? Tell you to take care of your health?" Rupert, too embarrassed, covered her face with his hand and threatened, "Shut your mouth. Do you want to die?" Lariat honestly replied, "You can't kill me." As soon as she finished speaking, he released his hand and fell into thought. A few minutes later, Rupert confirmed, "It seems so. So this is what feeling hurt is like? It's similar to anger, but it lingers persistently." Lariat, on the other hand, was surprised. "You've never felt hurt before? The Emperor has discriminated against you in favor of Prince Arnulf for a long time." Rupert calmly replied, "That's natural, since Arnbach is Arnulf's maternal family, and the only thing I desire from the Emperor is the throne." Hearing this, Lariat immediately asked, "What about me?" Rupert also wondered, "I don't know either. What exactly do I want from you?" The two stood looking at each other for a moment. Then Lariat softly said, "Exactly." A little later, the carriage was ready. Everyone stood at the gate, bidding each other farewell. Lariat turned back, smiled, and said, "I'm leaving now. See you all again." From behind, Bellis appeared and spoke, "My lady, please board the carriage." Lariat looked at him and said, "Thank you, Sir Bellis."
Hearing that, Belise smiled. "I can't believe the young lady still remembers me." As she stepped into the carriage, she thought, "Of course I'd remember someone handsome, even if we only met a few times when we were little." Suddenly, he handed her something and said, "I've been wanting to return this handkerchief to the young lady. If the young master hadn't interfered, I would have returned it to you much sooner." Lariat took it, surprised. "Oh?" Seeing that she had accepted it, Belise's eyes crinkled in a smile. "Then I shall escort the young lady safely." Lariat entered the carriage. As soon as she sat down, Rupert glared at her. "You said you had no intention of marrying, didn't you? What are you doing?" Hearing this, Lariat replied, "I'm looking for spare parts for His Highness's head. There aren't any, which is why you're saying such absurd things." Rupert angrily repeated, "The handkerchief." Lariat quickly clarified,
I don't remember when I gave it to him at all. I think I gave it to him when I was very little. As soon as he heard this, Rupert ordered, "Give me one too, and the rose as well." She asked, puzzled, "Pardon?" At the same time, she thought, "What on earth?" He looked at her and asked, "You give them to everyone else, so why not me?" Lariat frowned in annoyance. "Your Highness, don't you know what a young lady's handkerchief signifies? It's not like what knights use when proposing a duel." Suddenly, Rupert threw the rose branch she had given him out of the carriage. Seeing this, Lariat cried out, Your Highness, what are you doing?" He calmly replied, "It smells too strong. I have a headache."
Despite that, she still didn't believe the reason, and Lariat flared up. "Why are you so petty?" Rupert looked at her and ordered, "You don't even think about getting married. Be my maid for life, or I'll make you the head of the inner palace." Meanwhile, Lariat, upon hearing this, thought, why does this person keep blocking her path forward? And at the same time, she protested, "No way." Hearing this, Rupert looked at her and asked, "Then, shall we get married?" At Rupert's suggestion, Lariat's bewildered asked again, "What did you say? I don't know if it's because I'm tired, but I keep hearing nonsense." He heard that and immediately clarified, "I'm not talking nonsense. I'll make you the crown princess." Lariat sighed after hearing that. "Crown princess? What kind of promotion is that?" Rupert, confused, spoke up. "Besides the emperor, what position is higher than that?"
Lariat buried her face in the chair and said, "I have no intention of marrying your highness. Don't even bring it up." Hearing this, he was annoyed. "Why? Are you planning to marry that knight out there?" It was her turn to be confused. Why suddenly bring up Sir Belus? Rupert didn't answer, but continued to ask, "Is he more handsome than me?" Hearing this, she sighed wearily. "You really are a child." Lariat thought irritably, "What's the point of marrying if we don't love each other? Does your highness not want me to leave the palace that much?" Seeing this, Rupert became flustered. "I don't understand why you're angry." Only then did she turn to look at him and replied, "I'm angry because the first marriage proposal of my life is so unromantic." As soon as she finished speaking, Rupert immediately offered a pouch. "This is all for you." Lariat indifferently said, "Get rid of it." She sadly said, "Who would marry someone they don't love just for gemstones?" A moment later, as she rode her horse, she thought, "It's too inconvenient to be together, so I just went out." Suddenly, Rupert poked his head out of the carriage. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Lariat replied, "I'm playing with Geoffrey." After hearing this, he pulled the curtain back and said, Seeing his attitude, she thought, what was that all about, seriously? Suddenly, Belise appeared behind her. "Is this your horse, lady?" Lariat turned around and smiled, saying, "Oh, Sir Belise." Seeing her look at him, he spoke up. "The Countess was once an excellent knight, wasn't she? For you to ride so well, it's clear you two are truly family." The two continued to ride forward. After a while, Lariat decided to ask, "Oh, about that handkerchief. I don't know when I gave it to you. I can't remember, so—" Belise looked at her gently. "You remember my name, so I assumed you'd remember what happened back then. You must have been around 6 years old then. When I was a squire, my main duty was to find young ladies. Back then, Belise and his comrades would shout everywhere, 'Lady, lady, where are you?' because the young ladies loved to play hide and seek. One day, I happened to find you. You were caught in a rose bush, so I untangled you, and my hand started bleeding. Little Lariat looked at me and sobbed, asking, 'I'm sorry, does it hurt? Does it hurt a lot?' Belise recounted. That's how I received your handkerchief. You were a mischievous child, yet as beautiful as an angel." After hearing the story, Lariat thought in confusion, "Everyone said I was quite well behaved back then." Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Hey, Lariat!"
Lariat, startled, replied, Yes, I'm coming. I'll get in right away." Rupert, sitting in the carriage, grumbled, "Who told you to be slow?" Lariat said, "If you don't like it, then don't." Seeing his sulking face, she had no choice but to give in. I'll get in, okay." Behind them, Belise, completely unaware, smiled brightly like a flower. "I will stop the carriage and escort the young lady in." But before he could do anything, Rupert, sitting in the carriage, quickly reached out his hand. "Never mind, I'll do it." Having said that, he immediately embraced Lariat and pulled her into the carriage. The situation unfolded in the blink of an eye, astonishing both Belise and Lariat. Lariat looked at him and said, "Your Highness, you startled me." Rupert spoke up, "Sorry." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from outside. "I'm sorry, the horse won't obey." Inside the carriage, she cried out in panic, Your Highness, let's get out of the carriage." At this moment, the horse, completely out of control, galloped forward. Rupert, gripping the carriage door, angrily cursed. "Damn it, what are you doing?" It seemed he had no intention of stopping the carriage. There was no other way. Lariat saw blood at the corner of his mouth and quickly stopped him. "Don't use alchemy. What if strange magic circles appear on your body again?" Rupert looked at her and asked, "Huh?" Then he saw her worried gaze. Then Rupert turned his face away and replied, "All right, hold on tight." Lariat stared at him intently, then thought in a daze, "Oh, when did he get so tall? Right, I've grown too. But Rupert is a boy, so he must have grown much more than me, right?" On the other side, the knights hastily spurred their horses forward. "Lady Lariat!" Inside the carriage, Rupert kicked the door straight open. "It's too noisy. The knights are coming, so just bear with it a little longer."
Hearing that, Lariat immediately cried out, I can't bear it.
Seeing this, Rupert immediately stomped one foot onto the carriage floor. Then he held her tightly, gathering momentum to leap high and escape the carriage. At the same time, the carriage plunged straight into the abyss, causing a powerful impact. Lariat looked down to see the shattered carriage and trembled as she spoke. Oh, thank you for saving me. I always seem to be relying on your help. Rupert, still holding her, said, If you know that, then do better. Hearing this, Lariat wondered, What can I do here? Your Highness, you can put me down now. Everyone's here. Seeing that he didn't answer, she said again, Your Highness, don't ignore me, and please put me down quickly. The knights are watching, and rumors will spread. Hearing this, Rupert looked at her and asked, What if it's me? Lariat irritably replied, Why do you keep getting in the way of my love life? As soon as she finished speaking, Rupert silently turned away.
Then he gently set her down on the ground. At this, Lariat secretly thought, Why is this person like this? At the same time, she spoke up. Your body isn't well, yet you keep wanting to use alchemy at the slightest provocation. Wouldn't it be better to limit it? Seeing this, he immediately replied, At that level, it won't affect my body, but since you told me not to use it. Lariat was stunned. A moment later, she exclaimed in confusion, But where's the coachman? Did he fall with the carriage? It's all shattered, and that was Father's favorite carriage. Hearing Lariat say that, Rupert was surprised. Father's favorite? Just then, Belisa's panicked voice rang out from behind. Miss, Your Highness, are you two all right? This was our oversight, and I don't know how to beg for forgiveness. I apologize, and I will accept any punishment. But Rupert didn't answer immediately. Instead, he coldly pointed towards the chaotic mess. He said in a deep voice, Pick them up. If even a single piece is missing, you're dead. Lariat secretly thought, This is a situation where even demanding their lives will be justified, so why is His Highness giving such a lenient punishment, despite the deadly atmosphere? Suddenly, he reached out, pulled her back, and placed her on Geoffrey's back. Lariat's eyes widened in surprise. Then she asked Rupert, Why am I sitting here? He asked back, Otherwise, would we walk? Hearing that, Lariat understood. If they want to pick up the carriage fragments, only Geoffrey is left. There's no other way. I guess that's how it has to be. After a moment of silence, Lariat thought again. The problem is, it's too close. Why is my body so stiff? Rupert quickly noticed her awkwardness.
So he quickly took a cloak and draped it over her. Lariat asked in surprise, What is it? Rupert calmly replied, Aren't you cold? You just coughed. Hearing him say that, her face flushed, thinking that wasn't the real reason, but then she softly replied, Thank you, Your Highness. On the way back, Lariat cautiously suggested, Your Highness, when we arrive, please teach me how to shoot. Rupert readily agreed, All right. Then she added, Let me move to an even better room. He didn't refuse, replying, You can use the room next to mine. Hearing that, Lariat immediately wondered, Isn't that the Crown Princess's room? But Rupert calmly stated, It's empty right now. So she continued to ask curiously, Do you have any intention of getting married yet? After asking, Lariat pondered, In her previous life, the two of them had married, so it would probably be the same in this life, wouldn't it? Perhaps they had already made preparations, and now she knew. Tori, who stood at the wedding in her previous life, was just a stand-in. She heard that the family who exploited Rupert's mother had been completely annihilated. Rupert had always prepared perfectly to become emperor. Unexpectedly, Rupert said indifferently, Marriage, if it's useful. These words made Lariat gasp in disbelief. Had she overestimated him? Seeing her reaction, he became curious. What's wrong? Are you really going to marry me? Lariat immediately raised her voice. No way. I will have a truly romantic wedding with someone I love so much that just looking at them is enough to bring tears to my eyes.
Before she could finish speaking, Rupert replied bluntly, Quite a big dream, isn't it? But Lariat wasn't angry and said, Just you wait and see. As night deepened, she curled up in her blanket, muttering to herself, Again. He came back covered in blood again today. What's more, she came to observe me again. How many times has that happened today? Just like that, time passed quickly while I maintained a strange relationship with Tori. Rupert was about to ascend the throne, so he was very busy. After that, it became very difficult to see Tori. As for me, I monitored the movements of the Grand Duke and Gordon, sometimes even having to handle Rupert's documents, so I spent very busy days. I thought if time continued to pass like this, my survival plan would be complete. Then that night, Lariat asked Elaine in surprise, Oh, am I turning 17 tomorrow? Hearing that, she immediately said, Did you forget? Many letters have arrived from Belua. We should celebrate a little tomorrow, shouldn't we? See you tomorrow. Saying that, Elaine left, while Lariat just smiled and replied, Yeah, see you tomorrow. A moment later, she went out to the balcony alone to get some fresh air. So I've returned to this point in time, huh? What a strange feeling. When I died, snow wasn't falling like this. I guess I'm doing quite well. Suddenly, someone appeared from nowhere and grabbed Lariat's hand. She screamed in fright. Ah! Seeing this, Rupert quickly withdrew his hand and asked, What are you doing? Lariat's voice trembled as she didn't answer, but instead asked, Why are you there, Your Highness? Why have you come here? But he still said nothing, instead leaping inside. Lariat also quickly closed the door and followed him into the room. As soon as they were inside, Rupert took off his cloak and complained, It's too cold. Seeing him like this, Lariat couldn't help but worry. You've just been outside, so of course it's cold. Your hands are so cold. Here, put this blanket on. To her surprise, Rupert said, It's not my body that's cold. She looked doubtful. Then what is it?
His eyes were lifeless as he replied, I don't know anymore. Seeing Rupert's current state, Lariat grew even more worried. Your Highness, if you continue like this, you'll get frostbite. Please take a warm bath. But he suddenly blurted out, he's dead. She was stunned. Huh? Soon Rupert's eye sockets turned red. He repeated, the Emperor, I killed him. Lariat, confused, asked again, what do you mean? Rupert didn't hide anything. He told me to kill him, so I did. These words couldn't help but terrify her. No, in her previous life, the Emperor's funeral was in spring, not winter, and Rupert was the crown prince until then. The reason for the Emperor's death was unclear, and Rupert became Emperor in the summer. Only then did Rupert notice Lariat's reaction, asking, why are you so surprised? She hesitated. Of course you're joking, right? But Rupert calmly replied, you know, the Emperor is not my biological father. Hearing this, Lariat immediately asked, then what will happen? Suddenly Rupert reached out and pulled her towards him. He looked straight into her eyes and answered, I will become Emperor. Lariat stared blankly at Rupert. He smiled faintly and continued, just as you've always believed. These events left Lariat at a loss, her heart filled with panic. What should she do? Had the future always been this distorted? Could Rupert cultivate his power in such a short time as before? And could he keep this person's hands free of blood? As if knowing what she was thinking, Rupert asked, why aren't you happy? Lariat retorted, should I be happy? Your Highness, are you all right? He replied wearily, is there any reason for me to be unwell? She quickly reassured him, this is too sudden and you haven't even prepared perfectly. Unexpectedly, Rupert turned his face away. So tired like I'm about to die. Lariat quickly reached out and gently embraced him, saying, please rest for a bit, just for a few days. But Rupert still tried to refuse. Not now. After all, this is something that has to happen. Hearing that, Lariat immediately asked, aren't you happy about becoming Emperor? His voice, devoid of emotion, replied, the person who would have been happy about me becoming Emperor is no longer here. Even you aren't happy, are you? You're scared, aren't you? Lariat said firmly, no. But this time Rupert saw right through her. He said, you are the biggest liar among the people I know. You're afraid of me gaining power, aren't you? At this, she cautiously spoke her true feelings, because it's very possible you will change. But Rupert didn't look at her, replying, I am not so emotional that you need to fear such a thing. Suddenly, his cold, emotionless face appeared in Lariat's mind.
She then looked again at the dejected figure sitting in front of her. A moment later, Lariat spoke. Throughout history, many people have changed their nature after gaining power. Rupert, still lost in his emotions, heard her words and asked, do you wish for me to become a wise ruler? Lariat replied frankly, I hope your Highness does not become a tyrant. What meaning does power hold if it is built upon the lives of countless people? Those lives are individuals living their own lives, not just names on your Highness's documents. She wondered, will your Highness be happy after killing me? After killing my family, everything I have? Will your Highness live comfortably? Lariat then stared blankly at Rupert, unconsciously clutching the bedsheet. At this, he slowly spoke. I am used to enduring. I had to endure my mother, and tried to endure the Emperor. Now what else must I endure? Hearing this, Lariat immediately asked, does your Highness want to run away? He lowered his head, his voice fading. No, my sole goal in life is to become Emperor. Hearing this, she scrambled closer to Rupert. I, however, wish your Highness a better life. He asked, do you have a plan? Lariat said, shall we start by being lenient with the Empress and Prince Arnefe? This answer couldn't help but make Rupert burst out laughing.
Looking at him, she became pensive again, but previously, killing those people had become the reason for the nobles to turn their backs on Rupert. As long as there was evidence that they were plotting rebellion, even without killing them, the root cause could be severed. Just as she thought this, Lariat heard Rupert say, the Emperor is dead, and as soon as it's light, those two will come to harm me. So she quickly encouraged him, your Highness will win. He lowered his gaze to Lariat and replied, that's strange. It seems that if you just say it, things will really happen that way. Finishing his words, Rupert walked over and locked the door, making Lariat scream in fright. Why did you lock the door? But he merely said indifferently, my room is very dangerous, because Duke Anbach will bring knights. Despite this, she still ran to try and open the door. When she couldn't open it, Rupert said, before sunrise, Louis will deploy mercenaries to ambush the Crown Prince's palace. This made Lariat furious, and she yelled, then you should go to Louis or Tori. Why are you here? However, he didn't care about that, and simply reached out to pull her away from the door. Because you are the one who needs my protection the most. It's too noisy. Go practice the alchemy array I carved last time. If you're in danger, think of a really big explosion powerful enough to destroy anything, then run away, because that's why I carved it. Hearing Rupert say that, Lariat was momentarily stunned, not expecting him to think so deeply, so she couldn't help but ask, are you that worried about me? He turned and left, only throwing her a sentence, because I can't put you in my pocket and carry you everywhere. I've blocked the door, so don't worry about anything and just sleep. Lariat frowned, wondering what if Duke Anbach or the Grand Duke destroyed the palace, though it was fortunate she had no special marks. This anxiety is killing me. If Duke Anbach acts, her father will also notice. As soon as I wake up, I must send a message.
Seeing Lariat pacing back and forth in the room, Rupert asked, why aren't you sleeping? She replied irritably, how can I sleep? Besides, I haven't even bathed yet. But he merely said indifferently, go bathe. Lariat looked at him warily, then sighed softly and said, "Your Highness is here." To her surprise, Rupert said without the slightest embarrassment, "I don't mind." Hearing him, Lariat angrily turned and walked away. "Oh, really? Well, I don't care either." Internally, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. "I suddenly feel so angry." A moment later, Lariat was relaxing in the bathtub, thinking to herself, "Being alone, I feel less stressed now. I just keep feeling scared." Just as she thought this, Lariat's face turned pale, and she shrieked, "Ah!" Hearing the sound, Rupert quickly pushed the door open and rushed in, asking, "What's wrong?" As soon as he burst in, Rupert's face went blank. Lariat stared at him in horror, and even Gary froze. The atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Seeing this, Rupert awkwardly turned his head away. It was then that she finally reacted, her face flushing as she yelled, "Ah, get out!" Rupert couldn't dodge in time and was drenched head to toe by Lariat's splash. But he didn't say anything and quickly left. Inside, only she remained, her whole body flushed with embarrassment. Waiting for the door to close completely, Lariat couldn't help but scream, "Ah!" At this moment, Rupert's entire face gradually turned red. He pressed his lips together, thinking to himself, "This is crazy. I know that was an extremely rude act. If I weren't the crown prince, the count would surely beat me, or I might even have to get engaged." Recalling Lariat, Rupert thought again, "But Lariat is 17 years old now. Now I understand why the count threatened me not to harbor any greed for Lariat. I even thought it had nothing to do with me. Moreover, why did she scream, making me go in to check? I thought there was an assassin hiding."
So it wasn't my fault. It was an unavoidable situation. I just needed to calm down. Just as he thought this, Lariat's angry shout rang out in Rupert's ear. Your Highness, look at me!" But he lowered his head and replied, "I don't want to." Hearing this, she reached out and pulled Rupert's shoulder. "Apologize." He awkwardly complied. I'm sorry." Unexpectedly, Lariat shouted again, "Apologize properly." At this point, Rupert subtly glanced at her. Lariat fumed. "Look me in the eye and apologize properly." Seeing this, he softly said, "I'm sorry." With that, Rupert quickly turned away, but she didn't let go and continued to question him. "You don't actually feel sorry, do you?" He evaded. "I already apologized. I'm going to sleep now." The more Rupert acted like this, the angrier Lariat became. Is that the attitude of someone who's remorseful? Unexpectedly, this time he snapped slightly. "I said I'm sorry." And so it went. The little girl's incessant nagging continued to ring in his ears. Despite this, Rupert remained immersed in his own sorrows. It seemed that if one kept wishing for someone's death for a long time, then even the heart of the person harboring that wish would slowly die, never smiling, and even the joy of soon becoming emperor was absent. The ruler of the continent, unexpectedly, hung suspended by a rope before him. When he was a prince, he quickly occupied the colonial nations, connected the islands to form an empire, and crushed the mighty nation of Williton. Because he was a war hero, even if he committed treason, the people would accept it. He was the emperor who became a tyrant to possess a girl. What would it feel like to meet the exact same end as that girl? If he hadn't taken Mother, wouldn't we have lived a better life? Does he regret it? That's why the desire for possession is terrifying, because it drags innocent people into hell. With this thought, Rupert's eyes filled with murderous intent, and he muttered, "Just die." He emotionlessly faced the suffering emperor who was pleading. "Kill me, kill me," he said to him. My mother, she hung like that for dozens of minutes.
It would be good if Mother saw this scene. Recalling the scene when Eva committed suicide, Rupert wondered if that were the case, Mother would probably smile at him for the first time. After finishing off the Emperor, Rupert absently thought he still had to clean up the evidence. He couldn't let others know how the Emperor had died. Thinking this, he swung his hand, casting a spell. Flames quickly erupted, and the entire room was soon engulfed. But Rupert didn't care in the slightest, merely turning indifferently and walking away. Deep within him, a voice echoed, "It's so cold. My whole body feels like it's about to freeze." Then suddenly he heard someone call him. "Your Highness, please come here quickly." Without hesitation, Rupert walked towards it. "Yes." Then he remembered his earlier conversation with Lariat. "The Emperor, I killed him. He told me to kill him, so I killed him. I'm so tired, like I'm about to die." Then he thought again. Only now did he realize that he felt tired because the Emperor was dead. He wasn't happy about becoming Emperor, nor did he feel any inspiration. Even so, he was starting to want to become Emperor because he could have her, because he wanted to have her. Looking at the small girl sleeping soundly beside him, Rupert suddenly thought, "It seems the Emperor has cursed me. This possessive desire keeps rising like a curse."
"I'm afraid I will ruin you. I'm very afraid." Just like that, the clock struck 12 and Lariat shifted. She said to Rupert, "It seems to be midnight, doesn't it?" When he didn't respond, Lariat shifted again. She called out softly, "Your Highness, I know you're still awake. You're reading a history book, aren't you?" Only then did Rupert slowly speak up. "What is it?" She then said, "Today is my birthday." But he still asked, indifferently, "So what?" Noticing Rupert's nonchalant attitude, Lariat was a little flustered.
No, well, you could at least wish me verbally. Only then did he turn his head to look at her and coldly said 2 words, "Congratulations." Hearing that, Lariat pouted in distaste. There was no sincerity at all. Then she suddenly moved closer to Rupert, making him startle and stammer. Why are you coming here?" But Lariat didn't care about Rupert's reaction and continued, "I've given it some thought. Give me money." Hearing her words, he couldn't help but ask helplessly, "Is your family really poor?" Lariat's eyes crinkled as she smiled and replied, "No, because lately I have a lot of things I want to buy." Having said that, she sat there, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Rupert.
Seeing what he offered, Lariat was curious. "What is this?" Rupert explained. "It's the emblem of the head of the Pansabender Trading Guild. Go ahead and buy whatever you want." Taking the emblem, she stared blankly at him. Why would His Majesty so openly declare that he controls Pansabender? Pansabender became a renowned trading guild across the continent after he became emperor, she thought. Thinking this, Lariat couldn't help but wonder, "Why are you giving this to me?" Rupert immediately said, "This is better than money. No matter where you go, just show them this and tell them to give you what you want." She continued, "It can do anything by mortgaging the trading guild. I know that, but what if I sell the trading guild?" Despite this, Rupert didn't seem bothered at all. Instead, he asked with a hint of indulgence, "Is what you want that expensive?" Lariat replied, "No." Hearing this, Rupert ignored her and continued reading his book. "Then it's fine." Seeing his reaction, Lariat was puzzled. "I said I would sell his trading guild, yet he's still so calm?"
Could this be another test, or does it mean I've stepped deeper into his territory? Thinking this, she called out to Rupert again, "Your Highness, please don't be too kind to me. Just be a little kind." But he ignored her words. "It's too late. From now on, I will cherish you as my own life, so if you regret it, do it now." Lariat was dumbfounded, her eyes wide as she asked Rupert, "Your Highness, what do you want from me? There isn't much I know how to do." After speaking, she waited in silence, but the only reply was Rupert's calm tone. "I don't wish for anything. I just need you by my side." Hearing this, Lariat quietly stood beside him, thinking to herself, "That might very well become the most difficult thing for me." The next day, Lariat entered the study, trying to reach a book on a high shelf. Suddenly, Elaine's frantic cry rang out from behind, "Lady Lariat!" At this moment, she had fallen to the ground, crying out in pain. "Ah!" Seeing this, Elaine couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Oh my God, are you all right, lady?" But Lariat paid no attention to her pain and asked Elaine, "Elaine, is there something urgent?" Hearing this, Elaine quickly stammered, "I'm sorry, your Highness was looking for you, so I rushed." As soon as she heard Rupert's name, she thought, "Rupert has been a bit strange lately, hasn't he?" Then smiling, she told Elaine, "Please tell His Highness that I will come to him right away." The Emperor had passed away, and the Imperial Palace was in chaos. Lariat was avoiding things because she felt inexplicably restless, but Rupert kept sending for her. She thought to herself, "I'm looking for Rupert's birthday, and he's like a ghost."
Today is my debut. My birthday coincides with the day the Emperor passed away, and the Grand Duke's unusual actions made me decide to skip my birthday this time. But because Elaine stepped forward, Rupert insisted on pushing this forward. At that time, he chuckled and said, "I'm really looking forward to it." Lariat knew well that he didn't want to be underestimated. There were already many people opposing the Crown Prince. "I should use a sprained ankle as an excuse to cancel the debut," she thought, then blurted out, "This is good." But suddenly, Rupert's voice echoed in her ear. "What's good?" Lariat shrieked in surprise. "Ah, you startled me." He then said, "Only those with a guilty conscience get startled. Why are you sitting there?" "How did it come to this?" she replied. "I was startled by Elaine's call and fell." Hearing this, Rupert bent down to examine her and said, "It looks like you're missing an ankle bone." Lariat innocently asked, "Will your Highness fix it for me?" He replied, "If we leave it like this, you'll be limping with a twisted ankle." Hearing this, she panicked. "Ah, no, I don't want that. Please call a doctor. I'm so scared." Seeing her pouting expression, Rupert couldn't help but laugh. Then he bent down to treat Lariat, and she, taken by surprise, shrieked, "Ah!" Rupert quickly stopped and asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" Lariat awkwardly replied, "No, no." Lariat stood up. "It doesn't hurt, does it?" she asked. Then, feigning pain, she added, "It still seems to hurt a little." But Rupert brushed it aside. Liar. Caught, she asked in surprise, "How did your Highness know?" He didn't answer, but asked for the reason. "Why are you pretending to be hurt?" Lariat mumbled in reply, "Because of the debut."
If no one invites her to dance, it will become a shameful memory forevermore. Saying this, she sadly recalled her debutante ball in her previous life, where something similar had already happened. Miss Amelia hadn't wholeheartedly helped her debut in high society, so she had been very ashamed, mocked, and pitied. Rupert seemed to see through Lariat's worries once more, saying, "I'll invite you, so don't worry." These words unexpectedly stunned her. Seeing this, Rupert then continued, "So let's consider that matter resolved. What about the other thing?" Lariat honestly replied, "Because I'm curious when your Highness's birthday is." He asked, "Why exactly are you curious about that?" She obediently replied, "Because you held the debutante ball for me. You even hosted a ball and celebrated my birthday. I can't just keep receiving." Hearing Lariat say that, Rupert quickly explained, "I didn't host the ball to celebrate your birthday.
She wondered, then why? He then gently stroked Lariat's cheek and replied, to let everyone know you are mine, because your father is too noisy. At this, she couldn't react in time, absent-mindedly asking again, whose is who? Rupert chuckled softly, repeating each word, you are mine. Lariat's cheeks flushed crimson, her lips pressed tightly, clearly showing embarrassment and shyness. Rupert smiled softly, looking at her with warm and affectionate eyes. Rupert then turned and walked away, while Lariat's face grew hotter and hotter. She thought in confusion, what? What was that? Why did he suddenly do that? I just need to get this done. To find Rupert's birthday, I tried searching the royal records, but in the summer when Rupert was born, no special content was recorded. Even though Eva was pregnant, she was always exposed to violence, and because she was imprisoned in the imperial palace, she took care of flowers and plants. That was all. And then, right before Rupert was born, the book ended.
There were no records after that, so where on earth could I find his birth date? Lariat was still fumbling around searching for the record book when suddenly Elaine's voice called out to her, Lady Lariat, it's time for you to go to the salon now. Be careful not to fall. Madame Abe is quite arrogant, so if you're late, she won't be able to prepare your dress. His Highness is paid to invite Madame Abe, as well as for the jewelry and dresses you will wear. To prepare for you, Rupert spent a lot of gold. Take it, poor Belua. Lariat was utterly surprised to hear this. Rupert? After that, Elaine immediately took her to the fitting room. From dress styles to colors, there were many choices, and every outfit she tried on looked beautiful and elegant on her. After trying them all on, Lariat felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if she might faint. She thought tiredly, good heavens, it's one thing to arrive in a luxurious carriage, but there were also 13 dresses, and I tried on every single one of them. Madame Abe said excitedly, it seems Lady Lariat isn't like her mother, is she? Amanda and Charm are still miles apart. As soon as you finished speaking, she immediately pulled down the shoulder of Lariat's dress, revealing a glimpse of her ample bosom. Lariat cried out in alarm. Oh, ah! She quickly stepped back and covered herself with her hands. Abe chuckled happily and said, of course, it's because it's a garment I made. It's beautiful. I'm preparing to launch this dress next season. Lariat looked at herself in the mirror, secretly thinking, it's beautiful indeed, but isn't it a bit too much? Then she said shyly, I feel a bit pressured. Abe smiled contentedly. It needs to be at this level to become fashionable, and I haven't found a model yet. How lucky. Immediately, the maids rushed over to take her for the next stage of preparation, which was makeup. Finally, everything was ready, from her hair to her outfit. Before Lariat got into the carriage, Abe said, wait a moment. It's beautiful. It suits you perfectly, Lady Lariat. Lariat asked shyly, isn't it a bit too much? Abe chuckled and said, everything you're wearing now belongs to Lariat, because His Highness has already paid for it.
Lariat stammered, asking, Do I really look all right? Abe replied, just all right. I, Madame Abe, personally did your makeup. You are the guest of honor at tonight's party. Take your confidence with you to the Imperial Palace. Lady Belua, congratulations on your coming of age, and good luck. After they said their goodbyes, it was already late afternoon, and the twilight had fallen. Lariat got into the carriage, thinking to herself, this is all too extravagant. At this rate, even if I were to die for wasteful spending, it wouldn't be unfair. Upon arrival, Belise warmly welcomed her. Congratulations on your coming of age, young lady. She thought to herself, since the capital is very dangerous, I told my parents not to come. Lariat stepped out of the carriage and replied, thank you, sir. Belise took her hand and escorted her into the imperial palace, saying, young Master Luhan asked me to come in his stead. Lariat asked in surprise, Luhan? Where is he now? Belise replied, he was chosen as an outstanding student and has been deployed to the southern border as a deputy commander.
Lariat thought worriedly, this is a good thing, but with frequent wars with neighboring countries, I feel a bit anxious. This kind of thing didn't happen before I returned. When it was time for the ceremony to begin, the Master of Ceremonies began to speak. Today, the only daughter of the Belua family has come of age. Please welcome Lariat Isabel de Belua. Belise smiled and said, there's no turning back now. Lariat asked in confusion, am I really all right? I can't check my own appearance. Belise leaned down and whispered in her ear, you'll know just by looking at His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's face. But first and foremost, in my eyes, young lady, you are incredibly beautiful. Lariat immediately looked up at Rupert, seeing his annoyed grimace. She wondered, why Rupert? Oh, his face is so tense. He's probably about to kill someone, right? Belise suddenly pulled her back. He offered, for the first dance, on behalf of the Count and young Master Luhan, may a young man belonging to Belua like myself have this dance with the young lady. Lariat replied, of course. He gently kissed her hand and said, it's my honor. Amidst the music and the melodious tunes of the orchestra, the atmosphere became incredibly warm and romantic.
The guests at the ceremony quickly found partners and danced, and Lariat and Belise did the same. Belise wrapped his arm around Lariat's waist, and they both lost themselves in the dance steps. Belise said anxiously, Milady, can you guarantee my life? Lariat wondered, huh? He continued, Milady, please, promise. The soft music was still humming. Belise suddenly stopped and said, it's a bit regrettable, but I suppose it has to end here. Congratulations on your coming of age, Lady Belua. Well then, I'll be going.
After Belise left, another young man approached and introduced himself to Lariat. I am Hessen Lefrancois Albinassien, Dietrich's senior at the military academy. Lariat replied, Ah yes. He blushed and asked, May I have the honor of dancing a tune with Milady? Suddenly, an irritated voice replied, Get lost. Rupert cut in between the two of them, glared at Hessen and asked, That's enough. Hessen immediately replied, yes. Lariat immediately reminded him, Your Highness, that is rude. Rupert said, What do you expect me to do? Why do you always lie every time you open your mouth?
Lariat asked bewildered. Me? Rupert said, You said no one would ask you to dance. Lariat pouted, It's not a lie, I just made a wrong prediction. I'm going to continue dancing now. Rupert immediately pulled her back. He gently kissed her hand and said, If you want to dance, then dance with me. Lariat hesitated, thinking that if she danced with Rupert, rumors would spread. Without waiting for Lariat's answer, Rupert immediately wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her close, and so the two began to dance together. Lariat thought to herself, He dances so well, I never would have expected it. While dancing, Lariat said, Thank you for the dress. I didn't expect you to prepare something like this for me. Rupert coldly replied, It's nothing. Lariat nervously said, Your Highness also looks very dashing today. How was your day? Rupert replied, Too noisy. Seeing his attitude, Lariat wondered, Why are you so angry after all? Rupert pressed his lips together, staring at her without saying a word. Lariat felt awkward, her inner self screaming fiercely, Why is this song so long? He keeps making me feel so awkward. The music gradually faded, ending the dance, and Rupert gently bowed and kissed her hand. He said, Wait a moment, don't bow. Lariat, with a frown, said, How am I supposed to curtsy then? She wondered, What is he suddenly talking about? Rupert angrily asked, Why is this dress like this? Don't you have enough money? Lariat felt confused. Huh? The men around them were all looking at her and whispering. Seeing this, Rupert immediately put his arm around her shoulder and said, I gave your maid a considerable amount of money. Lariat replied, The money is still there. Rupert grumbled, Then why was a dress like this made? Lariat, with a grimace, said, The dress was originally like this. Rupert said worriedly, Then don't dance anymore. Lariat replied, This is my debutante ball. Why are you forbidding me from dancing? Rupert held her shoulder tightly and said, I don't know, but why am I so angry? Lariat, pouting, elbowed him in the chest and said, You can think about it more. I'm leaving. Then she immediately walked away, looking annoyed. I want to rest for a bit. She secretly wondered, Why is Rupert acting like this after all? The venue for the ceremony was decorated with extreme splendor and luxury. Even the food consisted entirely of extravagant items. Lariat mused, This party is also being held with Rupert's own money. She walked through the hall, her mind continuing to ponder. If not for Sir Bellis, I would have danced the first dance with Rupert, so there will probably be rumors, right? Now is not the time to hold my debutante ball. The Empress and Arnaud were holed up in the palace. The Grand Duke's side was also quiet, but this was a premonition of a storm. Apart from the main palace and the Crown Prince's palace, all other palaces were under lockdown. Could this party be a display of Rupert's power? Her eyes widened, as if she had suddenly realized something. Over there, Rupert was scolding a servant. Seeing the servant dejectedly leave, Lariat angrily walked over and pulled him back. She sternly said, Your Highness. Rupert indifferently replied, What? Lariat said, You're being too ill-tempered. You don't even know why you're angry. He replied, I think I know now. Because I don't like his face. Lariat immediately said, Why are you acting so contrary? You organized the grandest debutante ball for me, so why do you keep hindering me? Today is my high society debutante ball. If you keep me from socializing with others, what am I supposed to do? Rupert's face suddenly fell, and he sadly said, Why are you crying again?
I know, I won't do anything. I'll go out. With that, he turned and walked away. Lariat, left alone, wasn't very happy. Rupert walked out the door. He slowly climbed each step, brooding in his thoughts. Even if you don't like being with me, you should still hold me back. When I said I'd leave, did you really let me go? Is it because you want to dance with another man? I spent money and even got scolded. But then he remembered Lariat's face and her sad demeanor. Rupert continued to think, this party is a place for everyone to know that Lariat belongs to me, not a place to find a future husband for her. If Count Belua keeps selling his daughter like this, many marriage proposals will come. Why is she so beautiful that it makes men drool? The way to keep Lariat in the Imperial Palace is to prevent her marriage, because when people marry, they leave the Imperial Palace. I know I behaved excessively today. Finding someone useful at the party is good, but I don't want to. It's all for you. In front of Rupert were young women respectfully bowing to him, each wearing a white rose. Seeing this, he thought to himself, so they are wearing white roses to express their mourning for the Emperor's death. Vyman suddenly appeared before him, bowed, and struck up a conversation. Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, you seem to be in a good mood, don't you? Countess Vyman had been the Empress's person a long time ago.
All the men in the direct and collateral lines had died, so she received the title despite being a woman. Rupert thought to himself, well, she probably killed them all. He spoke up. This doesn't seem to be the way to the Empress's palace. Vyman smiled and replied, a rotten rope must be discarded. Rupert leaned closer and whispered into her ear, what do you mean? As his brush brushed her ear, Vyman's entire face flushed red. He then simply walked away, thinking to himself, Eva taught me something useful, didn't she? The honey trap. So why didn't Lariat fall for it? What's the point of learning it then?
Hermine hesitated for a moment, then she turned back towards him. Rupert walked to the railing. He asked, why are you following me? Hermine replied, I want to discuss things in more detail with you. Rupert thought to himself, what a waste of time. Even if she abandoned the princess and came to me, it would be useless. Thinking this, Rupert flatly refused, I won't. Suddenly, he noticed something below. Lariat was dancing with a fat, bulky man, looking extremely happy. Rupert was annoyed at seeing this scene. How fun. Hermine stepped forward and asked, that's Lord Belua's daughter, isn't it? Her words seemed to remind Rupert. He thought to himself, I forgot, the only daughter of Count Belua, Lariat.
Belua is very suitable for political sacrifice because Count Belua is inflexible. I must deal with Count Belua, who is opposing me. But if I do that, then Lariat. Then he turned and said, you've overstepped your bounds. Are you following me now to badmouth my maid? Isn't Her Imperial Highness annoyed? Herman chuckled and replied, even if your highness ascends the throne, Her Imperial Highness will not give up. I know her very well. I will prepare hundreds of ways to stop your highness. I have the ability to do so. There are ways to fake an accident. Rupert thought, that's just a plan. Then he said aloud, the proposal isn't bad. Seeing this, Herman continued, if you don't intend to let that person live, you must fake an accident to protect your highness's honor. Rupert immediately affirmed, someone wants that person to live. He recalled his conversation with Lariat. Do you wish for me to become a wise ruler? You wish for me not to become a tyrant. Thinking this, Rupert subtly raised his hand, casting a spell that made someone fall sprawling in the banquet hall. Lariat was worried and flustered about seeing this scene. Herman rushed forward and asked, are you really going to let Her Imperial Highness live? Rupert ignored her words and replied, what if I do? Hearing this answer, Herman turned to leave, not forgetting to say, it seems I've misjudged you. You won't be able to sit on the throne for long. Rupert chuckled and said, even so, I can still take your life. Your mouth has wandered too far. After saying this, Rupert stepped forward, grabbed her by the throat, and pinned her against the wall. Then he softly said, I don't take in dogs that others have discarded. Rupert thought to himself, I thought you and Arnulf always lived as puppets due to your mother's greed. How similar. But he was different. The Empress incited her husband to rebel, while Arnulf did everything to become emperor. But in the end, Eva won. Then Rupert released his hand and said, now, get out. Herman still tried to say, I am not a discarded dog. Rupert looked at her coldly and replied, oh really? Herman thought to himself, the Emperor is also a madman, but this one is different. If I make a mistake, I might actually die.
By now, Rupert had shifted his gaze elsewhere, seeing something that displeased him. Hermione noticed Rupert's gaze and wondered, who is he looking at? Then she turned to look in the direction of Rupert's gaze and realized, ah, this person with Belua's daughter. As if a realization dawned on her, she immediately smiled. Then Hermione spoke up, I will prove it to you. Rupert replied indifferently, whatever, but don't take too long. I thought to myself, if only I could find something to tame that cruel wild beast, I could make it do my bidding. Another person fell sprawling in the hall, a victim of Rupert's magic. Lariat, her face flushed with anger, thought, this is the 5th time. How can someone fall while dancing with me? Only Rupert could do something like this. She looked up and immediately saw Rupert standing on the balcony, so he was there. Then Lariat hurried up towards him. Even so, she had received something. One of the people she had just danced with had said, I found the body of the Belua family's coachman on our territory. You should be careful. Lariat thought to herself, the Imperial family is a place where no one can be trusted. It's very possible someone is targeting Rupert. Just as she was about to go up, someone suddenly appeared in front of her. Riche approached and said, Lariat, congratulations on your debut in high society. It's good to see you well and unharmed. Lariat replied, Princess Nigel went on vacation to a small island in Heron, so I thought you would also return to your hometown. Riche gave a faint smile. Because there's still something I want to do, I plan to stay in the capital for a while longer. Lariat politely responded, oh, is that so? I heard Luhan went to the border. With a hint of sadness on her face, she said, I know.
At this moment, both of them looked as if they were wearing fake smiling masks. Finally, Lariat spoke. Let's stop acting, Riche. Riche asked, puzzled. Acting? Lariat then said, Riche, we don't like each other. You know that. No, it's very likely you've hated me from the start.
Whether you want to gather information about Belua or His Highness, it's futile. I also once tried to dig into Gorton's situation, but couldn't gather anything, because we don't trust each other. Riche immediately said, I don't hate you. Lariat thought to herself, Riche, I once liked you. I worried about you even in the days I awaited death. I was afraid you would be hurt because of me. Riche affirmed, I don't have any special feelings for you, Lariat. Lariat then asked, so are you misunderstanding my relationship with Luhan? Riche replied, that's not a misunderstanding. The one misunderstanding is you, Lariat Isabel de Belua. I despise your naivety, even though living in ignorance like that would be more comfortable for you. Lariat thought puzzled. What does he mean? I've tried so hard to be wiser. Riche leaned in close and whispered into her ear, you don't know how hard I've tried. Don't hinder my love anymore. Lariat immediately replied, perhaps I truly don't know, but if Luhan liked you, he would have shown it by now.
She thought to herself, does Riche think Lariat loves him? That's why he sees me as an obstacle? Riche angrily said, your seeing me as an enemy is equivalent to seeing Gorton as an enemy. Lariat, unafraid, provoked, try telling the Marquis what you just said. Do you know who hosted my debutante ball? Hearing this, Riche said, you're threatening me by saying you have the Crown Prince's backing. Lariat replied with a cheerful laugh, that's right. So please convey a message to Marquis Gorton that seeing Belua as an enemy will bring no benefit. His Royal Highness Crown Prince Rupert will become Emperor, so you must warn your immoral father. After saying this, Riche gave a faint smile and left. Lariat walked upstairs deep in thought. Riche, even if just for a moment, I once wanted to believe you were different from your father. Then she left without lingering. The door to the room opened. Rupert was surprised to see her appear. He approached and asked, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Lariat immediately replied, nothing happened. Rupert gently stroked her hair and asked, then why are you sad? Lariat replied, I'm not sad, but her eyes seemed to reflect everything. Rupert turned away and replied, is that so? Lariat suddenly called out, Your Highness, why are you here? Rupert turned back and said, you told me to go outside. Lariat immediately denied, that's not what I meant by telling you to go outside. Rupert frankly replied, if I went somewhere else, I wouldn't be able to see you. Lariat stepped closer and asked, why do you have to see me? Rupert answered without hesitation, what if you run away? Lariat retorted, why would I do that? Rupert also said, because you no longer have any reason to stay here. Lariat was a little stunned to hear that. Then she asked, why do you think that? Seeing this, Rupert said, because you've entered my circle, and you told me to protect you. Your goal is to ensure the safety of Belua and yourself, isn't it? I will do that.
Lariat rushed forward, grabbing his shoulders and asking, what did you say? Rupert replied frankly, as long as your father doesn't abscond with my crown, nothing will come to harm you. Lariat was taken aback. I had wanted to live my own life once everything was over. I wanted to go to a place where no one knew me, forget the past, and live my own life. But it wasn't time yet. If she were to run away, Rupert would be left all alone. Thinking this, Lariat promptly said, even so, I will not leave your highness. Rupert asked curiously, why? Lariat replied without hesitation, I sincerely hope your highness comes to feel that this life is truly worth living. Truly. Your highness, please trust me a little. Until your highness finds happiness, I will not leave your side. Rupert, hearing these words that were beyond his expectation, was stunned and said, you... He gently lifted her chin and said, you shouldn't speak such words so casually. He added, be a little more cautious. Suddenly, a voice called out, Lariat! Lariat turned around and saw Tori standing outside the door. Lariat hastily pushed Rupert away, her face flushing as she exclaimed, how long have you been standing there? Tori answered without hesitation, this whole time.
Lariat greeted, long time no see, Tori. Tori replied indifferently, oh, I just got back from dealing with some people in Aden. It really has been a long time since we last met, Lariat thought to herself. Even though I've already discovered her true nature, isn't she deliberately not hiding it? Tori spoke up. Now I'm wondering whether or not to deal with the woman named Hermione. Lariat asked in surprise, why deal with Countess Hermione? Will she be an obstacle? Tori then said cheerfully, I really like Lariat, so be careful. Lariat felt a little scared hearing that. Was she telling me not to make Rupert change? But Rupert must change, because he must become happy. Thinking this, Lariat asked, Tori, are you going to kill me? Tori replied, I don't know. Lariat continued to ask, why are you afraid of His Highness changing? Do you think His Highness will abandon you? Tori cut her off, saying, stop it, Larry. However, Lariat said again, Tori can change too, as long as both of you become happy. Isn't that enough? But Tori gently gripped the string and said, metal will not change. Even if Lariat dies and turns to dust, I will remain the same. In the dark room, the curtains were moldy, as if the place had been abandoned for a very long time. Seeing a picture of Rupert as a child on the table, Lariat thought to herself, thank goodness I came to the abandoned palace without being discovered by anyone.
I've learned that Rupert was born in midsummer, but I couldn't find Tori's birthday. Lariat recalled Tori's words, metal wouldn't change. At that, she bravely declared, if you put it in a furnace and hit it hard with a hammer, it will change. If it still doesn't change, then we can ask His Highness to use alchemy. He's very good at it. Hearing her say that, Tori burst into joyful laughter. Lariat couldn't stop thinking about that smile. It had been a long time since she'd seen her smile. Then she looked around and continued to think. This was where the records were kept after Eva became Empress, and if she looked at the earlier records, she might find information about Tori. With that thought, Lariat began to wander around, searching for documents. She picked up a book and opened it. These were records about Akan I, the former emperor whose throne was usurped by his younger brother. Buying back slaves from the colonies and helping them settle in the empire? If this were revealed, it would expose the emperor's shortcomings. So they erased Akan I from history to silence everyone. After that, Lariat continued to look for another book. Akan I and the Empress were very modest. He ruled the country like a wise monarch.
When the rebellion began, he received help from his retainers to go into hiding. The emperor, after usurping the throne, indulged in women, and it took several years before he found the first Akan couple. They had a son and a daughter in total, and the Empress had become pregnant during their time in hiding. However, immediately after the child was born, it fell ill and died. The remaining children were then locked up with the Empress in a secret room and died. That was a shocking move because the emperor didn't care about the first Akan couple. His subordinates openly protested this, but they were dealt with quietly. Only nobles who kept silent or flattered survived. Lariat remembered the image of Count Belua. She thought to herself, my father was among them. He wasn't that kind of person. Why, in the end? While she was engrossed in watching, a voice suddenly spoke up. What are you doing here? Louis opened the door, stepped in, and said, you know this is a forbidden abandoned palace, don't you? Louis had been solely responsible for protection recently, and was also busy running errands for Rupert.
Lariat spoke up and asked, are you following me? Louis immediately denied. Of course not. I'm not free these days. What brings you here? Lariat answered frankly, I want to know Tori's birthday. Hearing this, Louis said, Tori? I think she was born in autumn. Lariat asked in surprise, did you see her being born? Louis said awkwardly, rather than saying that, I'll take you back to the main palace. After saying that, he pushed her along. Come on, look straight ahead. Lariat was annoyed, but still had to comply. Ugh. Then Louise suddenly leaned close to her ear and said, I'm warning you, don't come to this place again. This is a place that declined for a reason. Lariat turned and asked, what about Adarakan I? Louise replied, I'm not sure anymore. He was a good person, but not a good emperor. Because he was weak, he caused Bellarny's downfall, even though he knew his younger brother's ambition, but couldn't do anything. Hearing this, Lariat thought, wasn't that his younger brother's mistake? She spoke up and asked, were there no suspicious moves from the Empress or the Grand Duke? Louise, while stroking her head, replied, they couldn't do anything, because His Highness had bought off all the guards and mercenaries on that side. Hearing this, Lariat said helplessly, is that even allowed? She was surprised because in Bellarny, rebellion was a secret assassination, carried out based on who controlled the soldiers. Louise continued, from the beginning, Duke Anbach couldn't restore the army. Duke Anbach couldn't rebuild the army that had been bribed. So Colonel Barbarossa is His Highness. Lariat smiled faintly. After discovering the truth that ever since Rupert concealed himself as a princess, he had contributed greatly to the empire as Colonel Barbarossa, the people of the empire had acknowledged Rupert. Of course, things weren't fully clear yet, but they would be soon. Now I know why Rupert has so much money, from capital to interest. The sky at this moment was incredibly clear and blue, with sunlight shining down on the foliage, creating a very pleasant atmosphere.
Lariat, dazzled by the sunlight, thought, now Rupert's throne will definitely not be usurped. Then she asked, how come no one knows? Louis replied, because Belnurni is completely ignorant about alchemy. Lariat thought to herself, alchemy shortens life. Then she asked aloud, what if His Highness doesn't live long? Louis replied, being emperor is inherently a dangerous position. I think we just need to be careful of Anba and the Grand Duke.
It is rumored that Emperor Arnold I is still alive. Lariat also said, but I heard he already died in the secret room. Even if he is alive, would he be a threat to His Highness? Upon hearing this, Louis said, you are quite sincere towards His Highness. I thought only His Highness was truly sincere. Before Lariat could hear clearly, she turned back and asked, what? In a room with simple furniture and decorations, yet it did not diminish its luxurious appearance. Rupert, sitting on the bed, asked, where did you just go? Lariat opened the door, saw Rupert, and replied wearily, I just went for a walk with Louis for a bit. She wondered to herself, where has my privacy gone? Rupert asked irritably, why were you and he walking together? Lariat replied indifferently, is that not allowed? Rupert said seriously, no, I don't like it. Upon hearing this, Lariat said, if you don't like it, then get married. Rupert asked nonchalantly, marry whom? Upon hearing this, Lariat's mind went blank, not knowing what to say anymore. Rupert asked again, why aren't you answering? Finally, Lariat angrily walked away, saying, don't just casually enter other people's rooms anymore. Rupert blocked the door and said, if you don't want me to come in, you should lock the door. The Empress consort sent word to the Duke that he should mobilize Anma's cavalry. Lariat thought in shock, this is evidence of rebellion. She spoke up, saying, this could very well be a decoy to mislead His Highness. Rupert slightly bent down and replied, whether it's a decoy or anything else, it doesn't matter. Lariat thought, that's right, because as long as there's evidence of rebellion, Rupert can punish them appropriately. Moreover, he had previously endured the Empress consort's jealousy, so the people cherish Rupert's past.
Tomorrow, after Colonel Barbarossa's true identity is revealed, Rupert will become a beloved ruler, as Barbarossa is also very much loved. Thinking this, Lariat immediately asked, "What do you intend to do?" Rupert leaned closer and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Lariat replied, "I hope you will grant them mercy." Rupert said seriously, "They are not ordinary criminals." Lariat frowned and replied, "The foolish Afnaf is not the one who poses a threat, it's her imperial consort." Hearing her say that, Rupert couldn't help but chuckle slightly. Foolish Afnaf. Rupert tried to cover his mouth to suppress his laughter, while Lariat frowned and thought, "That's right, before the regression, Afnaf was quite well liked, wasn't he?" He was considered a pitiful prince, with a dignified appearance, and he even diligently performed charity work, but he didn't receive the emperor's love, and thus couldn't become the crown prince. Eventually, the imperial consort died in a carriage accident, and he was executed. After Rupert's terrible reign began, he received deep sympathy and became increasingly beloved by the people. So now, for Rupert's sake, Lariat thought and then said, "If you touch Afnaf, you will be criticized." Rupert approached her and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of things like criticism?" Lariat replied, "You should be afraid. I want you to become an emperor beloved by all." Hearing this, Rupert said, "If I become a wise ruler who earns respect, that's enough, isn't it?" Lariat looked at him in astonishment. Then she gently touched his face and said, "A life filled with love. An emperor receiving the affection of his people is very rare, and it will be very difficult. But don't be so quick to say you don't need it if you haven't tried. How can you know if you haven't experienced it?" Rupert then said, "Is that value as high as accepting danger to let Afnaf and the imperial consort live?"
Lariat replied, "Then we just need to make it harmless. The conditions to become emperor are military power, financial power, and bloodline. Only the Grand Duke and Arnulf possess those conditions. But the most important thing is legitimacy. Without Arnulf, the Empress consort can't do anything. We just need to render Arnulf and the Grand Duke powerless."
Make it so they cannot continue the royal bloodline, to the point when they can no longer become emperor, but still spare their lives. Because your highness is a compassionate emperor, Lariat said seriously. You just need to render Arnulf and the Grand Duke useless, making it impossible for them to continue the royal bloodline, to the point where they can no longer become emperor. They were the ones who started the war, not your highness. Rupert softly replied, "That would be quite troublesome." But she indifferently answered, "You're going to have Louis do it anyway." Hearing this, he chuckled. "Arnulf and the Grand Duke would probably ask me to kill them instead." Lariat immediately wondered, "Does your highness have to give them what they want?" Unexpectedly, he turned to tease her. "You look incredibly wicked right now." Lariat pursed her lips. "A person can be like this just once." Then she gently tugged Rupert's sleeve. After that, she asked, "Do I seem wicked, so you're disappointed?" Looking at Lariat's expression, he was momentarily embarrassed. "No, who's complaining?" Hearing this, she continued, "I hope your highness will become a wise ruler. Even if it's troublesome and dangerous, please be lenient with your enemies." At this moment, Rupert secretly glanced at her. He lowered his voice and replied, "All right, I will do so." Unexpectedly, Lariat felt suspicious. Why has he become so agreeable? I put so much effort into thinking of an explanation for him. At the same time, in the study, Kyrian awkwardly called out Hermine's name. Asra, but she told him, "Call me Hermine." Saying this, Hermine thought to herself, "The name Hermine, which I obtained by killing my father, my innocent younger brother, and the direct male heirs."
His lovely Hermine, a name more pleasant than Azura. Kyrian trembled as he said, "Yesterday, the maid whom I believed loved me took our ancestral relics and ran away with the bubbler. I truly thought we loved each other." But suddenly, Hermine moved closer, pressing against him, which silenced Kyrian. Then she said, "Marquis, do you not recognize my pure feelings for you?" Hearing this, he immediately embraced her and burst into sobs. "Hermine, I had no idea. I'm so sorry." Hermine's voice deepened as she asked, "Even if I were the monster who devoured my own family, would it still be all right?" Kyrian quickly replied, "I don't think that way at all, truly." Hearing this, Hermine said, "Kyrian, hold me." She thought, with the imperial power currently being transferred, this is the only time to seize power. I've learned the weakness of the man who will become emperor, so all that's left is time. Belua, the more flawless he appears, the greater the hidden flaw within him. The past of Count Belua and Arnulf I is buried in Marquis Kyrian's study. Your Highness, aren't you curious what kind of secret your rough gem is holding? As for me, I'm so curious I can't bear it anymore. Having thought this, Hermine looked at Kyrian again. This man, once I become the Marchioness, I'll have to kill him. Turning to Lariat, she was currently reaching for a book on a high shelf. Meanwhile, Yellen, standing beside her, said worriedly, "Lady Amelia said she absolutely won't leave without seeing you, young lady. What should we do? You don't want to see her, do you, young lady Lariat?" Unexpectedly, she calmly replied, "Use force to make her leave."
Today is His Highness's coronation. The Grand Duke is imprisoned in the mansion, so why are you the only one appearing? At this, Lariat felt dejected. I don't want her to discover my plan.
I don't want to feel guilty for not being able to protect her. Thinking this, she quickly turned away and instructed Eleni that after taking her back to please tell her to stay put in the mansion, or tell her to abandon the Grand Duke and rely on Belua. Eleni respectfully replied, "Yes, I will do so." After she left, Lariat frowned, thinking, "It's enough for me to just save my Belua. Nothing else matters." A moment later, she arrived at the party. The atmosphere inside was incredibly boisterous, but Lariat chose to stand silently in a corner. She tiredly thought, even if a gemstone were to go missing, no one would know, right? Suddenly, someone called out, "Lady Belua!" Lariat started, wondering, who is that? Memories from her previous life suddenly surfaced. At that time, the woman had said to her with disdain that a dirty bloodline had been mixed into the Belua family. Lariat thought to herself, "Before I died, I met her in prison." So she called out, "Marchioness!" Hearing this, Hermine chuckled softly. "So you don't remember me? I am Countess Hermine." Lariat couldn't help but wonder, Countess Hermine?
She's the closest person to the imperial consort, so why is she here? But isn't she a Marchioness? Did I remember incorrectly? Seeing her remain silent and not respond, Hermine continued to ask, "Why is Lady Belua alone? Shouldn't you be by her highness's side?" Lariat replied, "My father will be here, so I want to meet him." Hearing her say that, Hermine looked surprised. "The Count is coming too?" Lariat thought to herself, if he doesn't attend the coronation, he'll be suspected of treason, which is no different from not recognizing Rupert as emperor. Suddenly, Hermine leaned closer to her and whispered, I have something to tell you. It might make Lady Belua worried. Will you listen?" Hearing Hermine say that, Lariat involuntarily felt tense. "Please tell me." Then she recounted without hesitation. "When I was a young girl, I often followed my father to Belua to play. At that time, the Countess of Belua said she wasn't feeling well, and..." She paused for a moment, then continued. "One day, I wandered into the Countess's quarters. The Countess found me when I was crying and showed me the way. At that time, the Countess clearly didn't look like someone who was pregnant. And not long after that, I heard news that a baby girl had been born in Belua." Hearing this, Lariat frowned and asked, "I'm curious to know why you're saying such things now."
Hermine chuckled. "Don't you want to know the origin of this matter?" Hearing this, she turned her face away, thinking to herself, what does that matter? Belua is my family. Seeing this, she continued, "I heard the full story from Viscount Gwen. Don't misunderstand." Hearing this, Lariat suddenly recalled that the person had also spoken to her with veiled words before. At that time, Rupert had told her that if she returned to the palace, she should investigate the abandoned palace that was once used as the main palace. At this point, Lariat suddenly felt as if a colossal secret had been hidden within the imperial palace. With that thought, she quickly turned and left, ignoring Hermine calling after her, "Ah, Lady Belua!" After she left, the woman let out a sigh. Meanwhile, Lariat hid behind a pillar, secretly glancing up at Rupert. Amidst the murmurs of the nobles, the succession ceremony was underway, but he didn't seem particularly happy. Suddenly, Rupert's gaze shifted towards Lariat. Seeing that, she quickly hid, then cautiously peeked out. She thought to herself, even though she already knew, a child, like one lost in a dead forest, had turned out to be the man who hurt her and her family back then. As she thought this, Lariat's expression darkened, and her heart filled with sorrow as she thought, I completely lack the confidence to meet Rupert right now. Then Lariat quickly left, while Rupert was completely unaware of her presence. Before long, Lariat had run outside. She fell silent, remembering those words upon returning to the palace. Find out about the abandoned palace. Don't you want to know the origin of this matter? Lariat told herself, I don't want to know, so even though I ignored it, now I can no longer pretend not to know. By now, darkness had enveloped the entire space, and she entered the palace alone. Lariat gripped the candle tightly in her hand, then whispered an incantation, and light quickly flared up. Lariat couldn't help but exclaim, so it was alchemy. Then she stepped deeper inside, her heart thinking, it's too dark, it's really scary. Rupert helps me when I was in danger, because I am Rupert's. He made me slowly let down my guard, so I don't know when I started relying on Rupert. But I can't just rely on others' help without knowing anything myself. Just as she thought this, she saw a covered painting, so she reached out and gently pulled back the curtain. When she saw what was inside, Lariat was startled and stumbled back a few steps. She widened her eyes in horror. This is exactly like me. The people inside were Lariat's father and mother. At this thought, she immediately fell, her heart filled with disbelief. It was unbelievable. All the children of Aachen I were dead.
The youngest daughter also fell ill and passed away. Suddenly, the painting fell down. Lariat startled and cried out, "Look!" But thanks to that, she saw the letter hidden behind it. Lariat curiously picked it up to read. Her mother's handwriting. This couldn't be mistaken. The letter read, "To my Cece and her Isabel. Cece, Belua used to be very peaceful, but my husband and I are both worried about you and Roy. The Grand Duke is Roy's younger brother, but he is a dangerous man, so be careful. I kept thinking about you and Isabel, whom I saw in Sao Paulo. I heard you have a fever now. Is Isabel all right? I'm sorry I couldn't be by your side when Isabel was born. Please accept the painting as my apology. Oh, and for Isabel's middle name, would Lariat be all right?
It means to become someone who always shines brightly. Next time you visit Belua, you must bring Isabel with you. I will wait. Sincerely, Amanda, missing my friend in Belua. Lariat stood at the gaze. She recalled past memories and mused. After all,
What is this? Lariat lost her composure. She quickly ran outside. Then Lariat closed the door, making the room quiet. A moment later, the candles in the room went out. Outside the palace, people were bustling on the streets. Lariat tried to make her way through the crowded streets. She hastily asked Roja, "Where is Belua's carriage?" He replied, "The count said there was trouble at the estate, so he has already left." Hearing that, Lariat stood still, pondering for a moment. There was nothing happening in Belua at this time. My father simply didn't want to see me, which is why he returned to Belua, as if avoiding me. Her face turned pale, and her whole body trembled. A thought struck her in her fear. Perhaps I should return to Rupert? Go back and take care of him, as he must be very tired.
as if nothing had ever happened. No, he saw himself leave. I know he is looking for me now. He will wait for me. After a while, Lariat got into the carriage and said to the driver, "Please go to Lorang, the southern border." He asked her back, "The naval village, right? Let's go." She looked towards the sparkling palace and thought, "I want to congratulate him directly." Lariat helplessly bowed her head. Now I don't have enough confidence to meet him. The next morning, at the palace in the coastal area, soldiers opened the room door to welcome Lariat and Luhan. As he walked, he said, "Graduation is next year. It seems the time has been moved up earlier." She calmly replied, "That's right." Then both sat down, and Lariat started the conversation. "There's something you haven't told me, isn't there? Why are you in Lorang? You didn't tell me anything. Does father know?" He awkwardly looked away. "I'm sorry for not saying anything. Father knows." Lariat gently looked at him. "So you've planned something without me. Has something happened to Lorang?" Lariat observed her surroundings and thought to herself, "The main army of the Belua Empire is the land army, so to succeed, Luhan should become a land soldier. However, he has come to a naval village near Belua. Why?" Luhan stammered to her, "Father has an old friend, General Gromov. I came because I heard he needed workers." Lariat frowned in thought upon hearing this. The principal of the Naval Academy and the Lorang border manager? Close to father? She couldn't hold back her curiosity. "How do you two know each other?" Luhan replied in a low voice, "I don't know either." She exclaimed irritably, "Don't lie. Gromov Lorang is a man of Arkan I, isn't he?" Luhan awkwardly avoided looking at his sister's face. "I don't know." Lariat added, "Don't lie to me anymore. I can tell just by looking into your eyes, Luhan." He obeyed and looked into her eyes. At this moment, he remembered his memories of himself, her, and Rupert.
She reflected to herself, "I am loyal to Rupert, who killed everyone from me and my family. Every time I feel tired, I think of my family. But then both father and Luhan deceived me. Who can I trust now?" Lariat's face grew serious as she spoke in a low, firm voice to Luhan. "Don't lie to me. Tell me everything now." Helpless, Luhan told her, "Romoff Loran and father both serve Akan I. To be precise, I am father's direct subordinate." Lariat asked directly, "What do you help father do?" Luhan replied firmly, "I cannot say." At this moment, she exclaimed, "After I die, will my blood flow south or flow to Sempunk?" At this point, Lariat held up a picture. "Luhan, do you remember this picture?" Seeing his expression, she immediately thought, "This reaction is indeed." Then she asked again, "Luhan, what have I been protecting all this time? The most important thing for you and father was never Belua from the start. You know that, don't you?" Luhan couldn't control his emotions and shouted, "I will tell you when things get better." Lariat asked, disappointed, "What? Am I Akan I's daughter, or is Belua truly on the verge of betrayal?" Luhan looked up, full of grievance, and called out, "Lariat!"
Lariat said, crying, "Sister, you already said that. You said that everyone would die if we betrayed." Seeing this, he quickly stood up to comfort her. "I will make a very meticulous plan based on what you said. It will be different from the previous life. The ultimate failure was attributed to Marquis Gorton. In fact, a few years ago, he was still with father." Lariat interrupted before he could finish. "Are you dreaming of treason? Do you know who I am?" Luhan calmly replied, "No," he tried to explain. "Belua will do everything carefully, without being discovered." She interrupted again. "You don't know Rupert. Truly, if we betray, everything will collapse. I am the daughter of Akan I because Rupert does not carry royal blood."
Is everything I know a lie? Luhan approached, gently taking Lariat's shoulders and saying softly, "It's better to do it well. The royal family is in danger now, so you must stay here." Suddenly, she asked, "Since when did you know and plan this?" He honestly replied, "Not long ago, I learned that you are the daughter of Akan I. My promise was to become a sword to protect you, and it has been for a very long time. Rupert is Colonel Barbarossa, the true owner of the last shield. Taming the Knights of Albak and the mercenaries of Gorton, I know you've done very well. Therefore, stay here before your identity is discovered." Lariat tried to wipe away her tears and said, "Perhaps he already knows everything." Luhan immediately reassured her. He might not suspect Belua right now. Lariat silently thought, "Unless it's a threat to the throne, he still values her. I must save myself. He cares about me, but not enough to entrust the throne to me." Then Luhan took Lariat's shoulders again and said, "Our opinions no longer matter." Even though she was crying, Lariat became clear-headed. Luhan was right.
As long as I exist, I will destroy Belua. I don't know the truth that everyone else knows. Why didn't Father tell me? Is it that Father completely disregards my opinions? After finishing her thoughts, she said, the only problem now is not knowing when His Highness will learn of your origins. Luhan immediately suggested, I will make everything happen faster. He frowned slightly and began to explain. The army is divided into two factions. The lieutenants of Akon I are the core of the army. Father can persuade them based on his name and ability.
Lariat listened, then tiredly thought, Omen also had that much, didn't he? Rupert has prepared very meticulously for his throne. Then she despairingly declared, the conversation is over. I know, we will just lose. Luhan still tried to persuade her. The situations are different. How can you ensure the same outcome? Lariat interrupted, saying, it's the same person. Me too, Father too, Rupert too. If it's the same person, how can the results be different? Her face visibly paled. She thought to herself, I don't know the scale of the armed forces Rupert has prepared. Tori isn't the only secret weapon. We can only lose. From now on, what should we do? She hugged Luhan, wondering to herself, that's right. If you live with the same family for 2 lifetimes, you should be happy, shouldn't you? Thinking so, Lariat whispered to Luhan, if you've already prepared, then there's no other way. He immediately said, then you should stay away from Belua. She looked up and said, I have something left at the Imperial Palace, so I'll sneak back there to get it. Rupert still trusts me, so it will be fine. Luhan saw her leaving and quickly asked, what did you leave behind there? Lariat didn't turn her head, merely answering vaguely, a diary recording everything that happened in my previous life. If it's discovered, it would be very dangerous. As she reached the door, Luhan called after her, sister, will you come back? Lariat smiled and replied before the door closed, I have to return to my family. Where else would I go?
I bought an island near Hero, and I want to go on a trip with my family. Luhan replied, I'll go prepare. She, Lariat, coldly said, thank you. Lariat thought to herself, Rupert once displayed Luhan's corpse to insult Belua. Thinking about it now, it feels like I'm warning my own family. I've saved money, and I want to go to the island with my family. It's been a long time since we met. I want to know how they've been living these past days. I'm truly exhausted. I want to let go of everything and smile brightly. The pitch-dark night cast a gloomy atmosphere. The diary, buried underground for a long time, was dug up. Lariat hugged it, thinking, even so, I came from the future to change everything. The Empress and Arnulf are still alive, and I didn't make Tori an Empress, leading her to a tragic end. Suddenly, Tori called out to her from a distance, Lariat, His Majesty has been looking for you everywhere. That diary, you found it, even though Tori had tried to bury it back in its original spot. But I heard Rupert killed Tori. Lariat quickly turned her head. Huh? She continued to approach and asked, is Tori really dead? She asked again in confusion, why are you suddenly saying that? Tori bowed her head and said, if it were His Majesty, he might really kill Tori. Would His Majesty kill someone? Lariat turned pale. His Majesty? You've read it already?
Tori answered frankly, no, because I can't read. Tori didn't read it. Can someone who isn't worried about the girl named Hermine know the secret? Lariat said, I've decided. The secret just needs to disappear. Tori asked in confusion, what do you mean by that? She stroked Tori's head and said, I don't regret knowing Tori. She gritted her teeth and said, Tori regrets it. You will ruin His Majesty. Lariat gently replied, I'm sorry. A letter was thrown down at the base of the tree. Tori covered her face and sobbed. Ah, regret. Tori regrets it. Tori regrets ever knowing you. If I had known I would lose this, I wouldn't have wanted it. Lariat continued walking, thinking to herself, just disappear like this. She asked herself, you picked up items belonging to Aachen and the Empress. Why didn't you hide them to erase the traces? The result is that I am everyone's plaything. It was my mistake to think I could change someone. For Father, do my words truly hold any value? Don't think like that anymore. Father and Luhan, simply put, my relationship with them has become useless. Rupert, I'm sorry. You said you would take responsibility for me until the end, but you couldn't take care of me either. After Lariat lit the fire, the room began to burn. The flames spread wider and wider, engulfing her. Lariat crouched down and mumbled, don't think anymore. Don't regret. In her heart, she thought, although I'm scared, tears are falling. Even if I went back to being 12 and convinced Rupert, the outcome would still be my death. After dozens of reincarnations, we have to kill each other. I realize that this continuous reincarnation has also come to an end.
Lariat whispered, we will never have a happy ending together. Some time passed. Rupert, covered in injuries, crossed his arms and asked worriedly, why hasn't she woken up yet? She's been in a coma for so long. The doctor, hearing this, replied, her lungs were severely affected from being in the fire for so long, but Your Majesty rescued her immediately after the fire, so she will be fine. Your Majesty should go and rest. You haven't eaten enough meals and haven't gotten enough sleep either. Rupert interrupted, I am resting. The doctor, still uneasy, said, but at this, Rupert impatiently ordered, get out. Seeing this, he could only reply, yes, Your Majesty. When only the two of them remained in the room, he quietly climbed onto the bed. As Rupert lay down beside Lariat, he thought to himself, I should be angry with you, but I don't know how to beg for you to wake up. Did you really want to die like that? Count Belua truly was a man without flaws, but Tori had gathered evidence and brought it to me. That's why I knew beforehand. There was no way I wouldn't know. If you supported Belua and betrayed me, I would handle everything and wouldn't harm you, and I had already planned to save your mother and sister. Suddenly, Rupert felt a pang of discomfort. Even so, you still didn't trust me. Belua was very selfish towards you, and you were selfish towards me. It's truly terrible.
After a while, Lariat slowly looked at the scene before her, gradually regaining consciousness and realizing where she was. Lariat suddenly sat up and thought, I can't die such a peaceful death. Just then, a voice rang out. You're awake? Seeing Rupert in front of her, Lariat softly called, Your Highness. He heard her and immediately corrected her. It's Your Majesty now. Lariat immediately understood. Ah, Your Majesty, congratulations on your ascension to the throne. Suddenly, Rupert spoke up and asked, Why is this happening? Why do you want to die like this? Hearing this, she wondered, Didn't you receive the letter? He immediately replied, I read it. After getting the answer, Lariat sadly looked down, avoiding his gaze. I'm the one who should be asking why this is happening. Why did you save me? She gently clenched her hands and thought, He saved me again. Even though he's become emperor, he still didn't hesitate to save me. Rupert said frankly, Because I don't want you to die. Because I want you. If you die, you can't cause trouble. That's why I want you by my side to bother me. All of it. A little while later, she tremblingly spoke. I am a Khan's daughter. Rupert immediately replied. So what does that have to do with your death? Belua has been found guilty of treason. I suppose that's what you're thinking? Hearing this, Lariat looked at him and exclaimed, Even so, I cannot abandon Belua. Rupert then said, I know.
I know, family is very important to you. That goes without saying. Lariat looked at him in silence for a moment. Then she spoke, You should have told me. Upon hearing this, Rupert grabbed her shoulders and yelled, Damn it, what was I supposed to do then? If I told you to abandon Belua, would you have listened to me? Lariat said emotionlessly, You're horrible. You killed my entire beloved family. Rupert couldn't bear to see her like that. He frowned, weakly compromising. I'll hold your hand, and you won't have to do anything. Would that be all right with you? Lariat's hand lifted slightly. She hugged Rupert tightly. Then she said in a reassuring voice, It's not your Majesty's fault. Things were always going to be this way, so don't say that. It's only right that you let me go. Rupert immediately replied, No. Lariat quickly said, My father will not abandon his beliefs. He bluntly replied, I don't care. Lariat continued, I will never abandon Belua. I cannot make you happy as I promised. I cannot be on your Majesty's side. Rupert insisted, I already told you I don't care. Lariat threatened, Don't make me deceive you. Rupert took her hand, pleading, If the only way for you to be by my side is to deceive me, then do it. Hate me. Be weary of me. Hit me. Do whatever you want. Just do as you like.
I won't say anything, even if you take everything and leave nothing behind. Lariat felt incredibly guilty. Your Majesty. Rupert looked at her with pity. If doing so means having you by my side, then I believe everything is worth it. Lariat was secretly afraid. This is too sinful. He'll kill me. She spoke with determination. If I stay by your side, your Majesty's life will not improve. Rupert replied, I don't think so, and neither should you. Lariat's eyes welled up with tears. Please don't pity me, your Majesty. A thought surfaced in Rupert's mind. I want you. It took me a long time, and I denied it a lot, confused, but I have to admit it. I know some people despise me, but I cannot forgive desertion.
I thought that person and I were very similar. You made me understand the agony of being cornered you. What's the difference between my mother and you? Peace of mind and fear, pity and obsession. Did both of you want me to volunteer to do that? I ruined you, but you are truly cunning. I manipulated you in the most cowardly and despicable way. You took my heart. I'm angry because you toyed with my life, but most of all, I'm annoyed that you don't trust me. After a moment of reflection, Rupert spoke sadly. I don't know what you want from me. Lariat immediately avoided his gaze. I don't want anything. Rejected like that, Rupert's tears flowed unconsciously. If you don't want to, it's okay. You must be very tired. That's fine. I'll give you what you want, as long as you stay by my side. Lariat shook her head repeatedly. Life is nothing but lies. I'm sorry. She thought to herself, Today I destroyed someone's life. I ruined Rupert, cruelly avenging everything. Is that what I wanted? Thinking this, tears immediately streamed down her flushed cheeks. Lariat said with remorse, I'm sorry. Rupert couldn't help but raise his hand. Don't apologize to me. Lariat suddenly asked, Do you love me? Rupert wondered in return. What is love? Can you do things I don't know? Lariat let him wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Of course I can. Do you know what it feels like to die? Will you be immortal if you don't know what death is? One of the things one must experience is love. You absolutely must not love me. You cannot love me. You told me to say what I want, didn't you? I won't die, and I won't go to Belua. Instead,
I don't want to see your majesty.
In this lifetime, I don't want to see your majesty again. We are not meant to be. Her words pierced Rupert's heart. He asked, "Why?" She replied, "Your majesty said it was fine, but the guilt still clings to me. I can't live with this guilt forever." He suddenly grabbed her shoulders and said, "It's okay if you don't love me." Lariat still refused. "No, if even this isn't possible, then I have no other choice. If not, I will feel suffocated, and I'm not sure I can go on living. I want to leave." Rupert pleaded, "Don't die. I'm sorry." Lariat stated flatly, "Your majesty, please don't try to hold on to me." Rupert's eyes widened in astonishment. An unpleasant memory from before flashed in his mind. At that time, his mother had resisted fiercely. "Don't hold on to me. Don't try to possess me." Suddenly, Lariat's radiant smile when she said, "Hold on to me," appeared in his head. This made him tremble as he blurted out, "You said to hold on to you." Lariat softly said, "Now, I guess it's not possible anymore."
Eva's voice rang out, full of triumph. "This child will also do as I do, won't they? Whether they were alive or dead to begin with, they won't survive now. They're just a wildflower by the roadside, not even beautiful enough to be called pretty." Rupert froze. He suddenly slumped down. "All right." Then he thought to himself, "If you don't love me, I can't live." Lariat added, "Don't even appear in my dreams." Rupert's heart ached as he thought. Her words, sharp as a knife, pierced deep into my heart. A week later, Lariat finally left her bed. Everything became eerily silent. Stepping out of the room, Lariat thought to herself, "I've been in his room for a whole week, but couldn't meet Rupert."
Seeing no one stopped her, it seemed Rupert had given prior notice. Even though she knew Rupert couldn't stop her, still, she had now packed her bags and was ready to leave, her head still turned towards the castle, full of regret. "I'm sorry, please live well, don't get hurt." Not wanting to hesitate any longer, she turned away, her heart secretly reminding her, "Don't take any more, these aren't feelings I dare to hold on to." Lariat quickly walked away. A chariot seemed to have been waiting for her. As she approached, a gentle voice called out, "Lady Belua." Seeing the noblewoman sitting inside the carriage, Lariat was utterly surprised. "Countess Hermine," she gently offered, "the road at night is very dangerous. May I give you a ride?" Seeing Lariat about to leave, she said, "Although I don't know your destination, the Count must know, right?" Lariat secretly understood that she was threatening to tell her father. What did she ultimately want from her? So she had no choice but to get into her carriage. "How did you know I would leave the palace?" Hermine calmly replied, "Because I didn't know. I've been doing this for several days straight." Lariat's eyes watched her warily. "Let's get to the point." Hermine smiled kindly. "Are you planning to run away?" Lariat stepped into the carriage, deep in thought. Hermine continued, "Since birth I've had little, so I've had to steal from others, especially information. That's how I've amassed a rather large network of information. The treasure that person hid, the princess of Akan, that's you, isn't it? Don't you want everyone to kneel at your feet?" Lariat glared at her. "Are you dreaming a pipe dream?" Seeing her so tense, Hermine spoke. "Is there anything sweeter than power? It seems you still don't know, do you?" Lariat flatly refused. "I don't want that." Hermine continued to entice. "Belua wants it, doesn't he? Isn't the Count a mad dog for power? If your intentions align with Belua's, then there's no reason to run away. The Count wants you to marry Belua's eldest son and seize power." Lariat replied, "How annoying."
Hermine spoke up again, saying, "Your debut wasn't organized by the Count, but by His Majesty, right? A normal noble would sell their daughter for a high price, but he doesn't care." Seeing Lariat didn't respond, she immediately made a guess. "Then it's obvious. The Count intended to make you queen and his son emperor. I will help you become Empress, and of course I can also help you escape." Lariat pondered for a moment. She had spent all her money to buy an island. Although she desperately needed help, her eyes showed extreme determination. Fearing she would refuse again, Hermine quickly took her hand. "I make the promise of a sorceress. If you stay at my villa and wish to leave, just leave. I will not harm you." A natural light emanated, dazzling Lariat. Hermine created a magic circle and said, "My telling you that I am a sorceress is enough to build trust, isn't it?" Lariat was utterly confused. "Why help me?" Hermine replied, "Because seeing you tossed around by fate is truly pitiful." A thought arose in her heart. "Because I'm pitiful."
Time passed, in the town owned by Count Min near Loring. Lariat lay on her bed, thinking dejectedly to herself. "In a place where no one knows me, all alone. Since I made this choice, what is Rupert doing? Is Tori doing well? Don't think about it anymore. Now I am a non-entity. I've protected Belua as I wanted, so that's enough." A few days later, Lariat stood in the middle of the street with a sad face, thinking to herself, "I can't sell the gemstones I brought with me, can I? They are the gemstones Rupert gave me." As soon as he saw her, Luhan called out, "Lariat!" She pretended not to hear, so Luhan called again, "Sister." Lariat immediately panicked. She instantly turned around and said, "Don't come closer." Luhan looked at her puzzled. "Sister!" Lariat screamed, "Don't call out, don't come closer." Seeing her so agitated, Luhan quickly said, "I'll stand still here, can we talk?" Lariat lowered her head. She angrily asked, "Are you following me?" He immediately replied, "No, I came to the trading post."
"It's a relief you're safe. I've heard bits and pieces about what happened at the palace. I know you're angry with me, but—" Lariat suddenly spoke up. "No, I was desperate. Father intended for me to marry you. Do you consider me family? Do you live as my brother?" Luhan replied, "I've never behaved like your brother.
Have I ever acted childishly towards you, even once? Lariat pondered his words. No, never. On the contrary, he always cared for me gently. Luhan said to her seriously, I wanted to protect you. I love and cherish the person who will become my family. Lariat looked at Luhan, full of hesitation. He affirmed, I will absolutely not force you, I swear. This made Lariat ponder for a while, then she softly replied, I understand. Luhan was extremely surprised to see her leave. He hastily followed her. Lariat asked, What did you want to tell me? Luhan calmly replied, Father is preparing a rebellion. Lariat immediately said, You should have told me sooner.
He replied, Because you trust the Emperor too much. Lariat sadly retorted, So what? His Majesty is more trustworthy than you are now. Rupert can't harm me, and neither can Belua now. Do you know why? Because I was determined to die. He's afraid of me dying. He said that when he imagined a world without me, it felt like it was collapsing. On the other hand, what you and Father care about is my bloodline. Seeing her so sad, Luhan immediately comforted her. That's not true. Father and I value you. Lariat spoke up again. Tell Father that I no longer exist, so there will be no rebellion because of me. Rupert is more qualified for the throne than I am. A bitter smile involuntarily formed on her lips, her heart aching silently. He will become an even better emperor than before. Luhan's eyes looked at her affectionately. If that's the case, can you clear up the misunderstanding about me and Belua? Seeing Lariat look displeased, Luhan quickly said, Since you don't want to, I haven't met you today. I promise not to tell anyone. Lariat didn't believe it and said disappointedly, That's betraying Father. You promise too easily, don't you? Luhan quickly turned her around. I've never found it easy. What could be more important than your life? Lariat was stunned by Luhan's face. After a moment, she finally said, All right, well, I'm leaving now. He immediately asked curiously, Where are you going? Lariat quickly gave him an answer. I don't know either, and it's better if you don't know. So Luhan had no choice but to let her leave, his heart filled with remorse. Before blending into the crowd, Lariat spoke up. Deirdre, take care of your health. With that, she walked out and disappeared from his sight. A sense of guilt overwhelmed Luhan's mind. A moment later, Lariat walked back alone, her heart secretly relieved, feeling refreshed. She silently wondered, Rupert, just like today, will I be able to feel relieved when I think of you in the future? After that, Lariat quickly embarked on a new journey in a black carriage. A thought ran through her mind throughout the journey. My life, beginning in Belua and ending in Belua. Looking out the window, she continued to think, Lariat Isabel Belua has ended there.
Whether it was her past as Belua or as royalty, she wasn't Luhan's family, and she couldn't even be Rupert's friend. Thinking of this, fragments of memories seemed to invade her mind, all of them joyful, sad, painful memories, and arguments between him and her, jostling to appear.
Lariat didn't feel panicked either. She just thought, This is the first time I've abandoned someone who was destroyed by my own arrogance. Dusk was falling, and in a certain town, the carriage finally brought Lariat there. Sometime later, on a beautiful morning, a little girl said in an adorable voice, Teacher, please be careful. Lariat gently patted the girl's head and instructed, See you next time. Remember to do your homework. The little girl smiled brightly. Yes. The girl's mother held a white envelope with a look of concern. I heard Sejin plans to hire Riet. Lariat quickly said, Oh, I've already refused, so you don't need to pay extra. My abilities are still too limited to teach many students. Seeing her insist, the woman quickly slipped it into her pocket and said, You refused because you were taking care of my child. Please take this. I'm not giving much. Lariat felt awkward and exclaimed, Oh dear. A thought popped into her head. The gemstones Rupert gave me haven't been sold yet, so I'm quite well off. The woman suddenly looked at her with pity. But Riet, are you a fallen noblewoman who lost her wealth and family? Your father failed in business, and because of debts, had to sell the estate and mansion, leaving no money. In a situation where you had to flee to avoid being sold to an old and wealthy nobleman. Please don't refuse. Lariat could only look at her and give an awkward smile, while thinking to herself, I've already settled in this village.
A lie was fabricated so they would easily accept me, and I was able to work as a tutor smoothly. I am very satisfied with this village. My house is also very good, and my daily life is peaceful and happy. Returning to her room, Lariat was quietly surprised. Is the window open? I distinctly remember closing it when I left. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared behind the fluttering curtain, and a voice called her name, Lariat. Soon, Luhan's face emerged. Seeing him, Lariat was utterly astonished. How did you manage to get all the way here? A thought immediately came to her. Of course, you wouldn't let me leave so easily. You're not a fool, she asked irritably. Why are you here? Luhan quickly answered. I came because I was worried if you were having any difficulties in your life. Lariat said flatly. There's no need. Now that you've checked, you can go back. He persisted. Aren't you going to contact Father? I've clearly explained your intentions, and it seems Father has acknowledged them to some degree. The recruitment of mercenaries has also stopped. Lariat said with a resolute voice. Even so, I don't trust Father. There will be no reunion. Luhan suddenly asked, What about Mother? Not a day goes by that Mother doesn't cry. Mother always told me to tell you the truth. Mother resented Father greatly when she heard your news, so she went back to her maternal home.
Upon learning this, Lariat suddenly bowed her head in fear. There was no one at her maternal grandparents' house now either. Luhan then asked, Can I meet Mother? Lariat shook her head, refusing. She looked seriously into Luhan's eyes.
Even you, I don't want you to come here. Didn't I say I wouldn't meet her again for the rest of my life? Until Rupert's reign is secure? Hearing these words, Luhan didn't hesitate to tell her, then I will volunteer to be His Majesty's night guard. Lariat was utterly surprised. What? Luhan honestly replied, I became a knight and a soldier to protect you. Lariat exclaimed, Luhan? He insisted, if protecting His Majesty means protecting you, then I will do it. Lariat immediately called out loudly, Luhan, I am not a family member who needs your care, nor am I a princess who needs protection. It doesn't matter whether I am the child of Arkan the First or not. Luhan looked at her with determination, saying, because I have lived to protect you my entire life, please don't take away my reason for living. Seeing how stubborn he was, Lariat was extremely distraught. She wondered, why? Why are you doing so much for me? She bluntly pulled away from his affectionate grasp and said, then I will be the only person you need to be careful of. As she said this, she suddenly thought, Rupert, are you still living well? Tori, are you still living happily without me? Rupert, when will I be able to stop missing you?
Time passed. At the royal palace, Luhan, in a neat military uniform, spoke up to make a request. I wish to become your majesty's guard knight. Upon hearing this, Rupert felt annoyed. What foolish words. Do you know why you still have your head? Do you know why I haven't collected evidence of your brilliant father's rebellion plot? Luhan replied without a hint of fear, I do. Rupert then asked, despite that, you still dare to crawl before me? His eyes were filled with weariness. A few memories suddenly flashed in his mind, from when Lariat had said, I've already told you, Your Highness, my family is the most important thing to me. If my family were to be hurt or die, I would be very, very sad. The heartbreak would make it feel as if the world had collapsed. Perhaps because of this, Rupert buried his face in his hands. Luhan continued to make his proposal. Therefore, please allow me to repay my debt by serving your majesty. This enraged Rupert, who looked at him with eyes full of murderous intent. Do you truly wish to die? Luhan calmly explained, I want to become the sword that protects Larry. It's the same now. Rupert warily exclaimed, truly insane. What a magnificent way to protect. Luhan spoke, I admit that I made the wrong choice. These words made Rupert grab his gun and curse. The bastard who didn't understand his sister's heart, thus driving her to suicide.
What? Protect whom? It's because of you people that I lost her. At this moment, a real fire of anger burned within Rupert. He thought to himself, no, if it weren't for you, Lariat would never have come to me in the first place. No, but, Luhan replied firmly, I believe I must protect His Majesty to be able to protect her. Rupert said coldly, that's not just your thought. Have you met Lariat? Luhan answered honestly, yes, I met her recently. She's still alive and well. Rupert cut him off. All right. He looked at the gun in his hand and wondered, when will I stop missing you? Is this a curse too? Did you leave this curse because you hated me so much? You also said not to appear in dreams, but you occasionally appear in mind, so occasionally that it makes me want to sleep forever. Thinking of this, he asked, do you intend to see her again? Luhan quickly replied, if I have the chance, sir, but she doesn't welcome me. Rupert further asked, even so, you could still meet her, couldn't you? The corner of Luhan's mouth involuntarily curved upwards. He thought, is His Majesty jealous now? Suddenly, a voice announced from outside, Your Majesty, it's me. Luhan was stunned when he saw Philip enter. Seeing this old man makes His Majesty very happy, doesn't it? He wondered to himself. Dr. Philip. Ignoring Luhan's presence, he threw a stack of old papers onto the table. Here's what you asked for. These are the belongings of the girl you talk about all day, right? Watching Rupert pick up the old papers and read them, Philip remarked, how interesting. Just like Father Eva always longed for Claude until his death. Hearing this, he looked up and scowled, saying, shut up. Is this all? Philip walked towards the door and added, there's more, but only these are useful. I'm leaving now. Then the door slammed shut. Only Luhan remained in the room with Rupert.
Luhan secretly took a breath before finally mustering the courage to call Rupert. Ahem, Your Highness. Rupert looked up, his eyes already filled with anguish. Rupert turned his face away and ordered, get out. Luhan hesitated. Your Majesty, your complexion. Rupert ordered once more. I told you to get out. Luhan finally gave in, bowing respectfully. Yes. The door slowly closed, leaving only Rupert in the room. He held his head and sighed. Did you mean this when you said not to appear even in dreams? It's not that you don't like me, but that you hate me terribly, which is why you asked to be released. I don't want to die. I will protect my family. I will certainly not die blindly as before. It's terrible. I don't want to beg for my life this way. I have returned from the dead. Just reading the words on that tattered old page caused Rupert extreme pain. A scene of their first encounter flashed through his mind.
Then there was the moment Lariat bowed her head, or when she shyly said aloud, I will give it to you. Indeed, from the very beginning, you were dissatisfied. Even if you acted foolishly in front of me, you couldn't hide the overflowing emotions within you. I knew that, but still kept you bound by my side. Even if you thought of killing me, I still couldn't give you up. Every night suffering from nightmares, trust me, your voice was always by my side. Your hand brushing my hair, I loved it so much it hurt.
Every time I met your gaze, I remembered Lariat's lips. Rupert continued to think. There were times I wanted to devour you with kisses like a beast, for no reason I knew. Lariat reappeared in Rupert's mind, asking a question. I'm just curious, when is your Highness's birthday? My birthday is approaching, Rupert thought, clutching his head in agony. So can I just look at your face for a moment? I won't touch you. Just show me how to live without liking you anymore. This ambition to live intensely is ridiculously killing me. Even so, it's fine if in a previous life I had cruelly killed you. As he was lost in thought, a voice startled him. Your Highness.
Every image and word of Lariat appeared like a mirage. She smiled and asked, how about putting a large sofa in the study? If Tori and I sit there, it'll be cramped, but since His Highness will also be sitting next to us, we need a big sofa. Your Highness, have you read all these books? Please don't decorate with guns anymore. It's truly frightening every time I come in. Lariat smiled brightly at him. Your Highness. Just then, Tori spoke up. That's why I warned her. She hid that diary because she was afraid you'd be sad after reading it. The gentle lady deliberately burned it. Why are you looking for it again? She looked up with lifeless eyes and asked, Are you sad? Rupert turned his head away and said, I don't know. Tori asserted again, Now you know. Rupert gritted his teeth and said, That's why I warned you not to come near. Tori hugged him and said, I understand His Majesty is angry with me, but your loss of Lariat is not my fault. Then Rupert pulled Tori away from him and asked, You know about Lariat, don't you? But the information was classified and conveyed. That's resistance directed at me. How long do you think I'll turn a blind eye? Tori replied, her expression unchanged. You ignored my warnings and held her in your heart, so some level of punishment is necessary. Rupert, have you forgotten Eva's last will? Our mother, because of my dead heart. In the past, Tori wailed desperately. Ah, save me, Lord Eva, the doll for you. A series of mournful cries echoed. Because I liked Lord Eva, I followed. I'm sorry, I won't be like this again, please save me. Since you remade me, my life has depended on you, even if…
I don't want to go anymore, Eva's cold voice rang out. This is Krunaruka Rupert. This is a weapon meant only for you, my gift. She now cupped his face with her small hands. My king's life is fueled by despair. Loneliness is the only light illuminating his path. An unfortunate life will bring him to power, just as his mother wished. Another beautiful day dawned. On the windowsill, a bag of money and a gold coin were already placed. A new dress was already hanging on the door. Inside the gift boxes were brand new shoes and gloves. Lariat angrily clenched her fists. I already told you not to come again. Luhan continued to place the bouquet in front of the house. Just then, Lariat appeared and caught him red-handed. Got you, you rascal.
He suddenly looked up, puzzled. Lariat, how? She grabbed Luhan's arm and scolded. How could you not know? Besides you, who else knows my house? Luhan didn't seem to care much, only muttering, Only you. Yes, only you know my house. Lariat ignored his strange attitude and instead ordered, All right, take all these things back. I already told you I don't need your help. Luhan suddenly touched her cheek and said, It's not help. I just want to give it to Lariat. Lariat frowned, pushed his hand away and asked, That's why I said I don't need it. Why are you giving me gifts? We're no longer family, Luhan. We're no longer in any kind of transactional relationship. Hearing that, Luhan replied a little awkwardly, I know. He lifted her hand and added, That's why I want to start over, very slowly. Lariat grew even angrier. She pulled her hand back and snapped, Go home. He just smiled gently and said, I'll come again. She retorted bluntly, Don't come. But Luhan handed her a bouquet and said, Have a good day. Before she could say anything, Luhan was gone. You… Looking at the bouquet in her hand, Lariat felt sad. She sighed, leaning against the door. That's why I said it wouldn't work.
Inside the Imperial Palace, a cold voice echoed in a blood-soaked room. Deal with it. Rupert was fighting a silent war. The Grand Duke and the Imperial Consort were busy clashing with each other, all the while continuously sending assassins after Rupert. Rupert had understood Lariat's words when she told him not to dream of Belua's rebellion. Rupert was extremely sensitive, training his body to the point where he didn't need night escorts. Luhan stood at the door, warning Rupert, Your Highness, please be careful. There have been strange rumors that you've gone mad with blood. He then let out a heavy sigh. He continued to remind him, And about finding servants, several people have already quit this month. Rupert, hearing this, clutched his forehead in a headache and said, Guards don't need mouths. You talk too much. Luhan, with a cold expression, continued to remind him, I hope your Highness does not forget the virtues of an emperor. Hearing this, Rupert turned his back and said, You sound just like your sister. Suddenly, Rupert turned back and asked, Are you leaving today too? It seems there's still time. Luhan replied, If you're jealous, just say you're jealous. Rupert also said coldly, Oh, if you want to die, just say you want to die. Replied to in such a way, Luhan thought in confusion, That way of speaking doesn't suit an emperor, does it? At the same time, Rupert asked again, Doesn't she hate it when you go there? Hearing this, Luhan countered, "Does your highness want to meet her that much?" Rupert feigned ignorance. "Meet whom?" Seeing his attitude, Luhan turned and said, "Then I'll be going." His footsteps gradually faded away from Rupert's room. The sky today was incredibly clear, and so it was in the city where Lariat lived. A book lay open on the ground, with a few ribbons beside it. Luhan was having his hair tied by a little girl, which made Lariat burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha," she said shyly, raising her voice. "That's why I said I'm living very well, so don't come here." Luhan stood up and explained, "I just came to see you, because even if I sent letters, you don't reply." Lariat looked up and retorted, "Why should I reply?" He smiled as he untied the ribbons from his head and said, "Yes, please don't continue like this, so I'll have an excuse to come see you whenever I want." After removing all the ribbons from his head, he handed them back to the little girl and said, "I'm leaving now. I'll be back. Next time I'll come when you're not teaching." Lariat angrily yelled, "Don't come again!" Even after leaving the house, Luhan could still hear his sister's voice. "Hey!"
He stepped outside the house when Luhan suddenly froze. A dark shadow descended beside him. The shadow quickly dodged away from Luhan, but he had already noticed and asked, "Why are you here, Your Majesty?" Rupert slowly raised his head. Luhan stepped forward and questioned, "Why are you following me? What if you're discovered?" He discontentedly pushed Luhan's hand away and said, "Your sister only said not to let her see me, not that I shouldn't look at her." Luhan insisted, "I'm asking you for a reason." Rupert bit his lip, clearly showing his displeasure. He turned his face away hesitantly and said, "Because I miss her. Because if I don't see her, I feel like I'm dying. Your sister is living well, but I'm suffocating to death because of her." Rupert looked at Lariat, who was smiling brightly inside the house. Then he gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Because of her, even if I were to die, it probably wouldn't matter." Lariat, meanwhile, remained oblivious, enjoying herself inside the house. Inside the classroom, children's voices rang out. "Teacher Lariat!" Lariat picked up the little girl and praised her. "You're so cute today, too." The little girl also smiled brightly and complimented back. Teacher is beautiful, too."
The bakery owner, seeing this, suddenly blushed. Lariat noticed it. "Ah." She put the little girl down and asked, "Is Aunt Isareth okay, Fernand?" Seeing this, the little girl answered for him. "Auntie is still sick, so Uncle hasn't come to the bakery for 2 days." Lariat replied with concern, "Is that so?" Then Lariat turned to Fernand and asked, "Is there anything I can do to help? I can look after the shop, too." He immediately stood up. "Really?" Lariat smiled brightly and replied, "Anyway, besides tutoring, I don't do anything else in this village, so when can I start?" Fernand, trembling with shyness, stammered, Tomorrow morning would be fine." Lariat took the shop keys and replied, "Yes." She then wondered to herself, "Is it because I'm a noble that they find me unapproachable? Well, once we get to know each other, it'll be more comfortable." The next morning, Lariat sat watching the bakery, thinking, "There's not much to do, it's really leisurely." She gazed thoughtfully outside. Looking at the fresh scenery outside, Lariat quietly remarked, "It's already summer, and it's Rupert's actual birthday today. I really want to wish him a happy birthday." The bakery door was suddenly pushed open. Luhan entered, leading Rupert, who was completely covered by a hood. "Lariat."
She stood up, dissatisfied, and asked, "Why? Why are you here again?" Suddenly, Lariat realized something new. Rupert's face under the hood looked up again. He, in his disguise, looked straight at her with sadness. Lariat asked curiously, "Who is this?" Luhan extended his hand and introduced him to her. "He's a junior officer I happened to meet earlier." She stepped closer and said cheerfully, "Nice to meet you. My name is Lariat." Rupert remained silent, not responding. Suddenly, he reached out and took her hand, then abruptly kissed the back of her hand. This made Lariat's face flush crimson. He immediately said, "Ah, I didn't mean to startle you. You must really like bread, don't you?" Hearing this, Lariat thought to herself, "From the way he speaks, he seems to be a noble."
She looked up, smiling brightly. "Did you buy bread?" A nostalgic look appeared in Rupert's eyes, and he lowered his head. She immediately blushed and exclaimed, What is it?" But Rupert only placed a hand on her head and ruffled her hair, leaning close to her with a gentle smile. Rupert took out a piece of paper and asked, "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so scared." Lariat's face flushed with embarrassment, while Rupert noticed the paper flower she had folded on the table. He approached and asked, "Who are you planning to give this to?" Lariat denied, "No one." Rupert then asked, "Then could you give me one?" She gently agreed, "All right." Lariat gathered all the flowers into a vase. She handed them to him and said, "They don't have an owner, so you can take them all." Rupert gave a wry smile as he accepted them. "Thank you." Suddenly, a tray of pastries was pushed between the two of them. Luhan very naturally asked, "Aren't you going to pay?" Seeing Luhan casually interrupt, Rupert was furious but couldn't say anything. Watching the two argue with their eyes, Lariat thought, so Luhan likes to tease his juniors. From that day on, although it was said to be only 2 days, because Fernand had a reason, I continued to look after the store, and the man I thought wouldn't return became a regular customer of the store. Rupert asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Lariat, who was about to pour tea, immediately replied, "Well, your hair color is really beautiful. You come here often. What's your name?" Rupert looked at the teacup and gave a wry smile. "I won't tell you." Seeing this, Lariat put her hands on her hips in annoyance. "Hey!" Suddenly, she saw a glimpse of Rupert in this person. "Oh!" Lariat placed her hand on the table and immediately asked, "Have we met somewhere before?" Because she was so engrossed and observing, the distance between them was now extremely close. Rupert reached out, wanting to grab her waist, and said, "If you keep getting this close, it's dangerous." Lariat blushed with embarrassment and exclaimed, "What's wrong with you? Let me go." He held her tightly and said in an imploring voice, "Just for a moment, just for a little while." Rupert's hand holding her waist trembled.
Lariat's whole body stiffened. She finally embraced him. Rupert closed his eyes, deeply saddened. He slowly released her, then suddenly pulled Lariat away and ran off, leaving her bewildered, wondering what just happened. Rupert ran outside, gasping for breath. His hair returned to its original golden color. He wondered, "Why are you like this? Why are you close to someone who isn't me? Is it because I killed you? Is it because I still hold the throne despite not having Belua blood and have hurt you and your family? I would be like that if I didn't have you by my side." The Empress, Arnap, and the Crown Prince were torn to death to punish Belua, who had hidden Akin's daughter. They must have eradicated any trace of the family, even those with the slightest connection to Belua's bloodline. Because I am myself, I understand myself very well. I am exactly that kind of person, because without you, I am just such a despicable person. If I don't have you, I wouldn't even be able to exist. How agonizing it is to be unable to live without you. Winter arrived, and Fernand was still busy caring for Israel's illness. That's why I was still working at the bakery. Due to being too busy, I requested to reduce my tutoring hours at home. Luhan became the commander of the Royal Knights. I started writing letters to my mother. Luhan said that Arnap was disabled, and the Crown Prince had contracted an incurable illness.
It seems they are secretly vying for the throne. What will happen if the Empress cannot leverage Arnulf? Passing by a shop, Lariat noticed a piece of jewelry that caught her eye. It was so beautiful. The shopkeeper gave a forced smile. "You just need to give me 3 silver coins." Lariat clasped her hands together and pleaded, "That's too expensive. Please lower the price a bit for me." But someone else had already paid for it and bought it. The shop owner took the money and said, "Thank you." Lariat looked at the jewelry with regret. "I was still planning to buy it." Then she recognized the buyer as an acquaintance and exclaimed, "Ah, it's Luhan's Jr." But he suddenly ran off, startling Lariat. "Ah, where are you going?" She frantically chased after him. When Rupert turned his head, he asked in confusion, "Why are you following me?"
Lariat, with her hands on her hips, casually said, "It's good to see you. I haven't seen you around lately. I thought you might come, so I saved some good tea leaves." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Lariat!" Lariat looked at Fernand in confusion, wondering, "Fernand?" He panted and asked, "Do you know this man?" Lariat smiled brightly and replied, "He's a guest of mine. It's been a long time since I last saw him." Fernand grabbed her hand and said, "If you're done greeting him, come with me." She asked in confusion, "What?" And just like that, he pulled her away. Lariat wondered to herself, what a shame, meeting after so long only for this. Rupert only then realized. He stepped forward, grabbed Fernand's hand, and broke it. His screams echoed, "Ah, ah, ah." After he was done, Rupert turned to her and asked, "Shall I kill him?" Fernand groaned in pain. "My hand! Ah!" Lariat said with a cold expression, "No." Rupert understood immediately and nodded. Then he left. She quickly called out, "Wait!" Seeing her run after him, Fernand cried out in pain, "Lariat! Lariat! Help me!" Lariat ignored him and continued to chase after Rupert. She kept calling out, "Wait! Hey, you!" When she had grabbed his cloak, she asked, "Who are you?" Rupert stood still for a long time, and then Lariat realized, "Your Majesty." Rupert no longer maintained that form. He honestly said, "I'm sorry." Lariat thought distractedly, this is getting more and more suspicious. Why am I not angry at all? Rupert deceived me, changed his face, yet still came to find me countless times. Why can't I hate your Majesty? Then she asked with loving eyes, "Why did your Majesty seek me out?" She said to herself, "Why am I so flustered?" Rupert replied, "Because I missed you. I didn't come to find you myself because I was worried about whether you were okay." Lariat exclaimed in surprise, "Your Majesty?" Rupert continued, wondering if he could still appear before her, even in a different form. Lariat looked at him gently, "But thankfully it seems your Majesty isn't injured anywhere." Rupert frowned and said, "I'm very injured. Why wouldn't I be? Don't pretend to be worried about me." Lariat felt a great deal of sympathy for him. She walked closer to him and exclaimed, "Your Majesty, please be careful with Tori." Rupert looked at her with regret. "That's right. I should have listened to Tori when he told me to be careful with you. If I had, I wouldn't have known such a terrible feeling. But I was like a fool who couldn't stay away from you. I'm furious."
Lariat could only silently look at him. Then she turned her face away. Rupert looked at her sadly, as if he had understood her meaning. After that, he immediately turned and walked away, leaving her standing alone, watching his retreating back. Fernand was in pain because Rupert had his arm broken, so he asked me to work at the bakery for a while longer. And was Rupert's action a trigger for something? Fernand also started acting very strangely. Suddenly, he ran towards her and shouted, "Lariat!" Lariat was annoyed by his words. She wasn't married yet, so it wouldn't look good if she was seen with many men. "This is my gift. Your hands are truly beautiful. Isabel isn't feeling better yet, so the bakery is relying entirely on you." She thought irritably, "You created this mess. What am I supposed to do?" Fernand grabbed her arm. "Lariat, talk to me for a bit." Lariat turned, showing her reluctance. "No way." Fernand still pleaded with her. "I apologize if my words bothered you, although I don't know what bothered you when I said you would raise my child well. Lariat, you know I like you as a woman, don't you? Now quit your job there and marry me." Lariat immediately protested vehemently. "I don't want to," he delusionally exclaimed. "Acting like this doesn't make you charming at all." She irritably gritted her teeth and pushed Fernand's hand away.
You're really annoying me. I won't come to the bakery anymore after this. He still tried to follow her. Don't you like me? She coldly replied, not at all.
Vernon stubbornly called out to her, let's talk properly for a bit, wait for me. Suddenly the ground rose up and Vernon immediately tripped over it, falling onto the road with a cry of, ah! He trembled as he thought, why would she leave me alone like this? Not long after, Lariat approached the wall. She raised her hand to the middle of the wall and exclaimed, Rebe! At this, the wall gradually disappeared. Suddenly, Rupert appeared before her. What is it? How did you know? Lariat blushed and said, because this wall just looked a bit strange, and lately I've also been practicing alchemy. He frowned and asked her, what was that scoundrel doing following you again? Lariat then explained to Rupert. He followed me and said he liked me and wanted to marry me. Rupert furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, then decided, let me kill him. Hearing this, Lariat immediately stopped Rupert. No, Your Majesty, you don't need to do that. If you keep acting like this, I'll move away. Rupert looked at her and suggested, if it's all right, why don't you move to Pano Estate? It's quite far from here. She angrily shouted, that's the capital. He walked over, embraced her, and said, that's my limit. You know I don't like it when you treat me coldly. You don't have to see me, but I'll be living a life worse than death. Just let me see you occasionally, okay? Lariat couldn't help but be moved by his words. After a moment of stunned silence, she asked him, you still like me that much? Rupert nonchalantly asked back, I like you? What is like? Lariat stammered shyly. I don't know. Rupert uttered in a deep voice. Is it when I close my eyes and your face still appears in my mind? Is it when time passes and I still only think of you? Is it when I worry about how you are today, what your mood is like, and when I always want to see you immediately?
Many times I tried to endure. No, it must have been dozens of times a day. At some point, even though I wanted to endure, I missed you so much that I couldn't bear it anymore, and I felt that if I didn't see you, I would die, and I want to live. While Lariat's eyes welled up with tears, Rupert continued, I don't know why I'm like this anymore. Could it be because I like you? Lariat turned her face away in embarrassment. That's how it is. Please, be careful, sir. After saying that, Lariat quickly left. Rupert watched her retreating back, lost in thought. My happiness? I never sought it, but I want to have it because of you. Even if I had to do anything, I never expected you to leave me so easily.
I have suffered greatly as if beaten every day because I don't have you by my side. You captivated me with your gentleness. I tried to give you up, you who took everything from me, but I was too arrogant. I will not force you like an emperor. If you cannot come to me, then I will return to you. If you cannot forget me, then please don't. I was determined to do it easily, but a year has passed. At this moment, Lariat was sitting and reading the contents of a letter. I've been too busy lately, so I couldn't come to see you. I hope this gift will make you more comfortable. Reaching this point, she frowned and thought, a love letter, what is this? After that, Lariat, completely unconcerned, stood up and prepared to leave the house. I have to go to school. As soon as she opened the door, Fernand immediately rushed forward. Lariat, I was rude to you. Please accept my apology. Seeing him suddenly kneel before her, Lariat was bewildered. What is this? Fernand, trembling, confessed. I'm sorry, I didn't respect Lariat. Hearing this, she immediately felt annoyed, and, unable to bear it any longer, urged, get up. Seeing this, Fernand then lifted his face with a terrifying expression and looked at her. So, you forgive me, right? At the same time, he took out a handkerchief, and Lariat exclaimed in surprise, what? But before she could do anything, Fernand pressed the handkerchief filled with anesthetic to her face. He looked at her with infatuation and said, I promise to protect Lariat, so that you cannot associate with other men. I will definitely watch over you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lariat stopped struggling and collapsed in Fernand's arms. At the royal palace, an announcement rang out, Your Majesty, Alba has arrived. Following that, Alba immediately entered to present himself. After entering, he immediately kneeled down and reported, this humble servant had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai.
Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. I, your humble servant, swear that Alba will obey Your Majesty with all his heart and soul. From his elevated position, Rupert lightly tapped his fingertips on the armrest of his chair. A moment later, he leaned on the chair and stood up. Is that so? Rupert mused inwardly. Alba could become a useful pawn. Despite constantly eyeing the throne, would this person truly stand by my side? This person is more submissive than I thought. After hearing his words, Alba immediately spoke. All of Alba's military and financial resources, including its talents and wealth, I beg Your Majesty to use them as you see fit. At the same time, he thought, my daughter and Empress, along with all those in this imperial palace, were indeed cruel to the abandoned Princess Rupert, yet he still does not seek revenge by abusing his power. If we want to overthrow that benevolent emperor, we must, on the contrary, distance ourselves. First, we must protect our family. Suddenly, Rupert walked past him, causing Alba to ask in confusion, Your Majesty, where are you going? Rupert did not turn his head. He replied, I've said all I needed to say, so I'm leaving. The company of knights I brought will receive you.
As soon as he finished speaking, Rupert's figure completely disappeared, leaving Alba still kneeling there with a bewildered expression. Time passed and night gradually fell. Rupert went to the small house where Lariat lived and found the door wide open. He thought to himself, she's not here either. He searched for her everywhere but was disappointed to realize she wasn't here either. A few minutes later, as Rupert stepped out of an alley, he suddenly had a premonition.
At this moment, Fernand's voice echoed from an old warehouse. I even worked as a slave trader to make money. I've done many professions. Due to the decline of the aristocracy, the men who used to come to me have now disappeared. Who will come to help me now? Lariat slowly regained consciousness, thinking to herself, that's right, that's his voice. Now there's no one beside me. Meanwhile, Fernand continued to ramble. So my becoming your husband is only a matter of time. After saying that, he reached his hand towards her lips. At the same time, Lariat suddenly remembered someone. How could I even dare to think of Rupert? Do I still have the right to seek him out? I know what he thinks of me, and I understand how much Rupert's love for me means, but something has completely changed and ruined this life. There's nothing left to be ashamed of. If I could see him again, I would want to apologize to him once. For my selfishness that caused him suffering, I am truly sorry. After Fernand slapped her face before he could do anything further, Rupert appeared. I thought I was coming to pick you up. Fernand saw him and immediately cried out in panic. Who are you? How did you get in here? To his furious attitude, Rupert indifferently replied, although this has happened many times, I have never been this angry.
Even after slamming Fernand's head against the wall, knocking him unconscious instantly, Rupert still wasn't appeased. He tossed Fernand's body aside, then approached Lariat and said, since I've conceded so much to you already, you must give up one of the two. Upon hearing this, Lariat could no longer hold on and collapsed. Rupert quickly embraced her, gently stroked her head and said, you can blame me or hate me to your bones, for I will always be by your side. Chapter 121. Rupert embraced Lariat tightly. In her unconscious state, she called his name, Rupert. He listened silently, wondering what she wanted to say, but then realized she had fainted. A moment later, Rupert tightened his embrace, holding her close, and softly replied, A perilous night passed, and a new day dawned. Sparkling sunlight streamed through the window frame. Suddenly, Lariat sat up in a fright. Why am I in the Imperial Palace? Rupert reached out a hand and gently pushed her back onto the bed. You should rest more. Lariat was confused. What's wrong? Is this a dream? Rupert crossed his arms, looked at her and said, You answer me first. Why did you call my name? She asked back, bewildered. When did I call you? Rupert calmly walked towards the sofa. After he sat down, Lariat spoke up. It might sound a bit shameless, but at that moment I was thinking of your majesty. Where is Fernand? Upon hearing this, he casually replied, I've hung him in the public square.
There was something I overlooked when I let you leave. I didn't do all this just for it to end this way. I will create a city that is absolutely safe for women living alone. You can leave when it's finished. Until then, I won't let you go anywhere. Lariat sat up, confused. What? Rupert looked at her intently and announced, I will confine you to the Imperial Palace. Seeing his disheveled clothes, she exclaimed in alarm, First, please put your clothes on. But Rupert didn't listen to her. Instead, he completely removed his cloak, revealing his muscular overbody, his eyes seemingly captivating her. Do you know that hundreds of love letters have been sent to me? Since I'm this handsome, you should admire me a bit. Faced with this situation, Lariat couldn't maintain her composure. She felt hot all over and stammered, Sir, what on earth are you doing? Honestly. Rupert moved closer to her and replied indifferently, I'm charming you. I like you, but you don't, and that truly breaks my heart, which is why I said you couldn't be by my side, so I just need to make you like me. Lariat was completely bewildered, thinking, what on earth is he talking about? Nevertheless, she was still drawn to his beauty, her gaze falling upon his body, but in an instant she shyly turned her face away. I cannot stay in the Imperial Palace if my father finds out.
She thought to herself, perhaps father would gather his forces and attack here. At the same time, Rupert leaned close to her ear and asked softly, Do you still cherish Benloa that much? Even after all that has happened, you still don't want to be with me? If I let you face such a dangerous situation again, I will wipe Benloa off the map of the Balnerni Empire.
Just as you are threatening my life, I will do the same. Do you understand? Lariat stared at him intently, then fell into thought. Was he angry? Was he only enduring this because I just woke up? Seeing her not respond, he stood up and left. But before he could leave the door, Rupert threatened, If you die, Belua will also be destroyed. After he left, she softly called out, Your Majesty. Lariat thought to herself, I haven't been able to leave His Majesty's bedroom. I haven't even seen Rupert for days. All I've received is a threatening letter telling me not to escape. One day, Louis, with dark circles under his eyes, was still very cheerful when he saw Lariat. I thought you would run away. Luckily you didn't. Lariat changed the subject and said, Please tell me about the work situation recently, as I've been away for quite a while. It's hard for me to understand the atmosphere in the palace. Louis was surprised after hearing this. Huh? I thought you weren't leaving? It's a good thing. If you plan to escape, please go somewhere near the Chancery. Otherwise, Belua will be destroyed. Hearing this, she immediately became curious. Why? Louis immediately replied, His Majesty doesn't care much about politics and only chases after Miss Lariat. Now there are so many documents to process that I can't even leave my office.
Anyway, lately his subsequent words didn't register with her. At this moment, Lariat was lost in thought. The Arba situation had been relatively resolved, so only her father and the Crown Prince remained as thorns in her side.
After a moment of contemplation, she heard Louis's voice ring out. I haven't seen Tori lately. Lord Dietrich has also been dispatched far away by His Majesty's command. Given this situation, Lariat didn't know how to respond. She hesitated and spoke. I don't even know if I made the right choice anymore. Upon hearing this, Louis said, For you, Lariat, that is the correct answer. It doesn't matter to anyone else anymore. I have to go now. Seeing him stand up, she replied, Oh, all right. With that, he left. Now alone in the room, she decided to stand up. Suddenly, a maid appeared behind her and offered, I will help you. Lariat looked at her, thinking to herself, They say that when Rupert became emperor, he replaced all the servants, so she probably doesn't know who I am either. Although I've been mistaken for the emperor's woman, I haven't been hiding to this extent, and besides, Rupert is still single. Meanwhile, after careful consideration, the maid asked, I don't know if His Majesty will come today, but I'll prepare anyway. Hearing this, Lariat blushed and refused. No, there's no need. On the other hand, the maid, upon hearing this, advised, There isn't much time left until His Majesty's wedding ceremony, so I believe the young lady should hurry. Because His Majesty recently became engaged to the young lady of the Fassbender house. Lariat, hearing this, was stunned and exclaimed, Tori Fassbender? At the same time, she thought, is that future just repeating itself? Lariat was utterly astonished. Engaged? Meanwhile, the maid, while choosing clothes, reported, No one in the imperial family knows about this, so there are only rumors about who the young lady of the Fassbender house is. Lariat saw her pick up a red dress and cried out in alarm, I don't need that. The maid calmly interjected, I don't believe His Majesty will merely sleep.
Lariat hurriedly hid the dress under her pillow and said, I told you I really didn't need it. She lay down on the bed, worrying, But will that future repeat itself? So according to that future, Tori, I don't know. Even if I do anything more, what's the point? After a moment of silence, Lariat spoke up annoyed. What am I even doing? Time passed like that, and the sky gradually turned to dusk. Then it was completely dark. At this point, Lariat inevitably opened the balcony door and thought, I can't sleep at all. That's Rupert's office. Is he still working? Is he deliberately avoiding me? Will Rupert really marry Tori? I truly wish they wouldn't get married. Suddenly, Tori spoke. Long time no see, huh? Lariat, startled, fell to the ground, crying out, Hey! After turning to look, she dazedly called out, Tori. Tori indifferently said, We've become strangers after such a long separation, haven't we? As soon as she heard this, Lariat replied, It has been a long time, hasn't it? Tori reached out and pulled her up, then asked, Why are you at the Imperial Palace? Lariat honestly replied, I have some business. I'll be leaving soon. Upon hearing this, Tori sneered, Don't be ridiculous. I know exactly what you're like, pretending to be innocent, pretending to be pitiful. Only a year has passed, and you're already scheming to return to His Majesty's side? Hearing this, Lariat was bewildered. What? That's not what I meant.
Tori angrily questioned, So why are you back now? Why? To die? You said you would die. You also said you wouldn't come back. Seeing Tori's attitude, Lariat wondered, Are you upset because I'm still alive? I don't mean you any harm, and even if I die, I still have no aspirations for the throne. Tori suddenly cut her off. I will marry His Majesty. Lariat replied, I've heard. At the same time, she thought, before I returned, Rupert's tyrannical politics had been set in motion with Tori's death.
I also know nothing about why Tori died, or whether the one who killed Tori was truly Rupert. Suddenly, Tori announced, I will become Tori Fassbender Valerium. Lariat anxiously asked, Do you truly want that? Do you truly want to become Empress? Tori immediately replied, I do. If the one who becomes Empress isn't me, then it's unacceptable. It was then that Lariat spoke. I don't know if marriage is the best choice for the two of you. She wondered, if Tori didn't have this status, would she still want to become Empress? Tori grabbed her hair tie, pulled it off, and then spoke. What Miss Lariat thinks no longer matters. You have already lost Rupert. You trampled on and shattered the heart he gave you, but you just couldn't overcome a petty sense of guilt. How cowardly. You denied a crime Rupert didn't commit, which is why you harbor such hatred, isn't it? Lariat was completely frozen by Tori's act of tearing apart her hair tie. Meanwhile, Tori continued to angrily berate her. You're just a useless, low-class person. Are you perhaps worried that I will harm His Majesty? I love His Majesty. I love him like my own life, because Rupert is mine. That child is my destiny, and the one who obstructing that destiny is Lariat. Tori exclaimed, I must be by his side until I die. For my heart to survive, please don't hinder us anymore. You should leave once and for all. Please, I beg you, I'm counting on you. Seeing Lariat embrace her, Tori immediately sobbed, Please don't steal my His Majesty. And then the two embraced without a word. Only Tori's muffled sobs could be heard. The next morning at the Imperial Palace, in Rupert's study.
Lariat opened the door and walked in confidently. Are you here, Your Majesty? Rupert, who was approving ledgers, looked up in surprise when he saw her. Then he turned to the side and called out, Get out! Louis, upon hearing this, immediately misunderstood. He sighed and began to explain. His Majesty is busy right now, so let's do it another time. Before he could finish his sentence, Rupert immediately corrected him. I told you to get out, understand? Hearing this, Louis immediately pouted. Oh, you're really too much, truly. After he left, only the two of them remained in the room. Lariat, agitated, spoke up. Your Majesty, thank you for saving me, and I also have many things I wanted to tell you when you weren't here. Rupert impatiently cut her off. Get to the point. Seeing this, she boldly asked, Your Majesty, are you going to get married? He looked at her blankly. Huh? Lariat pouted and said, It seems you're going around proposing to everyone. Rupert looked at her with a puzzled expression. Me? She clasped her hands behind her back and said, You also proposed to me to marry you. He looked up and gently told her, The only person I propose to is you. The Council of Elders is just making a fuss to spread baseless rumors.
Lariat asked him curiously, So you're not marrying Tori? Rupert answered decisively, No. She then asked, So Tori was lying? He awkwardly turned his face away. Lariat looked at him and thought to herself, So he was lying. Tori wants me to stay away from Rupert so much that she would even lie to me? A moment later, Lariat spoke up. Don't confirm whether Tori betrayed you or not. Rupert grumbled. I've already experienced the 4 months of the future that you went through, and people even said I killed you. Lariat paused for a moment, asking herself, How does he know? The diary was burned to ashes. Immediately after, Rupert added, You didn't want to die, which is why you came to me. You were the one who begged me not to kill you and your family, weren't you? She said nothing, only remaining silent. Then Rupert continued, I know you despise me. At this, Lariat stammered in denial. I don't despise you at all. It's more like I'm afraid of you. In her heart, a thought echoed, I'm afraid you'll become the tyrant I once knew. Rupert looked up at her. Whatever you've been through, I won't repeat it. I will change. Lariat asked him, So you mean you won't marry Tori? He affirmed, That's right. To me, that marriage means nothing. The person worthy of the Empress's position, whom the nobility nominates, is merely someone they try to mold to resemble the Empress Dowager. For someone born into a family not trusted enough to share power, Tori is a suitable person, because Tori cannot betray me. But you ask why I'm not marrying? It's because of you, because I'm waiting for you, who always despises me, because there's nothing else I can do. But I can't give you up. I will wait until you accept me. After hearing him speak, Lariat remained silent, offering no reply.
She pondered silently. Contrary to what Rupert said, Tori was quite famous within the imperial family as the Emperor's fiancée. Tori was in the Empress's palace. Wasn't that enough? I wanted to run away, but if I did that again, I had a premonition that I wouldn't be able to return. And I also understood that it was truly difficult for a woman to live alone. Suddenly, Lariat walked towards the window and spoke up. Your Majesty, how long do you intend to keep me? Rupert immediately replied without hesitation. When you are better and everything is ready for you to live alone. She exclaimed in a low voice. Is that even possible? He gently asked. Then when will you come to like me? She was flustered when he took her hand. How would I know? Rupert kindly asked her. Haven't you come to hate me less now? Lariat resolutely pulled her hand away from him. I don't know. He looked at her sadly. You won't even look at my face? I want to admit that I can't give you up to the point where I can't sleep. I've never killed you, so why do you hate me so much? Even though I understand you, there are times when I'm so angry I can't sleep. Lariat turned to face him. I don't hate your Majesty. I'm not afraid of you anymore, nor do I think you would harm me. I don't know either. Just looking at you makes my heart ache. After she pulled away from him, Rupert still wanted to say a few more things to her. Spring will come soon, and the wildflowers will bloom.
She softly replied, That's right. Rupert looked at her and asked, I still don't understand why you like wildflowers so much. He turned to face her. Rupert offered, I'll take you there, since you're not fully recovered yet. Lariat tried to avoid his gaze. I'm fine, I'm already well. He yelled, Liar! Then Rupert walked closer to her, and without a word, picked her up. Lariat, blushing, cried out, I said no, put me down, put me down. Seeing this, Rupert smiled brightly and happily. Then he slowly carried her out. A few days later, Lariat stood behind the door, thinking to herself, Now I have to say it, that I want to change bedrooms. I can't sleep in Rupert's bed anymore. She looked into Rupert's room and exclaimed, Oh, there's no one here. I'll come back later then. Just then, she suddenly saw a figure peeking from outside the door. Huh, Tori. Tori must be very upset. Suddenly, Rupert entered the room. Tori immediately struck up a conversation with him. Your Majesty, have you ever seen this painting? He calmly replied, No. She excitedly told him, It's the first time I've seen an old picture of Mother. This painting was almost stolen. Eva burned everything. That girl's name is Victoria Erdinger. She was an errand runner.
10 years have passed, and I've still been asking for your name and searching. So, does the painting look good? Tori asked Rupert in a low voice. Well, do I look all right in the painting? He awkwardly said. I don't know. She smiled and sighed. It seems I was once very happy, though now I don't remember anything anymore. He paused for a moment, then asked her, Are you not happy now? I hope he will be happy. Rupert felt a secret pang of guilt. She must have placed a great deal of hope in him.
With such high self-esteem, she must both love and hate him. He gathered his courage and spoke his mind. You are my right hand. You always do whatever I wish. Tori exclaimed helplessly. You have made it so I cannot cry, nor can I laugh, and now you wish for me to be happy? You are the one who stole my emotions. Your Majesty, don't we live to feel our own emotions? As she spoke, she thought to herself, you have made me live in hell, and yet you say you want me to be happy? That's right. You are the one who turned me into a monster.
After she had walked a few steps, Rupert spoke up. I will not stop you from doing anything anymore. Tori, understanding, exclaimed, You don't need to do that. You should send Lariat away. Lariat has already abandoned you, and she even took advantage of you. Oh, poor Rupert. You cherished her so much that your heart was shattered. It's best if you forget her. He turned to face her and replied, If I could, I would have forgotten her long ago. Tori smiled brightly and said to him, If you can't forget her, then I will kill her. Even if you wait, she won't love you. Just let me do it, all right? Rupert angrily clenched his fist. I won't allow that. Tori turned her head towards the window and asked him, Why? He then said, I want to protect her.
She lowered her voice in contempt. Nonsense. It's truly disgusting. Don't pretend to be human anymore. You saw my mother's corpse and didn't even shed a tear. Count Belua is still alive, so what are you going to do? Do you think she will overlook the Count's destruction? Do you think the Count will abandon that royal bloodline? Our goal is to destroy Bellanima. Think again. After speaking, Tori thought, Yes, I know without asking. You cherish her much more than me. She opened her eyes wide and looked at him. Eva cannot die, even if she dies for her goals. So even if I lose everything, you still belong to me. Lariat cannot abandon the Count, and His Majesty cannot let go of her. So I have no choice but to abandon His Majesty. After seeing Tori point a gun at him, Rupert calmly said, You cannot harm me. If my heart stops beating, you will also die. She gave a bitter laugh and said, I don't want to die. That's why I'm doing this. Lariat, having heard the entire conversation, couldn't control herself and ran out. She fearfully ran towards him. Your Majesty. Lariat was so worried she ran for her life. She stood in front of him and growled, Tori, put the gun down. At this moment, Rupert's arm was trembling. Tori still held the gun tightly, laughing maniacally. Why are you so surprised? Is it because I'm going to kill you that you're so surprised? You will also be abandoned by your own mother. You will never receive love from anyone else. You once said we were like a family, didn't you? Families don't betray each other, but you have betrayed me. I hate you because you always turn towards her. After saying this, Tori decisively shot Rupert. His blood quickly dripped onto the floor.
Lariat fearfully supported him. Your Majesty. Rupert bit his lip in pain. I'm fine, step back. She tremblingly looked at his wound. No, you mustn't. Seeing Tori raise the gun again, Lariat hastily activated the magic circle on her hand and shouted, Stop it, Tori! Ignoring Lariat's words, Tori pulled the trigger again, and a bullet flew out. The bullet shot directly into the magic circle, then deflected to the side. Screams immediately echoed in the room. Ah! Tori uttered in a low voice. Why did you stop me? Lariat wants you dead even more than I do. I know you worry every night about whether I'll kill her or not. Lariat silently wondered, why? Why after all? The people I love are always so cruel to me. Even though I yearn for the warmth of love, and if trying to hold on to it, they always trample it so easily. Tori still held the gun barrel straight in her hand and asked in an emotionless voice, Am I wrong? Rupert stood up and said, Stop it. You know very well that you can't kill me. That's why I told you to wait. That damned metal thing, I will destroy it. Tori laughed and said, So you still haven't come to your senses, have you? Only I. Just like that. Then Tori disappeared for a few seconds.
Now the room was filled with glass shards and was a mess. Rupert looked as if he had lost something incredibly precious, his face visibly haggard. Lariat gently embraced him and comforted him. Your Majesty, it's not your fault. Please don't grieve too much. Rupert weakly asked, I couldn't do anything for you. Why? While Rupert was blaming himself, Lariat held him tightly and thought, he doesn't know what his childhood shortcomings and wounds are, having lived this way until now. He wants to fill his empty heart with other things, which is why the only goal in his life is the throne. But can he wait for the day his aspirations come true? Will he get what he desires? A moment passed. After cleaning Rupert's wounds, Lariat bandaged them while asking, Does it hurt? He turned his head to the side and replied, It hurts. It hurts so much I could die. Then his voice suddenly dropped. My mother used to tell me that she never truly valued anyone. But Tori isn't human. I think at least she's not like them.
Lariat thought silently. After learning my father had betrayed me, I was also very distressed. That day I was betrayed by my mother, and now I'm betrayed by my father. We were both exploited and deceived by our family members. After a moment of somber silence, Rupert lowered his gaze and said, Forget it. You'll leave eventually too, and you'll hate me. Lariat bowed her head and remained silent for a few seconds. Then she spoke up, Even if you ask me why I've changed my mind now, I have nothing to say. I won't leave you anymore, really. You think no one will ever love you. That way of thinking is too absurd. I will change your mind.
Rupert asked, "Why?" As soon as he finished speaking, he changed his tone. "No, you don't have to answer. I don't care. I want to kiss you. May I?" After saying that, he reached out and touched Lariat's lips with his hand, then gently kissed her. Lariat blushed and thought, he didn't even wait for my answer. How can Rupert's kissing technique be so good? The kiss lasted for a long time, then Lariat suddenly struggled and pushed Rupert away. He asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Don't you like this? Your face is red." Lariat raised her hand to wipe her lips, and at the same time replied, "I know."
Your ears are also very red. Rupert immediately denied. They're not. Looking at his face, she curiously asked, "Do you like me that much?" Rupert nodded. Very, very much." Hearing that, Lariat sighed. "I did say I'd stay by your side, but I never said I wanted to change my status." Rupert patted his thigh and said, "Who said you're my lover? Come here." Lariat, sweating, replied, "I don't want to." "Wait, then why do you want to kiss me?" Rupert said frankly, "Because I want to kiss you. How dare I define your status? You are not my mistress or my wife. You are simply Lariat. Therefore, I will be grateful to you for my entire life for choosing to stay by my side. If you want to be Empress, then be Empress. If you don't want to be my woman, I will help you reclaim Louis's position, no matter what method it takes. Please, just stay by my side." Lariat awkwardly cleared her throat. "I'll think about it more." Rupert couldn't help but ask, "While you're thinking, can I kiss you?" She maintained her indifferent demeanor. "This kind of physical contact conflicts with my values." Rupert didn't care, "But it perfectly aligns with my values. I will use all my strength to charm you, until you truly like me, until you no longer want to leave me." Held in his arms, Lariat quietly asked, "Is this what you call charming?" Rupert nodded. You're moved." She stubbornly replied, "I'm not, you're lying." The next night, Rupert sat by the bed and said, "You said you wanted to sleep, but you still haven't gone to sleep." Lariat asked, "Have you finished all your official duties? Why do you have your own room but don't sleep in it, and instead go somewhere else? Isn't it enough that you gave me a room? Why do you always have to use your bedroom?" Knowing she wouldn't get an answer, Lariat sighed and asked, "Whew, when will Luhan be back?" Rupert's face turned cold. "What's wrong? Do you miss him? If so, I will order him to stay away indefinitely. I sent your younger brother to restrain other rebellious forces, and conveniently to also curb Count Belua, who just arrived in the capital." Hearing him say that, Lariat silently thought, "So father still hasn't given up on me." Then she said, "I want to see him." Rupert flatly refused. "No."
"If I let the two of them meet, what will you give me?" Lariat asked in surprise. "Huh?" Rupert pulled something red from under the pillow and asked, "Do something that perfectly aligns with my values, perhaps?" As soon as she saw it, Lariat's face darkened and she broke out in a sweat. She screamed internally, "That's..." After that day, the maid brought clothes every day. Rupert held up a nightgown and asked with an innocent expression, "You left it there because you wanted to wear it, didn't you?" Lariat immediately screamed, "I won't wear it in front of you." Rupert's voice deepened. "So you want to wear it for other bastards to see? Answer me." Lariat quickly snatched the red nightgown back and stammered, "Hey, this is outerwear. This style is very popular lately." Rupert angrily asked, "Are you crazy?" She immediately held it up to herself and shyly asked, "Sir, look, does it suit me?" Rupert, blushing, said, "It's so beautiful it takes my breath away." Lariat's face immediately flushed crimson, her mouth agape but unable to speak. Meanwhile, in the middle of the forest, Luhan spoke. "Due to tax evasion, the formation of an illegal night order, and other offenses, we are proceeding with the arrest of the culprits, not for treason, but for these other charges."
The arrest was carried out so discreetly that not even a soul knew about it. Another person quickly nodded and replied, "Yes, understood." After giving orders to his subordinates, Luhan turned to look at the distant sky, thinking to himself, "Is she well? Once this matter is dealt with, I can go back. There's still time. As long as I can reduce her aversion towards me and slowly make preparations, sooner or later she will accept my feelings." A few days later, the voice of Count Belua echoed in the imperial palace. "Greetings, your majesty. Thank you for your leniency." On the Empress's throne, Lariat wondered, "Why do I have to sit here?" Meanwhile, Count Belua continued, "A father who hasn't seen his daughter for a long time." Without waiting for him to finish, Lariat suddenly stood up. "Count Belua, don't think you can exploit my bloodline anymore." He gritted his teeth in anger and asked, "What are you saying?" She said frankly, "Please give up on me. Besides this, I still have many other methods."
Count Belua remained stubborn. "How can you be like this? Amanda, for you!" Lariat interrupted him again. "Mother said she understood me. I am not your possession. It is you who did not treat me like a daughter." Count Belua turned to Rupert and said, "Your Majesty, please allow my daughter and me to speak privately." He rested his chin on his hand and said with a bored expression, "Just speak in front of me. Who knows what tricks you might pull?" Count Belua paused for a moment, then with a bewildered expression he grabbed Lariat's hand and asked, "You're being threatened by His Majesty, aren't you? The reason Luhan stayed by His Majesty's side is also because His Majesty used you to threaten him, isn't that right?" His voice deepened, full of menace. "Because he has the lowly blood of the Williton people in him, I had long predicted that his methods would be abnormal.
I came to save you. In fact, I haven't reduced my private army. Just wait a little longer. Lariat couldn't help but pull her hand back and asked loudly, His Majesty already knew that you were preparing for rebellion. Count Belua was startled and asked, What? She added, He also knows that I am the daughter of the first King Okan. Count Belua is trying to provoke him. The reason he hasn't acted yet is certainly because he has another plan.
Lariat retorted, No, that's not it. His Majesty loves me because I love Belua. That's why he turns a blind eye. Count Belua said as if going mad, As long as there's a child, any reason can be justified. You must not betray me. You are my daughter. I can raise you as my daughter. Hearing that, Lariat turned away, even more disappointed. I once deeply respected you. Don't make me personally hurt you. Count Belua quickly stepped forward and said, You won't do that. I understand you very well. Lariat replied, But even I don't understand myself yet. You are too overconfident. She raised her hand, and a flame immediately burst forth. After creating a fire barrier, Lariat continued, I am not an excuse for your rebellion. Count Belua rode. Belua's history spans over 1,000 years. How can this entire empire be handed over to the son of that lowly dancer from Williton? Even if I die, there's no way I'll accept a Williton sitting on that throne. Hearing this, Lariat's anger flared up. She thought, Damn it.
Her bloodline, recalling every word of the etiquette teacher, her steps were truly elegant, truly wonderful. Lariat continued to think about bloodline, family. Count Belua's words, drilled into her head, resurfaced. Your bloodline is indeed extraordinary. But few noticed that to achieve such beautiful steps, Lariat had to practice until her feet bled. She wondered, where was her effort? Where did it ultimately go? Back to reality, Count Belua, as if insane, rushed into the fire, loudly shouting, Come back with me. In the moment Lariat panicked, her flame suddenly enveloped him. By the time she reacted, Lariat thought in confusion, I can't control the intensity of the fire. What should I do? What should I do? Do I really want to hurt my father? How can I make him give up? Seeing the situation get out of control, Rupert immediately stood up and walked over. Taking her hand, he gently comforted her. Don't do anything you'll regret. As soon as she felt the warmth from Rupert's hand, Lariat regained control. The flame was quickly extinguished, and Count Belua asked in bewilderment, How could you? How could you? Lariat froze. A thought involuntarily escaped her lips. What should I do? Rupert suddenly spoke. What's so difficult about it? Aren't I here by your side? You can do as you wish. Lariat looked at him for a few seconds, then turned her head and said, I am not an object. My life is my own, and I want to stay by your Majesty's side. Count Belua angrily asked, Do you want a Williton to be your consort? Lariat immediately retorted, No, absolutely not. This cannot happen. Rupert, meanwhile, quietly said, That doesn't sound bad. Hearing that, she immediately asked loudly, Why are you chiming in? Rupert said, Then you be the Empress. Lariat asked loudly, Do you think this is a joke? Rupert maintained his teasing attitude. You don't have to either. I just think it would be better if you were Empress. Count Belua suddenly slumped his head. Lariat was bewildered for a few seconds. Then she bowed her head and laughed, before her laughter suddenly turned into a sigh. This is utterly bothersome. Rupert hugged her and said, I'm sorry. Lariat replied, I wasn't talking about you. He answered, I know, but I was wrong. After a while, Lariat let out a soft complaint. I'm so tired. Count Belua has been imprisoned. In the room, Rupert's voice rang out. I didn't think you would refuse the Count. After saying that, he thought again. No, more than that. I didn't expect her to abandon her family and side with me. Seeing Lariat sitting gloomily beside him, Rupert was silent for a few seconds. Then he took her hand and pulled her along. It's time for bed. Let's go to sleep. Lariat startled and cried out, Hey, how can I sleep with you? Rupert laid down, resting his head on his arm, and looked at her saying, I thought you slept quite well before. Lariat didn't bother arguing anymore. She sat up and thought, They really don't give anyone any privacy. Seeing her about to leave, Rupert immediately lay on top of her. Then he said, How did I help you before?
Lariat replied, You're taking me to the execution block. After all, that is the fate of a traitor. Rupert thought silently, I should do that. I never thought that now she would be everything to me. In my previous life, I cruelly killed her. In the end, I was still a monster who would stop at nothing to protect the throne. Then suddenly she asked, Didn't I say I wasn't rebelling? Lariat gave a self-deprecating laugh. Ignorance is also a crime. Seeing her tears, Rupert said apologetically, I'm sorry. Lariat silently turned her head away. You don't need to apologize. If I can't convince my father, you don't need to worry about me. Go do what you need to do. She added, The rumor that you are from Williton is baseless. How could such a thing spread? You haven't even been to that country. How could it be your homeland? Rupert thought, Although I've never been there, when I turn it into a colony, I will have avenged Eva. Thinking this, he slowly closed his eyes. In a dark dream, Rupert held Lariat in his arms, her entire body covered in blood. As he was panting, suddenly someone's voice echoed. Why are you startled? Did you kill her? Rupert weakly called out. Physician! The voice echoed again. You killed her too. Rupert didn't give up. Someone come here. Quickly save her.
That voice rang out again. You've killed them all, including the palace maid and that little girl. You killed them all. In his arms, Lariat opened her eyes wide and asked, Why did you kill me? Did I commit murder? Did I commit murder? Did I commit murder? Her words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Rupert's heart. He trembled and retorted, No, I couldn't kill you. Now I only have you left. Tori appeared from nowhere, taking Lariat's place. So what about me? Was I killed because I wasn't important? Rupert frantically threw Tori down. She continued, Lariat said you killed me. Rasprick, you killed me. Rupert, trembling, turned his head away. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Lariat appeared again, collapsing right there. Her head was locked in a guillotine, and the blade was falling. Blood immediately spurted out, and Rupert fell back in terror. Then he woke up with a start, seeing Lariat curled up beside him. Rupert immediately threw himself into her arms, his body trembling. Rupert sobbed, thinking, She's still alive. Lariat opened her eyes, asking groggily, Your Majesty, why did you run over here? Rupert replied, I have a feeling you'll suddenly disappear, because you hate me so much, disgusted, and afraid to be by my side. Lariat lifted his face, softly saying, I told you many times, I don't hate you. What do I have to do for you to believe me? Rupert seized the opportunity and said, Kiss me. The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Seeing this, Rupert thought, I must be crazy. She won't agree to this. Just as he was about to turn away, Lariat suddenly pulled his shirt. Then she gave him a passionate kiss. As soon as her kiss ended, Rupert took the opportunity to regain the initiative for an unknown duration. Lariat, blushing, pushed Rupert away and said, This isn't very good. Where did you learn all this? Rupert said, That's why I proposed to you, and you didn't accept, did you? Lariat, flustered, said, I also have some requirements for romance. This half-hearted proposal, just forget it. At the very least, you should give the other person some favorite items, you know? Rupert smiled and said, I just need an excuse to keep you by my side. A proposal or anything else isn't important.
But if we're not married, can we really not kiss? Lariat angrily yelled, No, you pervert. At the same time at Marquise Gorton's mansion, Riche asked, What did you say? Father is dead? In front of her, an arrogant man replied, That's right. After today, I am the head of the Gorton family. Miss Gorton, you must marry quickly and leave the family without delay. Riche anxiously asked, What about my father? Where is my father? The man said, He might have encountered bandits and suffered very serious injuries. I couldn't bear for you to see that sight. It would severely distress you. Riche yelled in disbelief. He had so many guards with him, yet he was assassinated and killed by bandits? Does that make any sense? Until I get a clear understanding of exactly what happened, I will not leave the family. Hearing her words, the man sighed. Then he said, I discovered he was planning treason. I want to protect my family, which is why I silently overlooked this matter. You must value your life too, right? He smirked and said, Therefore, I still hope you will quietly leave the family.
Lady Gordon, I am hiding the bad deeds your father committed and also giving you a chance to live. What can you possibly do other than marry into other families and leave your own? You're good for nothing else. Having said this, he immediately ordered, Before the wedding begins, lock her up, guard her carefully, don't let her escape. Dragged away by the knights, Riche still shouted loudly, Let go, release me, a bunch of fools who don't even know who their master is. She let out a long scream of ah that echoed throughout the mansion. At this moment, in the Imperial Palace, Rupert held a letter in his hand. Gorton has been dealt with, the mercenaries have disbanded, and all evidence has been destroyed. I can now fully control Count Belua. Your Majesty, thank you for allowing me to become the family head. I will strive to assist you. As soon as he finished reading the letter, Rupert suddenly heard Lariat exclaim, Oh! He immediately turned his head, thinking, She's off exploring again. Suddenly she cried out, A ferret! Your Majesty, is that a ferret? Rupert looked out the window, and bewildered let out a sound of, Ah! Lariat immediately spun around and asked, Ah? Did you perhaps forget? How could you be like that? He nodded nonchalantly and said, Because you left me. When you're not by my side, I lose my appetite and can't sleep peacefully. Lariat irritably asked, You're using that as an excuse? Do you even want me to live? Having said that, she slammed the door and went outside. Seeing this, Rupert jealously said, Share some of that attention with me. But by this time, Lariat had already run outside, with Guri dashing ahead. The woman behind her called out loudly, Weasel, oh Weasel, why have you turned out like this? As soon as it heard her voice, Guri immediately turned around, tears streaming down its face, crying, Boo-hoo-hoo! Lariat hugged it close and said, There, it's okay, Weasel. Let's go home. Afterward, Rupert was scolded terribly. If you've taken in a pet, you must be responsible and take proper care of it. A few days later, seeing the garden full of busy servants, Lariat, holding Goody, stood by the window, wondering, why does he suddenly want to change the style of the garden? Rupert couldn't possibly like flowers, could he? After thinking, she couldn't help but ask, why do you want to redecorate the garden? It was already beautiful. Rupert replied, It's a secret. Come here and sit down. As he pulled out a chair for her, he wondered, why do you keep carrying it around everywhere? Lariat said, If it's too far from me, it will cry and make a fuss.
Rupert asked enviously. You're only doing this because it cries? Is that all? Lariat nodded helplessly. That's right. Rupert added, If I cry, will you carry me around too? Lariat rolled her eyes. What kind of talk is that, sir, huh? He stubbornly insisted. I'm asking if you would or not. Lariat sighed resignedly. We're already inseparable as it is. Rupert disagreed, saying, But we can't sleep together, and we even have to bathe separately.
Lariat yelled, Of course it has to be this way. You think there's no problem with it? That's what's ridiculous. Hearing that, Rupert sulked, turning his head with a snort. Then he instructed, After dinner, go to the study. You don't need to go outside. Lariat asked, Why? He replied, Don't go out until I allow you to. Lariat thought with annoyance, He won't tell me anything. What on earth does he want to do? Despite thinking that, she obediently sat in the study, huddled in a corner. From dawn until deep night, when not even a trace of the sun could be seen, Lariat was finally allowed to go outside. She fumbled her way through the garden, asking doubtfully, Your Majesty, why did you call me out to this yard in the middle of the night? I can't see anything at all. Are you here? Suddenly, she noticed something. At that moment, Rupert suddenly snapped his fingers. The dark space immediately lit up, and shimmering pink petals flew towards Lariat.
She thought blankly. These were flowers that grew in the south. Suddenly, Rupert spoke. Do you like them? Lariat looked up and asked incredulously, Did you redecorate the garden for me? Rupert smiled and asked back, Who else could it be for? She walked over and asked, How did you get these Selena flowers? They wilt very quickly if they leave alder. Rupert said, To give them to you, I've improved them. Lariat thought, Improving them isn't easy at all. He said the garden was prepared for her, and she felt. Suddenly she exclaimed, This is Scaramore! Isn't this a precious gem? Scaramore, those very expensive stones that often appear in novels to add a romantic atmosphere. Rupert asked in a low voice, Do you know what this gem symbolizes? Lariat nodded. Of course I know. Eternal love. A love that makes one anxious, one that even death cannot make you forget the beloved you yearn for. Rupert smiled, looking at her with affectionate eyes. That's right. To me, you mean the same. Rupert gently spoke the words from deep within his heart. Actually, I don't quite understand why wildflowers can be so beautiful, and what exactly is love. But when I saw you on the verge of death, I wanted to die in your place. Even when I look at you, there are times I still miss you. Just thinking of you not being by my side, I miss you to the point of madness. No matter how much I try, it's not enough. He knelt on one knee before Lariat. Slowly, he took out a box. After all, I am just a person who doesn't strive, a person who understands nothing about love. Lariat, please, allow me to be by your side, to protect you for my entire life.
Lariat smiled as she saw Rupert propose to her, saying, You should be asking me while putting the ring on my finger. Rupert fumbled to take out the ring, and as he put it on her finger, he trembled incessantly. Lariat, touched, replied, Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, he stood up and hugged her tightly. Rupert spoke, Is this truly possible? Do you want me to get Gordon for you? She chuckled, saying, It's enough if your majesty can personally decorate the flower garden I like. Truly, your majesty. Suddenly, she buried her face in his chest and said, I'm sorry, I came back too late. Rupert, happily holding her tight, replied, No, you've never been late before. You're always very punctual. It's just that I'm always so impatient. Time can feel both incredibly fast and incredibly slow. Meanwhile, Luhan, having been sent to another region, brought back irrefutable evidence of the Grand Duke's treason. He had also inherited the vacant position of head of the Belua household. Luhan smiled faintly as he accepted his responsibilities. My father, however, is still imprisoned in the tower as before. The last day of winter, welcoming spring, is approaching. The two of them enjoyed their happy days together. Only Louis was currently struggling with the pile of work Rupert had left behind. Louis turned and left, then quietly placed the documents on the desk.
Tori returned, and she asked, Louis, are you doing well? Louis happily turned around and replied, Tori, why have you returned? Why are you covered in blood? Tori calmly replied, I'm having a headache. Who should I blame in the end? Hearing that, Louis asked, Do you mean His Majesty or Lariat? Tori quickly denied, Not Lariat. Then she handed him a photo and said, Louis, can you help me keep this safe? I hope I can hold on to this item. Louis looked at the photo and hesitated. This? Then Louis said, Tori, stop what you're doing. It's clear that you know His Majesty will definitely forgive you. Hearing that, Tori laughed and said, Who forgives whom? I just killed the Grand Duke. While Tori was laughing here, the Grand Duke's mansion was a sea of blood at that moment. She continued, It's not as if Rupert suddenly discovered the Grand Duke was plotting treason and then killed him. Who do you think people will suspect first? Louis asked in surprise, Tori, why exactly? Tori immediately replied, Rupert betrayed Eva, and me too. I could have also plotted treason, but I didn't. That's because I couldn't harm him. Hearing that, Louis remained silent and said nothing more. Tori continued, Louis, I'll tell you a secret. Actually, I like Lariat. Louis was silent, then replied, I know. Tori gripped the railing and said, I don't want Lariat to hate me. Louis immediately denied it. Lariat doesn't hate you. Hearing this, Tori smiled faintly, then jumped down without hesitation. Seeing this, Louis couldn't help but feel troubled. Tori quickly left. Elsewhere, in front of Lariat, Tori asked. Lariat once asked, "What do I want? If I say I want Rupert's life, what will you do? Will you help me?" Lariat heard this and said, "Stop lying. That's not what you want." Tori replied as if she couldn't understand herself anymore. "Now I don't even remember what I want anymore, because my will was lost long ago. I don't even remember how I felt about Rupert. If Rupert plans to leave Eva, my reason for existence is to correct it." As she spoke, she gently raised her hand and said, "Eva created me to supervise Rupert." Lariat then said, "But isn't that why you've been good to me?" Tori suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the neck, saying, "If I can't make Bellaroom destroy Rupert's life..." Behind Tori, Eva's shadow appeared and said, "You will destroy my son." It was late at night, and pure white fragments appeared in the sky, floating in the air. Tori pushed her down and said, "If you die, Rupert will be finished too."
Lariat didn't resist at all. She just asked, "So you're letting me live because you want to destroy His Majesty? Just because you want him to fall into an abyss? You didn't treat me well for that purpose." This statement seemed to strike directly at her conscience. Tori continued, "If Rupert dies, I will stop acting. If he disappears, I won't need to take action anymore." Lariat replied, "You don't trust anyone. Only loneliness is by your side." Tori said indifferently, "Do you want me to abandon you to live the life of the monster that terrorized the Empire?" Lariat gently removed Tori's hand and said, "You never intended to harm me. Because you like me, I believe that." Saying this, she raised her hand and touched her face. Then she gently caressed it. Tori spoke, "Gentle Lady Lariat, actually, I am not the hand of darkness. My master's son values me even more than my master does. I know he is inherently a kind young man. He is not suited to be a cruel ruler. The first day I met him, he apologized to me. He clearly knew that one day I would kill him, yet he still made dolls for me." At this point, Tori suddenly asked, "Lariat, you said you were ready to believe that I liked you, didn't you?" "You were right. I like you." Seeing Tori retreating further and further, Lariat fearfully stepped forward. Tori smiled cheerfully as she fell backward, not forgetting to say, "You are more beautiful than spring flowers, warmer than spring sunshine, gentle like the spring breeze. You are a gentle lady." The very moment Lariat ran forward, Tori had already fallen. She could only stand by the balcony and shout, "Tori, no, don't, no, don't." Lariat cried and thought, "My instincts tell me that I might never be able to see Tori again." She collapsed, crying loudly, "No, don't, no, don't." Deep down, her heart was filled with endless pain, a harsh and cruel farewell. Tori was gone.
She cried out for Tori, then continued to think that before she left, she had left words more gentle and imbued with affection than anything else. Afterwards, the Grand Duke, who was preparing a rebellion, was found dead in his mansion along with his aunt. Rupert presented the evidence of rebellion that Luhan had brought back, publicly proving that the Grand Duke was preparing a rebellion, and blamed it on ordinary people who held grudges against the Grand Duke, ending everything with an act of revenge. The elders would also take the opportunity to express to Rupert that the rebels must be eradicated root and branch, helping Rupert maintain his position as an enlightened ruler. Because nobles from other regions had proactively reported rebel groups, Rupert was extremely busy at the moment. Lariat was always by his side, helping him. "Your Majesty, my father..." Rupert interrupted, saying, "Wait a moment. Releasing him now would make everyone suspicious." Hearing this, Lariat denied, "You don't have to do that. My father was also once guilty of a similar offense." Rupert looked up and said, "It's awkward, but shouldn't I still greet him a little? Tell him I want to marry his daughter?" Hearing this, Lariat hesitated slightly. That... Rupert paused his work and approached, asking, "Is it that you don't want to marry me?" Lariat turned her face away and replied, "Yes." Seeing this, Rupert said, "I knew it would be like this. Do you still find me scary? Do you despise me? I don't know what I can give you to make you accept me. Or should I offer you the throne?"
Hearing this, Lariat lightly slapped his mouth. Then, displeased, she said, "I've told you many times, I don't dislike you, nor am I afraid of you. How could I hit someone I'm afraid of?" Rupert seized the opportunity to feign a pitiful, weak expression. "Why did you hit me? It hurts so much." Seeing this, Lariat quickly cupped his face, worried. "Does it hurt a lot? I'm sorry." Rupert suddenly said, "Then blow on it for me." Immediately after, Rupert reached out and kissed her. Lariat said, "Is this what you call blowing on it?" Rupert defiantly replied, "To me, it is blowing on it." She helplessly replied, "You're too whimsical." Chronolu is the shadow hand that always serves the king. In Tori's heart, there is a sparkling sapphire. Rupert spoke, "This doesn't belong to Bellarum, which is why it has never been taken out." He thought, "This belongs to Duke Sultan, the one who sold my mother, the blue one." Thinking this, Rupert angrily said, "I can't even recognize a low-grade magical item." Lariat gently approached and comforted him. As if finding a place to lean on, he turned and hugged her tightly. Lariat spoke up and asked, "Your Majesty, where has Tori gone?" Rupert replied, "She must have returned to her original state." Hearing this, Lariat said, "Can't we find the person who crafted this gem? That person might know a few things." Rupert curiously asked, "Do you want Tori to come back?" Lariat asked back, "What about your Majesty? Don't you want to see Tori again?" Rupert vaguely replied, "I don't know. I don't want to bind her." As she said this, Lariat suddenly burst into tears.
I miss Tori. And what's more, just because she was your mother's maid, she ended up living such a life. It bothers me greatly. Rupert thought to himself, if she truly resents us, I hope this nation is destroyed. On the contrary, it would be even better if the people of this nation also lived such lives, suppressing their inner selves, merely following the established path, planning their lives based on their differing bloodlines. Count Lemire once mentioned that if I became the ruler, I could change a few things. Now I truly understand. Lariat gently stroked his face, as if to comfort him. Rupert embraced her, secretly resolving, I must go see Count Lemire. In the room, everything was neatly and tidily arranged. Lariat's voice rose. Your Majesty wishes to build a village where single women can live safely, but I want a world without social hierarchy. Lemire immediately replied, I don't know why you're looking for me. Do you think I have a way to solve these problems? Lariat stated her purpose directly. Lemire, I want to be a judge. I want to amend the Empire's laws.
Hermione said, a little surprised, You mean you want to be the Grand Judge? Do you know how long that position has been vacant? Although the Grand Judge can threaten the Emperor, once the Elders cause trouble, the Grand Judge can't do anything. That's why this position has been vacant for so long. Hermione asked her, Has His Majesty agreed? No, the Council of Elders certainly won't stand by and do nothing. Lariat replied firmly, I will handle this. So Hermione, if I can become a judge, would you be interested in leaving your Count's family to help me? Although it might not be easy at first, during the preparation phase, I hope you can secretly assist me. I desperately need a secretary who understands the geography of Belorum and can enter the Council of Elders to help me. Hearing this offer, a silence fell between the two. From the moment her teacup was full until it was empty, she said nothing. Finally, Hermione spoke. If you truly become a judge, then it would be my honor to help you. Hearing this, Lariat smiled happily and replied, Excellent. Then I look forward to your continued support. After that, Lariat said to Rupert, Therefore, I want to reform the imperial laws. Seeing this, Rupert squeezed her cheek and said, What then? Lariat cautiously asked, Is that all right? Rupert calmly replied, Yes, you can do whatever you want. I can fulfill all your requests. Hearing this, Lariat blushed shyly. A gaunt and haggard Louis walked over and said, Lariat, since you're here, if you could help, I would be truly grateful. Lariat casually replied, Ah, all right. Rupert immediately hugged her tightly and said, Who are you ordering to do that? Do you want to die? Lariat quickly pushed him away and said, Don't listen to him, Baton, I'll help you. Hearing this, he was moved to tears and said, You truly are an angel. After that, all three worked together to help.
During the imperial meeting, a nobleman slammed his hand on the table and shouted, Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Rupert calmly replied, I said that untitled nobles are permitted to serve as judges. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately protested. Lady Lariat is not just an untitled noble, she is about to become the Empress. How can she serve as a judge? There's no precedent for this. Lariat then spoke up. I do not intend to become a judge immediately. Naturally, this matter will only be considered after I have fully mastered the law and my qualifications surpass those of the current incumbent judges. Wouldn't you agree? Count, you are currently serving as the judge for the Central Region, are you not? Have you ever reviewed the imperial law books? The man paused, speechless at the question. Lariat understood immediately. You haven't, have you? There is a set of law books in St. Boart that, let alone being copied, has never even been officially published. I dare say there isn't a single judge in this entire empire who truly understands imperial law. A nobleman, hearing this, shouted loudly, Surely this young lady who has merely shone in social circles cannot shoulder such a great responsibility. Another person scoffed, saying, Noble women can only realize their greatest value in society. After all, society is just another word for the battlefield. Lariat calmly smiled and replied, As far as I know, you have never been to a battlefield. Perhaps you would care to navigate society in my stead. A clamor of arguments erupted. Rupert interjected, Regardless of whether it's a judge or a chief judge,
The power of appointment still rests in the hands of the Emperor. Do you think I am now soliciting unnecessary consent by convening the Senate? A nobleman began to argue loudly. The Grand Judge is a crucial position that determines the prosperity and decline of the Empire. You reject the person the Senate has chosen and instead let a brat who understands nothing take office? You might as well appoint me. With a bang, a bullet whizzed past his face. The man sat down in a daze. The murmuring ceased, and the entire room was plunged in fear. Rupert calmly said, I missed. Then he growled, Did you just call the person who was about to become Empress a brat? He, utterly fearless, roared, Do you intend to kill me without any explanation? I won't let this matter rest. Lariat felt a slight chill at this sight. Rupert, finding it amusing, repeated, Won't let it rest? Do you want to punish me? Rupert pointed his gun directly at him. Immediately he was so scared that his whole body trembled, saying, I didn't mean that. Rupert said, If you don't want to live, you can try. How dare you be so ungrateful and point fingers at me? Lariat quickly took his hand to stop him, saying, Wait a moment, Your Majesty.
I don't want to use power to immediately become the Grand Judge, nor will I arbitrarily change the imperial laws. I didn't say it must be me who holds the position of Grand Judge. I merely suggested that everyone find a suitable person to be the Grand Judge. Lariat thought to herself, the Empire needs talented individuals, then spoke aloud. I hope Bellerum can develop and progress. Although our empire has vast territories and new weapons, relying on these advantages alone, falling behind is only a matter of time. Even if they are not highly virtuous and respected individuals, it's fine. As long as they are capable, they will have the opportunity to lead the family.
I want to establish a system for selecting talented individuals without discrimination based on gender or social status. Does everyone feel these two goals are unreasonable? As soon as she finished speaking, Lariat stood up. She spoke up. Now the Council of Elders only has two choices, right? One is to support the amendment of imperial laws, dedicating efforts to the development of Belurium. The other is to follow the Empire's decaying traditions, becoming a sacrifice, right? Rupert, who had been sitting there spinning his gun all this time, made everyone in the meeting room shrink back in fear, not daring to speak. Everyone timidly spoke up. The matter needs to be negotiated. Finally, the meeting ended. Lariat returned to her office, then slowly flipped through the documents. Rupert was still holding her tightly. Lariat then said, I didn't think the Grand Judge had to do so many things. It says here that legally the Grand Judge has more power than His Majesty. Hearing this, Rupert became annoyed and said, What if you become very busy? Lariat gently flipped a page and said, Why are you worrying about something that will happen much later? Besides, I only want to amend the laws. I'm not interested in this Grand Judge position. If there's a suitable talent, I'll let that person be the Grand Judge. Rupert happily asked, So you won't be busy anymore? Lariat replied, Of course I won't be busy. But the first question is whether I can even take on the Grand Judge position. Besides, no matter how busy I get, could I be busier than you? Lariat thought with a touch of embarrassment. Being hugged like this, I feel a bit strange. Then she spoke up and asked, Why don't you want me to be busy? Rupert looked at her and replied, Because then our time together would decrease. Lariat continued to ask, Why don't you want our time together to be reduced? Rupert answered frankly, Because if you're not by my side, I'll miss you. Hearing this, Lariat replied, But we see each other every day. Rupert leaned closer to her and said, Just stay by my side like this. I'll hate myself for having to blink. I should still make you understand this feeling.
Then you won't leave me alone anymore. Lariat hastily pushed him away, saying, We're not even married yet. Rupert replied nonchalantly, Getting married tomorrow will be fine. Lariat thought in surprise, A proposal like this? How could it be so casual? Lariat pushed him away, then stood up and said, Before we even talk about my father, you must obtain my mother's official consent. Lariat thought to herself, Luckily I haven't seen my mother in a long time. Rupert suddenly snapped his fingers. He cast a spell. Immediately, Louis was teleported to him while he was still bathing. Seeing this, Lariat quickly screamed, Ah! Louis also screamed in surprise, Ah! Rupert calmly ordered, Hey, you're going to Belua for a trip. Louis choked back sobs and replied, What am I going to Belua for? I'm on leave. He casually said, You can rest on the way. Hearing that, Louis replied miserably, That's truly heartbreaking. Finally, he walked out with a pained expression. All right, I get it. After leaving the room, Louis's appearance made the maids scream again. Ah! Arvert! Louis miserably screamed, My chastity! Because Louis was busy abandoning his bath to come help, Mother, Luhan, and even the servants from Belua were all invited to attend the ball. But Father wasn't there, because Rupert didn't want to see any more sacrifices, so Father definitely had to accept the punishment. Mother didn't mention Father at all, but she probably had similar expectations. After Lariat finished changing, she felt a little shy. But this outfit, isn't it a bit extravagant? Abbe clapped happily and replied, It's truly beautiful. It was designed specifically for you. Rupert, who was there, immediately said, This outfit won't do. Abbe exclaimed, Oh my goodness. He put on a displeased face and asked, Do you want her to wear no clothes at all? Seeing him there, Lariat asked, Why are you here? Her sleeves slipped down slightly. Rupert replied, Do I need a reason to come find you? Lariat thought to herself, Isn't he busy dealing with the Council of Elders? Why exactly is he here? Lariat stared blankly at the scene before her. Rupert, a rough individual who was quick to resort to harsh measures, was gently asking Amanda, Do you want to go for a walk on street number 5? This made Lariat secretly astonished. The Emperor is actually acting seriously, just like a servant. Amanda gently replied, Okay. Then Rupert threw her a towel and said, Lariat, you come along too. After her bewildered cry, Rupert and Amanda went out.
Outside the mansion, everything looked very peaceful. Rupert was pushing Amanda's wheelchair, looking nothing like an emperor. A moment later, Lariat appeared, in an extremely bad mood. Don't you have anything to do? Why are you here? He replied very casually, Because I missed you so much, I couldn't focus on work. I've already handled all urgent matters, so I came here. Amanda laughed joyfully. Lariat was easily embarrassed, and Rupert gently replied, Is that so? His expression sent shivers down Lariat's spine, and the thought popped into her head.
Rupert is actually speaking so politely. Meanwhile, Rupert considerately held a parasol for Amanda and thoughtfully asked, "Is the sunlight too dazzling?" Amanda replied with extreme satisfaction, "No, not at all, since you're holding the umbrella for me." Lariat looked at him, full of confusion, and thought to herself, "He is so gentle. What emperor would treat someone of lower status with such respect and gentleness? When I think that his gentleness will belong to me, I feel a surge of emotion. It seems I've started to hope, to want to marry him." On the day of the ceremony, the entire royal palace was decorated magnificently. The nobles buzzed with chatter. "We've finally eliminated those who wanted to rebel. Just holding a ball isn't enough. There should be a celebration." "What are you talking about? Holding a ball actually has another purpose. They must finally be revealing the future Empress today, right?"
Meanwhile, in the preparation room, Lariat was feeling uneasy. Rupert quickly appeared beside her, saying worriedly, "You don't look so good." Lariat forced a smile, thinking to herself, who could be happy sitting in the position everyone will criticize? They will surely gossip. How did that country bumpkin girl manage to seduce His Majesty, who is young, handsome, capable, and yet so naive? If Rupert hadn't been reborn, I couldn't have imagined something like this happening. So far, my accumulated achievements include a father who plotted treason, a countess's daughter who brazenly wants to be a grand judge, and a woman colluding with an unmarried handsome man. Having thought that, she suddenly turned to Rupert and wondered, "Why are you so handsome today? Do you want me to get scolded even more?" He gently kissed her hand, then said flirtatiously, "Of course, it's to charm you. Why would you be scolded? Do you want me to help you kill those people?" Annoyed by his words, Lariat withdrew her hand. "After we go out, I definitely won't hear anything good today." "Kill what?" He suddenly called her name. "Lariat."
"I swear I will be grateful to you for the rest of my life for returning to my side. You didn't hesitate to abandon Belua to come to my side. I know your family is very important to you. Your existence is my hope, so don't say such things." Lariat said shyly, "I'm not even beautiful. What you're saying is too exaggerated." Rupert asked, "Do you know how many times I haven't wanted others to see you because you are too beautiful?" Upon hearing this, Lariat's face turned completely red. She quickly turned away from Rupert, saying, "You should look in the mirror yourself and see who the truly beautiful one is." After saying that, she quickly walked away. Rupert suddenly spoke in a serious tone. "I hate it when other men look at you." She shyly asked, "Anyway, have you found the people I told you about?" Rupert calmly replied, "Most of them have been found." A thought suddenly crossed Lariat's mind. The Council of Elders has always been not only the center of power, but also its core, and they resisted reforms with all their might. Because the family heir is always the eldest child, younger children, regardless of their efforts, had no chance.
I want those people to sit in the position of the Senate because it was not illegal in the first place. Thinking of this, she said dejectedly, "I found Fan Sang, but I have no idea where Rite is." She thought to herself, "Rite's abilities aren't bad. It would be great if she were here." Rupert said in a low voice, "She got married abroad." This surprised Lariat greatly. "Huh?" Rupert replied, "That's what I heard." Upon hearing this, she suddenly sighed and said, "Is that so? Then there's nothing we can do." Then she composed herself and with a sweet smile said, "Let's go, Your Majesty." A moment later, in the Grand Hall, a clear announcement rang out. "His Imperial Majesty has arrived." Seeing the woman beside him, everyone murmured softly, "The eldest daughter of Belua will be the Empress? Is Lady Belua really that beautiful?" As she stepped inside, Lariat thought, "The Empress's position has been vacant for a long time. Finally, its owner has been welcomed." Seeing her solemnly sit down on that seat of power, all the nobles present were thrown into disarray. Of course, some would disagree with this. I heard that the previous Count of Belua was imprisoned for some unknown reason, yet His Majesty appoints his daughter as Empress? Rupert looked at him haughtily. "Didn't you say you didn't want her to be a judge?" He immediately retorted, "Then she is also not suitable to be Empress." No sooner had those words ended than a male noble, feigning expertise, exclaimed, "An Empress doesn't just need to manage the imperial household well. After all, this is a position that requires her to be a mother to the world. How can the daughter of a criminal be Empress?" Rupert replied calmly, "You all are shouting like this, using every possible means to mock the Empress."
"As you said, I have eliminated all the rebels who wanted to support the Grand Duke to ascend the throne. Are you sure there are no members of the Elder Council on that list?" The entire hall immediately fell silent. Rupert continued, "Based on the list in my hand, I could kill half of the people in that Elder Council. Are you sure you have always been loyal to me alone from the beginning?" The nobleman immediately spoke up. "Of course, Your Majesty. Are you insulting me?" Rupert asked again, "Is that so? It seems that the 5 million gold coins you obtained in Gorton have bought me a damned gift." His words left him speechless. He continued to mock, "For a fool like you, there's only one reason for me to turn a blind eye, because my Empress wants me to show you mercy." Hearing this, he suddenly looked at Lariat, hesitating. Then he had no choice but to bow deeply and respectfully before her, greeting the unique moonlight that would soon illuminate Belua's darkness. And then all the nobles unanimously shouted, "Greetings to the future moonlight." This magnificent scene left Lariat utterly bewildered, and she wondered, what is happening?
Lariat's mouth fell open, and she thought in a panic, "Hey, this madman!" As if sensing her thoughts, Rupert slowly looked over. At this moment, the entire room fell silent. Suddenly, someone spoke in a low voice. "So the Empress should still come from Belua. If you want to live, quickly acknowledge this Empress." Then the nobles continued to discuss amongst themselves to the melodious music. Afterwards, they fell silent again, with only the sound of the music playing. Rupert suddenly stood up, then approached Lariat and extended an invitation. "May I have the honor of dancing the first song with you?" Lariat felt a slight hesitation in her heart. "Really?" she thought, then raised her hand and replied, "Yes." Their first dance began under the watchful eyes of all the nobles. The affection between them made everyone marvel. However, Lariat was secretly puzzled. Isn't the person who dances the first song with the Emperor supposed to be the Empress? The matter of becoming Empress is already a done deal, she thought, then spoke up to remind him. "I'm not the Empress yet, if your Majesty breaks tradition." Rupert's eyes showed a hint of sadness. "I am the Emperor. Is there a problem with that? It's enough to handle state affairs well. I don't want to follow such traditions. Do you truly not want to marry me?" His question left Lariat stunned. She thought to herself, "There was a time when I deeply disliked and resented him. I hated him, and the bloody images of my previous life resurfaced. The despair of watching Luhan being buried came back." Lariat continued to think, "I hope he meets with misfortune.
I hope he has a painful end, just like me." Just then, Rupert's words suddenly came to her mind. "Because you are not me. You once said you wouldn't leave me." She replied, "But I am also your maid, aren't I? You just need to assign me tasks." Rupert replied, "Didn't I say I would cherish you?" Lariat gently said, "You once said you would cherish your own possessions, didn't you? Then please take everything of mine, and then cherish them." But those moments of change kept accumulating, and Rupert also once said, "You are not late."
"Because you are mine," Lariat asserted. "Your Majesty, I am Belua's daughter, I can assure you." Another time he looked at her meaningfully. "But it doesn't matter. You are mine anyway." Next she asked, "Do you value me?" He didn't hesitate to say, "Of course. After today I will cherish you as I cherish my own life. If you regret it, now is the time." Lariat rejoiced inwardly, changing the relationship between them, because their lives were not the same, and her world had become larger because of him. The reason he loved her was very clear. Rupert suddenly asked her, "If you don't agree to marry me, then we won't get married." She thought to herself, because she was the only suitable person to be by his side. Lariat replied gently, "If we don't get married, will you want another Empress?" A question arose in her heart. What about me? Do I love him? Rupert's face was tinged with confusion. Am I crazy? Then I will be alone. Besides you, I need no one else. Lariat's mood suddenly felt unusually warm. She told herself she liked his gentleness, she liked his kindness. Even though she clearly hadn't made the same mistakes as in her previous life, she felt a pang of self-reproach upon this realization. She liked him because he gave up his great ambition for her small suggestion, and she liked that he hadn't turned into a monster. She had always worried and feared that she wouldn't be able to repay his blind love. She was like an idiot, not realizing she had already fallen in love with him. She suddenly proposed. How about having the Grand Minister choose an auspicious day to hold the ceremony?
"Hopefully that day will be a beautiful sunny day." Rupert asked blankly, "What ceremony?" Rupert froze for a long moment, then his eyes widened in astonishment. Overcome with emotion, he instinctively gave her a kiss. This scene made the surrounding nobles quite embarrassed. Lariat hastily pushed him away. "Your Majesty!" Rupert immediately asked, "What's wrong?" She pouted. "You're hateful." Rupert couldn't wait any longer. He asked, "Can't we get married today, huh? Or how about now, just when all the ministers are here? You're already so beautiful now, and if you wear a wedding dress, you'll be even more beautiful." Lariat was confused by his words. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Rupert immediately replied, "I can't bear to let others see you in a wedding dress. At that time, I might just gouge out the eyes of everyone who sees you in a wedding dress." Lariat immediately covered his mouth. "You haven't officially announced the marriage yet, so of course we need to properly prepare for the wedding," she asked, "right?" Without further delay, Rupert immediately took her hand, raised it high, and announced, "She is my Empress." The entire ballroom quickly froze in astonishment. Amanda was also extremely surprised by Rupert's blunt announcement.
Lariat's jaw dropped and she secretly panicked. Did he just announce the marriage news so casually? Rupert suddenly said seriously, "Anyone with an objection, step forward." Seeing the gun tucked into his hip, everyone fell silent. She secretly thought, who would dare object? Seeing no one speak up, he said with satisfaction, "Looks like there's no one, huh? In that case, let's go somewhere else to continue." Lariat could only remind him, "Your Majesty, mind your image," while she herself was dragged by him to a secluded spot. Suddenly someone appeared, blocking his way. "This day has finally come," Louis said with a radiant smile. "But I didn't expect you to announce the marriage news in such a way." Rupert angrily said, "Don't bother me. Get out of the way." Hermine suddenly pulled Louis aside and complained, Baden, if you don't have any sense, just stand there quietly." Louis immediately questioned, "What are you doing? Let me go." When he saw the two leave, Rupert approached Lariat and said, "Let's continue."
Lariat quickly covered his mouth. Wait a moment. You should still negotiate with the high-ranking officials about matters related to the wedding. Go quickly. Rupert showed his reluctance. How troublesome. Even if I have to threaten the gods, that day must be a beautiful sunny day, and the ceremony must be held as quickly as possible. Even tomorrow would be fine. Lariat was extremely embarrassed, feeling that the groom was very disgraceful. A moment later, she dared to sigh and think, what was that all about? Suddenly, Luhan's voice rang out. Lariat!
Seeing his sad face, Lariat immediately became worried. Luhan softly asked, do you really have to get married? Lariat thought puzzled, what is he talking about? Surely no one heard that, right? And when she was sure no one was paying attention to them, Lariat let out a relieved sigh. Phew. She took Luhan's hand and pulled him along. Let's go outside to talk. Now on the balcony outside, Lariat asked again, what do you mean? Why are you asking if I absolutely have to get married? Could it be that you, like the Council of Elders, feel that I cannot be Empress because I am Belua's daughter? Luhan bowed his head and denied, no, it's not. After hearing this, Lariat seriously asked again, then what is the reason?
Are you perhaps dissatisfied with the legitimacy of Rupert's lineage? Luhan bowed his head and replied indifferently, it's not that. He silently lowered his head, his body trembling continuously. After a while, Luhan finally revealed the real reason. Lariat, I just don't hope you'll get married. Lariat asked doubtfully, why not? Luhan explained, because for a very long time now, I have always loved you. Lariat said coldly, a long time ago you said you wanted to become family with me, didn't you? I said I didn't agree. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Luhan replied, Therefore, I have always been waiting for an opportunity. Even if I have to wait a very long time, it's fine. Lariat said, Luhan, I have forgiven you and accepted you as family, but if you still harbor these feelings for me, then I will never see you again. Upon hearing this, Luhan reached out his hand and pleaded tremblingly, I beg you, Lariat. Before you entered the palace blindly, running away without a word. Then you returned to the imperial palace. Do you intend to give me no chance at all, just like before, and leave me once more? Lariat pulled her hand back and called, Luhan, I never thought of giving you a chance. I'm waiting for you to let go of these feelings. When you can calmly see me as family, then we can talk again. Having said that, she turned and went inside. I knew Luhan's feelings for me. How could I not know? It still ended up like this. I only felt a little something. A voice full of joy rang out. My lady, congratulations on your upcoming marriage. Belua's fairy. I knew you two would eventually get married. Lariat was certain of one thing. Luhan would become my family, and he would return with his usual gentle face. Until then, I will do what I need to do, and at the same time, wait for him to return. She looked at Rupert and called, Your Majesty. Rupert replied doubtfully, What is it?
Lariat said, We are officially engaged and have announced our marriage. Rupert asked, So? Lariat blushed and whispered to him, From today onwards, can we sleep together now? It must be uncomfortable for you to sleep in the study, right? Rupert's face immediately turned crimson. He started making things up. Very, very uncomfortable. Truly uncomfortable. My back hurts a lot. Lariat was extremely surprised. Oh, okay. Is it that serious? When Rupert picked her up, Lariat gasped. Ah, Rupert quickly said, Let's go to bed. After a crowd outside immediately erupted. Oh my god, how exciting, how exciting. Lariat, however, felt extremely confused. Why so fast? Rupert replied, I'm tired.
Lariat immediately exposed the lie, saying it was all nonsense. As Rupert gently placed her on the bed, he said, If you already know, then don't expose it. Lariat agreed to the request without hesitation. All right, it is your command after all. Then Rupert leaned down and kissed her lips. Lariat reached out and embraced the man above her. Blushing, she reminded Rupert, Please, don't be too rough. Be a little gentler. Rupert leaned in and replied, I have always been this way with you. A while later, Lariat, looking displeased, tiredly thought, It's hard to breathe. My waist hurts so much. I'm so thirsty, and I'm all sticky. I need to take a bath first. But before she could leave, Rupert held her back. Don't go. Held tightly, Lariat let out a cough. She tried to reach for her clothes and said, I want to take a bath, and there are other things I need to do. Rupert asked, Do you have to do them now? She picked up the robe from the floor and explained to Rupert, My becoming a grand judge is a symbol. It can make people understand that even if one is not the eldest child in a family, they can still join the Council of Elders. Regardless of one's status, as long as they have the ability, they can hold a high position. Most importantly, I'm afraid you'll change your mind. Hearing this, Rupert sat up and asked, Are you afraid that if I change my mind, I'll send you away? I haven't even truly had you yet. How could I despise you? I've told you, you are not my possession. In this life, I will devote everything to protecting you by your side. After saying this, he kissed Lariat's lips again. Rupert affirmed, I will use my entire life to prove it, so you just need to watch.
Dawn broke again over Saint Bawat. At this moment, Hermine was speaking, regarding the imperial law, which had not changed for 1,000 years.
After all, the imperial law had always been revered in Saint Bawat, and copying it was not permitted. Given that, there was naturally no way to change it. Upon hearing this, Lariat responded gravely. Indeed. Therefore, I considered accepting the Williton envoy's proposal to change the system first and wait until the system is stable before gradually reforming the imperial law. That wouldn't be too late. We also need to increase staff and reorganize the system. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Rupert entered, sweeping Lariat into his arms, startling her. Ah! He frowned and asked, "What took you so long?" Lariat looked at him and replied, "Before confirming the law book, I had to review many other things."
Hearing this, he said with a hint of displeasure, "After today's wedding, I have to go back." To his surprise, she was blunt. "Then go back." Rupert quickly asked, "Aren't you coming back with me?" She immediately said, "I will return this week." As soon as she finished speaking, he pouted and said, "You still shouldn't be a judge anymore." These words couldn't help but make Lariat furious. "Didn't you say before that I could do whatever I wanted?" Rupert immediately retorted, "You also said you would stay by my side." She asked, "Can't you wait a few days?" He snapped, "Yes, I didn't think you would be so busy." Seeing Rupert like that, Lariat was a little flustered. "But I did it so I could see you often." Before she could finish speaking, he directly kissed her. Seeing this, Min quickly covered his eyes. The wedding is about to start in an hour, so what the eyes don't see won't bother them. Or perhaps you two should go for a walk. And so, Rupert decisively picked Lariat up and left. "Good idea," he said, despite her strong resistance. "What's good about it?" Outside, the lake surface sparkled, reflecting the sunlight. The clear blue water shimmered like a giant crystal. Lariat thought to herself, as soon as they arrived at Sunboat, he had thrown Tori into the lake. The gemstone seemed to have found its own place, disappearing after emitting light. Then suddenly, she saw Rupert burst into tears.
This scene made Lariat even more pensive. I still don't understand why that gentleman killed Tori before his rebirth. For a little girl who suffered because time was stopped, did he try his utmost to achieve everything within his grasp, and in the end chose a way to offer her a final act of tenderness, bearing the agony of loneliness alone, sacrificing himself for his only beloved? Although there's no way to know the past, this is my speculation. A moment later, she heard him ask in a low voice, "What should I have done then?" So Lariat gently stroked Rupert's cheek and replied, "You didn't need to do anything." Even so, he continued to blame himself. "If I had known earlier that Tori was merely a divine artifact, perhaps I could have saved her." She continued to comfort him. "But you didn't know that. This isn't your fault. It's a matter of the past. You can't change anything." Saying this, Lariat hugged Rupert, telling herself, "That's right. Because of bloodline. That's why Eva became Empress, why Rupert had to become Emperor, and also why Tori had no choice but to become a tool. That's why I want to amend the laws. We have suffered so much just because of status and bloodline." Returning to reality, Lariat leisurely played with the water and mused. The color of the lake seems to have become even bluer. Suddenly, Rupert took her hand and said, "It's probably because it's absorbing divine power." Seeing his action, Lariat wondered, "Can I wipe my hands with your clothes? These are what you have to wear for the wedding." But he didn't care at all. "So what? Clothes aren't important. I heard the most important thing at a wedding is for the bride to be the most beautiful. The problem is you're too beautiful. I can't wait until the wedding ceremony. I want to be by your side all day." These gentle words unexpectedly left Lariat stunned.
In her ear, Rupert's voice, full of happiness, kept ringing, "We'll do well, as always, no matter what." At this, Lariat briefly thought that his eyes used to be very harsh, like a knife cutting through snow and ice in a harsh winter. But now, at least, when he looks at her, they are warm like the melancholic light of spring, making it unimaginable. So she unconsciously called out, "Your Majesty," then thought that although his life was extremely miserable before her reincarnation, she too had lived a life worse than death day after day. Thinking of this, Lariat seriously looked at him and said, "I love you." Saying this, she stood on tiptoe, wrapping her arms around Rupert's neck, her mind still racing. If he hadn't killed me, if I hadn't reincarnated, then I would absolutely never have known what kind of life I wanted to live. Faced with Lariat's enthusiasm, he didn't refuse, but said in a low voice, "Now I'm so happy I could die. There are times when I just look at you and I shed tears, because it's truly hard to believe that you've come to my side. My heart has been stirred, that's why it's like this." But she didn't reply, instead immersing herself in her own thoughts. "I sometimes feel the same way. There are times when I also find it hard to believe that I chose to be with him."
Just like in his previous life, his title changed to Raspeliche I. Although from the moment we were born, fate dictated that we were to oppose each other, our relationship was never simple. Before, we didn't trust each other, sometimes even looking down on the scars left by our wounds. After a long journey, it's only now, with great difficulty, that we can hold hands, and for that, I am very grateful. With that, the two of them linked arms and walked into the wedding hall. Lariat smiled radiantly. "On the day we rest together, I'm sure I'll only be able to say, my life in this world was like a brilliant summer day." The next morning, Rupert was still in a deep sleep. Lariat, however, had already woken up. She sat by the bed, sipping tea, and thought to herself, "It's a bit cold today, even though it's summer. Am I catching a cold? I'm so tired, I need to work." Just then, a sleepy Rupert turned to her and asked, "What's that wonderful smell?" Lariat was surprised. "You're awake?" He nuzzled his head against her and replied, "You're driving me crazy." Suddenly, Rupert's eyes snapped open. He then quickly sat up and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" Lariat, startled, shrieked,
Oh, ah! Seeing this, he moved closer to her. Your face is flushed, and your body temperature is higher than usual. But Lariat gently said, I'm fine. Despite this, Rupert continued to check her. You're also lighter. We should call a physician. Hearing this, Lariat quickly refused. There's no need. I'm really fine. Rupert then said, I'm not at ease. Seeing his insistence, she frowned and said, You've been very busy lately. Rupert gently wrapped an arm around her waist. I'm afraid you'll be blown away by the wind. Lariat softly replied, Then she shyly scurried off the bed. Count Noryu sent a wedding gift. Have you seen it? Watching Lariat run off, Rupert was a little displeased, but still replied, I heard she bought another title, Countess. She said flustered, She comes from a noble family. I heard they said this gift was sent this morning. And as soon as she saw it, Lariat couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, your majesty, it's truly beautiful. Hearing her call him, Rupert reminded her, Rupert. Lariat obediently repeated, Ah, that's right, Rupert. Rupert, what do you think about merchants buying titles? He bent down and rested his head on her shoulder, then replied, Can you stop that? I'm not of noble birth. What do I know about honor? Lariat softly replied, People will gradually change, one way or another, and so will time. We cannot stop changing. After saying this, she turned and kissed Rupert's cheek. He blushed. What was that? Lariat then feigned innocence. What's wrong? I'm just kissing my husband. Seeing this, Rupert held her chin and kissed her. Don't tease me. She didn't pull away, but enthusiastically responded, You always feel this way, even when I'm not teasing you.
After some time, Hermine stood outside, yawning widely and complaining, I miss my love so much. Then Hermine looked at Louis and thought, the person I work with, I want to hit him because he's so annoying. And I'm also very busy. On top of that, even the Empress suddenly fell ill, so work is progressing very slowly. However, they still got along very well in front of others. Just as she thought this, she heard Louis sigh. The fate of the Empire depends on the Empress's health. If the Empress falls ill, the Emperor will also stop working. How strange. At the same time, Rupert was extremely worried about Lariat's health.
Seeing that, Louis immediately turned and left, thinking it was time to get to work, as staying here would only waste time. Remen also hurried to follow. Before leaving, she turned her head to look at them and thought, but she's too thin. The workload has already exceeded what's permissible. I'll have to shoulder the work for a while. Inside the room, Rupert continuously whispered to Lariat. He was so distressed he was almost going crazy. Every time you get sick, my heart tightens as if it's about to explode. I'm so scared. I thought life was nothing but pain, and until I met you, I didn't realize how happy life could be when I was with you. But these are just empty words from me. Please, don't get sick, my love. As soon as he finished speaking, Rupert heard her weak voice. Do you love me that much? Rupert quickly replied, Yes, I love you enough to go crazy for you. Thereupon, Lariat struggled to sit up and reassure him. I'm fine, really. I probably just fainted from overwork. Or maybe it's just a cold.
But Rupert grew even more anxious. Is that so? She was confused. Huh? Looking at you like this, he pursed his lips, his voice full of petulance. It must be that you don't love me enough to go crazy for me, which is why you're not resting even though you're sick. Lariat gently stroked his cheek. No, I love you. Rupert said nothing, gently tilting his head to rest his cheek on her hand. Then he looked at Lariat with affection and said, I just wish nothing would change. If only there were just you and me in this world. No one could come between us. I only need you. Hearing his words, Lariat smiled faintly, thinking, I can't tell him. Not long before, Ellie had happily rushed in and told Lariat, Oh my, congratulations, the successor of Valerium has appeared. But she only frowned and instructed her, Don't tell His Majesty about my pregnancy. Ellie asked in surprise, Huh? You want me to hide this from His Majesty? Lariat replied, I will tell him myself. Will you understand? Ellie sighed and said, Just as I thought, Your Majesty is truly a romantic. Contrary to what Ellie said, Lariat was thoughtfully recalling her conversation with Rupert. He doesn't like children, does he? No, I don't like anyone, except you. He wants everything to stay the same, doesn't he? But how can we not change, Rupert? What can I do for us? A few days later at the palace, looking at the children playing around, Lariat said, I invited the children living at the temple here to make a good impression on Pope Velois, and also for charity. She thought, I need to check Rupert's attitude. At the same time, Rupert nodded indifferently. Seeing this, Lariat said, I know, but they're cute, aren't they? Rupert said, You're cuter.
She immediately blushed and asked, How can I be cuter than these babies? Rupert chuckled and said, What do you mean? I'm serious. Just then Hermine suddenly called out, Your Majesty, I have an urgent matter that requires confirmation. Lariat quickly said, I'll go take care of some business for a bit and be right back. Please keep an eye on the children. Rupert asked in surprise, Huh? No. Before he could finish speaking, Lariat had vanished. Rupert could only stand there and let out a huff. After they found a secluded spot, Hermine asked, You have changed the law, allowing commoners to become priests without being restricted by class. Lariat nodded and said, That's right. That's why we brought the qualified children here today. Hermine hesitated and said, But there's a small problem. I've received reports that some people are circumventing the law. They are selling children with magic or special abilities to the temple. Lariat was stunned for a few seconds upon hearing that.
Then she gritted her teeth and said, "Indeed, human greed. Trafficking people is illegal, so the children who came here today, how horrifying."
Hermine added that they even deceived the victims, telling them they had to pay taxes to the royalty for the children. Lariat's eyes completely darkened, and she asked in a cold voice, "Do you have a list of the criminals?" Then, in the frozen silence, Hermine began to report the list of criminals. After listening to her finish, Lariat thought to herself, "I truly am pathetic. I couldn't even protect them. Do I deserve to raise those children? I thought everyone had good intentions, but it was foolish and arrogant to think this was a good idea. In the end, nothing changed from before I found out." She touched her stomach and wondered, "Do I deserve to be a mother?" Suddenly, the sound of laughter pulled her back to reality. Then, Lariat immediately opened her eyes wide, her face filled with panic. In front of her was the sight of Rupert being mobbed and climbed all over by the children. Lariat stammered, Your Majesty." She thought to herself, "This is truly awful, utterly awful." After returning to the palace, Rupert immediately began to whine and demand credit. "Because of you, I tried not to ruin that charity event." Lariat quickly praised him. "Of course, Rupert is the best." Rupert grumbled, "I'm sick of those children." But he added, "I never thought my life would change so much." Lariat was a little downcast. She said, "Those small changes are nothing." Rupert replied, "That's not important." Lariat tried to persuade him, "But the children are adorable." Rupert still said indifferently, "I hate children. They're always noisy." Lariat became even more downcast. "Ah, I see." Seeing her expression wasn't good, Rupert immediately asked, "Why do you look so upset?"
Lariat replied, "It's nothing." Then she suddenly bent over and retched. Seeing this, Rupert felt like his world was collapsing. He quickly picked her up and shouted, "Get a physician here!" Suddenly lifted, Lariat shrieked in alarm, "Ah, you annoying man, control yourself! Put me down quickly! I'm really fine. I have something to tell you." Hearing this, Rupert stopped. Lariat thought silently, "If I'm nauseous or dizzy, I definitely won't be able to hide it anymore. I have to be honest with him. He doesn't like children at all, and I still have many shortcomings. I'm very worried and scared, but I want to trust him because he has loved me wholeheartedly." After a long moment of hesitation, Lariat suddenly spoke. "How about we add another chair to the dining table?" Rupert frowned and asked, "What do you mean? Are you talking nonsense because you're dizzy?" Having no other choice, Lariat stated directly, "I'm pregnant." Rupert asked in surprise, "Huh?" She lowered her head again and thought, "What if he really doesn't like it? If that's the case?" At this thought, she looked up, waiting for his answer. After a moment, Rupert stammered, When did you find out?" Lariat didn't answer, but asked back, "You don't want the baby?" Rupert immediately looked anxious. "No, why wouldn't I want it? Not at all. Because they will be just like you. I don't know what I'm feeling right now. I think I want to cry."
Lariat suggested, "How about we cry together?" In her heart, she thought, "I'm so glad he doesn't hate the baby." Rupert said, "I don't like seeing you cry. I hope we'll have a daughter who looks exactly like you." A few months later, Rupert was sitting on a chair looking impatient. In front of him, Louis was helplessly pleading, "Please attend the meeting. The doctor said it's still a few days until the due date. Here to me." Louis got up, gritting his teeth and thinking, "If it weren't for that bastard Anbeck, I wouldn't have to travel alone between the Imperial Palace and San Valoris."
Upon hearing the news of the Empress's pregnancy, Anbach plotted a rebellion, preparing meticulously. He timed the attack to coincide with the Emperor and Empress's discreet return to the palace from St. Valorast. However, Rupert made every effort to protect his wife and unborn child, sparing no expense to ensure their safety. As a result, the attack was quelled before it could even begin. Previously, Rupert had always been a rather gentle emperor, often smiling, a generous monarch willing to open the treasury to provide relief for his subjects. He was also flexible in avoiding unnecessary conflicts with the elders, with some even believing he was too soft to be a true ruler. But after that attack, Rupert declared, "I have no time to dwell on this and warn each of you individually, so listen carefully. If my Empress is ever in danger again, I won't even bother to find the mastermind. All of you, I assure you, will meet this same end. I mean what I say." From then on, no one dared to even think of rebellion again. Louis continued to think, "This overprotection has reached its peak. The expenditure on security is terrifying. He is also abusing alchemy indiscriminately. I need to warn Lariat. That's a dream that cannot come true." A few weeks later, a terrible scream echoed through the palace. "Ah!" Outside the birthing chamber, Rupert heard Lariat scream, and grinding his teeth in anger, asked, "Is that doctor a quack? Why is she in so much pain?" Louis, tired, said, "That's normal. Please calm down." Rupert stood up and said, "I can't take it anymore. I have to go in." Louis quickly advised, "Staying quiet is the best way to help." Rupert clenched his fists, the domineering emperor now only able to ask helplessly, "What should I do?" In the end, he couldn't hold back and pushed the door open, shouting, "Lariat!" At the same time, the midwife was also frantically calling out, "Your Majesty, if you fall asleep now, it will be a big problem." Lariat bit her lip, crying out in pain,
Ah! Rupert rushed to the bedside, calling, Lariat, Lariat!
In her pain, Lariat grabbed Rupert's hair directly, saying, I hate you to death. Why do I have to give birth alone? As she pulled his hair, Rupert could only scream, Ow! Ouch! Ow! She continued, You're the one who should be giving birth. Why should I be the one giving birth, huh? Rupert hastily said, I'm sorry, I'll give birth, I'll give birth. Lariat demanded loudly, What exactly do you plan to give birth to? Ugh, Rupert, I hate you so much. After a while, everything concluded, with the midwife sharing a relieved smile with Ailey. Rupert, looking at the baby wrapped in a blanket, said, Lariat, that's our child. He gently called out a name, Elizabeth. Lariat, too, broke into a happy smile.
She spoke up. Hello, it's your parents, our dear Elizabeth. Luhan and Amanda were also called over. Lariat tilted her head and smiled, then softly said, Welcome, our darling. She thought to herself, There were times I was afraid of the uncertain future, but I know the future can change for the better. You've proven that. We'll be exemplary parents, won't we, Rupert? 5 years later, a little girl entered St. Volerat. Lariat asked, Eli, do you like the lake? Elizabeth softly replied, Yes, I do. Lariat smiled and said, I like this place too. It's where the person I love rests. Aren't you sad that Dad can't come? Elizabeth pouted. He only loves you anyway. Elizabeth began to recount what Rupert had said. You failed your alchemy test? How could that be? You were born in genius. How disappointing. You really are a fool. Then the little girl gloomily added, That's how it was. Lariat anxiously said, No way, Eli. When did Dad ever do that? Elizabeth said, Just like I just told you. Lariat exclaimed, Oh, Eli. But the little girl still huffed in annoyance. After a while, Lariat dozed off on the camping mat while Elizabeth continued to play by the lake. Suddenly seeing someone, the little girl thought, Is that the person Mom longs for so much? I thought Mom was just saying that, but it's actually true? His eyes are just like mine. After thinking, Elizabeth waved and called out, Come here, it's very cold over there, you'll get sick. Tori hesitated for a moment, then walked towards Elizabeth.
Seeing her approach, the little girl immediately said, I'm Lee, what about you? Tori hesitated for a few seconds, and under Elizabeth's expectant gaze, Tori spoke up. Victoria, you can call me Tori. After that, the two gradually became friends. Elizabeth said, Father taught me I'm not even allowed to play every day. Tori asked, So? The little girl continued, I still like Mother more. Tori, will you be my friend? Tori nodded comfortably and said, Of course. After a while, the lake suddenly became eerily silent. Tori slowly spoke up. Li, that lake is very cold. Don't go alone. Elizabeth asked doubtfully. Tori added, Come with me, Li. We're friends. Elizabeth hesitated slightly, then took Tori's hand, and the little girl followed her into the water. Just then, Rupert's voice suddenly rang out. Tori! Elizabeth turned her head and called, Father! Rupert stopped by the lake and asked in a cold voice, Where are you taking Li?
Tori hugged Elizabeth tightly and said, You promised to reward me, Rupert. The little girl asked in surprise, You know my father? Oh, but Father is at the palace right now. Tori tightened her embrace around Elizabeth and said, You said you'd give me anything. You don't need this child. Eli said you don't like her. Rupert quickly said, No, that's not it at all. I didn't mean that. He called out to Eli, If I made you think that, I apologize. And Tori, you can't just take someone away. I thought after all this time you would have known. Tori smiled and said, Then can you give Lariat to me? I don't like being alone now. Rupert reached out his hand and said, If that's the case, then I... The moment he was about to grab Tori's hand, Elizabeth suddenly screamed, No! Tori asked suspiciously, Why not? You like Lariat more than Rupert too, don't you? Elizabeth, with tears welling up, said, Tori, don't do this. Mommy will be very sad, because Mommy is your friend too. Seeing the little girl's tear-streaked face, Tori turned her head and mumbled, I wonder who you take after. Just then a scream suddenly echoed from behind. Lariat loudly asked, What dangerous things are you all doing? Get back inside, immediately. After a moment, Rupert sat silently in a corner, holding Elizabeth. Tori somewhat evasively said, I won't apologize, whether it's about what happened before or what's happening now. I've already said I don't need Rupert and Rupert.
Lariat suddenly interjected, But Tori, you're not hurt anywhere, are you? She replied no. Lariat asked again, Were you truly alone by that lake all that time? Tori didn't answer, but only fell silent in contemplation. I was still there. I was no longer human, but a spirit. With Eva's power gone, I was powerless. But what awakened me was the divine power of the Lion Heart Bunga Ward. Although I could become human through divine power instead of Eva's power, I no longer felt resentment or regret towards Rupert. I wondered what Eva's command truly was. But, Tori said softly, I miss Lariat. I miss her face. Tori continued to think. So I had fallen for Lariat. That's why when I saw a child who resembled her, I appeared at the lake. Lariat touched her friend's face, thinking, You must be very cold. You don't like cold places. Tori took her hand and said in a low voice, I had no intention of taking either of you anywhere, nor have I harmed Rupert. Lariat replied, I understand. You like me, Tori. I knew it when I looked into your eyes.
How many years have we spent together already? I've missed you so much. After saying that, Lariat hugged Tori tightly. Tori also nodded vigorously. Lariat added. Welcome back. Tori smiled and said, I'm back. In the evening, as dusk fell, in the royal dining room, Louis asked bewildered, She's back? Why is Tori here? Rupert replied simply, To have dinner. Lariat smiled and said, Louis, you should eat dinner too. He didn't agree immediately, but turned to look at Tori. Then he spoke up. Oh, it seems Tori has grown taller, hasn't she? Tori laughed and replied, Lariat already measured me. I'll probably be taller than Louis soon. Lariat seized the opportunity to say, In that case, you should eat plenty of vegetables. Elizabeth quickly chimed in. That's right, big sister, eat mine too. Lariat turned back and said, Eli, you have to eat too. Rupert smiled and softly said, Chew your food thoroughly. A wonderfully joyful and happy atmosphere filled the dining table. One morning at the royal palace, Elizabeth held a piece of paper in her hand. After that, Elizabeth was appointed royal princess. As always, it was thanks to Rupert's initiative. Furthermore, under the leadership of Count Min, the wise individuals demonstrated their talents. Anyone with ability has an opportunity.
Elizabeth ran through the hall, then opened Lariat's room door. As soon as she saw the girl, Lariat immediately said, Be careful not to fall. You need to be careful. Rupert, who was holding his wife, also looked up and said, Our daughter is truly excited. Elizabeth clutched the paper in her hand and excitedly announced, It's a letter from Tori. Rupert frowned and said, Tell her to come home. Elizabeth ignored him and casually said, She said she's arrived in Kapsa. Tori has started traveling around the world. Occasionally, she still appears at the Imperial Palace, but we mostly keep in touch through letters. Elizabeth added, This time, it's a sword. If we combine it with the poison that Dad and I concocted, it will become the strongest weapon, won't it? Lariat was speechless and said, Collecting weapons? How are you so much like your father? Rupert, on the other hand, seriously praised, She is indeed my daughter. Elizabeth quickly ran to hug Lariat's belly and said, My sibling will be like Mom, and that would be great. So Elle will have a sibling. The girl happily said, When my sibling is born, I'll protect them. Lariat silently fought. The future we intended to change is like a scorching summer. Perhaps life is just like that. Thank you for watching today's video. And so we have reached the conclusion of this captivating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos. We sincerely thank you for watching. We wish you a wonderful day.